Chapter 1 Professor Sue, do you want to build it together? Sign in to system binding. Host, Jiang Yubai. Triggering conditions, confirm a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Su Qingxue. In the suburbs of Shanghai, romantic hotel, room 201. Jiang Yubai was distracted by the chirping of birds outside the window. In a daze, he seemed to hear a mechanical sound. Before he could figure out what it was, he swung his arm and suddenly touched an extremely soft place. Not knowing what he was touching, he pinched it a few more times, and then he heard a delicate moan, and upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yubai's mind suddenly became clear. After sitting up, he saw a woman with skin as white as snow and not a single piece of cloth on her body lying next to him. Seeing this, his subconscious instinct was to cover himself with the quilt, and then shouted at the woman, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" The sleeping woman frowned when she heard the man's voice. She thought she was dreaming, but suddenly she felt something was wrong. After a moment, she reacted and hurriedly stood up. When she saw Jiang Yubai, she was even more shocked and said, "Jiang Yubai, why are you in my room? And without clothes?" Your room?" He was shirtless, with clear lines of strong muscles, and his solid chest was broad and thick. Every muscle was full of power, which made people feel very safe. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, her fair little face turned red like an apple. She turned her head away shyly, not wanting to watch anymore. At this moment, my heart was beating strangely, and a strange thought suddenly popped up in my head. I wonder how it feels to touch it. She thought she was crazy. How could she have such an idea? He was her student. However, it seems that nothing could be worse than now. She is actually with her own student. Last night, she drank too much at the dinner party. Jiang Yubai sent her back to her room, but she ate him up. Does this count as taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Jiang Yubai was also in a daze from drinking last night. He only remembered that he sent Professor Su back to his room, and he couldn't remember the rest. Jiang Yubai saw the woman's face clearly and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a honey trap, nor is it a kidney attack. He not only knew the person opposite him, but also met her often, because she was Su Qingxue, his economics tutor. At the age of 28, she was already the youngest associate professor in the college. She was also the most beautiful girl in Shanghai University and caused a sensation wherever she went. The quilt was all over his body. Seeing the beautiful professor naked, Jiang Yubai said awkwardly, "Professor Su, do you want to get in and cover yourself with me?" Hearing this, Su Qingxue looked down, and the next second she wished she could find a place to hide. Completely naked? How about this, find a piece of tofu and hit your head against it to death. Su Qingxue pretended to be calm, raised her head, and said sharply, "What are you looking at? Turn away." The tone of her voice was still as strong as when she was teaching, and it was unquestionable. "Oh." Jiang Yubai nodded, then turned his head away obediently. Su Qingxue quickly put on her clothes. She just wanted to escape from here. Jiang Yubai is a very traditional boy. In this case, only girls will suffer, so he said sincerely, "Professor Su, I will be responsible for you." "What responsibility do you have?" "Nothing happened last night. If you dare to say a word to anyone, I will never let you go." After saying that, Su Qingxue fled in panic. Her legs were a little weak as she walked, and she almost had to hold on to the wall to walk out. At that time, Jiang Yubai was the only one left in the huge room. Looking at the scarlet spots on the white bedsheet, he felt mixed emotions. Was he too busy last night? There were red spots everywhere. He put on his clothes and picked up his backpack. Suddenly he saw an ID card on the table. The name on it was Su Qingxue. How could Professor Su be so careless that he even forgot to bring his ID card? He thought that the first class in the afternoon was Professor Su's, so he could return the ID card to her then. At first, all his attention was on Su Qingxue, but now he discovered that there was a big screen in his mind, and it seemed that only he could see the screen. Only now did he realize that what he had heard was actually true. He had indeed bound himself to the system, but there were actually conditions required to activate the system. After reading the task issued by the system, he said in surprise, "Let Professor Su be my girlfriend?" To be honest, he thought that the conditions issued by the system were very good. However, given Professor Su's reputation as an iceberg beauty, he felt that his task was long and arduous, and he didn't know when he could start the system. Thinking of this, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but sigh. He thought that since he was here, he might as well make the best of it and try to take down Su Qingxue in one fell swoop. It was already noon when Jiang Yubai returned to school. He hadn't eaten breakfast and his stomach was growling with hunger. I arrived at the school cafeteria and ordered a bowl of mushu pork rice. While waiting for the meal, I heard some commotion in the crowd. I heard from classmates passing by that Professor Su Qingxue was coming to this cafeteria to eat and was already at the entrance of the restaurant. Jiang Yubai heard this and clapped his hands, thinking, just in time, I'll return the ID card to Professor Su. Maybe she was too busy last night. After returning from the BB, she went back to the staff dormitory to rest for a while. She was so hungry that she went to the nearby cafeteria to get some food to take back. As luck would have it, at this moment, Jiang Yubai was also walking towards Su Qingxue, carrying some packed food. When she was thinking about what to eat for lunch, she turned her head and met Jiang Yubai's gaze. Then she saw him waving his hands and shouting, "Professor Su." Su Qingxue, who saw the scene, quickly turned around. For some reason, she subconsciously wanted to run away. Maybe she felt it was too embarrassing, or maybe she was afraid that she could not help but strangle him. Looking at Su Qingxue's leaving back, Jiang Yubai muttered softly, "Didn't Professor Su hear me calling her just now? Why did she leave? There is no rush to return the ID card anyway, and I can give it to Professor Su during the afternoon class." After he finished thinking, he took the packed food back to the dormitory. When I returned to the dormitory and walked into the room, I heard the guy on the upper bunk by the window cursing at the other end of the phone. "Do you know how to play? Do you know how to play? Even elementary school students can play better than you." After the insults, the game voice prompts, "Defeat." Seeing this result, the boy angrily threw his phone on the bed. He had been playing King of Glory for the whole morning and had been losing continuously. He originally wanted to become a king, but ended up losing more than 10 stars. When Lu Jiwen saw Jiang Yubai coming back, he couldn't help but complain, "Brother Bai, you're finally back. You don't know how unlucky I was this morning. I didn't win a single game, and even drinking cold water got stuck in my teeth. Brother Bai has better skills. With Brother Bai here, I can just lie down. Brother Bai, please lead the brothers later," Lu Jiwen said flatteringly. There was no other way. The one with the best skills in their dormitory was Jiang Yubai, who was simply a talented player. "Okay, let's eat first." Jiang Yubai nodded and handed over the food he brought. Hee, Brother Bai is really nice. Lu Jiwen is a otaku who likes to play games and read comic books. On his weekends off, he either surfs the internet in an internet cafe or plays King of Glory on his bed in the dormitory. His life is very regular. Lu Jiwen was eating when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Bai, what do you think of participating in the legal publicity activities with Professor Su? Isn't it awesome? You are so lucky, you are the only one picked out of all the students in the class. Why am I not so lucky? Living under the same roof with Professor Su, doesn't it feel like the air is sweet? In fact, Professor Su is only a few years older than us. It would be amazing if we could win her over. It would definitely go down in the history of Shanghai University." Lu Jiwen ate his meal while smiling foolishly and dreaming. Looking at Jiang Yubai, who was stunned, he couldn't help but said, "Brother Bai, what are you thinking about? It seems that you are a little absent-minded. Did you get amorous because of being with Professor Su yesterday? Although Professor Su is the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the school, I support you. You will definitely be able to pursue her. I am optimistic about you." Jiang Yubai came back to his senses and replied as if his brain had twitched, "Well, Professor Su is indeed great." Feeling the sudden gazes from his brothers, Jiang Yubai hurriedly started to argue. Professor Su has a great reserve of knowledge. Damn it, it's getting worse. Chapter 2, One Person is Afraid of Thunder Monsters. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the lecture hall, Su Qingxue came to class with the textbooks. Since she was strict in class, and she was beautiful and a good teacher, almost no one dared to skip class. The first thing in class was to call the roll. She took out the name list and started reading out the names one by one. At this time, Su Jiqiang, who was sitting in the first row, looked at the empty seat next to him anxiously. Why haven't Brother Bai and the others come yet? If they are late, they will be remembered by Professor Su. He made a series of desperate calls, but ended up not being able to contact anyone in the dormitory because they were running for their lives towards the classroom. Su Qingxue called out the names one by one, and soon she saw a name that made her heart beat faster. Seeing these words reminded her of the time she had been in the same room with her student this morning, and how they had been honest with each other. Based on her professionalism, she still read out responsibly, "Jiang Yubai." "Here." At this time, a voice came from the classroom door. Su Qingxue took a look and pretended to be expressionless and said, "Go in, come earlier next time."
"Thank you, Professor Su." Lu Jiwen and others responded, then quickly ran to their seats and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Su Jiqiang asked a few people, "Why did you come just now? I almost missed you."
Usually it's Brother Bai who wakes us up, but today Brother Bai took a nap, so he was late.
That's rare, Brother Bai. Did you feel tired after attending the event with Professor Su last night? Su Jiqiang asked with a wink.
Tired, of course I'm tired.
My back and waist ache. Zhang Yubai stretched his arms and legs.
He worked particularly hard last night, and even though he didn't like taking naps, he actually fell into a sound sleep. Hearing this, Zhao Pengfei on the side instantly became excited. "If I go with Professor Su, I would be willing to be ordered around until my legs break, hee." Seeing this, Lu Jiwen complained rudely, "Hurry up and wipe the drool from the corners of your mouth.
Professor Su will definitely not like you."
"In my opinion, only Brother Bai has a chance."
"I think so too.
After all, our Brother Bai is the most handsome boy on campus at Magic City University.
Many girls want to be with him."
Thinking of asking Zhang Yubai to help him reach the king level, Lu Jiwen said flatteringly, "Brother Bai, how about we help you woo Professor Su?
I think you two are a good match. We are brothers, and we will definitely help you. It's such a happy decision."
Before Zhang Yubai could answer, several people had already decided to match the two of them. After all, if Brother Bai could succeed in pursuing the famously cold and beautiful professor at Shanghai University, their dormitory 254 would also become famous. After all, they were roommates of Su Qingshue's boyfriend, so they were not even remotely related.
Zhang Yubai is now a junior. Although Su Qingxue is very famous in Shanghai University, she only started teaching them econometrics this semester.
At present, school has been in session for 2 weeks, and he was very lucky to be selected to participate in an event with Professor Su, and then this accident happened. Zhang Yubai looked at the serious expressions of the few people and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. They were joking, but he really had an in-depth communication with Su Qingxue. Soon, the roll call was over. Su Qingxue had just put down the list and was about to start the lecture when a student raised his hand.
"Student, what's up?" Su Jiqiang smiled and showed his big white teeth. "Professor Su, other teachers have their own class representatives. You should choose one too.
This way it will be more convenient for us to hand in homework and ask for leave in your class."
"Well, that's fine." Su Qingxue nodded when she heard this.
The suggestion made by this classmate was very good and could save her a lot of trouble.
Seeing that Professor Su agreed, Su Jiqiang suggested again, "Professor Su, let Zhang Yubai be your class representative. You two are familiar with each other, and he will definitely do a good job." Zhang Yubai was supported by his roommate and stood up. Su Jiqiang spoke again. "Professor Su, Zhang Yubai will definitely not let you down."
It was reasonable and logical, so Su Qingxue could only nod her head forcefully. However, she was thinking in her heart, why did the more she wanted to stay away from him, the more they had in common? During the following class, she never dared to look at Zhang Yubai, for fear that the sight of the two of them together would disrupt her logical thinking.
This is a large class and lasts for 2 hours. After the bell rang, Su Qingxue packed up her textbooks and prepared to leave.
Zhang Yubai, who was sitting in the first row, hurried to catch up. Seeing Zhang Yubai following her, she was afraid of being seen by others, so she pulled him into the corner of the stairwell. Su Qingxue angrily pushed him against the wall, then pressed her right hand on his chest and said, "Why are you following me?
I haven't found you yet.
What happened between us was a mistake.
I hope you will forget it and never mention it again."
After Zhang Yubai heard this, he quickly took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingxue. "You forgot to bring your ID card this morning, I'm here to return it to you."
"Well, this?"
Seeing the ID card in her hand, she knew she had misunderstood Zhang Yubai. But when she heard that they were just sending her an ID card, she felt a little disappointed.
She thought, "Professor Su, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll be leaving." What happened in the morning was somewhat of a shock to Su Qingxue.
Zhang Yubai knew that she would be embarrassed to see him, so he left tactfully. Looking at Zhang Yubai's departing back, Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that she was afraid that the ridiculous things that happened last night would be mentioned again.
There are several classes in economics. Su Qingxue went back to the office to rest for a while and then went to class again. Zhang Yubai only had one large class in the afternoon.
He was now in his third year of college and was preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, so he went to the library to study with Su Jiqiang.
Lu Jiwen's family is in business, so he just wanted to get his diploma smoothly and then go back to work at his own company.
As for Zhao Pengfei, his family was in financial difficulty and did not have enough money to continue supporting him in his studies. So whenever he was not in class, he would go out to work part-time to earn money. He would keep part of the money for himself and send the rest back home. Jiang Yubai is a child from an ordinary family. Both his parents are teachers, so they hope that their son can continue to study well.
Su Jiqiang wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination because he wanted to find a job with high salary and good benefits. I studied in the library for an entire afternoon.
When I came out, the sky was gray, as if it was a huge gray curtain. All the dark clouds gathered together, and the next second, a strong wind blew, followed by crackling raindrops pouring out like pearls from a broken string. Judging from the weather, the rain seems to be heavy and will not stop in the short term. Seeing this, Su Jiqiang said, "Brother Bai, let's go to the library for a while.
When the rain stops, we'll go back to the dormitory. Don't you always have an umbrella in your school bag? Didn't you bring it with you?"
After living together for so long, I am still very familiar with some small living habits of my roommates.
I brought it.
In this weather, we will definitely get wet if we play together.
After saying this, Su Jiqiang wanted to pull Jiang Yubai back. At this time, he looked at the time. Su Qingshue's class would be over soon.
She forgot to bring her ID card and she would definitely forget to bring her umbrella. Afraid that she would have to go back to the teacher's apartment in the rain, Jiang Yubai took out the umbrella from Su Jiqiang's bag and ran towards the teaching building.
"Ah Chang, I have something to do. Go back to the library and wait for me." "Brother Bai, where are you going?" Not hearing Jiang Yubai's answer, Su Jiqiang worriedly instructed, "Don't forget to pick me up."
He was afraid that Brother Bai would leave him here alone, and he would be scared when there was thunder.
Chapter 3: Sending Professor Su back to the dormitory. In front of the teaching building, the sound of raindrops blocked people's way like a door curtain. Su Qingxue stood in the crowd like a beautiful landscape.
She wore a slim-fitting pure white t-shirt on her upper body, showing off her plump cleavage, and a unique slit hip skirt on her lower body. As she moved, her slender, long and white legs were faintly visible. This outfit perfectly set off Su Qingshue's A4 waist. Su Qingxue looked at the gloomy sky, frowned, and murmured, "Looking like this, the sky won't clear up in a short time." Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, someone in the crowd suggested, "Let's run back quickly, otherwise it will rain even harder and we will be stuck here again." After saying that, some students had already started to move forward in the rain, with some leading the way and others following behind.
Soon, Su Qingxue was the only one left in front of the teaching building.
If she hadn't been wearing high heels, she would have run back to the teacher's apartment in the rain like the other students. She checked her phone anxiously. The rain showed no sign of stopping in the next few hours, and it would be pointless for her to just stand there and wait. Although it was very hot in Shanghai in September, the gentle breeze on a rainy day made Su Qingxue shiver instantly. She couldn't help but hug her arms, considering whether to wait or run back to the dormitory. Although Su Qingxue didn't believe in old-fashioned soap operas, she still hoped that a prince would fall from the sky, and the candidate reminded her of Jiang Yubai. She shook her head quickly, then murmured, "That's my student, what am I imagining?"
Su Qingxue, how could you have the heart to lay hands on such a young boy? If the rain doesn't stop in 5 minutes, then run back to the teacher's apartment.
A few minutes passed and the rain didn't stop but became heavier. Just as she stepped forward, a familiar voice came from behind her.
"Professor Su, let me take you back." "Ha?"
Su Qingxue heard someone calling her, turned around, and saw Jiang Yubai walking towards her with an umbrella.
She asked in confusion, "Jiang Yubai? Why are you here? Don't you have any classes after my class?"
Hearing this, Jiang Yubai said jokingly, "Professor Su really cares about our course."
"Who cares about you?" Su Qingxue turned sideways and said in a panic.
Because she couldn't help but pay attention to their classes, she was exposed and felt a little guilty. After waiting in the rain for a long time, she shrank her body and then sneezed unexpectedly.
"Professor Su, please wear my clothes and don't catch a cold."
After saying that, Jiang Yubai took off his coat and put it on Su Qingxue, but she refused. "I'm not cold, no need to wear it."
Su Qingxue didn't want to have anything to do with him and wanted to deliberately keep a distance between them.
After saying that, she sneezed again. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw her showing off, and then explained with clear logic. Professor Su, as your student, I am worried that you might catch a cold, so I lend you some clothes.
Is there any problem with that?
Su Qingxue thought about it carefully and shook her head. Well, it seems there is no problem.
That's it. Come on, put it on. Having said that, Zhang Yubai put his coat on Su Qingxue without hesitation.
In the brief moment of contact, he could still feel the other person's smooth skin through the clothes.
Fortunately, a cool breeze blew and interrupted Zhang Yubai's wandering thoughts. Let's go, I'll take you back.
The rain was getting heavier. Su Qingxue had no choice but to compromise and crawl under Zhang Yubai's umbrella, but the two of them still kept half an arm's length apart. Su Jiqian's umbrella was a bit small, and the two were quite far away from each other.
When the wind blew, Su Qingxue's right arm was soaked.
Only her arms were wet, her clothes were not wet, and this was better than running back and getting soaked, so she didn't say anything. However, the careful Zhang Yubai noticed it and secretly tilted his umbrella towards Su Qingxue, so that half of his body was soaked. After being soaked by the rain, the white clothes stuck tightly to his skin, revealing his abdominal muscles, but Su Qingxue was thinking about something in her head and didn't notice it at all. Soon, they arrived at the teacher's apartment. She hurried downstairs and thanked him. Zhang Yubai, thank you for taking me back. It's raining too hard, go back quickly.
Well, Professor Su, go back and drink more hot water. I'll be leaving now.
After saying that, Zhang Yubai turned and left, and Su Qingxue saw his back and returned to her dormitory.
Teachers' apartments are much larger than student dormitories.
They have separate bathrooms, small appliances, and washing machines.
Teachers are treated very well.
Su Qingxue also had a roommate, who was the teaching assistant of their finance class too, which was in the class next to Zhang Yubai's.
Her name was Jean Boli.
They were 2 years apart in age, so they had something in common. Just now she was watching the rain from the windowsill, and then she saw two people downstairs. To be honest, it was the first time she saw Su Qingxue asking someone to send her back.
Seeing this scene, Jean Boli couldn't help but sigh. Is the iceberg beauty moved? Ha!
Suddenly, she discovered something. A few minutes later, Su Qingxue returned to the room. Jean Boli heard the noise and hurried over. Then she asked with a gossipy look on her face, Sister Qingxue, it's raining heavily outside.
How did you come back?
Su Qingxue poked her head, then said with a smile, of course I walked back. Jean Bali pouted. She was not satisfied with this answer. Don't be perfunctory to me, I just saw it, it was a man who sent you back. Hee, my sister Qingxue's red Luan star has finally moved.
Is she looking for a man?
The more she talked, the more addicted she became.
Sister Qingxue, you have a good eye for men. You would rather get wet than let you get wet.
Oh, if I meet such a good man, I will marry him. Jean Bali said a lot of things, but Su Qingxue only heard the word poured.
She then asked in confusion, Lily, what did you just say? What do you mean by pouring?
Ha?
Didn't you see?
The man who just sent you back was half soaked, and his umbrella was tilted towards you. I'm not saying anything, but he has a great body, and those 8-pack abs must feel great, hee.
What? Abdominal muscles. Jean Boli emphasized.
Su Qingxue's heart was shocked. She didn't even notice that Zhang Yubai would rather get himself wet than let herself stay under the umbrella. For a moment, she was touched and a little distressed, and her dark brows wrinkled slightly. Jean Bali was still shouting about how handsome and gentle Zhang Yubai was. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes in annoyance, then pinched Jean Boli's waist.
Hurry up and collect your clothes. They are almost soaked by the rain. Ah!
It's over. The clothes were washed in vain. After hearing this, Jean Bali rushed to the balcony and took down the clothes. But it was too late now, his clothes were soaked by the rain and were covered with mud. She was so busy reading gossip just now that she didn't have time to put her clothes away.
Su Qingxue was a little amused and helpless when she saw this.
While Jean Bali was collecting clothes, she sat at the table, her head resting on her arms, her mind wandering.
What to do? How to face Zhang Yubai? Last night was too ridiculous. Chapter 4 Love Ginger Soup.
When Su Qingxue returned to the room and was about to change her clothes, she realized that she was still wearing Zhang Yubai's clothes. She took them off and smelled them, and there was a faint fragrance, which seemed to be the smell of Diao brand laundry detergent. She took off her clothes, soaked them in detergent, and washed them before going to bed. Just as Jean Bali was taking clothes out of the washing machine, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a man's shirt soaking next to the sink.
She hurriedly brought the basin to Su Qingxue and asked gossipingly, "Sister Qingxue, is this dress from the handsome guy who sent you back?" Oh, you're doing the laundry for me. You're so virtuous. Tell me quickly, how far have you two progressed now? Is that man a teacher in our school? Do I know him?
Jean Bali had a lot of questions in her mind, and she really wanted to know. Being questioned by her roommate, Su Qingxue slowly closed the book, then shook her head and said to her, "Lily, if you put so much thought into studying, you wouldn't be a teaching assistant now. By the way, put the basin back where you got it from."
Jean Bali nodded, as if that was the truth.
When she wanted to say something, Su Qingxue had already turned around and ignored her. After being asked this question just now, she couldn't concentrate on the book in her hand, and Zhang Yubai's figure was all in her mind. The more she tried to stop thinking about him, the more his every frown and smile appeared in her mind. Su Qingxue felt that she was poisoned by love. When Jean Bali went to bed and prepared to sleep, she went to the bathroom to wash Zhang Yubai's clothes. After rubbing it a few times, he was surprised to find that the pigment of the detergent was on his clothes. The laundry detergent Su Qingxue bought was pink, and she did not stir it while soaking, which led to the current situation. There was no choice but to wash the clothes, thinking that she would compensate him later. In the third year, the econometrics course was very important, so Zhang Yubai could see Su Qingxue every day. Today, the first class in the morning was Professor Su's. After the class, she asked her class representative to go back to her office to get her homework. On the way, Zhang Yubai sneezed several times in a row, and even had a nasal sound. When Su Qingxue heard this, she immediately thought of how he got half of his body wet when he sent her back yesterday, but he remained silent about it. She was deeply touched by the man's silent good deeds. Then, Su Qingxue handed over a tissue and asked with concern, "Zhang Yubai, do you have a cold? Is it because you gave me the clothes yesterday that I got frozen?" Zhang Yubai didn't want to put the other party under psychological pressure, so he shook his head and said with a smile, "No, I didn't cover myself with a blanket when I slept last night. It's not your fault, don't think too much about it." Achoo! After saying that, he sneezed again unexpectedly and coughed a few times. When Su Qingxue heard him say this, she just felt that he was comforting her and not letting her feel guilty. Being carefully cared for, she felt warm in her heart, and unknowingly her favorability towards Zhang Yubai increased. After getting the test paper from the office, he returned to the classroom. Su Qingxue has no classes after finishing her class today, so she can do whatever she wants and is very free. On the way back to the teacher's apartment, passing by a fresh food supermarket, she suddenly thought of Zhang Yubai. Thinking that the other person caught a cold and coughed because of her, she suddenly felt a little guilty. She looked at the supermarket's door plate and murmured, "He got sick because of me, so it's reasonable for me to make some ginger soup for him. Well, it would be ungrateful not to endure it." Then Su Qingxue walked into the supermarket and bought a large piece of fresh ginger and a bag of dates. After returning to the apartment, I poured a large bowl of water into the pot, then put a few slices of ginger in, and then put the washed red dates into the pot. After boiling the water, she added some brown sugar to make it taste better. When it was almost done, Su Qingxue opened the lid of the pot, and the strong smell of ginger was very pungent. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter, which is why it is effective against colds. While the ginger soup was still hot, she quickly put it into a thermos cup and wanted to give it to Zhang Yubai. Suddenly, she realized that she didn't even have the class representative's contact information, so she would have to add it when delivering the ginger soup later. This way it will be more convenient to assign homework in the future. She swore that she added people on WeChat for official business and had no selfish motives at all. Su Qingxue looked at the time and saw that the get out of class was about to end, so she hurried out with her thermos cup. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. After this sound was heard, the students would pack up their things and leave, regardless of whether the teacher was still teaching or not. After Lu Jiwen entrusted the textbook to Zhang Yubai, he ran away quickly. They had no classes in the afternoon, so he was busy going to the internet cafe to grab a good seat. Zhao Pengfei had to go to a part-time job at noon, and they provided lunch, so only Su Jiqiang and the other two were left. Looking at the two people running back, he said, "Brother Bai, let's go to the first canteen or the second canteen to eat?" Zhang Yubai shook his head when he heard that. "Xiangzi, you go, I don't have much appetite." Maybe it was because his throat felt like a razor blade was stuck in it, so he didn't want to eat. Okay. After that, Su Jiqiang went to the cafeteria alone, and he prepared to return to the dormitory. As soon as the two separated at the corner, Zhang Yubai saw a beautiful figure.
In order to avoid being seen by the other party and feeling guilty about being sick and uncomfortable, he took a few quick steps, hoping not to be seen. But Su Qingxue still called him with a kind look, Jiang Yubai. Unable to evade, he smiled awkwardly and said, Professor Su, what a coincidence. Su Qingxue saw that he was heading towards the dormitory, so she asked, Are you not going to eat lunch? Well, I ate a lot this morning. I'm not hungry now. I plan to eat when I'm hungry. How can that be? Man is made of iron and food is made of steel. You will feel hungry if you don't eat. As your teacher, I have to be responsible for your health. Su Qingxue said very seriously, but the last sentence sounded weird. Jiang Yubai felt the same way. Body? Ahem, I'll be responsible for your health. Come on, I'll take you to eat. Speaking of health reminded Su Qingxue of the ridiculous things that happened yesterday morning. She quickly changed her words, fearing that the other party would misunderstand her. Afterwards, Jiang Yubai followed Professor Su obediently. It was lunchtime at noon. Su Qingxue was indeed a celebrity at Shanghai University, and was watched wherever she went. Jiang Yubai could feel the unfriendly looks from those men when he stood next to him, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Perhaps Su Qingxue was already used to it, so she asked calmly, Jiang Yubai, what do you want to eat? Teacher, please. Chapter 5, I was cheated and still counted the money for others. Being treated to a meal by the goddess of all the men in the school, Jiang Yubai had to eat it all even if his throat was sore. He pointed at the noodle window and said, Professor Su, I'll just have the sour soup beef noodles. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded, then told the chef that she didn't want to eat anything in particular, so she also ordered a bowl of noodles. Afterwards, the two found an empty corner and sat down. Before the noodles came, Su Qingxue opened the thermos box, poured a cup of ginger soup into the bowl, and handed it to Jiang Yubai, saying in an imperative tone, Drink it. Ha! Jiang Yubai was very confused, but he still obediently finished what was in the bowl. After drinking it, he realized that this was the ginger soup that Professor Su had made for him. In fact, Jiang Yubai noticed at the very beginning that Su Qingxue was holding a thermos in her hand. He didn't expect that the thing was actually prepared by Professor Su for him. After drinking it, he suddenly felt his throat was much better. Maybe this was the charm of love? Wiping his mouth, Jiang Yubai grinned and said, Professor Su, thank you for the ginger soup. Su Qingxue waved her hand, You're welcome. You caught a cold because of me, so it's only natural for me to make ginger soup for you. Don't think too much. Oh. Jiang Yubai nodded. He expected this answer. But he was still very happy. After all, Professor Su cooked for him personally, which showed that he still cared about him. Soon, the boss brought the noodles. Jiang Yubai ate them in big mouthfuls. For some reason, he felt that the noodles were particularly delicious today. At the same time, Su Jiqian finished his meal in the cafeteria and saw a familiar person when he was putting down the tableware. He pushed up his glasses and muttered with a grin, Brother Bai is really dishonest. He didn't even tell me that he was having dinner with a girl. Strange, why do the people he eats with feel so familiar? Su Jiqian frowned. He had seen this person somewhere before but couldn't remember where. However, his back looked very familiar. But since Brother Bai didn't say it explicitly, he didn't bother him. After putting down the tableware, he quietly returned to the dormitory. Here, Jiang Yubai ate up all the noodles in the bowl in a few gulps. As for Su Qingxue, she also ate quickly and efficiently without any shyness. Unlike other girls who seemed to eat little, she actually ate more than anyone else. At this time, there was still some ginger soup in the thermos box. She poured it all into the bowl and brought it to Jiang Yubai, There's only this much left. Drink it all. Okay. Jiang Yubai nodded. In fact, he was already almost full from the noodles, and this full bowl of ginger soup made him not want to eat at night. In order not to disappoint Su Qingxue's kindness, Jiang Yubai gritted his teeth and drank all the ginger soup. Hiccup. Hiccup. This time, I can make it to my grandma's house. It was too embarrassing to burp in front of the goddess. He covered his mouth and wished he could crawl into the ground. Su Qingxue watched Jiang Yubai's body trembling when he hiccuped, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. I was even more secretly complaining in my heart, This younger brother is too cute. Then, she adjusted her expression and said coldly, If you can't drink it, don't drink it. No one is forcing you. Ginger soup is so delicious, I like it. Jiang Yubai said to Su Qingxue with a smile. At this time, he asked tentatively, Professor Su, I want to drink ginger soup in the future, can you make some for me? No. Su Qingxue shook her head. She felt that ginger soup should only be drunk when one was about to catch a cold. She didn't want the other person to get sick, so she refused sternly. Okay then. This answer was not unexpected. For some reason, when she saw Jiang Yubai's lost expression, she couldn't help but soften her tone. If you want a drink, I can make you some pear soup. Ha? Really? Thank you so much, Professor Su. After hearing these words, Jiang Yubai's eyes instantly brightened. He felt that Professor Su had a place for him in his heart, and there was finally light on the road to pursuing his wife. After dinner, he sent Professor Su back to the dormitory. On the school's boulevard, Su Qingxue suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of an important thing, then spoke of it with a serious face. Jiang Yubai, your clothes were damaged by my washing. I will compensate you for whatever you pay. Damaged by washing? Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. The clothes were of good quality. Could it be that they were torn into rags by Professor Su? Thinking of this, he shuddered. Professor Su was truly different from ordinary people. Su Qingxue saw Jiang Yubai looking at her strangely, and hurriedly explained, I poured too much laundry detergent and it got stained, not because of the holes. Oh, then I feel relieved. After hearing this, Jiang Yubai patted his chest. Fortunately, the goddess had no violent tendencies. When a piece of clothing was damaged, he replaced it and generously said, that piece of clothing is not expensive, you don't have to pay for it. No, I don't like to owe favors to others. Su Qingxue refused sternly. If she didn't compensate, she would always feel that she owed Jiang Yubai, which she could not accept. Since Professor Su said so, he thought for a moment and replied with a smile, since Professor Su wants to compensate me, then buy me a new one. Su Qingxue nodded readily, no problem, tell me your height and weight, and I'll buy it and give it to you. In order to stay with Professor Su for a while longer, Jiang Yubai shook his finger and said with a smile, even if you know your height and weight, you may not be able to buy clothes that fit you. Only by trying them on yourself can you know whether they fit you well and whether they look good. Do you want me to take you shopping for clothes? Su Qingxue frowned. Yeah. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but nod. Seeing that Professor Su didn't agree immediately, he immediately pretended to be pitiful and said, my mother bought that dress for me on my birthday last year. We went to many stores before choosing this dress. It reflects my mother's love for me. It's a pity that the dress can't be worn now. After hearing this, Su Qingxue felt very sorry for him. She apologized sincerely, I didn't expect the dress was so important to you. I'm really sorry. Well, I'll go shopping with you. Even though we can't buy the exact same thing, I'll still try to compensate you. Okay, thank you, Professor Su. When Jiang Yubai heard this, the gloom on his face disappeared instantly, and he no longer looked sad at all. I don't know why, but Su Qingxue always felt something was wrong, as if she had been cheated and was still counting money for others. At this time, Jiang Yubai continued, Professor Su, today is the best day. Tomorrow is Saturday. I don't have classes, and you don't have classes either. How about we go shopping for clothes? Okay, then tomorrow. Su Qingxue didn't like to owe others anything, so the sooner the favor was repaid, the better. Chapter 6 This Girl Has a Boyfriend, Next One. As they were talking, they arrived at the teacher's apartment. She suddenly remembered that she didn't have Jiang Yubai's contact information, so she turned her head to look at him and said, Give me your phone. Add me on WeChat so we can get in touch later. Yeah. Jiang Yubai nodded, feeling a little bit expectant. After all, it was very difficult to get the goddess professor's contact information. Su Qingxue's avatar is a snowy area. As her name suggests, she is truly a cold and beautiful goddess. After adding him, he pinned Professor Su's WeChat message to the top so that he could see it as soon as the other party sent a message. You go back, I'm going upstairs. Su Qingxue said, then turned and left. Jiang Yubai looked at her back and couldn't help looking forward to tomorrow. He wished time would pass faster so that he could see Professor Su again when he opened his eyes. At the same time, Jean Bolli came back from outside and saw a handsome guy standing downstairs with a silly smile on his face. She couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Men like beautiful women, and women also like to look at handsome men, and the other person happens to be her type. For some reason, Jean Bolli felt that the man's figure was very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere, but she just couldn't remember where.
She shook her head in annoyance and stopped thinking about it, then came to Jiang Yubai with a smile and said in a crazy way, "Handsome boy, do you have a girlfriend?"
Got it. Jiang Yubai nodded rapidly.
For the sake of Professor Su, he had to keep a distance from the opposite sex for fear of being entangled by them, so he ran away quickly, as fast as if he was avoiding the plague. Jean Bali watched him run away, grinned, shook her head and muttered, "This famous grass has a owner." Next, after returning to the apartment, she saw Su Qingxue sitting at the desk and began to complain, "Sister Qingxue, there was a handsome boy downstairs just now.
He has a good face and figure.
I was moved when I saw him. But when I heard that he had a girlfriend, my heart ached again."
Why is it so difficult to find a handsome boyfriend? Handsome boy? Su Qingxue looked at him in confusion.
She had just come up, and there were only the two of them downstairs.
She thought to herself, could it be that Lily was talking about Jiang Yubai? To confirm, she asked, "Is the handsome boy you mentioned wearing a black and white plaid shirt and light blue jeans?" "Yeah, how did you know?"
Jean Bali nodded. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. She looked at Su Qingxue and didn't expect that she actually started to pay attention to men.
Is this still the otherworldly Professor Su?
Afraid that Jean Bali would notice something, and also afraid that she would gossip, Su Qingxue casually responded, "I saw it when I went upstairs."
It's all because I have a good memory. Okay. Jean Bali nodded.
It was true that she had a good memory, otherwise she would learn things quickly. Fortunately, the gossip girl didn't find out anything, so Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, her heart suddenly felt like it was being pulled. Could it be because she heard Jiang Yubai say that he had a girlfriend?
Su Qingxue was a little annoyed.
This guy had vowed yesterday that he would take responsibility, but he turned out to be a scumbag. She had thought he was a good guy before, but she was wrong. At this moment, her WeChat rang. It was a message from Jiang Yubai, "Professor Su, what time do we leave tomorrow?" Seeing this, she was so angry that she wanted to block him. But thinking that she had already promised him to compensate him with a piece of clothing tomorrow, it was not her character to suddenly break the promise. Besides, they were just buying clothes and not doing anything else. They had nothing to fear, so they replied unhappily, "Wait for my notification." On this side, after Jiang Yubai received the message, he always felt that there was anger in the few words Professor Su replied. He looked at the chat interface and sent an emoji of a little bear nodding, and then nothing happened. At night, Su Qingxue tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, while Jiang Yubai was so happy that he didn't want to sleep. Since Jean Bali didn't have to keep an eye on the students tomorrow, she stayed up late in bed watching a romance drama. Hearing the noise next to her, she couldn't help but lift the quilt and asked, "Sister Qingxue, you haven't slept yet?"
Su Qingxue sighed and said, "Not yet.
I can't sleep."
"What? Are you thinking about men?"
Jean Bali talked about men every other sentence.
After hearing this, Su Qingxue didn't want to pay any attention to her.
She didn't know how long it took before she fell asleep. In her dream, she saw that Jiang Yubai had a girlfriend, and the two of them appeared in front of her in an intimate manner. For some reason, she could clearly feel that her heart was in great pain. Last night, Jiang Yubai went to bed after midnight and woke up before 6 in the morning, fearing that he would miss Professor Su's WeChat message. He did nothing the whole morning but held his cell phone and waited for her reply.
However, after noon, there was still no movement.
Here, Su Qingxue slept too late last night and only slowly got up from the bed at 10 o'clock this morning. She took a shower, blew her hair, and put on some light makeup, and now it's time. Recalling the nightmare she had yesterday, she opened Jiang Yubai's chat interface with anger on her face. "See you at the school gate at 1 o'clock.
Don't be late."
After hearing 2 beeps from his phone, Jiang Yubai quickly checked WeChat and saw the message Professor Su had sent him. After reading the content, he replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Professor Su, I promise I won't be late." Next, Jiang Yubai quickly dressed himself up, looked at his handsome face in the mirror, and went out with satisfaction.
At this moment, Su Qingxue also came out.
She walked downstairs, opened the door of the red sports car Porsche 718 parked next to her, fastened her seatbelt, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight to the school gate.
Ding dee. Ding dee.
Jiang Yubai was waiting at the school gate early. When he saw a red sports car parked in front of him and honking its horn, he frowned impatiently and complained, "Hurry up and don't block me from seeing Professor Su." Su Qingxue honked the horn for a long time, but the other party still didn't get in the car, so she rolled down the window and shouted, "Jiang Yubai."
"Ha!"
Hearing someone calling him, he looked around and found that the person calling him was in the car.
When he saw Su Qingxue sitting in the driver's seat, he said with a smile, "Professor Su? It's you."
She unlocked the car door and said, "Get in."
"Yeah." Zhang Yubai nodded, opened the car door and sat in.
He had just fastened his seatbelt when Su Qingxue stepped on the accelerator and Zhang Yubai staggered. Seeing his embarrassed look, she was very happy. Maybe she didn't even realize that she was giving him a small punishment. The car was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. In order to break the awkwardness, Zhang Yubai said with a smile, "Professor Su, your car is good, but it's a little slow."
"Slow?" Su Qingxue stepped on the accelerator and overtook the car in an instant after hearing it.
Feeling the sudden acceleration, Zhang Yubai quickly waved his hands and said with a wry smile, "Not slow, not slow, he."
Chapter 7 Su Qingxue, is she prettier or am I?
Feeling the sudden acceleration, Zhang Yubai quickly waved his hands and said with a wry smile, "Not slow, not slow, he."
Soon, they arrived at the largest shopping mall of Modu University. Su Qingxue drove the car into the parking lot, and the two took the elevator directly to the first floor.
To be honest, Zhang Yubai still feels his head buzzing.
It may be because Professor Su is driving too fast.
On Saturday, all college students don't have classes and some jobs have 2 days off a week, so there are a lot of people in the shopping mall. As soon as he entered, Professor Su attracted the attention of a group of men. Today she is wearing a snow-white mesh short-sleeve top and an elegant gray tight-fitting hip-hugging skirt. The hem of the skirt cleverly outlines her charming long legs. The legs were wrapped in black stockings, looking white and slender, as delicate and moving as jade carvings. A pair of round and smooth pearl earrings hung on her earlobes, making her small face look even more delicate. On the side, her long black hair fell like a waterfall, curling naturally into waves, swaying gently with her light steps. She was carrying a fashionable bucket bag on her arm. People who knew the goods could tell that it was a brand-name bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Although Su Qingxue was 1.7 meters tall when wearing high heels, she was still no less impressive than Zhang Yubai, who was 1.85 meters tall. She even exuded a unique aura and charm that could not be ignored. Su Qingxue looked around and pointed at a men's clothing store and said, "That one looks okay. How about going in and taking a look?" Zhang Yubai didn't want to go back home after buying clothes so quickly after hearing this. He wanted to stay with the goddess professor for a while longer.
"Wait, Professor Su, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm a little hungry now. How about we go eat first?" Su Qingxue hadn't eaten since morning.
Her stomach didn't feel any discomfort at first, but now it started to growl.
"Okay then, what do you want to eat?"
"I'll treat you." As a teacher, there was no way she could let her students treat her.
Zhang Yubai was not polite either.
Since Professor Su invited him this time, it would be a good excuse for him to come back next time. He looked at the advertisements in the mall and thought, "There's food on the 4th floor. Why don't we go take a look?" "I don't have any dietary restrictions, anything is fine, Professor Su, it's up to you to decide."
Soon, the two took the elevator to the 4th floor.
Even though it was past lunchtime, there were still many people eating. After walking around the 4th floor, Su Qingxue stopped at a dry pot duck head shop and said, "Is this what we want to eat?"
"Okay." Zhang Yubai nodded, then followed Professor Su in.
The two of them ordered a big pot of duck head and chicken feet, and some side dishes. At this time, the waiter brought an hourglass and said, "Serve the food within 30 minutes. If the food is not served within the specified time, all the bills will be waived."
"Oh." Zhang Yubai nodded.
To be honest, this was the first time in his life that he hoped people would go slower so that he could taste it for free. At the same time, 2 tall girls appeared at the elevator entrance on the 4th floor.
One of them was wearing a pure white t-shirt with a pink dress.
She was holding a lot of packaging bags in her hands, and it seemed that she had just finished shopping. The other girl didn't buy as many things, but she also bought quite a lot.
She looked at the dazzling array of shops and said in confusion, "Yuya, what are we having for lunch?" "I don't know. Let's take a look around and see which one we want to eat the most."
In addition to eating with a purpose, the rest of the people who come to the 4th floor will look around before making a choice. The two were carrying large and small bags, making difficult choices. Suddenly, Jiang Yuya caught a glimpse of a person who was so familiar that he couldn't be more familiar.
"Zhang Yubai?" Seeing a girl sitting opposite him, she asked with interest, "Is this boy dating someone?"
"You naughty brother, you didn't even tell your sister about such a big thing."
Zhang Yuya is the daughter of Zhang Yubai's uncle.
She was born early, only 2 months apart, so Jiang Yubai has to call her sister for the rest of his life. The two are of similar age and have no generation gap, so they can play together. However, there is one bad thing about her, the older sister. She always relies on the trust of her uncle and aunt and takes advantage of others. Just as she was pouting and sulking, Jiang Yubai turned his head and met Jiang Yuya's eyes. He turned his head back instantly, fearing that the other party would see him. After Su Qingxue saw Jiang Yubai's abnormal behavior, she asked, "What? Who did you see?" She was about to turn around to take a look, but was stopped. "Don't look." Su Qingxue raised her eyebrows slightly, completely ignoring Jiang Yubai, and turned to look outside, just in time to see two young girls looking at them. After seeing this scene, the expression on her face was scary. There was a person here who was very angry. In her opinion, this person was Jiang Yubai's girlfriend. For some reason, after seeing her, Su Qingxue asked Jiang Yubai for no reason, who was prettier, her or me? You. He didn't know why Professor Su suddenly asked this, but his answers were sincere. Hearing this, Su Qingxue felt happy, but when she looked at Jiang Yubai, her eyes were so murderous that she even lost the mood to buy clothes for him. At this moment, Jiang Yuya shouted fiercely, "Jiang Yubai!" After hearing this, he said to Su Qingxue apologetically, "I'm sorry, Professor Su. I'll go take care of some family matters." After he finished speaking, Jiang Yubai went out, leaving Su Qingxue alone sitting at the dining table, mumbling, "Housework? Do you really have a girlfriend?" When he came in front of Jiang Yuya, Jiang Yubai said unhappily, "What do you want me to do?" When she heard this, she was immediately furious. "You little brat, you didn't even tell your sister that you were in love. Who is that girl? Why does she look familiar?" Jiang Yubai replied impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense, you haven't even started yet and you've already encountered it. It must be said, the world is really small, you can still encounter such a thing." After hearing this, Jiang Yuya patted Jiang Yubai on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey, I believe my brother can do it, come on. If you have no money, tell me and I'll give it to you. After all, dating is very expensive." "Yeah." Jiang Yubai nodded. He couldn't believe that these words came from Jiang Yuya's mouth. When he was a child, she always wanted to snatch his pocket money to buy spicy strips, which made him buy a racing car model every time. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, he was still very touched after hearing this. Jiang Yuya was very tactful and didn't disturb the two of them. Before leaving, Jiang Yubai told her, "Don't tell my mom or they will ask about it again. His parents are good in every way except that they are a bit gossipy. I'd better wait until things are stable before telling them." "Okay, I'll do it, don't worry." Jiang Yuya patted her chest and promised. Jiang Yubai smiled awkwardly after hearing this, because as her sister, she was a loudmouth and was afraid that when he returned home, the whole family would know that he was pursuing a girl. Chapter 8 Professor Su, you have a good eye. How about you pick for me? As soon as Jiang Yuya left, Jiang Yubai came over with a smile and sat down in front of Su Qingxue. At this time, the waiter came over with a double pot, put it between the two of them, and said with a smile, "Please enjoy your meal, and call me if you need anything." "Okay." Jiang Yubai nodded, picked up a duck head and placed it in front of Su Qingxue. "Professor Su, you have to eat more. Look how thin you are." Su Qingxue didn't buy into his kindness. He already had a girlfriend, but he still behaved beyond ordinary friends. This was really unacceptable to her. She didn't even realize she was jealous. She curled her lips and said sourly, "Why don't you go find your girlfriend? Won't she be jealous if she eats with me?" Jiang Yubai frowned, looking confused. "Girlfriend? Who is she?" Su Qingxue didn't buy his innocent trick and said confidently, "Don't think I don't know you have a girlfriend, the one just now." Looking at the student who was teasing her, she said earnestly, "Jiang Yubai, as your teacher, I have to remind you that whether a person is successful or not is not important. What is important is his character. You are eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Your eating manners are really ugly. I'll choose one piece of clothing to compensate you, and you can go back by yourself after dinner." As soon as Su Qingxue finished speaking, she took back the duck head that he had picked up. The meaning was obvious, she wanted to draw a clear line between them. After hearing all these words, Jiang Yubai finally came to his senses. It turned out that Professor Su thought he was a scumbag. He kept wondering in his heart, what on earth had he done to make her have such an illusion? This was too unfair. Then, he said sincerely, "Professor Su, I am more wrong than Doi. I've never had a girlfriend. Please trust me this time. I really didn't lie to you."
To be honest, Jiang Yubai felt like he was making things worse the more he explained. Sure enough, seeing that Professor Su still looked unconvinced, he continued to explain, Professor Su, she is really not my girlfriend, she is my sister. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. Even if she is not your girlfriend, someone else will be your girlfriend. What's more, you said it yourself that you have a girlfriend. Su Qingxue couldn't figure out what she was expecting. Was she expecting him to be single? Jiang Yubai was startled when he heard this. When did he admit it himself? Why didn't he know about it? As the person involved, he was sure that he had never said this. However, he was so confident the previous second, but the next second he remembered the conversation in front of the dormitory building yesterday. At this moment, he suddenly realized that it seemed to be his fault, but it was just an unintentional mistake. Jiang Yubai immediately explained, I told others that I had a girlfriend just to reject them. It's all because of you. Ha? Me? Su Qingxue's jaw dropped when she heard this. How come the melon ended up falling on her head? She really couldn't understand what this had to do with her. Yes, it's you. Jiang Yubai nodded, looked at the girl in front of him firmly, and said softly, I want to be with you, of course I have to give you enough sense of security, so I have to keep a distance from other girls. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Su Qingxue was slightly stunned, and she pondered in her heart, as if this matter did seem to be related to her in some way. She had to admit that Jiang Yubai's explanation made her feel warm inside. It was such a good feeling to be valued and remembered by others. However, women are naturally sensitive and suspicious, especially when facing emotional issues. Although she already believed Jiang Yubai in her heart, Su Qingxue still asked again with a hint of uncertainty, really? Jiang Yubai nodded in affirmation without hesitation. In order to prove that he was telling the truth, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the chat software and showed it to Su Qingxue to prove that what he said was true. I saw that in his phone address book, except for the WeChat messages from his relatives, the rest of the contacts were all men. There was no doubt that he was not lying. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Maybe, I can choose to believe him this time. In order to prove his innocence, Jiang Yubai found his family photos and put them in front of her. He pointed at Jiang Yuya inside and said, she is my uncle's daughter, just a few months older than me. Professor Su, can you trust me this time? After saying that, he stared into Su Qingxue's eyes, as if trying to catch a hint of trust in her eyes. However, what Jiang Yubai didn't expect was that Su Qingxue looked at his nervous appearance and suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laughter was like a flower blooming in spring, instantly breaking the huge stone in Jiang Yubai's heart. Afterwards, Su Qingxue quickly put away her smile, pretended to be very serious and said, yeah, I believe it. Student Jiang Yubai, you really didn't disappoint the teacher. Of course. Jiang Yubai was extremely proud. Just now he was busy proving his innocence. Now he calmed down and thought carefully, could it be that this aloof and cold goddess professor had such a misunderstanding because she cared about him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice, and secretly made up his mind in his heart, sooner or later, she would warm the heart of Professor Su, this icy beauty. The misunderstanding was resolved and Su Qingxue was in a good mood. She naturally took the duck head back from Jiang Yubai's bowl and slurped it with relish. Seeing that Jiang Yubai wanted to stop her, she said coquettishly, what? The duck head that honored the teacher wants to go back again? No way. Jiang Yubai smiled and waved his hand when he heard that. He had just taken a bite of the duck head and he wanted to say something. But seeing how deliciously Professor Su was eating, he couldn't help but murmur, does this count as an indirect kiss? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. At this moment, Jiang Yubai suddenly recalled what Su Qingxue had just said, and he asked cautiously, Professor Su, do we really have to go back to school after dinner? Su Qingxue shook her head slightly and replied, no. Then, she added, there were some things that needed to be dealt with at school before, but they have been resolved now, so there is no need to go back. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai nodded to show that he understood. For some reason, he always felt that there was nothing important waiting for them at school. Perhaps all this was just an excuse made by Professor Su. However, it was also good this way. Since he didn't have to rush back to school, he could stay with Professor Su for a while longer. Before long, the two had their fill. After Su Qingxue paid the bill, they took the elevator downstairs together. Since the men's clothing area of this shopping mall is concentrated on the second floor,
when the elevator door opened, it was the floor they wanted to go to. At this moment, she looked around at the dazzling array of shops, turned to Jiang Yubai and said, "Pick it, I'll buy you whatever you like."
"Yeah, thank you, Professor Su," Jiang Yubai said happily.
However, he secretly thought in his heart that the clothes he chose might not be as good as Professor Su's taste. After all, a man's vision is sometimes hard to describe. Jiang Yubai looked very embarrassed and said to Su Qingxue with a wry smile, "There are too many clothes in this mall. My eyes are dazzled. Professor Su, you have good taste. How about you pick one for me?" Chapter 9, Handsome Guy, Your Girlfriend Has Good Taste.
"Me?" Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Yubai in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe what she heard.
"Yes." Jiang Yubai nodded without hesitation, and then forced Su Qingxue to start shopping. The two walked side by side. Su Qingxue was concentrating on choosing clothes, while Jiang Yubai stood quietly beside her, watching her silently, his eyes full of tenderness and love. At this moment, they were like a couple in love, so well matched. Just then, the two of them stepped into a store together. As soon as they entered the store, Su Qingxue's eyes were attracted by a sky blue and white plaid shirt in the middle of the store. She pointed at the dress and said to the salesperson, "Let's try that dress."
"Okay, please wait a moment," the salesperson responded with a smile.
She only glanced at Jiang Yubai and turned to get the size that suited him. 3 minutes later, the clothes were delivered to him. It turned out that Su Qingxue had carefully selected a coat, and this coat could be tried on directly.
Jiang Yubai quickly put on new clothes. In an instant, he became refreshed. Could it be that new clothes bring new looks?
"I have to say that he is quite fair-skinned, and this sky blue color makes him look more refreshing, neat and clean." Jiang Yubai turned around and showed it to Su Qingxue, and asked with a little expectation, "How about this one?"
"Not bad." Su Qingxue nodded with satisfaction.
She didn't expect that Jiang Yubai was such a clothes hanger. The clothes he put on fit him like they were tailor-made. Jiang Yubai has a handsome appearance, and he looks even more energetic after putting on this dress. The salesperson beside him saw this and praised him from the bottom of his heart. "Handsome guy, your girlfriend has a good taste. The clothes she picked are really suitable for you." Hearing this, Su Qingxue wanted to explain the relationship between them, but Jiang Yubai beat her to the punch and replied with a smile, "Hee, I think so too." His words were full of recognition of Su Qingxue's taste. At this moment, Jiang Yubai was secretly delighted. When he heard the salesperson call Su Qingxue his girlfriend, he felt extremely excited and satisfied. To this end, he waved his hand, looked directly at the salesperson and said, "We want this dress, this is it." Hearing what he wanted to hear, he was so happy that he forgot to look at the price. The saleswoman didn't expect the young man to be so forthcoming. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she quickly adjusted her expression and said with a bright smile, "Okay, please follow me to check out." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingxue stepped forward. When she walked in front of the salesperson, she heard the salesperson introduce with a smile on his face, "This piece of clothing is a new product launched this season. The discounted price is 12,328 yuan. Would you like to pay by mobile phone or bank card?" "Bank card." Su Qingxue answered concisely and clearly, and took out the bank card from her bag and handed it over. Immediately afterwards, a clear and pleasant sound of payment arrival notification rang out all around. Hearing the sound of money being deposited into the account, Jiang Yubai was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, "What kind of clothes can be sold for more than 10,000? They are robbing people." Suddenly, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the logo on the side, and he was surprised to find that the clothes were called CUGGL. After reading it, he frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the letters. However, now is not the time to worry about these details. It's just an ordinary piece of clothing that is sold for more than 10,000 yuan. This money is too easy to make. Just when he wanted to stop Su Qingxue from paying, he found that the money had already gone into the other party's pocket. Seeing this, Jiang Yubai came to the salesperson and asked, "Does this dress support 7 days of no questions asked?"
"Huh? What does 7 days no questions asked mean?"
The salesperson looked confused, obviously having never heard of this term. It was not until this moment that Jiang Yubai realized that the world he lived in now was completely different from the world he had lived in before. The world is developing very slowly. Even online shopping is not very popular yet, let alone the 7-day no-reason shopping policy. Fortunately, after so many years of rebirth, he was finally bound to a system.
God was kind to him. Since the other party didn't understand, he asked in a different way, "Can this dress be returned unconditionally?" Chapter 10: Good Physical Strength and Durability. Now the salesperson understood what was going on. He realized that the customer thought the clothes were too expensive and didn't want to buy them anymore. He wanted a refund.
She smiled, shook her head and replied, "Sorry, no returns or exchanges unless there is a quality issue." What she meant was that it was a first-hand transaction. On the side, Su Qingxue saw Jiang Yubai asking so many questions and was a little confused as to why he was being hesitant now when he had just agreed so readily. So she pulled Jiang Yubai aside and asked in a low voice, "Don't you like this dress?" Jiang Yubai scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Well, it's okay, but it feels a bit expensive." For ordinary people, expensiveness is their biggest dislike. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. What's more, he hasn't unlocked the system yet, so he still needs to maintain the virtue of diligence and thrift. Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh when she saw the boy in front of her had unwanted thoughts because the clothes were too expensive.
If you like it, just buy it. Money is not a problem. Su Qingxue was quite confident.
After all, money was really not a problem for her. There were some things that Jiang Yubai wanted to make clear.
"Professor Su, I only spent a few $100s on that dress. I can't afford to compensate for the difference. Then, why not use other methods to repay? How about paying with your body?"
Jiang Yubai said seriously. After all, he has good physical strength and is durable. Hearing this, Su Qingxue really thought about it seriously, and then complained in her heart, "It's not impossible." Realizing that her idea was a little out of line, she shook her head and replied, "I gave you this dress as compensation.
You don't need to pay me back." "Oh." Jiang Yubai nodded. To be honest, he was a little disappointed that he didn't get any sexual compensation. The clothes had been bought, and the two walked out of the men's clothing store together. Today's goal has been achieved. The two stood at the entrance of the mall. Su Qingxue said, "I'm going back to school. Do you have any other plans?" "No, I'll go back with you." Jiang Yubai shook his head.
Nothing was more important than spending time with Professor Su. Then they got in the car together and sped towards Magic City University. 100 meters away from the school, Su Qingxue suddenly stepped on the brakes as if she had thought of something. She turned her head and cast her gaze towards Jiang Yubai, who was sitting in the passenger seat. She said in a resounding voice, "Get out of the car and walk back by yourself."
"Huh?" Jiang Yubai looked at Professor Su in confusion, and then asked in confusion, "Aren't you going back to school?"
"Yes."
Su Qingxue replied calmly.
After a moment, she added, "If others see the student getting off the teacher's car, they will think I am taking advantage of you." Hearing this, Jiang Yubai shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It's okay, I'm not afraid of what others say." To be honest, he really hoped to be seduced by Professor Su. After all, being seduced by such a beautiful woman with such a good figure was a happy thing. However, when he met Professor Su's unquestionable gaze, Jiang Yubai opened the car door and got out of the car in dejected manner. Then, he smelled the exhaust fumes from the car. Seeing her drive away without hesitation, he couldn't help but complain, "Professor Su, you are so ruthless." Just as Jiang Yubai was striding towards the entrance of the living area, suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, calling his name. Jiang Yubai turned his head and saw Lu Jiwen running and shouting, "Brother Bai, wait for me." Seeing him running out of breath, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you bear to leave the internet cafe?" Normally, as soon as the Friday holiday comes, Lu Jiwen stays in the internet cafe and doesn't come out. He stays up all night for 2 days and only goes back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep on Sunday, so it's a bit surprising to see him now. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwen clenched his fists and said angrily, "I'm so unlucky today. No matter what game I play, I lose miserably. I'm so frustrated that I'm just not going to play anymore." Jiang Yubai was a little amused when he heard this and said, "Are you sure it's just bad luck and not a problem with your skills?" After saying this, a playful smile appeared on his face. His roommate is the type who is not good at playing but loves to play. After all, his family is rich and he is a real big spender. He doesn't even blink an eye when he spends money on games. Lu Jiwen looked at Jiang Yubai's suspicious expression and immediately patted his chest and said confidently, "Brother Bai, I am your best friend. Don't you believe me? This is definitely a matter of luck." Seeing how confident he was, Jiang Yubai didn't want to discourage him. However, thinking back to Lu Jiwen's angry look just now, Jiang Yubai knew that he had lost miserably. Since his good brother is in a bad mood, he, as his father, must help him get back on track. Jiang Yubai waved his hand,
put his arm around Lu Jiwen's shoulders and said, "Let's go. Let's go back to the dormitory and play King of Glory with my friends." "Oh haha, okay, let's go and abuse others together." When Lu Jiwen heard this, his eyes lit up and his whole body was filled with strength. He had been abused for so long, it was time for others to experience the feeling of being abused. Chapter 11: The Chosen Girl, Su Qingxue. After returning to the dormitory, under the leadership of Jiang Yubai, the two were unstoppable and had never lost in so many games. Looking at the rising stars, Lu Jiwen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "Brother Bai, I feel safe with you around." Looking at him grinning with his big white teeth, Jiang Yubai said with a smile, "Are you comfortable now?" "It's comfortable, so comfortable." Lu Jiwen wanted to quit other games and just play King of Glory in the future. After all, it feels so good to have a great player leading the way. Some were happy, some were sad. Here, Jean Boley sat on her bed in the dormitory holding her phone, angrily hammering the quilt next to her. "Oh, I lost again. Why is it so hard to become a king? They're all playing me, these crappy teammates." She silently complained about the dozen stars she had lost. It was already 2 stars short, and now it's even short of it. On the side, Su Qingxue was reading a book. When she heard the noise next to her, she pushed her silver glasses and said, "Lily, I advise you to give up this game. You've lost so many times, your hands don't hurt, but the quilt does." "Sister Qingxue, you have no idea how weird the teammates I met this afternoon are." For the straightforward Jean Boley, she couldn't help but speak out. Then he got off the bed, sat next to Su Qingxue and started to complain. There was a game that just started, and our Han Xin went AFK. He said he was just there to lose stars so that he could play ranked games with his girlfriend. It makes me, a support, have to go jungle with tears in my eyes. Isn't that infuriating? In another game, there was a young couple in our team. They started to have a quarrel while playing. In the end, they just gave up and started to curse at each other in the game. We were not idle either, and we watched the show. There are so many weird things. It's all tears if I talk too much about them. Jean Boley shook her head, lamenting her bad luck. After she finished complaining, she saw that Su Qingxue didn't react, so she simply snatched her book and started to complain crazily. "Sister Qingxue, what's so good about you holding this broken book every day? Aren't games more fun than reading books? We've been studying for so many years, haven't we read enough books? Come on, I'll teach you how to play the game. This game is very fun, I guarantee you'll like it." After saying that, Jean Boley picked up Su Qingxue's mobile phone and installed King of Glory on it. "Well, okay." Su Qingxue agreed to Jean Boley's enthusiastic invitation with some reluctance. In fact, her life was very simple. Apart from attending classes, she read books. She seemed to have no other hobbies. What's more, she had read the book in her hand many times, and she could recite what the next chapter was about. Su Qingxue thought that playing games might be a good way to kill time. In just a few minutes, the game was downloaded, and Jean Boley briefly and quickly explained the beginner's tutorial to Su Qingxue. It is worth mentioning that Su Qingxue is an excellent student with a good brain after all, and she quickly understood the essence of the game. After trying a few times, Jean Boley confidently asked Su Qingxue to play a match. She was ready to use her skills to invincible her in front of her. However, she never expected that she, a player who had played more than 10,000 games, would lose the MVP to a newbie like her. What a slap in the face. Jean Boley couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sister Qingxue, you are simply a monster." As expected, a good student like you has a brain that works faster than ordinary people. You learn things very quickly, almost catching up with the speed of a rocket. Forget it, I won't fight anymore and go to sleep. She had wanted to show off, but she didn't expect to be shown off by others. Jean Boley ran to the bed in annoyance, covered herself with the quilt and fell asleep. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was concentrating on studying the game on her phone. To be honest, this game is fun and can be played with friends, which is really good. On the other hand, Lu Jiwen tasted the sweetness and enthusiastically asked Jiang Yubai to team up to play. On the game team interface, he saw a very familiar avatar. At this moment, Jiang Yubai instantly thought of Su Qingxue. He widened his eyes in shock. Professor Su can actually play games? This is really unexpected. This game was a match, with no requirements for rank, so Jiang Yubai quickly pulled Su Qingxue into the game room. At that time, she was still wondering why she had entered a strange place. When she saw the two avatars next to her, she couldn't figure out who they were, and even felt that she didn't know each other.
She was able to get in entirely because of a mistake. Just now, a small box suddenly popped up on her game interface. Before she could see what it was, she accidentally touched it. She didn't expect this to happen.
Could it be that someone in my WeChat invited me?
It was she who invited herself when she was playing with Jean Bali just now.
At this stage, Su Qingxue could only guess like this.
When Jiang Yubai saw the beautiful professor walk into the room, he hurriedly urged Lu Jiwen beside him to click the start button. Fortunately, this game was very compatible with them, and they were successfully matched with other players in an instant. In this way, even if Professor Su wanted to leave, it would be impossible. Seeing that there was a new member in the team, and that she looked like a girl, Lu Jiwen came to Jiang Yubai and gossiped, "Brother Bai, who is this person you invited? How old is she this year?
Is she pretty? Do you have a photo? Let's take a look."
In response to Lu Jiwen's chatter, Jiang Yubai shook his head helplessly and warned, "Little kid, don't ask questions when there is nothing to do, or I won't play games with you."
"Oh, okay, brother, I'll shut up."
Lu Jiwen shut his mouth tactfully, but he was thinking to himself, "Based on my understanding of Brother Bai, he should be interested in this girl, otherwise, no matter how beautiful she is, he would not take her to play games." At this moment, he suddenly felt a little emotional. Alas, it's a pity not to pursue Professor Su. Su Qingxue is only Jiang Yubai's teacher, not a counselor, so not everyone has Professor Su's contact information. Only Jiang Yubai added her WeChat because he was the class representative, so it was normal that Lu Jiwen didn't know who the Shueyu avatar was. When it came to the hero selection interface, Jiang Yubai quickly sent a string of messages. "First floor, choose whatever you want to play, I'll take you flying." The person on the first floor was Su Qingxue, who had the lowest rank. The person on the fourth floor was Lu Jiwen, the person on the fifth floor was Jiang Yubai, and the other two people were randomly matched by the game. When Su Qingxue saw Jiang Yubei's words, she had some questions in her mind that she wanted to ask, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find where the message was sent, so she left it unanswered. She sighed and murmured, "Forget it, no matter who he is, let's talk about it after the game is over."
"But what does mean? Where are you flying to?"
Professor Su leads a simple life.
She seldom surfs the internet, so she doesn't quite understand some internet terms.
Watching the time pass by, Su Qingxue finally chose a hero she had just used, Hou. She just played with Hou, and the result was pretty good, winning the MVP of the game. Now that we have a shooter, others have chosen their favorite heroes, leaving only a support position. After Jiang Yubai scanned the area, he tapped his finger, selected a Yao and locked onto the hero. Accompanied by the familiar opening line, "Welcome to King of Pesticides, all troops attack." The game officially begins. When she arrived at the canyon, Su Qingxue had played in the bottom lane in the previous game, so she played in this game again. What she didn't expect was that this game was different from the previous one. She chose the confrontation lane this time, but she should have gone to the development lane.
The hero chosen by the second floor was Li Xin.
When he saw the shooter walking towards his route, he immediately started to scold him. "Shooter, do you know how to play? You should go to the top lane."
"I'm really convinced. Today is Sunday.
You're not some elementary school student who came here to play games without telling your parents." Although she hadn't quite figured out the game yet, Su Qingxue could clearly feel that the person who was speaking was targeting her.
Chapter 12. Fortunately it's you. Su Qingxue felt very sorry for her mistake.
She wanted to say some words of apology but didn't know how to send the message. Just when she was at a loss, a player of the game called Eat Meat Every Day stood up to speak for her.
Su Qingxue remembered this person.
She had met him when they were forming a team in the game. For some reason, she now felt that this avatar looked somewhat familiar.
Could it be that he was someone she knew?
Just now, Jiang Yubai was playing games, and then he saw someone mocking Su Qingxue on the screen. No matter what the goddess professor did was right or wrong, he would not allow others to say bad things about her. Seeing the other party's aggressiveness, Jiang Yubai was completely enraged. He fought back without any hesitation. "Just because you scored a poor grade of 03, you still have the nerve to blame others? If you have the ability, go look in the mirror first and see what kind of character you have. I think you are probably a food delivery driver, otherwise why would you be so good at giving yourself away? It's okay if your mind is empty, but you must make sure it doesn't get wet. See that MVP on the other side? You are simply a stepping stone to his success, like a second parent. Anyway, this. Eat meat every day." He firmly defended Su Qingxue and would not allow anyone to point fingers at her or speak ill of her. When Su Qingxue saw that someone was supporting her, she was deeply moved. At this moment, a figure emerged in her mind. She really hoped that it was him who protected her, and that person was Jiang Yubai. At the same time, Jiang Yubai's fingertips were rapidly tapping the keyboard, and soon the screen was filled with abusive words. Li Xian on the top lane was speechless and mentally broken by Jiang Yubai, so he simply gave up resistance, chose to hang up and quit the game. The lady playing the mid laner immediately became anxious when she saw that one of her team members was missing. She typed hurriedly, "How can we beat the opponent with 4 against 5? Let's not waste our energy. When the 3 minutes are up, just surrender." Hearing this, Lu Jiwen was so anxious that he shouted in the dormitory, "No, my star." You know, he had worked very hard to reach this level. If he dropped down so easily, it would be such a loss. Therefore, Lu Jiwen placed all his hopes on Jiang Yubai and said to him in an almost pleading tone, "Brother Bai, whether we can win this round depends entirely on you." Jiang Yubai stared at the phone screen calmly, his eyes revealing great confidence, and then responded lightly, "Don't worry, everything is under control, just follow my instructions." Soon, Jiang Yubai tagged Duanqiao Sanchu at Su Qingshui on the screen. He did not reveal Professor Su's identity, but called her by her game name and said, "Hoi, I will possess you later, you just need to follow me closely." After seeing these words, Su Qingshui nodded inwardly, and a few seconds later the two people in the game merged into one. Before long, the two of them were killing everyone, and they successfully recovered the economic advantage they had lost before. At this time, the teammates in the middle lane saw the situation turning around, so they naturally went all out and actively cooperated. As expected, the game was won. With the assistance of Jiang Yubai, Su Qingshui won the MVP of this game. I don't know if Li Xin's face would feel a sharp pain at this moment. After the game, Jiang Yubai said to Lu Jiwen, "Report Li Xin." He would not let go easily of those who bullied Professor Su. He would pluck the feathers of the passing geese. "Okay." Lu Jiwen answered happily. The woman who bullied Brother Bai was also his enemy. Moreover, his own star was almost lost, so he clicked on as many items as he could in the report. After finishing this exciting match, Lu Jiwen logged off the game. The competition just now was too thrilling and exciting. Fortunately, Jiang Yubai broke the last crystal and won. Otherwise, the game would not have ended so early. On the other side, Su Qingshui took a long time to come back to her senses from the game world. She was mainly amazed at the superb skills of eating meat every day. The rest was the thrilling and exciting experience brought by this game, which was addictive. When she arrived at the game hall, she saw that the person who had just spoken for her was still there, so she quickly compared it with her WeChat friends. It was not until this moment that Su Qingshui realized that the person who invited her to play games was actually her younger brother Jiang Yubai, but in just a moment he was offline. However, when Su Qingshui saw that it was him, she felt inexplicably happy. To confirm, she quickly opened the WeChat chat window with Jiang Yubai and sent a message, "Eat meat every day, is that you?" Ding ding. After playing games for a long time, Jiang Yubai was just about to close his eyes and take a break, but the mobile phone placed next to him suddenly rang a reminder sound. To be honest, he had a little selfish thought. He hoped that the message was sent by Professor Su. After all, the two of them had teamed up to fight a game against the odds. With curiosity and anticipation, he carefully opened his phone to check it, and sure enough, as he expected, it was a message from the goddess professor. After seeing the goddess question, Jiang Yubai generously admitted, "It's me." Then he continued, "I saw you were playing the game online, so I dragged you to play with me." After hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Su Qingshui felt warm in her heart. It might be because of the other party's unconditional tolerance towards her, or it might be because he was the person she had in mind. In short, she had a complicated emotion in her heart. After a moment she sent 2 words, "Thank you." Maybe because he was too tired from playing games, Jiang Yubai fell asleep with his phone in his arms, so he didn't reply to Professor Su's message later. At the same time, Su Qingshui was in a state of conflict when Jiang Yubai replied to her message. Should she muster up the courage to invite him to play games together? After all, it was not difficult to find from the game match just now that Jiang Yubai was an expert in the game. If I could get his guidance, my skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and then I would no longer be a burden to him. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from Jiang Yubai. Su Qingshui couldn't help but start to wonder, what is Jiang Yubai doing? Is he busy? Why didn't you reply to my message? I don't know if he is willing to teach me. Unconsciously, Su Qingshui's mind was full of Jiang Yubai's figure. Even she was a little surprised and didn't understand why she cared so much about this person recently.
Could it be that I have really gone mad? Or was it because of that night? Or was it just because I didn't get enough rest last night that I had this abnormal condition? Maybe, after I wake up, everything will return to normal. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yubai woke up in a daze. He looked at his phone and found that the goddess professor was talking to him. When I clicked on it, I found that the message was sent in the afternoon and there has been no more news since then. Staring at the dialog box, Jiang Yubai hesitated for a moment before sending a message to Su Qingxue. I just fell asleep, so there's no need to say thank you, it's too polite. On the other side, Su Qingxue lay on the bed and dozed off for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. The moment she heard her cell phone ringing, she immediately picked it up and saw the message Jiang Yubai sent her. After reading it, she breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he fell asleep. Chapter 13 Jiang Yubai accepts a disciple. At this time, Jiang Yubai sent another message with his fingers flying. Professor Su, do you want to play King of Glory? In order to have more interactions with Su Qingxue, he asked tentatively. However, deep down in his heart, Jiang Yubai did not hold much hope that Su Qingxue would agree to him. After all, given Professor Su's usual busy style, she probably felt that playing games would only waste time. Just when he gave up hope, Su Qingxue suddenly replied, "You are so good, can you teach me how to operate it?" She felt nervous when she asked this question, fearing that Jiang Yubai would not want to teach her because her level was too low and her skills were too poor. But who could have expected that when Jiang Yubai saw the news, he was so excited that he danced on the bed like a child. He couldn't wait to reply, "No problem, of course no problem. Go up." After entering the team formation interface, Jiang Yubai invited Su Qingxue without hesitation and clicked the button to start the game. While playing the game, he was operating while talking about what to pay attention to and what equipment to use. Su Qingxue has a good memory and she wrote down everything Jiang Yubai said. Just as Su Qingxue was immersed in that charming and magnetic voice, a voice came into her ears. She also knew this person. It was Lu Jiwen who had spoken for Jiang Yubai before. However, she couldn't remember his name. After all, she didn't care. When Lu Jiwen heard Jiang Yubai playing games, he got off the bed and said indignantly, "Brother Bai, you didn't even call me when you were playing games. Don't you think of me as a brother? Come on, add me in." Lu Jiwen said as he opened the King of Glory. With the great Jiang Yubai here, there is no need to worry about winning. At this moment, Jiang Yubai's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. "I can't take it with me." These few short words left no room for negotiation. He said in confusion, "Why is this? Brother Bai, are you going to abandon me now that you have a new partner?" Lu Jiwen put on a pitiful look and spoke in a dramatic manner. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yubai nodded and admitted without hesitation, "Yes, that's right, I have accepted an apprentice now and I am busy teaching her." Then he added, "So you should go and have fun by yourself." Hearing this, Lu Jiwen immediately revealed a gossipy expression and asked with a smile, "He, I guess it must be a beautiful female apprentice. I know this too well." Then he shook his head and sighed, "Oh, now I'm the only single guy left." Finally, he pretended to be pitiful to gain sympathy and said, "You two should just live together and be sweet and happy. I wish you a happy marriage and a baby soon." After saying that, Lu Jiwen returned to his bed in autism. Looking at Jiang Yubai flirting with the girl with a happy face, he suddenly said, "Brother Bai, I really feel insecure when you are not by my side." Su Qingxue heard the conversation between the two, and for some reason she felt a little embarrassed. However, before she could say anything, Jiang Yubai typed out an explanation, "Professor Su, don't take what we just said to heart. My roommate has no sense of propriety when speaking." Su Qingxue pretended to be calm and answered, "No. Come, I'll continue teaching you." After saying that, Jiang Yubai continued to teach. However, Su Qingxue was a little uneasy. She had an inexplicable idea in her mind, living together and flying together? It seems that there is nothing wrong with that. Time passed quickly. Even Lu Jiwen, the master of staying up late, went to bed, but Jiang Yubai and his team were still playing games. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to spend time with his goddess, so naturally he wouldn't suggest not playing games. As long as Professor Su wanted to play, he would be willing to accompany her even if it meant playing all night. Here, Su Qingxue was drowsy while playing games, and sometimes even dozed off. She would only wake up when she heard the kill prompt sound. It was late at night, and she couldn't bear it any longer, so she said to Jiang Yubai, "It's very late today, thank you for teaching me. I'll treat you to a meal someday as payment for teaching me." "You're welcome, Professor Su. This is what I should do." If you really want to thank me, let's go to the night market together tomorrow night.
After saying this, Professor Su did not respond.
Just when he thought Su Qingshua's silence meant rejection, Zhang Yubai heard her even breathing through the phone.
After hearing this, he smiled and murmured, so Professor Su fell asleep. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the scene that morning, and it was a bit regretful. I don't know what it feels like to sleep with Professor Su in my arms. The next day, Su Qingxue was sleeping, and Jean Boli came up to wake her up. Sister Qingxue, wake up, you have class in the morning.
Ha! She woke up drowsily after hearing the call.
She wanted to open her phone to check the time, but found that the phone could not be opened.
Su Qingxue squinted her eyes and asked, Lily, what time is it now? 7:40. It's over, we're going to miss it.
Su Qingxue threw back the quilt and hurriedly got up from the bed to wash. In a hurry, she picked out a piece of clothing at random and ran straight to the classroom.
Fortunately, she was not late. Chapter 14 Su Qingxue is acting as counselor. Today, Su Qingxue was wearing a black tight skirt.
The skirt was like an elf in the night, tightly wrapping her graceful figure. A black belt was wrapped around her waist, like a mysterious spell, perfectly outlining her slender waistline. She wore a pair of over-the-knee black boots, like a female warrior coming out of the darkness. Every step she took exuded unparalleled confidence and strength. Her overall outfit was like a profound and charming painting that made people fall in love with her. As soon as they arrived at the classroom, both male and female students couldn't help but exclaimed, wow, when they saw Su Qingxue.
Let the class begin.
Su Qingxue felt no emotion after hearing this, because she was used to it. She took out the textbook and started the class. Under the podium, Lu Jiwen suddenly seemed to have discovered something incredible. He stared straight ahead, then quickly turned his head, nudged Zhang Yubai's arm with his elbow, and moved closer to him, saying in a low voice, Brother Bai, look, Professor Su seems to have stayed up late last night.
Ha? How did you know?
Zhang Yubai's heart tightened when he heard this. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy found out that he played games with Professor Su until late at night last night? This shouldn't be the case. So he looked at Lu Jiwen with suspicion. Lu Jiwen showed a sly smile on his face, patted Zhang Yubai's shoulder gently, and said mysteriously, hey, don't be so nervous, I just saw it with my keen observation. Then, he raised his chin and pointed towards Su Qingxue on the podium, see? Professor Su's dark circles are not very obvious, but they can't escape my sharp eyes.
Oh, I see.
Hearing this, Zhang Yubai's heart finally settled down. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. He almost thought that his game with Professor Su was exposed. But then again, Lu Jiwen's eyes are really good. He can even see this. At this moment, Lu Jiwen suddenly grabbed his hand again, lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, hey? Brother Bai, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep last night? Zhang Yubai showed an awkward smile on his face, scratched his head and replied, that's right, I couldn't sleep last night, and I barely fell asleep in the second half of the night. In fact, he knew very well that he was busy playing games last night and had no time to sleep. Fortunately, Lu Jiwen did not continue to ask questions, otherwise he would have been exposed.
Su Qingxue was responsible for teaching Zhang Yubai's class throughout the morning.
During the break, she glanced at her mobile phone and then hurriedly left the classroom. In the dean's office, a man with curly hair like instant noodles was leisurely drinking tea from a thermos cup. When he saw Su Qingxue walk in, he immediately put down the cup and greeted her enthusiastically, Professor Su is here, please sit down, please sit down. Su Qingxue did not sit down, but walked straight to Yi Chunlai, looked at him with bright eyes, and asked, Dean He, what do you want to talk to me about? Seeing the other person's serious and solemn face, Yi Chunlai pushed his glasses, straightened his body and said, Zhang Xiangdong, the counselor of finance class 5, has already found another job to pursue a better future. After careful discussion and research by the college, it has been decided that you will temporarily take over his job and serve as the counselor of this class. Afraid that Su Qingxue would refuse, Yi Chunlai continued with reason and emotion, I know you only want to teach and don't want to deal with those messy things. At present, our college is indeed short of staff, and we can't find other suitable candidates for the time being, so I can only ask you to take over.
Don't worry, the temporary period won't be too long. We won't have to trouble you once we find the right person. You just have to work hard during this period.
Yi Chunlai then added earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, smiled awkwardly and explained, well, I have a meeting, so I'll leave first. Please do as you please. After that, Yi Chunlai left the office quickly, without giving Su Qingxue any chance to refuse. Watching the dean leaving, she shook her head helplessly and finally had to accept this fact.
Ring, ring, ring.
At that time, the bell for class rang, and Su Qingxue slowly walked into the classroom and stood on the podium. She stared at the students with a serious look and said, "Everyone, be quiet.
I will announce something next."
As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent. The students looked at the podium, waiting for Professor Su to continue speaking. "Your previous counselor has found another job, so I will take over temporarily now.
If you have any questions in the future, please contact me."
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom was in an uproar, and there was obvious excitement flashing in the boys' eyes. Someone even shouted happily, "Professor Su, please give us your contact information so that we can communicate with you in time in case of emergency." Su Qingxue nodded slightly to show her agreement, but she thought to herself, being a counselor is really a hassle. Then, she wrote a string of letters on the blackboard and turned to look at everyone and said, "This is my WeChat, you can add me later."
Okay, let's start the lecture now. Su Qingxue was indeed decisive and the change of scene was so fast.
Below the stage, Su Jiqian quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and urged the people around him, "Brothers, add him quickly.
This is Professor Su's WeChat. Many people want it but can't get it," he said proudly. "That's right, let's add her quickly. To be honest, I really want to see what the goddess professor posts on her moments. They won't be all beautiful selfies, will they?" Lu Jiwen thought with a crazy look on his face. Suddenly he nudged Jiang Yubai beside him and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, don't you want to pursue Professor Su? Now that we have her contact information, it will definitely work." However, facing Lu Jiwen's enthusiastic encouragement, Jiang Yubai's reaction was flat. He was so anxious that he whispered, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and add more." "Yeah." Jiang Yubai nodded perfunctorily. In fact, it was not that he didn't want to add her, but he had already added the goddess professor's WeChat. He wanted to tell everyone just now, but then he thought better of it, so as to avoid having to explain it. After entering the WeChat name, Su Qingxue's simple message appeared. After seeing her profile picture, Lu Jiwen showed a puzzled expression, "Huh? Why is Professor Su's profile picture similar to my mother's? It's actually a bunch of lotus flowers?" In comparison, Lu Jiwen's mother's WeChat profile picture has a lotus and the words "be content and happiness" on it, while Su Qingxue's is much simpler, with just a lonely bunch of lotus flowers. Hearing Lu Jiwen's words, Jiang Yubai, who had been buried in his head, suddenly raised his head, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Huh? Lotus? Chapter 15. What did the young lady say that made you so happy?" Jiang Yubai clearly remembered that Su Qingxue's WeChat profile picture was a pure white snowfield, but now it has turned into a gorgeous lotus flower. What is going on? Full of doubts, he hurriedly opened his mobile phone to find out what was going on. However, after repeated checks, he found that the profile picture had not changed at all. He was afraid that there would be a certain delay after changing the avatar, so Jiang Yubai clicked the screen several times in a row, but the avatar did not change. For this reason, he wondered in his heart, why is Professor Su's WeChat different from the one I chatted with? He didn't dare to think about it any further, for fear that the final answer would disappoint him. Jiang Yubai, feeling heavy-hearted, silently entered the WeChat ID Su Qingxue left on the blackboard on his mobile phone and sent a friend request. He, who was originally full of energy, suddenly became listless, like an eggplant hit by frost. At that time, on the podium, Su Qingxue couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yubai, seeing him poking his chin and closing his eyes as if he was in pain. Seeing this, she muttered to herself, could it be that he played games too late last night and got sick? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Oh, if I had known I wouldn't have played so late. As the get out of class was about to end, Su Qingxue looked at the whole class and said, I've given you homework today. Please give it to me next Monday. After that, she looked at Jiang Yubai again, class representative, come find me after class. Yeah. Jiang Yubai nodded. Not long after, the bell for the end of get out of class rang on time, and he followed Su Qingxue closely like a little follower. Suddenly, Professor Su, who was walking in front, asked for no apparent reason, are you sick? Huh? Jiang Yubai was startled when he heard that. He was completely stunned. He really couldn't understand why Su Qingxue asked that. Did he look like he was sick? If Lu Jiwen were here, he would nod without hesitation and say, it does look like she is sick, lovesick. Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Jiang Yubai's negative answer. She would really feel bad if he got sick because of playing games with her.
Arriving at the office, Su Qingxue handed the sorted homework to Zhang Yubai. At that time, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Zhang Yubai mustered up the courage to ask, "Professor Su, wasn't your WeChat a snowy area? How come it turned into lotus flowers?" After struggling for a long time, he finally asked what was on his mind, otherwise he would not be able to sleep or eat. Although he had mustered up great courage, he was still very afraid to hear the answer, fearing that all he would get was just an unrequited love. In fact, he didn't ask for much. He just hoped that Professor Su would have a little bit of favor towards him. Zhang Yubai believed that as long as the hoe was strong enough, he could definitely dig out this cold flower from her. At this moment, Su Qingxue, who was tidying up her desk, was stunned after hearing this question. No wonder Zhang Yubai seemed energetic and high-spirited at the beginning of the class, but became dejected and listless not long after. It turned out that it was all because of me. When she noticed that the boy in front of her was lowering his head and looked like he was worried about something, she felt inexplicably distressed. Is the younger brother worried about gains and losses? Su Qingxue looked at her and laughed. I like to separate work and life. I just gave you a WeChat account. I won't use it if I don't become your counselor. Ha! Can we play like this? After hearing this, Zhang Yubai's originally droopy little face instantly turned into a happy smile. He muttered to himself, "Great, great. This way, I am the only one who has Professor Su's contact information." The power of love is indeed extremely strong. Even if he were asked to run 10 laps in the playground at this moment, he probably wouldn't feel tired at all. Seeing Zhang Yubai so happy, Su Qingxue couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. This feeling of being cared for and cherished by someone wholeheartedly is so wonderful. At this moment, she made a bold decision. She quietly took out her mobile phone from her pocket, opened the WeChat interface, and set Zhang Yubai's chat window to the top. Zhang Yubai was so happy that he was at a loss. At this moment, a huge question mark suddenly appeared in his mind, so he asked shyly, "Professor Su, why do you use Lotus as your WeChat profile picture? This is very age-reflective." Ha! Hearing this, Su Qingxue frowned, puzzled. She really couldn't understand how a Lotus avatar could be linked to age? Seeing the bewildered look on his face, Zhang Yubai hurriedly explained, generally speaking, only older people would use lotus, peony, Buddha statues, etc. as their portraits. And as far as I know, the lotus ranks first among the avatars used by middle-aged and elderly people, but the lotus shape chosen by each person may be different, and some even have auspicious words added to it. Oh. Su Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. She couldn't help but sigh. It's true that you can learn as long as you live, but there's still 3 points that you haven't learned well. Su Qingxue looked at Zhang Jianyubai, who was still waiting for her explanation, and couldn't help but smile. The lotus flower avatar on my WeChat was a casual photo of my home. The lotus flowers grown at Professor Su's home are very nice. Zhang Yubai praised sincerely. He didn't expect Su Qingxue to explain to him the origin of the avatar so patiently. Does this mean that there is a special place for him in Professor Su's heart? It was just a casual compliment, but Su Qingxue smiled and said, "My lotus flowers are growing very well. You can come and see them when they bloom." Really? That's great, I'll definitely go. Being invited, especially by Su Qingxue, Zhang Yubai was as excited as a child. No words could describe his mood at the moment, so much so that after coming out of the office, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Afraid that everything that was happening before his eyes was an illusion, Zhang Yubai pinched the flesh on his arm hard. Only when he felt the real pain did he breathe a sigh of relief and reveal an ecstatic smile. The people are really happy today. Zhang Yubai had just walked out of the office 1 second when Jean Bully walked in the next. Seeing Su Qingxue sitting there alone and grinning non-stop, she couldn't help but waved in front of her eyes, and then asked puzzledly, "Sister Qingxue, what are you so happy about? Tell me so I can be happy too?" Su Qingxue raised the corners of her mouth and revealed a mysterious smile. The world is at peace. After saying that, she picked up her bag and went out. Jean Bully was confused. While she was still thinking, Su Qingxue was about to walk out the door. Seeing this, she hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Sister Qingxue, wait for me." After saying that, he hurriedly chased after him. It was not until the evening that Su Qingxue received the invitation through WeChat messages from her classmates. After seeing the message, Lu Jiwan excitedly said to Zhang Yubai, brother bye, Professor Su agreed. Take a quick look to see if I agree with you?" After saying that, he curiously opened Su Qingxue's circle of friends, but the selfie he imagined was gone, it was empty.
On this side, Jiang Yubai immediately opened WeChat to check, but there was no new message alert. I didn't agree. However, just after he finished saying this, Su Qingxue approved his application. The main reason was that there were too many classmates who wanted to add him as a friend, and she had to do it one by one, and Jiang Yubai happened to be the last one. On the other side, Su Qingxue was holding her phone, feeling a little conflicted. In the end, she opened Jiang Yubai's chat interface out of impulse and said, "You should still use that WeChat ID to contact me in the future." After typing this sentence, Su Qingxue took a deep breath and pressed the send button. Looking at the message she sent, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened a few beats, and at the same time she regretted being so impulsive. Soon, the news reached Jiang Yubai's mobile phone. After reading this passage, he was so excited that he almost jumped off the bed. Seeing his excitement, Lu Jiwen asked curiously, "Brother Bai, what did the young lady say that made you so happy?" Chapter 16 Professor Su, I'm sorry, I just let it go. After an intense game showdown last night, the two agreed to go to the nearby night market together today. Just now, Su Qingxue had just finished her teaching task for the day and couldn't wait to return to the dormitory to make full preparations. As the agreed time approached, she quickly picked up her backpack which had already been packed, said a simple goodbye to her roommate Jean Boli, and then went out happily. On weekdays, unless she had classes to attend, Su Qingxue almost never participated in any social activities, but in the past 2 days, she was acting out of character and going out frequently. Seeing this, Jean Boli couldn't help but wonder in her heart, could it be that Sister Qingxue is in love? I think that must be the case. Thinking of this, Jean Bali couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. I don't know which boy is so lucky. On the other side, Jiang Yubai arrived at the school gate early and waited. Suddenly, he sneezed unexpectedly. He rubbed his nose and didn't take it seriously. Just then, a familiar Porsche 718 drove slowly over, finally stopped in front of Jiang Yubai and rolled down the window. I only heard a cold voice from inside the car, "Get in the car." Jiang Yubai nodded with a smile on his face, then he opened the car door and got in with a swift movement. The night market that the two were about to go to was not too far from the school. If they drove there, it would only take about 20 minutes to reach the destination. When sitting in the car, in order to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, Jiang Yubai said with a smile on his face, "Professor Su, your car is really nice." After hearing this, Su Qingxue's mouth corners slightly raised, and responded, "You said it last time." "Oh? Really? Ha, that's such a coincidence." Jiang Yubai grinned, but at the same time felt a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two successfully arrived near the night market. At this moment, the surrounding area is bustling with people coming and going and cars flowing. However, due to the large flow of people and vehicles, the places where vehicles can be parked are relatively far away. Not long after getting off the car, Jiang Yubai suddenly noticed a young man riding a bicycle rushing towards them at a very fast speed. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Jiang Yubai was quick to reach out and grab Su Qingxue beside him, reminding her, "Professor Su, be careful." Just when she was still at a loss, she suddenly felt a pair of strong arms holding her tightly. Her body trembled violently, and her heartbeat accelerated instantly, rushing around like a frightened deer. When she raised her head and met those deep eyes, Su Qingxue's little face immediately turned red, as tempting as a ripe apple. Thank you," she stammered, her voice so soft that only she could hear it. Jiang Yubai smiled slightly, and that smile was as warm as a spring breeze. Then, he quickly moved to Su Qingxue's left side, as if silently telling her, "No matter what danger happens, I will always be by your side." At this moment, the sky has not yet completely darkened, and the streets are already lined with various stalls, and the night market is already bustling with people. Su Qingxue has never been to such places since she was a child. If she wants to eat some snacks, she usually invites everyone to her home, sets up a small stall and enjoys them. However, it was the first time for her to rush to buy food with others in a crowded crowd like today. At this moment, Jiang Yubai pointed to a stall excitedly and shouted to Su Qingxue, "Professor Su, the roasted cold noodles there are really delicious, you must try it." Then he urged, "We have to go there quickly, otherwise if we go too late, it will be gone." Before she finished her words, "Hey!" Su Qingxue was about to respond, but was caught off guard by Jiang Yubai, who grabbed her hand and rushed straight into the surging crowd. In the blink of an eye, the two were almost separated by the bustling crowd. After finally arriving at the stall, Jiang Yubai couldn't wait to order 2 super deluxe servings of grilled cold noodles from the boss. At the same time, he noticed that Su Qingxue's palms were slightly sweaty, so he quickly let go of her hand and explained apologetically, "There are too many people, I'm afraid I'll get lost with you." Su Qingxue responded in a cold tone, but in fact she was already in a panic.
The series of intimate actions just now made her feel difficult to calm down for a long time. The boss was a kind-hearted and hospitable person. Seeing Su Qingshue's face flushed so much, he hurriedly handed her a piece of tissue and said with concern, "Little girl, wipe your sweat quickly, don't get heat stroke."
Ah.
Su Qingxue took the toilet paper somewhat at a loss, then nodded to express her gratitude. Although the weather was indeed a bit hot, she knew clearly that the heat on her face was not caused by the high temperature. Worried that Zhang Yubai might notice something unusual, she pretended to be calm and wiped her cheek with a tissue, but the blush on her cheek did not fade at all.
Witnessing this scene, the lady boss couldn't help but think to herself, "This little girl is really afraid of heat."
After waiting for a while, the grilled cold noodles specially for them were finally ready. Zhang Yubai skillfully took Su Qingshue's soft little hand and led her through the bustling crowd. After coming out, when he saw Professor Su staring at him, Zhang Yubai suddenly came to his senses and realized that he was still holding Su Qingshue's hand tightly, so he quickly let go and apologized. "Professor Su, I'm sorry, I just let it go." Then he quickly changed the subject and said, "This grilled cold noodles must be eaten while it's still steaming hot. Come and try it and see how it tastes." Under Zhang Yubai's expectant gaze, Su Qingxue picked up a few slices with chopsticks and put them into her mouth. After chewing and savoring them carefully, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then, she ate several more bites in succession. Seeing that the delicious dishes he recommended were loved by Professor Su, Zhang Yubai's heart was filled with joy. He stared at Su Qingxue quietly, with an unstoppable smile on his lips. However, this deluxe version of grilled cold noodles was only a small bowl, and Su Qingxue finished it in no time. She saw Zhang Yubai looking at her, so she subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth, then smiled and asked, "Well, this snack is good. Are there any other delicious snacks here?" In fact, Su Qingxue had tried grilled cold noodles before, but she always felt that it was not as delicious as this one. At this moment, she seemed to have opened a door to the world of gourmet food. As long as the food tasted good, she was full of interest and anticipation. Hearing Su Qingshue's question, Zhang Yubai seemed very excited. He threw the paper box of food in his hand into a nearby trash can, then held Su Qingshue's hand tightly, and couldn't wait to take her to the snack street. This time, the two of them returned with a full load. They not only bought fragrant octopus balls, wolf tooth potatoes with a unique taste, sweet and rich cheese corn, but also delicious and refreshing duck blood vermicelli soup and many other delicacies. Opposite the snack street is a park with a beautiful environment. Perhaps because they bought too much food, the two of them simply sat down on a bench in the park and began to enjoy these delicious dishes. Su Qingxue said nothing after tasting each one, because they were all so delicious. She even felt like she had lived in vain all these years to only be able to eat these delicacies. For Zhang Yubai, watching Professor Su eat is a real enjoyment. After eating and drinking, the two sat on a bench together. The night sky was full of twinkling stars. Su Qingxue looked up at the sky, feeling extremely happy. Today was the happiest day she had had in recent times because she experienced a beauty she had never experienced before. When she turned her gaze to Zhang Yubai beside her, Su Qingxue raised the corners of her mouth in a beautiful arc. "Zhang Yubai, thank you." Chapter 17 Red Roses, 1 by 1. Don't be polite. To be honest, you were the one who accompanied me out today, so I should thank you. Zhang Yubai said while gently rubbing his head with a silly smile on his face. At this moment, Su Qingxue, who was standing in front of Zhang Yubai, changed her previous aloof and unapproachable image and became very approachable. She felt warm in her heart and hoped that time would pass more slowly. She wanted to enjoy the present and the moments with him. It's strange to say, but when she is with Zhang Yubai, she always feels relaxed and comfortable, and her mood becomes extremely happy and comfortable. This wonderful feeling has never been experienced before, as if she can only experience it when she is with him. Suddenly, a question popped up in Su Qingshue's mind. If she didn't ask it clearly, she would probably feel very uncomfortable. So, she looked straight into Zhang Yubai's eyes without hesitation and asked, "Zhang Yubai, are you pestering me because of that night?" Faced with Su Qingshue's sudden question, Zhang Yubai did not choose to hide or evade, but gave a frank answer. "Yes, it's because of that night. If it weren't for that night, I might not have found a suitable reason to continue to pester you." Although this answer was not exactly what Su Qingshuе expected, it was full of sincerity and made her quite satisfied. At this moment, a cute little girl with a ponytail and a bright red dress came to Zhang Yubai with flowers in her hands and a bright smile on her face. She blinked her big, lively eyes and said crisply, "Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful, hurry up and buy a bouquet of flowers for this beautiful sister." Perhaps because the little girl called him brother, or perhaps because the little girl called Su Qingxue girlfriend, Jiang Yubai was in an especially good mood and bought all the flowers without saying a word. Before leaving, the little girl playfully sent them her blessing. "Brother, I wish you and your beautiful sister love each other forever."
"Thank you, little sister."
Jiang Yubai smiled and waved goodbye to the little girl, while Su Qingxue, who was standing beside him, blushed and her cheeks became hot. When they were alone, Jiang Yubai handed the flowers he had just bought to Su Qingxue without hesitation, and said gently, "Professor Su, these flowers are for you. Don't take what the little girl said just now to heart." Although Jiang Yubai really hoped that the little girl would say that, Professor Su did not agree to be his girlfriend, so he still needed to explain. Su Qingxue waved her hands and pretended to be indifferent. "It's okay, but thank you for the flowers." Su Qingxue took the flowers and held them tightly in her arms, as if she was holding a treasure. The journey back was extremely fast, and it seemed like just a blink of an eye before we arrived at the school gate. Everything was just like before. Jiang Yubai was once again. "Drive away." He got off the car, but his face was still full of smiles, and his heart was filled with sweet happiness. Just after taking a few steps, Jiang Yubai's shoulder was suddenly tapped lightly, and then that familiar voice came into his ears.
"Brother Bai, where have you been? Why are you back so late?"
It turned out to be Zhao Pengfei, who had just returned from his part-time job. He had just got off the bus and saw Jiang Yubai at a glance.
Zhao Pengfei looked honest and simple, with slightly dark skin.
Probably because of long-term physical labor, his body was very strong and sturdy. Seeing that the person coming was his roommate, Jiang Yubai responded casually.
"Well, I went to the night market." "Oh, you went with a girl?"
Zhao Pengfei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a half-smile, and his thick eyebrows were also slightly raised, revealing a bit of cunning and teasing. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai was startled and wondered in his heart, how did they know that he was going out with a girl?
Was it because he was too obvious, or was it because he felt guilty deep down?
Fearing that Zhao Pengfei would continue to ask questions, Jiang Yubai quickly reached out his hand and tightly grasped the other's arm. He also quickened his pace and urged, "Let's go quickly.
It's getting late and the school is about to close." Zhao Pengfei saw through everything but didn't say anything, so he walked quickly. If others didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. He just focused on making money.
On the other side, Su Qingxue skillfully controlled the steering wheel and parked the car steadily downstairs of the teacher's apartment building. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the passenger door and prepared to take out the flowers. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind her.
"Hey, Sister Qingxue." The sudden shout made Su Qingxue tremble all over.
The light around her was dim at the moment, and Jean Bali's high decibel scream really scared her. Su Qingxue calmed down, walked out of the car holding the flowers, and said to Jean Bali helplessly,
"Lily, why are you coming out again in the middle of the night to scare people?"
Jean Bali did not respond to Su Qingxue's words, but cast her eyes on the bouquet of roses in her hand that was already slightly withered. Suddenly, she showed a curious and gossipy expression on her face and asked,
"Sister Qingxue, who gave you these flowers?" "Oh, it's still red roses, huh? But why are there only one rose?" She wondered to herself, aren't roses usually given as a whole bunch? Su Qingxue was actually mentally prepared for Jean Bali's questioning.
She knew very well that as long as she brought the flowers home, Jean Bali would definitely ask her until she got to the bottom of it. As expected, the scene before her just confirmed her previous thoughts. She was seen holding a large bouquet of roses, slowly walking up the stairs, mumbling nonchalantly, "On my way back, I saw a little girl selling flowers, and I bought all of them because she was cute."
Jean Bali frowned suspiciously and asked, "Huh? Is that true?"
She stared at Su Qingxue's face, trying to catch a hint of something strange in her expression.
However, Su Qingxue appeared unusually calm, without any flaws.
After returning to the apartment, Su Qingxue carefully unwrapped the flowers, then picked up the scissors, carefully cut the roots of each rose, and cut out a beautiful slant. After all the flowers were trimmed, she gently placed them in an exquisite vase. After finishing this, Su Qingxue turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. After watching her smooth operation, Jean Bali looked at the vase of blooming roses in front of her and wondered in her heart, is this still the strict and rigid Professor Su that I know? At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person, exuding an indescribable gentleness and romance.
Chapter 18 Good morning.
In recent days, Jean Bali always felt that Su Qingxue was a little strange. This change aroused her strong curiosity. After all, for this girl who was famous for her gossip, no clues can escape her sharp eyes. The next morning, when it was still light, Su Qingxue went out early at 5:30. After hearing the sound of the door closing gently, Jean Boley struggled to wake herself up from her sleepiness, quickly put on her clothes, and followed her out on tiptoe. You know, when there are no classes scheduled, Jean Boley will stay in bed until the class is almost approaching and then get up slowly. But today, in order to satisfy her curiosity, it is really difficult for her. She had two big panda eyes and followed Su Qingxue carefully. After chasing all the way, we finally arrived at the school playground. At this moment, there were already quite a few people on the playground, and many of them were running. Seeing this scene, Jean Boley was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She muttered to herself, "Don't these people need to sleep? Why do they get up so early?" She was afraid of losing her, and was even more worried that someone might have made an appointment with Su Qingxue to exercise together. At this point, Jean Boley had no choice but to grit her teeth, harden her teeth, and run slowly behind Su Qingxue. In fact, from the moment she stepped out of the apartment, Su Qingxue realized that someone was following her. So, when she came to the playground to stretch her muscles, she turned around suddenly, and as expected, she saw Jean Boley hiding in the corner and spying on her secretly. Looking at her shifty look, Su Qingxue couldn't help but wonder, why does Lily look so guilty, afraid of being seen by me? Although she was full of doubts in her heart, she did not show it, but pretended to be ignorant and continued to run forward. Just like that, Su Qingxue successfully completed the 5,000-meter long distance run and returned to the apartment. On the other hand, Jean Boley had already collapsed on the ground due to physical exhaustion, and collapsed on the grass beside her like mud. She opened her mouth and gasped for breath, sweat dripping all over the ground like raindrops. She longed for a glass of cool and refreshing water at this moment. When she raised her eyes to look, Su Qingxue had disappeared without a trace. After being busy for a whole morning, not only did she not find any clues, but she also made herself exhausted and tired. Jean Boley couldn't help but curse in her heart. She lay on the grass for more than 10 minutes before she regained some strength. But when she tried to stand up, her legs trembled violently and involuntarily, as if they no longer belonged to her. After this intense exercise, the unbearable pain made her want to laugh but also wanted to cry. Afterwards, Jean Boley walked slowly and with difficulty from the playground back to the apartment. Although the distance was only a few hundred meters, it seemed so long and out of reach to her at this moment. The pain is only slightly relieved when walking with legs slightly bent and back slightly hunched. However, the pain becomes unbearable if you exert the slightest force. Finally, Jean Boley used all her strength to return to the dormitory door. After pushing it open, she collapsed on the bed as if relieved. At this moment, she didn't want to move at all. She just wanted to play the role of a turtle and lie there quietly. To be honest, she even felt that being a turtle was quite pleasant and cozy. After all, she only had to lie down lazily without any worries. Su Qingxue actually knew exactly what Jean Boley was doing so early in the morning, but she still pretended not to know and asked with a suppressed smile, "Lily, what's going on with you? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look." After saying that, she pinched Jean Boley's thigh, and she cried out in pain. "Sister Qingxue, it hurts so much. Please don't touch my legs again." Jean Boley was so scared that she quickly moved her body into the bed, and at the same time quickly raised her legs to try to block Su Qingxue's claws that might attack again. Seeing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to herself, "Humph, let's see if you dare to follow me again in the future." However, at this moment, Jean Boley felt like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, and she had no way of saying it. After all, she was the one who followed others secretly first. Moreover, this matter must not be made clear, otherwise, once it was leaked, it would certainly arouse the other party's high vigilance. Helpless, Jean Boley had to admit that she was unlucky and swallow all the pain. Su Qingxue quickly packed her personal belongings and went to the classroom to prepare for class because she had an early class today. At this moment, the first thing Jiang Yubai did after waking up was to grab his mobile phone and open the chat window with the goddess professor. He quickly edited a message and sent it out. At this moment, when other students were concentrating on solving the problem, Su Qingxue's mobile phone suddenly received a notification sound. She looked down and found that it was a greeting from Jiang Yubai, "Good morning." Seeing this message, Su Qingxue couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile, and then she simply replied with one word, "Good morning." When Jiang Yubai saw that Su Qingxue actually responded to him, he suddenly felt joy in his heart and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. At the same time, the door of the dormitory was pushed open and Zhao Pengfei walked in carrying a few plastic bags. In the morning, he worked part-time in the school cafeteria. He worked for 2 hours and was given a meal and 10 yuan. This was a good part-time job for him considering his family's poor financial situation. As long as he doesn't have a class in the first period in the morning, he will unhesitatingly take on the arduous yet glorious task of bringing breakfast to his roommates. Whenever they heard the familiar words "dinner is ready," Lu Jiwen and a few others would immediately jump up from their beds as if it were a conditioned reflex. At this time, Lu Jiwen looked at Zhao Pengfei with gratitude and said, "Fei, if you hadn't been here for these 4 years in college, I'm afraid we would have all gone hungry. It's great to have you." Seeing Lu Jiwen's eyes closed and his face full of intoxication, Zhao Pengfei couldn't help but shudder and muttered, "So corny, I can't stand it." Before he finished speaking, a burst of laughter was heard, he, and the other people seemed to have already gotten out of bed impatiently to feast on the food. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, Zhao Pengfei suddenly seemed to remember something important. He raised his head and looked at everyone and said, "Brothers, hurry up, there is a King of Pesticides competition today. We have to get to the activity room before 9 o'clock to draw numbers." It turned out that this King of Pesticides competition was an event organized by Zhao Pengfei's club. It was open to all classes and colleges, but participants were required to be in groups of 5. If you get good results in the top 3, you will get extra credits. The first place team will get 10 points, the second place team will get 7 points, and the third place team will get 5 points. Do not underestimate these credits. Even if you are just 1 point short, you may not be able to graduate successfully. Because of this, the number of teams registering for the competition is extremely large, and everyone is eager to win those crucial 10 points. Hearing this, Su Jiqiang quickly patted Zhang Yubai on the shoulder and said flatteringly, "Brother Bai, whether we can win today depends entirely on you." At the same time, Lu Jiwen on the side was very excited and continued, "If we are lucky enough to win the championship, I will treat you all to go fishing at the bottom of the river together, and we must not return until we are drunk." "Hey, Brother Bai, you have to go all out for our brothers." Zhang Yubai smiled helplessly and nodded. After all, it was a difficult task to lead the entire team to victory by one's own strength. Except for Lu Jiwen, who had reached the king rank with the help of Zhang Yubai, the other 2 team members were still at the Star Glory stage. The other one was from the dormitory next door and had average technical skills, only a diamond rank. Otherwise, he would not have formed a team with them. After everyone had packed up, Lu Jiwen went next door to call another person, but unexpectedly, the other person was shopping with his girlfriend. Where can we find a substitute at this critical moment? Zhao Pengfei and his companions were extremely angry when they learned about this. It was really a case of forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. At this time, Zhang Yubai stepped out to comfort everyone and said, "Let's go to the activity room first to see if there is anyone left alone. It's no use worrying about these things now." "Yes, Brother Bai is right." Lu Jiwen and others nodded, and then all the people in dormitory 206 went out and headed for the activity room. Before we even reached the activity room, there were already a lot of people gathered at the door. They were all here to participate in the King of Glory competition, and everyone came for the credits. At this time, after Zhao Pengfei signed in, he came to the door and said to everyone, "We are the 24th team, and we will play against the 23rd team. Just now when I was passing by, I overheard that there was a team that was all champions. It will be difficult for us to win the championship. Oh. Let's try our best." Su Jiqiang sighed and said, what he feared most now was that there were not enough people to even play the game. At this time, Lu Jiwen came to the side of several people with a worried look on his face. "I just asked, and there are no extra people. What should I do?" Chapter 19, Su Qingxue saves the day. In this emergency moment, if you want to ask someone for help, unless it is a very good or close friend, it is another matter whether the other party agrees or not. And even if the other party agrees, you have to have time, otherwise everything is empty talk. Seeing that the competition was about to begin, if there were not enough people, they would have to forfeit automatically. Just when everyone felt desperate, Zhang Yubai suddenly had an idea and thought of Su Qingxue. He immediately opened the chat window with Professor Su and quickly sent a message, "Professor Su, help us, we need you to team up with us and play the King of Glory game. Please, please, please." With 5 minutes left before the end of get out of class, Su Qingxue saw a pop-up message and found out it was from Zhang Yubai. After reading the message, she couldn't help but frown and replied with a little worry, "I haven't played this game for a long time, will I be a burden to you?" "No, I'm here. Your emergency assistance is the biggest help to us." Zhang Yubai replied seriously. After all, in the current situation, it is already very good that someone is willing to come and help, and in his eyes, this goddess is just not skilled enough. As long as she is given some time to practice and grow, she will definitely become a leader among masters in the future. Since Jiang Yubai had said so, as her acting counselor, he naturally felt embarrassed to refuse the request, so he immediately asked, "When does the competition start?" "It's about to start, about 5 minutes left." Jiang Yubai looked down at his watch and replied quickly. After receiving the message, Su Qingxue immediately sent an OK gesture emoticon. There were only 3 minutes left before the end of get out of class. She looked up at the students who were working on their homework and said softly, "Keep doing your homework. After class, the class representative will collect the homework and send it to my desk." "Okay, teacher." The students responded in unison. "Then I'll excuse myself first." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingxue quickly picked up her bag, walked out of the classroom quickly, and then ran straight towards the activity room. At the last moment, she appeared in front of Jiang Yubai and others like a savior, wearing black high-heeled shoes with red soles. When Lu Jiwen saw Su Qingxue, he was stunned. He walked up to her with a smile on his face and said, "Professor Su, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the game too?" Su Qingxue had some impression of this person, but it was not a deep one. She just glanced at Lu Jiwen indifferently, then turned her gaze to Jiang Yubai and asked, "I am not too late, am I?" Hearing this, Jiang Yubai felt a warm current in his heart. He smiled brightly like the sun and replied, "It's not too late, it's just right." At this moment, all the participating teams began to enter the lecture hall to prepare for the competition. Su Qingxue walked in front with big strides, exuding a cold and inviolable aura that made people around her dare not approach easily. At the same time, several other people hugged Jiang Yubai and whispered in his ear, "Did you find Professor Su? That's awesome, brother. I didn't expect you to be so capable that you could even take down Professor Su. Whether we win or not, our team is definitely the brightest one in the whole field today." Their voices were full of admiration and envy. Jiang Yubai smiled slightly and gestured, "Hush. Let's catch up quickly." When they entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were drawn to their team as if attracted by a magnet. And the person at the intersection of these countless gazes was Su Qingxue. When the legendary goddess professor appeared in front of everyone, the audience suddenly exploded, with all kinds of voices rising one after another. Some people exclaimed with admiration, "Wow, is that person really the cold Professor Su Qingxue? She is the goddess that all the men in the school dream of." Others murmured with envy, "Who is with them? The goddess actually participated in the competition with them." Some people were so excited that they almost screamed, "Ugh, I really want to be in the same team with the goddess. Even if I am beaten to a pulp by the goddess, I am willing." Similar discussions were heard everywhere and the whole scene was very lively. However, not only the students were shocked, even Zhang Shunlong, the teacher in charge of club work, was dumbfounded. He knew very well that he had pursued Su Qingxue passionately in the past, and most people in the school knew about it. Now seeing Su Qingxue standing side by side with another man, for some reason, he felt that the two of them were a perfect match. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions. Zhao Pengfei was shocked to see that he was still here. He lowered his voice and whispered to Jiang Yubai beside him, "Brother Bai, this teacher is one of Su Qingxue's many suitors. You have to be careful, what if he still has evil intentions?" After hearing this, Jiang Yubai nodded to show that he understood, while staring at the man with a slightly wary look. When several people passed by him, Zhang Shunlong looked at Su Qingxue with a smile on his face and said in a very gentle tone, "Teacher Su, why did you come here without telling me in advance so that I could make some preparations?" However, after hearing this, Su Qingxue frowned, because in her eyes she didn't know the man in front of her at all. So she asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Seeing this, Zhang Shunlong was a little embarrassed, but he still introduced himself, "I am Zhang Shunlong who was in charge of the club's work. We can add each other's contact information so that it will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future." Su Qingxue replied expressionlessly, "I didn't bring my cell phone." After that, she walked around Zhang Shunlong and went to an open space and sat down. Then, Jiang Yubai and others also sat down beside her one after another. When the classmates heard this, they covered their mouths with their hands and laughed secretly. They all knew very well that not bringing a cell phone was just an excuse, and in fact, the other person didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. Being rejected so bluntly by the beautiful professor, Zhang Shunlong's face became a little embarrassed, and then he walked aside and sat down silently. Everyone has arrived on time, and the teams have completed the grouping arrangements according to the established rules and procedures. There are a total of 48 teams participating in the competition. After the first round of eliminations, only 24 teams were able to successfully advance.
Following Zhang Xuanlong's command, all contestants quickly entered the game interface and concentrated on the fierce competition. Chapter 20. Don't offend girls easily, especially pretty girls. Su Qingxue was not familiar with other heroes, but the character she used most often was Hou Yi, so she chose him in the game. She was fighting against Xiao Luban, who was jumping and making ta-ta-ta-ta sounds. The shooter was controlled by a boy. When he was hit by Su Qingxue, he covered his chest and said intoxicatedly, "It feels so wonderful to be hit by the goddess professor. I really want to come a few more times." However, just as he finished speaking, he successfully got a kill with his skillful techniques, and this kill was Hou Yi Su Qingxue. When he found out that he had killed the goddess, he immediately explained in panic, "Professor Su, I'm really sorry, this was a complete operational error, an operational error." After hearing these words, Su Qingxue did not respond. Instead, she said to her teammates with full of apology, "I'm sorry, I'm dead." "Am I holding you back?" "Absolutely not, Professor Su, please don't think like that." Hearing this, Jiang Yubai hurriedly comforted her. He didn't want the goddess professor to feel guilty. Knowing that it was the opponent's Xiao Luban who killed the goddess professor, he said to everyone, "Brothers, let's target Xiao Luban in this game. Who dared to bully our goddess professor? Hee, brother, bye, just wait and see. We will make sure she never returns." Several people were ready to fight, rolling up their sleeves. Bullying Professor Su would be bullying them, and they must get back at her. When Su Qingxue saw that everyone supported her, she was very touched. She realized that it felt so good to be protected by others. In the following games, everyone would beat up Xiao Luban whenever they saw him. He was walking along the river just fine, but suddenly a few big men emerged from the bushes and beat him up in an instant, causing him to doubt his life. This person was sitting opposite Jiang Yubai and the others. Seeing this, he quickly begged for mercy, "Brothers, I was wrong. Please stop targeting me." Just now, Xiao Hodun hit Professor Su with his boat. He wanted his teammates to help disperse the firepower so that he wouldn't have to be beaten so badly. However, the person playing Xiao Hodun didn't want to feel taken care of by several people in turn, so he quickly defended himself. "I just bumped into him, but Lu Ben got a kill from Professor Su, you guys should just continue to beat him up." Jiang Yubai and his men didn't care about all that. If they wanted revenge, they had to do it thoroughly. So, in the following time, Xiao Luban became their main target of attention, followed by Xiao Hodun. As soon as they saw Xiao Luban and the other two appear, Jiang Yubai and his men would rush up without hesitation and beat them up. Poor Xiao Luban and his companion were beaten so badly that they had no power to fight back. They could only beg for mercy from the other side, but it was of no use. Jiang Yubai and his companions had already made up their minds to make the two men pay the price. With the lessons learned from these two people, the remaining three people did not dare to attack Su Qingxue, for fear of suffering a devastating blow. When they met the goddess professor in the game, they ran away immediately, just like a mouse seeing a cat. In this way, under the crazy targeting of Jiang Yubai and his team, the opponent's gaming experience was extremely bad. In the end, the game ended with the victory of Jiang Yubai and his team, and Xiao Luban was undoubtedly the biggest loser of the game. However, after this incident, Jiang Yubai and the others also understood a truth: never offend girls easily, especially beautiful girls like Su Qingxue, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. After the game, Lu Jiwen was so excited that his face turned red, and he said with a trembling voice, "Awesome. This game was so exciting." Then, he grabbed Jiang Yubai's arm, his eyes full of admiration, and he kept muttering, "Brother Bai, you are simply a god in my heart. From now on, I am willing to follow you until death. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Hee, please accept me as your little brother." Hearing these words, Jiang Yubai's face instantly turned red, and he was so embarrassed that he seemed like he could squeeze out a 3-bedroom apartment. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's others who will be embarrassed. Looking at the group of boys playing and fighting in front of her, Su Qingxue couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth slightly. Boys' happiness is really simple. As time went by, all the games ended one after another, and the 24 winning teams finally surfaced. The next match began immediately. First, the 24 teams were selected into 12, and then 6 winning teams were selected from the top 12. Finally, these 6 teams competed for the top 3 places. As a team competition game, cooperation and tacit understanding between teammates are crucial in King of Glory. Although most of the players in Jiang Yubai's team are not of high rank, they have a common advantage: obey orders and never act rashly, especially the tacit cooperation between him and Su Qingxue, which makes the whole team more powerful. Along the way, they overcame all obstacles and successfully entered the top 6.
For them, this is already a very outstanding result, but after winning the competition, no matter what the final ranking is, they can get certain credit rewards, which is undoubtedly a huge motivation. After just 10 minutes of rest, the competition for the championship, runner-up and third place officially kicked off. Under the leadership of Jiang Yubai, the whole team was unstoppable and quickly attacked the opponent's high ground. When the last trace of health was shattered, Zhao Pengfei and others jumped up from their seats excitedly.
Oh hoo! We won! We really won! It was not easy.
My heart rate almost went off the charts.
Fortunately, we won in the end. Awesome, brothers, no matter if we win or not, let's celebrate by fishing in the river tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk. Lu Jiwen and others cheered, and Su Qingxue was really happy for them when she saw this.
Cheers rose one after another, echoing over the stadium. This hard-earned victory was not only a proof of their strength, but also the best reward for their unity and tacit cooperation. If it weren't for Professor Su's help, they would never have been able to get the top 3 in this competition.
Adhering to the principle of repaying kindness, Lu Jiwen came to Su Qingxue and sincerely invited her, "Professor Su, please have dinner with us tonight. We are all very grateful for your help at the critical moment."
However, Su Qingxue just smiled and waved her hand to refuse. "No need, you can go.
Have fun." Since Professor Su had already said so, Lu Jiwen had nothing more to say.
In fact, he had originally wanted to create some opportunities for his good brother, but now it seemed that it was a waste of effort. Jiang Yubai heard clearly the conversation between the two people just now. To be honest, he was looking forward to Professor Su going to the dinner with them. When he heard that he was rejected, he was visibly disappointed. Su Qingxue, who was standing by, was very sensitive to Jiang Yubai's hurt heart. She didn't know why, but she blurted out an explanation: "We have a meeting tonight, so we can't go. Also, I don't like socializing, especially with people I don't know well." Chapter 21. Sorry, Professor Su, I didn't hold it tightly. After hearing these words, Jiang Yubai's originally gloomy expression instantly became bright, and a smile was clearly visible on his face. He was secretly moved in his heart. Could it be that the goddess professor said this specifically to explain it to me? He suddenly felt particularly happy. Jiang Yubai even began to have wild thoughts. Could it be that the goddess professor only wants to be with me? After a moment, he touched his head and said to Su Qingxue with a smile, "Well, then I will invite Professor Su to dinner on behalf of our dormitory some other day.
Please be sure to come then."
He made the invitation cautiously, and did not expect that Professor Su would agree so readily.
Okay.
After Su Qingxue agreed, her heart was beating fast. It was just a meal together, so why was she looking forward to it? The break time is over soon, and the final championship competition will begin. Since there are only 3 teams left, the final result will be decided by drawing lots. The team that draws the red label will not need to participate in the competition and will directly win the runner-up. The 2 teams that did not draw the red label will need to have a fierce competition to determine who will become the champion and who can only be the 3rd place. Now the game has officially started, and the opponent that appears on the screen is actually the team that Lu Jiwen encountered before, whose members are all king level. This team really came with bad intentions. Every member of their team possesses super strong strength.
It is definitely not an easy task to win this game.
After everyone has chosen the hero they are good at, they entered the game interface together.
Under Jiang Yubai's careful teaching, Su Qingxue's operations became more and more proficient.
All the team members acted closely around Jiang Yubai, the core figure.
As long as Jiang Yubai gave an order, everyone would execute it without hesitation, and the cooperation between them was seamless.
However, looking at the opposing team, which was composed entirely of kings, since the players were generally at a high level, everyone had his or her own unique playing style and control over the rhythm of the game. Therefore, when someone tried to give orders, others would simply ignore him or her. As a result, the entire team was like a pile of loose sand, with no cohesion at all, and could only be defeated.
At this moment, the quick-eyed and quick-handed Jiang Yubai keenly perceived the enemy's weakness.
He acted decisively and commanded his teammates to rush forward and launched the final general offensive. Finally, after a hard and arduous battle, Jiang Yubai successfully led the team to win this hard-earned victory. After hearing the voice prompt sound of the game being successful, Lu Jiwen was still immersed in the joy of victory and could not come back to his senses. He widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief, "We really won?" To be honest, he felt like he was in a dream at this moment and couldn't believe what was happening. Then, he couldn't help but hug Jiang Yubai tightly, shouting excitedly, "Oh yeah! This game is so exciting and enjoyable.
Brother Bai, you are so awesome. If it weren't for your earth-shattering pentakill just now, we would definitely not have one so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, several other people echoed and expressed their agreement. After all, today they truly felt the pleasure of being carried away by Jiang Yubai. At this time, Su Qingxue was staring at Jiang Yubai quietly. His outstanding performance on the court deeply attracted her. She couldn't help but stare at the shining young man in front of her. At this moment, Jiang Yubai walked up to her, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to her with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't embarrass Professor Su this time." Su Qingxue raised the corners of her lips and responded softly, "Well, very well done." As the competition comes to an end, the final results will be announced, and the credits earned by the winners will be added to their respective student status. The game lasted for more than 2 hours, and before we knew it, it was noon. Zhang Shunlong noticed that Su Qingxue was about to get up and leave. He hurriedly said a few words to the students, and then couldn't wait to chase after her. "Professor Su, wait for me!" Zhang Shunlong shouted as he trotted to keep up with Su Qingxue. He said with a smile on his face, "Professor Su, it's already noon. I heard that you like seafood very much. I know of very delicious lobster noodles. How about we go and try it?" However, when Su Qingxue heard the word seafood, she suddenly stopped and turned around, frowning and asked expressionlessly, "Seafood? Who told you?" Her eyes were so cold that they seemed to freeze people. Zhang Shunlong was shocked. Could it be that Professor Su didn't like seafood? He couldn't help but panic, but he still reacted quickly, pretending to be dumb and saying, "Well, I heard about it from others." He didn't want to betray Jean Bully. After all, if he hadn't learned so much about Professor Su from her, he would have no way of knowing these things. So he laughed dryly twice, trying to hide his inner uneasiness. When Su Qingxue heard this, a hint of indifference flashed in her eyes, and she responded calmly, "I hate seafood the most." As soon as she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Zhang Shunlong, but gently hooked her finger in another direction and called softly, "Jiang Yubai, come here." Hearing Professor Su's call, a bright smile immediately appeared on Jiang Yubai's face, and he ran away quickly in high spirits. When he passed by Zhang Shunlong, he glanced at him with a little sympathy. After all, Su Qingxue didn't give Zhang Shunlong any hope at all. At this moment, Su Qingxue did not say much, and Jiang Yubai followed her obediently. After a while, he hesitated a little, but finally plucked up the courage to ask, "Professor Su, you don't really hate eating seafood, but you want to reject him, right?" Su Qingxue raised her eyelids slightly when she heard this, and seemed a little surprised that Jiang Yubai had noticed this. Then, she answered without any concealment, "I don't like useless socializing, especially with men." After hearing this, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Is Professor Su trying to explain it to me in a different way? Su Qingxue realized that she had said too much, and asked quickly, "You are not allergic to seafood?" Jiang Yubai quickly replied, "I'm not allergic, I eat everything." "Okay, then. Come with me at noon." After saying that, Su Qingxue took Jiang Yubai and walked towards the parking lot. However, just as they set off, Jean Bali came over from the opposite direction. Fearing that she would be discovered, Su Qingxue stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the car sped past Jean Bali without stopping at all. Because of the sudden acceleration just now, Jiang Yubai was a little flustered and accidentally touched Professor Su's thigh. When she felt the warmth from the palm, Su Qingxue's heart beat like a frightened deer, but the hand quickly moved away. At this time, Jiang Yubai said apologetically, "Sorry, Professor Su, I didn't hold it tightly just now." Chapter 22 Professor Su, come and eat what I peel. When Su Qingxue heard this, she pretended to be indifferent and responded with a cold expression, "It's okay." But in fact, her whole body was hot and she felt as if she was burned by fire. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, is I going to be sick? At this moment, she secretly warned herself to take 2 cold medicine pills when she returned just in case. Soon, the car quickly stopped in front of a store, and Jiang Yubai got out with Su Qingxue. The restaurant they came to was a famous seafood restaurant in Demon City. If they hadn't made a reservation in advance, it would have been difficult to taste the delicious seafood dishes. When the two of them walked into the store just now, they were greeted by a woman in black work clothes and a headset. Her work clothes were different from those of ordinary waiters, so she must be the manager of this store. Seeing Su Qingxue coming, especially with someone, she was surprised at first, but soon regained her composure and quickly adjusted her expression. She walked quickly to Su Qingxue and said respectfully, "Miss, you are here." Su Qingxue nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Jiang Yubai and asked softly, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Jiang Yubai thought for a moment and replied, no. After that, he glanced at the menu and found that most of the dishes on it were spicy, such as spicy crayfish, spicy sea cucumber, etc. Then he immediately said, but I can't eat spicy food. Hearing Jiang Yubai's answer, Su Qingxue nodded slightly, then turned to Xia Anqi and instructed, then serve all the signature dishes in the restaurant, and remember to make them slightly spicy. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Xia Anqi responded, and then went to the kitchen in person to convey Su Qingxue's request to the chef. After all, this store was owned by Su Qingxue, and as an employee, she naturally had to do her best to serve the boss. After entering Su Qingxue's exclusive private room, Jiang Yubai sat down next to Su Qingxue. The room was decorated very elegantly, luxurious yet tasteful. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, making people feel relaxed and happy. The signature dishes were served very quickly. There were spicy crayfish in spicy and garlic flavors. This season is the best time to eat crabs. The waiter brought a large king crab, and slowly other seafood was served. At this time, there was no room left on the table. Try it. Su Qingxue said to Jiang Yubai with a smile. Yeah. Jiang Yubai nodded, then picked up a crayfish and put it on his plate. Since his family loved eating seafood, he peeled off the shell of the crayfish very skillfully. The crayfish meat is tender and juicy, with a strong garlic flavor, exuding an enticing aroma. Jiang Yubai took a light bite, and the unique taste instantly spread in his mouth, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. It's so delicious. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but exclaimed. Seeing Jiang Yubai's face full of enjoyment, Su Qingxue felt very satisfied. Especially when she saw him eating hard, she couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, this restaurant is opened by Professor Su, how can the food not be delicious? Before long, Jiang Yubai had peeled a full plate of lobster and crab meat. Just when Su Qingxue thought he was about to start enjoying the seafood delicacies, she was surprised to see him gently push the plate in front of her, then smiled brightly and said warmly like the sun, Professor Su, come and eat what I peeled. Can you let me eat it? Su Qingxue looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of doubt and expectation. Could it be that these were specially prepared for her? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel touched. Yes, I peeled it for you. Jiang Yubai seemed to have noticed Su Qingxue's thoughts and explained quickly, you brought me here to eat such delicious seafood, so of course I have to show my appreciation. Eat it quickly, or it will get cold soon. In order to make Professor Su feel at ease, Jiang Yubai explained the situation to him. Under his warm hospitality, Su Qingxue picked up a piece of tender and juicy lobster meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The wonderful taste instantly bloomed on her tongue, making her intoxicated. At this wonderful moment, the distance between the two seemed to be shortened a lot. They were savoring the delicious seafood while communicating happily. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Perhaps it was because the shrimps were delicious, or perhaps it was because Jiang Yubai peeled them himself and brought them to her. Su Qingxue felt particularly happy and satisfied while eating. Although the seafood seemed to be abundant, there were actually not many edible parts. Before long, only a pile of empty shells were left on the table, and the delicious meat had already been eaten up by them. Su Qingxue turned to look at Jiang Yubai, with a happy smile on her face, and asked softly, are you full? Yeah, I'm full. Jiang Yubai nodded slightly in response. In fact, he not only felt full, but even a little bloated. After enjoying this sumptuous seafood dinner, the two set out on the road back to school together. When the car drove near the school gate, Jiang Yubai got out of the car and stood on the side of the road watching the car slowly drive away. It must be said that every time he got off Professor Su's car, there seemed to be a wonderful coincidence. Just now, he had just walked a few steps when he heard Lu Jiwen shouting from behind. Brother Bai, why did you leave so quickly at noon? You didn't even invite the brothers to eat with you. Jiang Yubai hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then made up an excuse to perfunctorily answer them. Oh, sorry, I had something urgent to deal with at noon, so I left first. At this time, Jiang Yubai noticed that Lu Jiwen was still outside the school at this time, and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, so he asked, did you just finish your meal? Lu Jiwen smiled and shook his head, and replied, I finished eating a long time ago. I just came out to book a restaurant. We have to go to Hedi Lao to have a good meal tonight, and we won't leave until we are drunk. After winning the game today, Lu Jiwen was in a particularly good mood. He had previously promised to treat everyone to a meal to celebrate, so he came out to make arrangements early and would definitely not let anyone down. Jiang Yubai listened to his words and nodded in agreement.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, students from the boys' dormitory 206 went out in groups, marching with cheerful steps toward the bottom of the river opposite the school to fish. Lu Jiwen booked a small private room in advance, which was neither too big nor too small, just enough to accommodate these people. Along the way, everyone held a box of beer tightly in their arms, as if it was their most precious treasure. Tonight, no one could leave this place until all the beer was drunk. When they arrived at the box, they put the beer on the ground and started ordering food. The restaurant served dishes very quickly. Soon, all the dishes were ready. At this time, Lu Jiwen and others took the lead in raising their beer bottles to express their respect and gratitude to Jiang Yubai. If it weren't for Brother Bai, we would never win this game today. So, let's thank Brother Bai together. Jiang Yubai smiled and waved his hand, and said modestly, "We are all brothers, why are you so polite?" After a few drinks, Jiang Yubai began to feel dizzy, but he did not show it. Instead, he continued to chat and laugh with his roommates, enjoying this rare happy time. Chapter 23, Taken Home by the Female Professor. After a few rounds of drinking, while others were still drinking generously from the bottle at the table, Jiang Yubai had already fallen to the ground drunk. However, at this moment, he suddenly stood up from the table and said with a red face, "You guys drink first, I'm going to the toilet." Lu Jiwen saw Jiang Yubai walking unsteadily, as if drawing circles, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He quickly said with concern, "Brother Bai, I will go with you." No, I'm not drunk, don't worry." Jiang Yubai waved his arm, made a gesture to stop him, then turned around and left the private room alone. Men are most stubborn when they drink. Seeing him holding onto the wall, his steps a little unsteady but still steady, Lu Jiwen returned to the table with confidence. Although Jiang Yubai was still somewhat conscious, he still felt a little dizzy. He staggered into the bathroom, and after solving the problem, he staggered out. He felt nauseous, as if something was churning in his stomach, making him very uncomfortable, so he sat on the steps in front of the hotel and tried to get some fresh air to relieve his discomfort. At the same time, Su Qingxue had just finished buying daily necessities and walked out of the supermarket. As she walked, she turned her head to look at the road, and suddenly, she saw a familiar face. Jiang Yubai? She couldn't help but wonder, why is he sitting there? Seeing that Jiang Yubai seemed to be a little abnormal, as if he was drunk, out of concern and sense of responsibility for the student's safety, Su Qingxue immediately walked up to him. At this time, Jiang Yubai was in a daze, and the scene in front of him became blurry. When he saw a person standing in front of him, he tried to raise his head and take a look. After seeing who it was, he grinned and murmured to himself, "Professor Goddess? It's great to see you in my dream." After saying that, Jiang Yubai immediately stood up, and then hugged Su Qingxue without saying anything, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. There was a hint of obsession in his eyes, and he muttered, "Xue, I like you." He was a little more indulgent in his dream. Anyway, the goddess professor didn't know about it, so he should be the one to decide his own dreams. Su Qingxue was startled by Jiang Yubai's sudden action. She tried to break free from his embrace, but Jiang Yubai held her even tighter. She smelled a strong smell of alcohol and realized that Jiang Yubai might have really drunk too much. She sighed helplessly. Thinking back to what he had just said, Su Qingxue felt like she had been electrocuted and felt very uneasy. "Do you like me? Then how do you feel about him?" Just as she was thinking hard, she suddenly heard the sound of Jiang Yubai snoring. Su Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this, and she even complained in her heart, "Can you fall asleep like this? Boys outside are dangerous, especially drunk boys, and she can't just leave him on the street and ignore him." Although Jiang Yubai had a cell phone on him, she didn't know the unlocked password and couldn't contact his roommate. She still lives with someone else in the teacher's dormitory, so she can't take it back with her. So, she supported Jiang Yubai and slowly walked towards the school parking lot. Su Qingxue carefully helped Jiang Yubai into the car, and then drove steadily towards a luxurious mansion. When the car drove to the door, the housekeeper saw the headlights light up from afar and ran out excitedly to greet it. When he saw Su Qingxue, a happy smile appeared on his face. "Miss, you are finally back." Su Qingxue nodded slightly, then pointed to Jiang Yubai who was sitting in the passenger seat, and whispered, "Uncle Li, help me get him out of the car and take him to the guest room." Uncle Li looked in the direction of Su Qingxue's finger and saw a sunny and handsome young man sitting in the passenger seat. He couldn't help but smile. Uncle Li was secretly happy in his heart, because he had watched Su Qingxue grow up since she was a child, and this was the first time he saw a young lady bringing a boy home. He happily agreed, quickly found a few servants, and worked together to lift Jiang Yubai down from the car and slowly brought him upstairs. Jiang Yubai's consciousness was blurred at this time.
He felt as if he was tied up and then thrown into a huge pot like a pig. After settling Jiang Yubai in the guest room, Su Qingxue turned back to her room, quickly changed into a comfortable pajamas, and then went to the guest room. She was wearing a white lace halter dress that stopped just above her knees, revealing her long, straight legs. The hollow design on her back exudes a hint of sexiness, but because she is wearing a nightgown-like coat on the outside, her butterfly back is vaguely visible, adding a bit of mysterious beauty. Su Qingxue sat quietly beside the bed, gazing tenderly at Jiang Yubai, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. His closed eyes could not hide his usual handsomeness. Seeing this, she couldn't help but reach out her hand, wanting to touch his cheek gently. However, at this moment, a slight knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She quickly withdrew her hand like a frightened deer, and a faint blush inexplicably appeared on her face. "Come in," Su Qingxue said softly. The door slowly opened, and Uncle Li walked in with a tray with a bowl of steaming hangover soup on it. He walked to Su Qingxue, handed her the tray, and said with a smile, "Miss, the hangover soup is ready." Su Qingxue nodded slightly and motioned Uncle Li to put the bowl on the table beside the bed. Uncle Li nodded silently in response, then said softly, "Miss, I'll be out first. If you need anything, feel free to call me." After that, he sensibly left the room and closed the door, leaving Su Qingxue and Jiang Yubai alone. The room suddenly fell into silence, with only the sound of the two people's gentle breathing intertwined. After taking a look at the door, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, then he picked up the phone and made a call happily. "Hello, ma'am, the lady." There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice. On the other side, Su Qingxue carefully picked up a bowl of sobering soup, gently blew away the heat on the surface, carefully tested the temperature to make sure it was not too hot, and then prepared to feed it to Jiang Yubai. She sat by the bed, gently patted Jiang Yubai's arm, and called softly, "Jiang Yubai, wake up." In a daze, Jiang Yubai seemed to hear someone telling him to open his mouth. He tried hard to open his heavy eyelids, and saw a familiar figure in his blurry vision. He opened his mouth obediently without any hesitation. Su Qingxue put a spoonful of sobering soup into his mouth and watched him swallow it slowly. Soon, a warm current flowed down his throat into his stomach, warming his body. After drinking it, he felt much more comfortable, and his original headache was relieved a lot. Su Qingxue had just put down the bowl when Jiang Yubai suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly, and she couldn't move her hand. She looked up in surprise, only to see that Jiang Yubai's eyes were still closed, but he was mumbling to himself, "Xue, it's great to have you around. I really hope this dream can continue forever." Su Qingxue, who originally wanted to break free, was touched by these words. Her eyes softened and she no longer tried to break free from Jiang Yubai's hand. She sat quietly beside the bed, listening to his whispers and feeling the warmth of his palms. At the same time, the screen of Jiang Yubai's mobile phone in his trouser pocket was flashing, but because he turned on the silent mode, the two did not hear any sound prompts. On the other hand, Lu Jiwan had called Jiang Yubai many times, but every time he could only hear the system prompt tone, "The other party is temporarily unable to answer. Please call again later." He held the phone tightly, looked at the other friends in the dormitory with a worried look, and said, "I can't get through to Brother Bai's phone. Could he have been kidnapped by someone? You know, Jiang Yubai is a famous handsome guy. With his handsome and charming face, it is easy for him to attract the covetousness of some people with bad intentions. Then what should we do now?" Zhao Pengfei also started to get anxious after hearing this, feeling extremely regretful. If they had known that when Jiang Yubai went to the toilet just now, they should have followed him. Compared to the two worried roommates, Su Jiqiang seemed relatively calm. He patted them on the shoulders and comforted them, "Don't worry. The social security is so good now. Those bad guys definitely don't dare to drag Brother Bai away in broad daylight on the street. Maybe he's sleeping in a corner somewhere now." "Yeah, that makes sense." The two nodded. In their hearts, they also hoped that what Su Jiqiang said would be true. The next morning, a ray of golden sunlight shone into the house through the cracks in the window, illuminating a corner of the room. Jiang Yubai frowned slightly and tried to rub his forehead with his hands to relieve the discomfort. But the moment he raised his hand, he was surprised to find that something seemed to be holding his hand tightly. The shock made him open his eyes immediately, but when he saw the scene clearly, he was full of doubts. Where was he? He clearly remembered drinking with his roommates last night. Why did he appear in this completely unfamiliar place overnight? Just when Jiang Yubai was at a loss, Su Qingxue beside him keenly sensed his movements. She raised her head from the bed and asked with concern, "You are awake, is your headache better?" Hearing this, Jiang Yubai was stunned. He knew clearly that the voice came from the goddess professor. When he saw Su Qingxue lying next to him, he was completely stunned.
His mind went blank and he had no memory of what happened last night.
Could it be that to be honest, Jiang Yubai felt guilty and ecstatic at the moment? He asked cautiously. Professor Su, is this your home? Su Qingxue nodded gently. So last night
Jiang Yubai desperately wanted to know what happened last night and whether he had done anything excessive. His heartbeat became faster and faster as he nervously waited for Su Qingxue's answer. Su Qingxue naturally understood his doubts and concerns, and she quickly explained. When I came back from the supermarket yesterday, I saw you drunk and sitting on the steps. I didn't know the unlock code for your phone, so I couldn't contact them. Now that you're awake, you can call them to let them know you're safe. They might be worried. After hearing this, Jiang Yubai felt inexplicably disappointed, but the most urgent thing was to contact his roommates. He quickly pulled out his cell phone, and sure enough, the screen was full of missed calls. Fearing that his roommates might call the police because they couldn't contact him, Jiang Yubai hurriedly called back. At this moment, Lu Jiwen, who had drunk a lot of alcohol last night, heard his cell phone ringing and it took him a lot of effort to press the answer button. Hello? Lao Lu, it's me. I'm fine now. You don't have to worry. Yeah. Lu Jiwen responded and quickly fell asleep again. Chapter 24 Making Breakfast for Su Qingxue. Jiang Yubai put down his phone and watched Su Qingxue get out of bed. He couldn't help but recall what happened that morning. I have to admit that at this moment the two of them really look like a loving couple. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but swear secretly that he must remove the word like. Because he couldn't drink much, Jiang Yubai asked timidly after a while, Professor Su, I didn't say anything nonsense last night, did I? Nonsense? No. Su Qingxue responded in a cold tone, but the scene of Jiang Yubai's affectionate confession to her last night suddenly flashed in her mind, and the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily. Maybe you can really give it a try. Today happens to be the weekend, and neither teachers nor students have to attend classes, so Jiang Yubai is not in a hurry to return to school. After coming out of the second bedroom, Su Qingxue went straight to the bathroom to take a shower, while Jiang Yubai slowly walked down from the second floor. When Uncle Li saw him, he smiled friendly, walked towards him and greeted him, and asked with concern, Sir, is your headache better? Do you need me to prepare another bowl of hangover soup for you? Jiang Yubai stared at the man in front of him and asked suspiciously, Who are you? The man opposite replied respectfully, Hello, sir, I am the housekeeper of the Su family. If you have anything to deal with, you can tell me directly. Oh. Okay. Jiang Yubai nodded subconsciously, but he came to his senses in an instant and realized that the other party had seen his hungover and disheveled appearance. His expression changed slightly, and he asked with a little worry, Uncle Li, I didn't get drunk last night, did I? Did I say anything inappropriate? Uncle Li smiled faintly and replied in a positive tone, Don't worry, sir. You were very quiet last night and didn't behave abnormally. It's just. At this point, he paused for a moment, a barely perceptible ambiguity on his face, and then added, It's just that the young lady stayed with you all night last night. Huh? Jiang Yubai's face was full of disbelief after hearing this. The goddess professor actually stayed by his side all night. No wonder Su Qingxue had a faint dark circle under her eyes. Jiang Yubai felt extremely happy when he heard this, but then he couldn't help but complain about himself for making Professor Su so tired. He thought that he must repay her well in the future. However, at this moment, a feeling of hunger came over him without warning, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. I was just drinking last night and barely ate anything. Uncle Li naturally noticed this situation, so he smiled and suggested, Mr. Jiang, what would you like to eat? I'll ask the chef to prepare it. Thank you, but it's not a big deal. Jiang Yubai politely declined the other party's kindness. If conditions permit, he would rather cook the food himself. Thinking of this, he raised his head and asked politely, Excuse me, where is the kitchen? Can I borrow it? Of course. Uncle Li answered with a smile, then took Jiang Yubai to the kitchen. There was a wide variety of ingredients in the refrigerator, but he only took a handful of green onions, a pinch of coriander and 2 eggs. After spending some time together, he discovered that Su Qingxue particularly loved eating noodles, and had a special liking for coriander. Every time she ate noodles, she would always add a lot of coriander to the bowl. So he decided to cook himself and prepare a bowl of steaming hot clear soup noodles for her as breakfast. Jiang Yubai skillfully washed and cut the green onions into sections, then poured a little hot oil into the pot. When the oil temperature rises, he pours the chopped onion segments into the pot, stirs it a few times, and soon, the tempting onion aroma spreads out. Then he poured an appropriate amount of water into the pot. While the water was not yet boiling, Jiang Yubai quickly picked up 2 eggs, gently cracked the eggshells, and let the egg liquid flow smoothly into the pot. As he watched the poached eggs in the pot slowly solidify, he smiled with satisfaction. The next step was to wait for the water to boil. Jiang Yubai used this time to cut the coriander into small pieces and place them neatly aside for later use. 8 minutes passed in a flash, the water in the pot began to boil. He skillfully grabbed a handful of noodles and put them into the pot, stirring gently with chopsticks to ensure that the noodles would not stick together. As the noodles gradually softened, the originally clear and transparent water gradually became turbid. At the same time, Su Qingxue, wearing a black halter dress, slowly walked down from upstairs. Her hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently with her light steps. When she saw Uncle Li, she immediately asked, "Where is he?" There was no doubt that the he here was Jiang Yubai. After hearing the question, Uncle Li turned his head to the kitchen and replied, "I'm making breakfast." Then he asked, "Miss, did you make breakfast as usual?" At home, Su Qingxue's daily breakfast was always a glass of milk and a vegetable salad sandwich. She doesn't like to spend too much energy thinking about what to eat every day, so she just chooses this combination. At this moment, Jiang Yubai, who was busy in the kitchen, noticed Su Qingxue's figure, smiled and said enthusiastically, "Professor Su, wait a few minutes, the clear soup noodles will be ready soon." After hearing Jiang Yubai's words, Su Qingxue turned to Uncle Li and said, "No need to prepare breakfast for me." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the kitchen where Jiang Yubai was. Looking at the young lady, Uncle Li couldn't help but raise his lips slightly, thinking to himself, "This young man is really good." In order to give the 2 young people more opportunities to be alone, Uncle Li sent away all the servants around him without hesitation. At this moment, the clear soup noodles that Jiang Yubai had carefully prepared were finally cooked. He carefully picked up the pot and placed it steadily on the dining table. As the noodles had just been cooked and were still steaming hot, he accidentally got his hand burned. So, he subconsciously pulled his ears and made a hissing sound from his mouth. Su Qingxue happened to see this scene, and the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily. This was the first time in her life that she saw someone touching their ears after getting their hands burned. However, worried that Jiang Yubai might have been burned, she hurried to his side and checked him carefully. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" she asked with concern. Jiang Yubai shook his head gently and replied with a smile, "It's okay, it's just a little red, it will be fine after a while." However, Su Qingxue did not take it lightly. She immediately sent someone to get the burn ointment and watched Jiang Yubai apply the ointment on his hands with her own eyes. Only then did she feel relieved. Although this approach seemed a bit hypocritical, Jiang Yubai still felt a sense of warmth deep in his heart. Chapter 25, Just a Student? Jiang Yubai picked up the bowl, put the cooked noodles in it, and then brought it to Su Qingxue. His eyes were full of anticipation. "Professor Su, can you try this bowl of noodles and see how it tastes?" Before Su Qingxue started to taste it, the faint aroma of flour had already penetrated her nose. She gently picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks, put it in her mouth and chewed it slowly to savor it. After a moment, she nodded and praised sincerely, "Well, the craftsmanship is quite good. It's really delicious." After getting Su Qingxue's approval, the smile on Jiang Yubai's face became even brighter. Looking at Su Qingxue enjoying the noodles he made bite by bite, his heart was filled with joy. Although it was just a simple bowl of clear soup noodles, Su Qingxue ate it with gusto, as if it was the most delicious food in the world. Seeing this, Jiang Yubai felt even happier. He said gently, "If you like it, I can cook for you often in the future." Fearing that Su Qingxue would refuse, he quickly added, "You took such good care of me last night, and cooking for you is what I should do." Hearing Jiang Yubai's words, Su Qingxue nodded slightly to show her agreement. Her voice was very soft, but her hands did not stop moving as she continued to enjoy this warm breakfast. Today's breakfast made her feel extremely satisfied. This simple and happy feeling made her heart warm. After breakfast, Jiang Yubai took the initiative to take on the task of washing the dishes. He rinsed them carefully and his movements were very skillful. Su Qingxue stood aside, watching him busying around quietly, with a warm feeling in her heart. The atmosphere between the two was very harmonious, just like an old couple who had been in love for many years. When everything was settled, Jiang Yubai suddenly realized that he had no reason to stay here any longer. Although he was extremely reluctant to leave Su Qingxue in his heart, he still suppressed this emotion and walked in front of her. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and he said dejectedly, "Professor Su, I should go now. Thank you for taking care of me last night." When Su Qingxue heard the news that Jiang Yubai was leaving, she actually felt a little reluctant, but this emotion was so subtle that she didn't even notice it. She just nodded slightly and responded simply, "Yeah." Then, she silently watched Jiang Yubai's departing back, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. After coming out of the villa, Jiang Yubai realized how big Professor Su's house was. It took him 30 minutes just to walk to the door. When he reached the outermost street, he realized that he had no idea where this place was. Looking at the traffic conditions around him, Jiang Yubai felt like he was on a mountain, so much so that after waiting for 20 minutes, only a few cars passed by. Suddenly, the wind howled violently and dark clouds gathered rapidly like ink. In the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky became overcast. Jiang Yubai looked at this scene and couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, "It's not going to rain. How can I be so unlucky?" However, just a few minutes later, sparse raindrops began to fall from above, and he hurriedly looked for a place to shelter from the rain. At this moment, Su Qingxue noticed the changes outside the window, and her beautiful face frowned slightly. She couldn't help but worry about Jiang Yubai. Uncle Li noticed her change in expression, glanced at the young lady, and then said softly, "The weather forecast shows that the rain today may continue until midnight. I don't know if Mr. Jiang has already boarded the car." He knew very well that there was only one vehicle going down the mountain every day, and Jiang Yubai had missed that time when he went out. Uncle Li said this deliberately for the young lady to hear, and he actually wanted to bring the two of them together. He had seen the young lady since she was a child, so was there any need to explain this? Just by looking at her expression, Uncle Li knew it clearly in his heart. The young lady was clearly concerned about Jiang Yubai. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingxue's expression became obviously anxious, but she still tried to pretend to be nonchalant and said, "I'll go out for some fresh air." After all, she was the master of the house, and she didn't need to report to others what she wanted to do. Perhaps she was worried that Uncle Li would have wild thoughts, so she quickly explained a few more words. But it would have been better if she didn't explain. Instead, this explanation confirmed in Uncle Li's eyes the fact that she was guilty and cared about Jiang Yubai. Uncle Li understood, but he didn't say much. He just said, "Miss, please be careful on the road. The rain is getting heavier." "Yeah." Su Qingxue responded, and her pace quickened. As soon as she got in the car, she stepped on the accelerator and drove forward quickly. Fortunately, there were not many people on the road at that time, so she soon saw Jiang Yubai's figure. At this moment, he was curled up under a big tree. His pitiful appearance was so heartbreaking. While Jiang Yubai was hesitating whether to call Su Qingxue, a familiar car stopped in front of him. Jiang Yubai looked carefully and found that this was Professor Su's car. At this time, Su Qingxue rolled down the window and said in an unquestionable and distressed tone, "Get in the car." Jiang Yubai nodded, then quickly ran to the car, and the two of them sped towards the villa. In the car, he looked at Su Qingxue gratefully and said, "Professor Su, if it weren't for you, I would have become a drowned chicken. You've helped me so much, I don't know how to thank you enough." "You're welcome. You're my student." Su Qingxue responded coldly after hearing this. However, after hearing these words, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but fall into silence. He leaned back in his seat, staring out the window silently, and murmured in disappointment, "Is it just because of the students?" Not long after, the two of them arrived at the villa. Although Jiang Yubai was not soaked, most of his clothes were soaked. Although Su Qingxue didn't say much, she still asked Uncle Li to prepare a clean piece of clothes for Jiang Yubai to change into. When Jiang Yubai took the clothes, he thanked him gratefully, "Uncle Li, thank you so much." "You're welcome. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank the young lady. She specifically asked me to give it to you." Uncle Li replied with a smile, as if he was the most powerful assisting person. Jiang Yubai looked down at the clothes in his hands, a warm feeling surged into his heart, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he happily changed into the clean clothes. He changed into a pure white t-shirt and a pair of gray sports shorts. Apart from feeling a little small, everything else was fine. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself carefully, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that these two clothes belonged to Professor Su? After all, in this villa, no one except Professor Su would wear such clothes. This thought flashed through his mind, and Jiang Yubai lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost, got close to the clothes and sniffed them. Sure enough, he smelled a faint fresh fragrance, which was the unique smell of Professor Su. Chapter 26 Exclusive Title.
After changing clothes, Jiang Yubai went downstairs and saw Su Qingshui leaning lazily on the sofa.
Her slender white fingers were gently flipping through the books, and her eyes were moving slowly along with the words. When she saw Jiang Yubai coming down, Su Qingshui closed the book and looked at him carefully. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. "This suit suits you very well." After hearing these words, Jiang Yubai became even more certain that what he was wearing were Professor Su's clothes, and a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart.
Could it be that this accident turned out to be a blessing in disguise for him? "Professor Su, thank you for finding clean clothes for me,"
Jiang Yubai said gratefully.
"Yeah."
Su Qingshui nodded, and suddenly, her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly.
She wondered to herself, this is not a school, why did he always unconsciously call himself Professor Su?
She usually didn't care about these details, and she really didn't want to hear such a strange name, so she pretended to be understanding and said softly, "We are not in school now, you don't have to call me Professor Su."
What should I call you then?" Jiang Yubai wondered.
There seemed to be countless thoughts spinning wildly in his mind, trying to find the most appropriate name.
After a moment, he asked cautiously, "Should I call you Qingshui?
Or Xue?
Or Su Su?"
Su Qingshui couldn't help but feel a little corny when she heard Jiang Yubai's various names for her, but at the same time, a hint of joy welled up in her heart. After all, the relationship between them is no longer one of superiors and subordinates, but equal friends. Especially when she heard the name Su Su, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she had a special feeling about this name. Jiang Yubai keenly caught this detail and made a decision immediately. "Then I will call you Su Su from now on." After saying that, he secretly thanked himself for his sharp observation skills.
Then, Jiang Yubai suggested happily, "In that case, let's reciprocate. How about you call me Bye Bye?"
As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he almost couldn't help retching. However, he believed that the name Bye Bye would sound very beautiful when heard by the goddess Su Qingshui. However, just when he was full of anticipation, he saw Su Qingshui stand up from the sofa, then walk past him expressionlessly, as if she had not heard his proposal at all. This made Jiang Yubai feel lost.
Was it because he couldn't call Professor Su Bye Bye?
Seeing this situation, Jiang Yubai hurriedly said, "If the name Bye Bye is not appropriate, then you can call me Jiang Jiang. If you don't like all of these, just call me Yubai." He had completely given up resisting. It seemed that it was hopeless to hear the goddess calling him in a cheesy tone. Just when he thought Su Qingshui would not agree to any of the names, she suddenly turned around and said with bright eyes, "Then I will call you Xiao Bai."
"Xiao Bai? Well, this name also sounds nice."
Jiang Yubai nodded excitedly, secretly delighted in his heart, because this was a unique title that belonged only to the two of them. At this moment, Uncle Li, who was standing aside, witnessed the interaction between the two, and the corners of his mouth were as sweet as honey. He never thought that the lady who was usually cold as ice would have such a warm side. Seeing the lady and Jiang Yubai getting along so harmoniously, he felt happy for Su Qingshui from the bottom of his heart. The rain outside the window was still falling, and it seemed that there was no intention of stopping.
The rain continued until the evening, when it gradually stopped. Jiang Yubai became smart this time.
He was not in a hurry to leave, but decided to stay at Su Qingshui's house. After all, they both had to go to class on Monday, and he could take a ride with Professor Su back then. This not only allows me to spend more time with Su Qingshui, but also saves me the trouble of going back to school alone. On the other side, the lights in the dormitory were about to be turned off. After Zhao Pengfei finished his part-time job outside and returned to the dormitory, he found that Brother Bai was not in the room, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart.
He couldn't help but ask the other two roommates, "Where's Brother Bai? Why can't I see him?" Lu Jiwen looked around and replied, "He hasn't come back yet." In fact, if Zhao Pengfei hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten Jiang Yubai's existence. At this time, Su Jiqiang began to worry and frown and said, "Brother Bai hasn't come back for so long, could something have happened?" This situation made everyone feel a little uneasy. Zhao Pengfei turned to look at Lu Jiwen and asked, "Didn't you say that Brother Bai called you? Did he tell you where he went?" After hearing this, Lu Jiwen also frowned, shook his head and said, "Well, I'm not sure. I was half asleep at the time. I only vaguely heard him tell us not to worry, but I can't remember the rest." He thought about it carefully, but still couldn't think of any useful information. Fearing that Jiang Yubai might have an accident, Su Jiqiang suggested, "Then let's call Brother Bai and ask." Immediately, Lu Jiwen made a video call to Jiang Yubai, and the other party answered the call quickly. In the video, he was lying on the bed, looking relaxed and contented. Seeing this, Lu Jiwen felt relieved, but still asked, "Brother Bai, it's so late, are you coming back?" "No, I'll go back tomorrow." Jiang Yubai thought for a moment and answered. After listening to this, Lu Jiwen nodded. When he saw through the video that Jiang Yubai was in a room in a hotel, he couldn't help but gossip, "Brother Bai, where are you now? You're not secretly dating a little girl, are you? Tell us what's going on now." Lu Jiwen's face was full of expectation, but Jiang Yubai just rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Dirty, am I that kind of person?" After hearing this, several people answered in unison, "Yes." Jiang Yubai was speechless. How could a pure-hearted boy like him do something to take advantage of someone in distress? Fearing that his roommates would continue gossiping, he quickly hung up the phone. At that time, Su Qingxue was sitting aside holding her mobile phone, tapping the screen quickly with her fingers. She heard the conversation between the two people just now, and her fair cheeks couldn't help but feel slightly hot, because it reminded her of the scene that morning. Jiang Yubai was afraid that Su Qingxue would think too much, so he quickly explained, Su, don't listen to my roommate's nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortune." After hearing this, she trembled slightly, looked directly at Jiang Yubai and asked teasingly, "Really? And, that morning?" Jiang Yubai was speechless. He didn't expect Professor Su to bring up that morning. In fact, it's not certain who bullied whom. But in his opinion, could it be that Su Qingxue had already accepted the fact that morning? Otherwise, she wouldn't have said it so calmly. Chapter 27, Su wants to feel it again? Since Professor Su teased him, Jiang Yubai boldly pinched Su Qingxue's chin, stared at her closely, and said, then, Su, do you want to feel it again?" "What?" Su Qingxue's heart was pounding like a deer as he stared at her closely. After hearing this, she felt her face burning as if it was burned by fire. Although she was unwilling to admit it in her heart, her body was very honest. However, this situation was really difficult to talk about, and she couldn't really do that, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Not knowing how to answer, she glanced at the phone beside her and quickly changed the subject as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, saying, "Look, you're already dead. Hurry up and play, otherwise we will lose this game." Su Qingxue stared at the screen of her mobile phone, urging him more and more panicked. Jiang Yubai naturally saw everything, but he didn't point it out. He just smiled and touched Professor Su's little head, pretending to be confident and said, "Don't worry, with me here, we will definitely win." At this moment, the two of them were like a couple in love, but Su Qingxue was a little overwhelmed by this sudden action. She did not choose to dodge, but instead enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. At this moment, a knowing smile broke out on her face, and then she followed Jiang Yubai closely, killing everyone together. Normally, Su Qingxue lives in school. Only during the winter and summer vacations will she return to the villa or return to her home in the imperial capital. On the other side, in the teacher's apartment, Jean Bali missed her roommates terribly after only 2 days without seeing them. Her heart was filled with emptiness, loneliness, and coldness. In the past, unless the school held an event, she had never seen Su Qingxue disappear without any warning, or even without saying hello. Thinking of this, Jean Bali couldn't help but start to wonder if she really had a boyfriend. Just as she was thinking about it, she hurriedly called her roommate. On the other side, Su Qingxue, who had just won the game, immediately received a video call invitation from Jean Boli. Only after giving Jiang Yubai a verbal warning did she feel at ease to answer the phone. Before Su Qingxue could speak, Jean Boli kept chattering on the other end of the phone, "Sister Qingxue, where are you? I'm the only one left in the dormitory, and I feel a little scared. I don't feel safe at all when you're not by my side. Wow, you are so bad. You actually left me here alone." Jean Bali complained like a chain gun. After a while, her tone suddenly changed and she asked, "Sister Qingxue, are you with some bad man?" Su Qingxue, who was drinking water, almost choked when she heard these words. She wondered in her heart, strange, how did Lily know? However, she still replied calmly, "How is it possible?" Fearing that Jean Boli would continue to ask, she quickly changed the subject. "Lily, you called me, is there something wrong?" "It's nothing, I just missed you. I feel so lonely when you're not around." After hearing this, Su Qingxue replied speechlessly, "If you feel lonely, find a man." Then, she hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other side, Jean Bali was hesitant to speak. She had a lot of things in her mind that she hadn't said yet. She couldn't help but complain to her phone, "Stinky Sister Qingxue, I haven't finished talking yet, but you ran away so fast." Recalling the conversation just now, Jean Bolly thought, if I don't want to find a boyfriend, then I can't find one. To find a suitable man is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as she was pondering, a light bulb suddenly flashed on her head. Online love is also love. Instead of trying hard to find a man in real life, she might as well try to hook up online. No, it should be said that she should use her personal charm to attract a young brother. Jean Bolly did what she said and quickly opened the King of Glory game and started searching for people around her. In this way, once the online love is successful, meeting offline will become more convenient. I have to say that Jean Bolly was really thoughtful and careful in her considerations. When she was screening the people around her, she simply passed over all those who were over 20 years old. After a long and careful selection, she finally found a satisfactory candidate. Looking at this person's information, it shows that he is only 19 years old. Not only is he very close to her, he is also good at playing the game Honor of Kings. It can be said that he perfectly meets her needs in all aspects. Then, a charming smile appeared on her lips. She couldn't wait to open the chat window with the other party, and then quickly edited a message and sent it out. Hey bro, do you want to play games with me? On the other hand, Lu Jiwen was feeling depressed because Zhang Yubai rejected his game invitation. At this moment, he suddenly found a new message popped up in his chat box. He couldn't wait to click on it and check it out, but when he saw that the avatar was not Zhang Yubai, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, through the other person's profile picture, he judged that this should be a girl, so most of the resentment in his heart immediately dissipated. Especially after seeing the other party's game invitation, he completely lost his temper. The next moment, he replied with a smile on his face. Sure. Afterwards, the two successfully formed a team and started a pleasant black and white journey. In the game, Jean Bolly kept calling little brother left and right. Lu Jiwen was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Even his operation was much better than usual. If Zhang Yubai saw this, he would definitely sigh, the little sister is still very charming. In the villa, it was already very late after Zhang Yubai and Su Qingxue finished playing games. Su Qingxue put down her phone and looked at the stars rising up because of her victory in the game. She smiled and said, "Let's stop here today and have a rest early." Okay. Zhang Yubai nodded, then watched Su Qingxue turn around and walk towards the door. He felt a little reluctant, but still followed her to the door silently. Su Qingxue reached out and grasped the door handle, turned it gently, and then pulled it hard, but the door did not move. She couldn't help but frown and tried pulling the door a few more times, but the door still didn't move. Seeing this, Zhang Yubai quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I don't know what's going on, the door seems to be unable to be opened." Su Qingxue answered with a puzzled look on her face, and continued to try hard to open the door lock, but no matter how she fiddled with it, the door did not respond at all. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yubai also walked forward and tried to open the door, but it was also useless. At this time, Su Qingxue took out her cell phone and called the housekeeper. After receiving the news, Uncle Li rushed to Zhang Yubai's door to check the situation. After a careful inspection, he looked troubled and said helplessly, "Miss, I don't know why this door can't be opened." Then he added, "It's too late now. I'm afraid the locksmith won't be able to come." After that, he scratched his head, thought for a moment and then continued, "How about this, miss, you stay in the guest room for one night, and I'll find someone to unlock the door as soon as it gets light tomorrow morning." As Uncle Li spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, as if he was hiding some little secret in his heart. It turned out that he had received a special instruction when he was talking to his wife yesterday, and today he happened to encounter this excellent opportunity, so of course he couldn't open the door easily. Hearing Uncle Li say this, Su Qingxue felt very helpless, but there seemed to be no other way at the moment, so she had to nod to show her agreement. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Yubai, and said helplessly, "It seems that we have to squeeze into the same room today." Zhang Yubai seemed very optimistic. He smiled and responded, "It doesn't matter. At most you sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor." In fact, he was already very happy in his heart. After Uncle Li could no longer hear any sound, he tiptoed to the corner of the stairs, a sly smile appeared on his face, then he secretly took out his mobile phone and made a mysterious call. After listening to the report, the person on the other end of the phone couldn't stop smiling. The man standing by witnessed all this and was filled with curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, "Wife, what happened to make you so happy?" "I was smiling from ear to ear." Li Wanhua sat down next to the man with a smile on her face and replied, "Badian, let me tell you a good news, our baby daughter is going to fall in love."
Hearing this, Su Baishan's fingers trembled slightly, and then he slowly put down the newspaper in his hand and asked with great interest.
Qing Shui is going to fall in love? Who is the partner?
Oh, it's something we are going to talk about, but it hasn't officially started yet. Li Wanhua rolled her eyes helplessly, muttering to herself, how come this old man always fails to grasp the key information?
Is he really worried that his daughter won't be able to get married?
As she thought about it, she gently patted Su Baishan's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, according to my intuition, there will be good news soon.
Let's wait for the good news.
After saying this, Li Wanhua's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she seemed to be eager to see her daughter's future boyfriend with her own eyes.
In fact, the old couple had originally planned that their daughter would never get married.
After all, their daughter was their own daughter, and they were very familiar with her temper and personality.
Nowadays, it is rare that their daughter has a crush on a boy.
As parents, they naturally have to do their best to bring them together. After all, they are still looking forward to having a grandchild. However, when he heard that the two had not started dating, Su Batian picked up the newspaper and started reading it. Seeing this, Li Wanhua snatched the newspaper from his hand without saying a word, and excitedly raised her phone in front of him and said, "Hey, look, this little boy is pretty good looking, and he looks very honest and decent. If they really get married, the baby they will have in the future will definitely be very beautiful and cute."
Yeah, that's right.
Su Batian responded casually, but his attitude seemed very perfunctory. He was thinking secretly in his heart, my daughter and that boy haven't even started anything yet, but my wife has already imagined what the future grandson will look like.
Is she so worried that my daughter won't be able to get married?
It has to be said that he took a look at Jiang Yubai and liked him very much at first sight. However, he felt unhappy when he thought that the cabbage he had raised for more than 20 years was about to be eaten by a pig.
Chapter 28. Let us turn off the lights and go to bed.
At that time, inside the room, Jiang Yubai was staring at the bed in the guest room in a daze. Originally, he planned to just make do with it and sleep on the floor.
However, the problem is that there is only a complete set of bedding on the bed, which is a dilemma.
If the quilt is taken away, Professor Su will have nothing to cover himself with.
Su Qingshui also noticed this situation, and she couldn't help but curse in her heart.
Really, the guest rooms only have so few quilts, not enough for guests. She secretly made up her mind to talk to Uncle Li properly when she went out tomorrow.
Since the actual situation is so inconvenient, Su Qingshui began to think about it.
After all, she and Jiang Yubai had slept in the same bed last night, so it seems that it would be okay to fall asleep tonight like last night, right? She tried hard to convince herself, and soon she made a decision. While Jiang Yubai was still thinking hard, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Su Qingshui's face. She looked at Jiang Yubai shyly and said softly, "Otherwise, you should sleep in this bed with me." Her voice was as light as a mosquito or fly, but it was particularly clear in the silent room. She paused, as if a little worried, and then added, "But you can't cross the line." As she spoke, she raised her finger and lightly drew a line in the air, as if drawing an invisible boundary. Jiang Yubai looked at the vague line, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a bright smile. "Susu, don't worry, I will definitely not cross the line." He replied in a firm tone, then quickly ran to his side of the bed, looking at Su Qingshui with expectation. Su Qingshui felt flustered. She had only made this suggestion because she was worried that Jiang Yubai would catch a cold, but she didn't expect that he would agree so readily.
After hesitating for just a moment, Su Qingshui slowly lay down beside Jiang Yubai.
Although she tried to appear calm, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened.
It was completely different from last night.
Last night, Jiang Yubai was drunk and unconscious, and she could adjust her sleeping position at will. However, today, he was conscious and his eyes were always on her, which made Su Qingshui feel a little shy. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look Jiang Yubai in the face, fearing that he would see through her inner nervousness. As time passed, a subtle and awkward atmosphere filled the room. At this moment, she silently raised her head, stared at the ceiling, and said lightly, "Let's turn off the lights and go to bed."
Okay.
Jiang Yubai nodded slightly to show his agreement, and at the same time he was looking forward to the moment after turning off the lights. Seeing that he nodded in agreement but did nothing, Su Qingshui quickly pointed in a direction and reminded him, "The light switch is over there."
"Oh, I forgot."
Hearing this, Jiang Yubai stood up in a panic and began to look for the switch. He suddenly realized that he was drunk last night and it was impossible for him to remember where the switch was. Fortunately, the switch was not difficult to find. He pressed it easily, and the whole room instantly fell into darkness. At this moment, the two looked at each other with their eyes wide open. Because the lights had just been turned off, the room became pitch black and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Su Qingxue suddenly felt that she had lost her sense of security. She could only grope carefully in the dark, trying to find her phone. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This is really strange. I clearly put it here just now, how come I can't find it all of a sudden?" After a few more strokes, she suddenly felt a warmth on her fingertips. This warmth aroused her curiosity, so she carefully groped inside again. After a few seconds, she finally realized that it was actually a palm. And it was Jiang Yubai's palm. At this moment, Jiang Yubai opened his mouth in the darkness with a happy smile. "Susu, are you afraid of the dark? If so, you can hold my hand tightly." Hearing this, Su Qingxue quickly pulled her hand back like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and replied stubbornly, "I'm not afraid of the dark. It's getting late. I'm going to bed first." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingxue twisted her body and turned around. At the same time, she pulled the quilt, which was not big to begin with, towards herself. Almost all of the quilt covering Jiang Yubai was taken away by her. Looking at his beloved who was sleeping beside him, Jiang Yubai's eyes were full of happiness, and he whispered softly, "Good night, Susu." The night was unusually quiet, as if the whole world had fallen asleep. After a long time, 2 steady breathing sounds were heard in the room. Perhaps because she had someone by her side, Su Qingxue felt extremely at ease and soon fell into a deep sleep, while Jiang Yubai, beside his beloved, also fell into a sweet dream within just a few minutes. It is already autumn, and the temperature is just right in the first half of the night, neither too cold nor too hot, but in the second half of the night, the coolness gradually comes, making people feel a little cold. Su Qingxue was always restless when she slept. She kept turning over and rolling the quilt that was originally covering her body into a ball. In a daze, she touched a huge object and hugged it tightly without hesitation, holding it with one hand and hooking the other foot on it. Her sleeping posture was completely random. Jiang Yubai, who was already feeling a little cold at this time, continued to immerse himself in his dreams after feeling the warmth coming from beside him. Time passed bit by bit, and the morning sunlight shone into the room through the window. Jiang Yubai woke up slowly and was surprised to find that the quilt was covering him. He turned his head and saw Su Qingxue's head resting on his chest with her hands around her waist, as if she was sleeping with a doll in her arms. Being hugged like this, Jiang Yubai felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey in his heart. He didn't dare to move, for fear of waking up the person in his arms. Although his arms had been pressed to the point of numbness, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Su Qingxue has the habit of jogging every morning. Perhaps because she has been getting up early for a long time, she wakes up naturally when the time comes. The moment she opened her eyes, what came into view was Jiang Yubai's handsome profile. Then, she was surprised to find that she was riding on Jiang Yubai's body. Suddenly, countless questions came to my mind. Why am I holding him? How did I sleep last night? The most important thing at this moment was to quietly move her arms and legs away from Jiang Yubai before he noticed. After finally moving her legs away, just as she was trying to carefully pull her hand back, Jiang Yubai suddenly made a hissing sound. This time, he could no longer pretend to be asleep and opened his eyes. Seeing this, Su Qingxue hurriedly asked with concern, "Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Did I crush you just now?" Chapter 29, Rich People Really Know How to Have Fun. Jiang Yubai frowned and slowly sat up from the bed. After a while, he shook his hands and said in a puzzled tone, "I don't know why my hands are numb. I'm feeling much better now that I've recovered." "Oh, I see." Su Qingxue nodded, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I was not discovered." At this moment, a voice came from the door of the room. The person was Uncle Li. "Miss, the locksmith is here. Do you want to open the door now?" "Open it," Su Qingxue replied calmly, and then she got out of bed, fearing that after the door was opened, everyone would see the two of them in bed. Jiang Yubai noticed her little movement and immediately got off the bed. He made the quilt and sat obediently on the other side, waiting for the door to open. The locksmith was indeed a professional, and he fixed it in just a few minutes. However, he was a little puzzled during the repair process. Why do we need to change the lock core of this door lock when it is in good condition? Rich families really know how to have fun as long as he was paid. He didn't ask anything else and just did his job obediently. After opening the door, Uncle Li came to Su Qingxue's side and said, "Miss, breakfast is ready, you can go and eat." After entering, Uncle Li noticed that the two of them had an inexplicable strangeness. His intuition told him that something must have happened between them last night. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "I understand.
Su Qingxue nodded.
She walked in front, and Jiang Yubai followed her towards the restaurant. Today is Sunday, and Su Qingxue's first class tomorrow morning will be with Jiang Yubai's class, so both of them have to return to school today. After lunch, Jiang Yubai came to Su Qingxue and said, Su, I've packed everything, we can go.
Yeah.
She nodded again, then took Jiang Yubai out of the house. Uncle Li had already prepared the car and was standing beside it waiting with a smile on his face. The two got in the car, Jiang Yubai rolled down the window and expressed his gratitude to Uncle Li with a smile.
Then, Su Qingxue started the engine and drove towards the city center of Magic City.
Looking at the exhaust gas from the car going away, Uncle Li stood there with a relieved smile on his face. He sincerely hoped that the next time the two young people came back, their relationship would be able to go a step further. In the car, Jiang Yubai looked at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding.
A question suddenly emerged in his mind.
He turned his head, his eyes fell on Su Qingxue, and asked softly, Su, where are we now?
Then, he asked again, how far is it from the city?
At this time, Su Qingxue was concentrating on observing the road conditions ahead. When she heard Jiang Yubai's question, she turned her head slightly and replied, we are halfway up a mountain in the suburbs.
It will take about 3 hours to drive from here to the city. Hearing this answer, Jiang Yubai secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, he did not impulsively choose to walk back to the city last night. Otherwise, given the distance and time, he would probably have difficulty getting back to school for class today. Su Qingxue noticed Jiang Yubai's frightened expression through the rearview mirror, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. She stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away quickly.
2.5 hours later, Su Qingxue stopped less than 100 meters away from the entrance of the living area of Madu University.
As expected, Jiang Yubai still couldn't escape the fate of being kicked off the bus today. Although Su Qingxue didn't say a word, her action of stopping the car said it all. Jiang Yubai had a very happy time these past 2 days. He smiled when he got off the car.
Su, drive safely.
Yeah.
Su Qingxue nodded, then stepped on the accelerator and disappeared in an instant.
As soon as she got off the car, Jean Boli appeared behind Su Qingxue like a ghost. She gently patted Su Qingxue's shoulder, her face filled with resentment. Sister Qingxue, you are finally back. Then, she added pitifully, I really felt so lonely when you were not around. Before she finished her words, Jean Bali opened her arms and pounced on Su Qingxue like a hungry tiger.
Stop. Su Qingxue quickly made a stop gesture, trying to resist Jean Boli's overly warm hug.
However, Jean Bali was not angry about this. Instead, she stuck close to Su Qingxue with excitement and gossip, and asked impatiently, Sister Qingxue, how have you been these past 2 days?
You must be very happy, right?
Hey, tell me, where did you go to play?
Facing Jean Boli's series of questions, Su Qingxue felt overwhelmed. She really couldn't figure out what was in Jean Boli's little head. Why was she so gossipy?
On the other side, Jiang Yubai also could not escape being questioned by his roommates. He just pushed open the dormitory door and saw Lu Jiwen and others still lying lazily on the bed, some playing games and some watching TV. When they saw him come back, those people got up from the bed in tacit understanding as if they had discussed it beforehand, then walked downstairs, sat down on the bench, and stared at him with scrutinizing eyes.
Lu Jiwen was the first to ask, and he said in a frivolous tone, Brother Bai, tell me the truth, are you in a relationship? Hearing this, Jiang Yubai just lowered his head and smiled slightly, then turned around and responded domineeringly, On, do you still want me to play games with you? I want to. Lu Jiwen blurted out without any thought. Zhao Pengfei and another person saw this and immediately cursed Lu Jiwen, traitor. Lu Jiwen chuckled and began to speak up for Jiang Yubai, what's wrong with my brother by having a relationship? Why are you so excited?
When Zhao Pengfei heard this, he glanced at Su Jiqiang, then stood up and took Lu Jiwen aside.
With Lu Jiwen's thin body, he was unable to resist at all.
Seeing this, Jiang Yubai laughed and said, Fei, I know there's a store looking for a part-time job, 20 yuan an hour. I was just about to tell you when I got back, but now it seems I'll forget it.
No, Brother Bai, I'll let go.
Zhao Pengfei let go of his hand in a hurry and rubbed Lu Jiwen's arm. Afterwards, Jiang Yubai whispered something in his ear. After listening, he smiled and thanked him, Brother Bai, if you have any problems in the future, just call me.
Tell me about this good news.
Yeah. Jiang Yubai nodded, and Su Jiqian looked at the two people who were so angry that he really had no backbone at all.
He angrily said to them, Traitor, traitor.
After being scolded, the two were not angry, but rather complacent. Seeing this, Jiang Yubai still smiled and said, "Xiao Chang, don't be angry. I have materials for the postgraduate entrance examination.
Do you want to see them?"
Yes.
Su Jiqiang answered very readily. What moral integrity was there?
Everyone else had betrayed him, so of course he had to know the situation. Looking at the three people, Jiang Yubai was very proud.
Chapter 30 Jiang Yubai. What are you doing?
Time passed day by day, and after returning to school, Su Qingxue and Jiang Yubai continued to get along as usual, but after those 2 days, the distance between them was much less. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day National Day holiday is here. In the afternoon, in the dormitory, Jiang Yubai sent off the 3 grown-up children one by one.
Looking at the empty dormitory, a feeling of loneliness came over me.
I'm used to my friends taking advantage of each other and bickering with each other, and suddenly I'm the only one left.
I feel a little uncomfortable.
He took out his cell phone and looked at the pinned dialog box, Su, and sent a message to Jiang Yubai to remind him.
Be careful on the road.
Me?
On the way?
Where to? Before she put down her phone, Su Qingxue replied.
Huh? You're not going home for the National Day holiday?
No.
Why? I don't want to go back.
Su Qingxue answered casually. What Jiang Yubai didn't know was that the main reason why the former chose to stay in school was because of him. Logically, the conversation should end here.
But Jiang Yubai suddenly invited him.
I want to go to the library, would you like to come with me? After sending the message, Jiang Yubai waited patiently for a reply.
The reason I went to the library was that I wanted to think about making money.
Although it's okay to think about it in the dormitory, and it might be more comfortable, I just want Su Qingxue to be by my side.
I originally thought I would be rejected.
After all, our current relationship is unclear and we are still in school.
But unexpectedly, Su Qingxue actually sent a cute emoticon with a nod of him.
Jiang Yubai was delighted and said, I'll pick you up.
Emoticon.
After packing up briefly and locking the door, Jiang Yubai walked out of the dormitory building with his notebook and pen. When we arrived at the teacher's dormitory building, we saw a beautiful figure standing under a tree waiting. Su Qingxue stood with her hands behind her back, her pair of jade feet resting on the curb in boredom, as if she was thinking about something.
Jiang Yubai didn't even notice him approaching.
It was only until a pair of hands covered her eyes from behind that Su Qingxue screamed.
Hey! Stop it! Guess who I am? Jiang Yubai asked in a deliberately low voice. Jiang Yubai.
Wrong. Just as Jiang Yubai was about to cheat, Su Qingxue slipped away and glanced at him unhappily. No respect for elders or younger ones. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai touched his chin and wanted to ask, is it big or small?
In the end, I held back.
He was afraid that if he talked too much, the beautiful Su girl would turn around and go back to the dormitory, which would be a waste of time. Jiang Yubai discovered that Su Qingxue seemed to have put on some light makeup, but he didn't know if she had dressed up specially before going out.
I have to say that Su Qingxue is a top beauty.
No matter what school beauties or celebrities, they are not good enough in front of her.
This face is simply a gift from God. What's wrong? My makeup wasn't applied evenly? No, it's quite good and pretty. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at it.
You're so talkative.
Su Qingxue cursed and walked faster.
You also need long legs, which not only allows you to walk fast but also allows you to walk without getting tired of it for a lifetime.
It's cooler inside the library. There are also many students studying there.
Su Qingxue led Jiang Yubai to a corner and sat down. There was a vent, a power source, 2 sides against the wall, and a pillar on the other side that could block part of the view.
It's a good place to date. Jiang Yubai opened the computer bag and praised quietly. Su Qingxue ignored him and considerately plugged the laptop charger into the power source. What are you doing in the library? To figure out how to make money. Jiang Yubai told the truth, but Su Qingxue just said, oh. Hey! Don't disbelieve me.
When I make money, I will come to your house to propose marriage.
This time, Su Qingxue didn't even say oh and just rolled her eyes at him.
In this way, the self-esteem of men suffers tons of damage.
I'm telling the truth. Then you do your best.
Su Qingxue encouraged him with her words and clenched her fair and tender hands into fists to cheer him on. There was no point in saying more. Jiang Yubai was too lazy to explain anything and directly opened a website called GB Exchange. The main color of the website is black, but in the middle of the laptop screen, there is a picture composed of red and green bars.
Su Qingxue was slightly surprised when she saw it. K-line chart? Are you trading stocks? It's not stock speculation, it's cryptocurrency speculation, ahem, digital currency speculation.
Jiang Yubai answered quickly, but after he realized that the words were inappropriate, he quickly changed his words.
Digital currency? Bitcoin? Ethereum? Oh. You also know about Bitcoin and Ethereum.
I've heard of it, but I haven't touched it.
But I've seen people lose their families and even their lives because of Bitcoin speculation. Su Qingxue's expression became serious.
Although my words are useless, I still hope you don't touch this kind of thing.
It's good to want to make money, but it's best to be down to earth. Don't dream of getting rich overnight.
After all, God doesn't give away free lunch. Although the words were unpleasant to hear, Jiang Yubai still heard care in them and felt somewhat warm in his heart. Especially Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, and Jiang Yubai couldn't bear to refuse.
I promise you, I won't do anything stupid.
After hearing this, Su Qingxue wanted to say something else, but then she thought about who she was in to control Jiang Yubai, so she held it back. But he secretly decided in his heart that he must keep an eye on Jiang Yubai and not let him go astray. If you mess around, there will be no chance for us.
This unprecedented sentence was like thunder.
Jiang Yubai took a moment to come back to his senses.
Was he letting it go? Was there a way?
Even though it was just a crack in the door, Jiang Yubai was still happy.
It was better than an airtight iceberg. Good. You can read a book.
After saying that, Jiang Yubai focused all his attention on the K-line chart of digital currency.
He was so absorbed in it that Su Qingxue secretly glanced at him and didn't notice. It was also the first time that Su Qingxue discovered that Jiang Yubai's profile was very handsome.
Sometimes she couldn't figure out what attracted her to this big boy, but she couldn't help but pay attention to him and be more tolerant of him.
I watched and was stunned. Ahem, Su, have you seen enough? If you have, I have to turn my head away. Jiang Yubai's teasing voice sounded.
Su Qingxue suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks felt hot, and her hands were a little flustered, and she actually knocked the notebook and pen off the table.
I'll pick it up.
Su Qingxue bent down to pick it up, and deliberately stayed under the table for a while before slowly getting up. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Yubai's hand, which was blocking the corner of the table to prevent her from being bumped.
Small details are the most touching, and Su Qingxue's favor towards Jiang Yubai soars. Until I saw Jiang Yubai's other hand holding up a mobile phone and scanning the code, as if he was paying. Su Qingxue suddenly became anxious. Jiang Yubai. What are you doing? The sound was so loud that it frightened passers-by. Chapter 31, The Most Vicious Heart of a Woman. Hey, I'm talking to you, woman.
The cell phone was stolen.
Su Qingxue held Jiang Yubai's cell phone tightly and refused to let go.
Give it to me, you can grab it after I scan the code.
No.
Su Qingxue lowered her voice and pulled the bench forward to sit down. We agreed not to mess around, so why are you still giving money to others? Sister, no, beauty, this is a formal exchange.
How can I buy things if I don't deposit money? What? Buy coins. What do you want to buy it for? Make money.
Buy at a low price, sell at a high price, and make a profit from the difference.
Jiang Yubai just gave a brief explanation and Su Qingxue understood it.
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
How do you know the price will go up? Because I can count with my fingers. While Su Qingxue didn't react, Jiang Yubai snatched the phone away and took the opportunity to wipe it on her thigh. No, he supported it. The operation was extremely quick. Jiang Yubai paid the money and an additional 100,000 worth of website currency was added to his account. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000? 100,000? Jiang Yubai. Do you have money to burn?
Looking at the payment success page, Su Qingxue counted with her jade fingers and found that Jiang Yubai had spent 100,000 yuan.
If we lose this, wouldn't it be a huge loss? I have no money. I need to make some money now. Otherwise, how can I come to your house to propose marriage? My family doesn't want a dowry. No, I mean, what if you lose money? If I lose, you can support me for a semester and just provide me with simple food and drink.
Jiang Yubai said jokingly, but his eyes were fixed on the trading K line on the computer screen. Su Qingxue was about to say something when a big hand suddenly covered her.
Hush, wait a moment. Jiang Yubai covered Su Qingshue's cherry lips with one hand and operated the mouse with the other.
In just 30 to 50 seconds, he had squandered all the 100,000 yuan in his account.
Su Qingxue opened her red lips slightly and took a bite of Jiang Yubai's finger. The latter felt pain and took it away angrily. Ahem, deal done.
Seeing Jiang Yubai spend all the 100,000 yuan in less than a minute, Su Qingxue was furious.
You. I don't care about you.
It turns out that listen to me is just talk.
Snort. Su Qingxue was really angry.
She turned her head away, her eyes slightly red. She was worried that Jiang Yubai's money would be defrauded, and it would not be a good idea to waste it.
Okay, be good. Jiang Yubai gently stroked Su Qingshue's head.
Her long black hair was so fragrant and smooth that it was hard to let go. Su Qingxue shook her shoulders and shook off his trotters. She looked like a grumpy little wife.
Here, turn it around and take a look. My 100,000 yuan has become 110,000 yuan. Really?
Hearing this, Su Qingxue quickly turned around and found that Jiang Yubai's account assets had really changed, from 100,000 at the beginning to 116,000.
And the assets are still rising steadily.
Soon the account assets went from 110,000 to 120,000, 130,000.
It only took 7 or 8 minutes to break through to 150,000.
Su Qingxue almost pressed her whole body on Jiang Yubai, with her arms pressed on his thighs. It was a bit painful with her elbows pressing on his thigh flesh. Beauty, if you move this way again, I'll sue you for being a hooligan.
Jiang Yubai was still holding his lower abdomen with a look of asking for a beating.
Su Qingxue came to her senses and quickly pulled him out of his arms.
I didn't notice. What's going on? Earned 80,000? Yeah, it's simple. Don't be so proud. It's better if you can show it. Just wait and see. Having said that, Jiang Yubai started the operation again.
This time it was a simple sell operation, that is, selling the bought digital currency in his hand at the current price. After deducting transaction fees and withdrawal fees, Jiang Yubai withdrew more than 176,000 yuan.
It's real small money. Su Qingxue was stunned by what she saw. When he looked at the time again, he realized that less than half an hour had passed since the two of them arrived at the library, and Jiang Yubai had already earned more than 70,000 yuan? How come it's just like playing house? How did you do that? Well, how should I put it? The El Niño phenomenon is getting worse, the melting of Antarctic glaciers is accelerating, and the eagle sauce has discovered oil in Africa, so the price of Bitcoin has increased. What does this have to do with anything? Su Qingxue said she didn't understand and was still confused.
But I have to say, Jiang Yubai looks quite handsome when he talks. My dear, you should pay more attention to world news.
Digital currency is linked to international events.
You only need to do a little analysis to see whether it is good or bad news, and then buy it.
Su Qingxue shook her head again. It's okay if you don't understand.
When I make enough money, I'll go to your house and ask for your hand in marriage.
You come again. I'm serious.
Jiang Yubai said seriously, and then asked, you said your family doesn't want a dowry, so when should I go to your house to propose marriage?
With a whoosh, Su Qingxue stood up and said, come to my house to propose marriage now, do you want to go? Yes.
Jiang Yubai stood up and turned off the computer. Originally, she wanted to scare him, but Su Qingxue didn't expect that she couldn't get rid of the stick after hitting the snake. Seeing Su Qingxue sitting back down again, Jiang Yubai reached out to pull her.
Let's go to your house. Now that we're near you, I'll buy some more things. I was just kidding. I took it seriously.
Su Qingxue discovered that Jiang Yubai was really thick-skinned and she really had no way to deal with him. If I get married from now on, I will be controlled tightly and exploited like crazy.
Marriage?
As soon as the thought came out, Su Qingxue quickly shook her head to get rid of it. Why would she have such a thought? Although he was unwilling to admit it, Jiang Yubai seemed to have really broken in.
Sit down.
Su Qingxue tugged at Jiang Yubai's arm, and Jiang Yubai shrugged and had to sit down.
Oh, it's all for nothing. Okay, stop making trouble. Su Qingxue comforted him, and then asked, the holiday is so long, why don't you go out with me tomorrow to travel? Traveling? Sure, I like you the most. No, I like traveling with you the most.
Jiang Yubai was really pushing his luck and would always use smooth talk whenever he had the chance. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was basically used to it and could even say a few naughty words to him.
Then it's settled. We'll set off for Jinling tomorrow. Where is Jinling?
Jinling Museum. If you don't go, I'll beat you to death.
Jiang Yubai grabbed Su Qingxue's pink little fist.
Okay, go ahead, my vacation is all yours, I am all yours.
Su Qingxue was speechless and lightly tapped Jiang Yubai's lips with her jade fingers.
Sometimes I feel that your words are very touching, but when you are talking nonsense, I really want to pinch your 2 pieces of flesh until they are swollen.
The kind that's purple and red.
Jiang Yubai, as expected, women have the most vicious hearts.
Hey, I'm talking to you, woman. Chapter 32: How to ask without seeming like a bootlicker? When 2 people are together, their feelings always heat up quickly. But when the 2 of them separated, Su Qingxue would feel inexplicably shy again.
Every time she would think that she must keep a certain distance next time, but every time they met again, the determination she made before would be thrown out of her mind. Jiang Yubai originally wanted to invite Su Qingxue to dinner. But Su Qingxue slipped away very quickly, leaving only a message saying meet at the entrance of the living area at 5:30 tomorrow morning before running away. It was as if Jiang Yubai would eat her if she ran a little slower. Since there was no beautiful woman to spend dinner with, Jiang Yubai simply found a nearby canteen and bought a plate of New Zealand fried pancakes, plus a fried egg. After eating and drinking, they started to fight with pictures. At the beginning, Su Qingxue seemed to be unable to move freely, and the emoticons she sent were all quiet and well behaved. But as the 2 got to know each other better, Su Qingxue seemed to have unsealed herself, and her expressions and herself let go, as if, anyway, they were separated by a phone? Jiang Yubai even saw a pink emoticon package, the main content of which was a hand holding a vibrator, and the picture was, "Hey, your boyfriend." Although Su Qingxue withdrew in an instant, Jiang Yubai still saw it. I was shocked. After that, no matter how Jiang Yubai asked, Su Qingxue remained silent, and finally said, "A colleague sent it to me, and I saved it by accident." Yeah, I believe it. That night, the 2 were alone in the dormitory. Bored, Jiang Yubai made a video call, but Su Qingxue changed to a voice call. "Beautiful lady, why are you so shy? Show me your face." "No, I'm afraid of scaring you." "No way, be good and turn on the camera." "No." Su Qingxue must be very cute when she pouts and refuses. Jiang Yubai is moved and can't wait to see her beauty. Finally, after much urging, Su Qingxue turned on the camera and indeed removed her makeup. But there is not much difference between her appearance after removing makeup and her appearance with makeup on, right? Could it be that this is natural beauty? If I have to say the difference, it is that after putting on makeup, the whole person looks very delicate. But bare face looks more comfortable, more natural, and more tranquil. Generally speaking, Jiang Yubai likes them all. During the video call, the 2 talked about a lot of things, from their childhood to growing up, and finally to their interests and hobbies. Su Qingxue actually also likes Su Song's songs, and can hum every one of them. But in the end, when it was late at night and time to go to bed, Su Qingxue asked Jiang Yubai to sing a song for her. "Then shall I sing no makeup?" Okay. Su Qingxue clapped her hands, making a clapping sound. Just rap. Following the lyrics from Baidu, Jiang Yubai sang from Another Quiet Night to The Disappearing Bare Face. Ahem, how's it going? People? Falling asleep, okay then, good night. Jiang Yubai took credit for it, but Su Qingxue remained silent. When she was about to hang up the phone, she spoke. Not bad. Oh. I thought you were asleep. No, I'm listening carefully. Then your reaction time is quite long. Looking at the time, it was really late, and he had to get up early tomorrow, Jiang Yubai said. Go to bed early. Okay, good night. Can you please not hang up the phone yet? Jiang Yubai was silent for 2 seconds, okay. Just like that, the 2 of them lay there in silence, their phones placed on the side of the pillow. Jiang Yubai couldn't sleep. But he could hear Su Qingxue's breathing on the other end of the phone becoming more and more steady and even. She was obviously asleep, and sometimes she would make a humming sound from time to time, which was very cute. Unable to sleep with his arm as a pillow, Jiang Yubai recalled the time he had spent with Su Qingxue and felt very happy. Jiang Yubai can say with certainty that getting close to Su Qingxue has little to do with activating the system. The real thought is that I want to be responsible for her and take care of her. Otherwise, I wouldn't care so much about Su Qingxue's feelings and thoughts. Whenever Jiang Yubai thought of Su Qingxue's smile, he would feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Maybe this is love?
Even watching a few dismemberment videos can't hide this love. As Jiang Yubai was thinking, he felt sleepy and fell asleep with a smile on his face. In his dream, he uncontrollably dreamed of Su Qingxue. The next morning, Jiang Yubai suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously covered his crotch, but he was still a step too late. From the moment he saw Su Qingxue in his dream, he knew that his pants would be a mess. He looked at the phone again and found that the call had been hung up, otherwise he would have to ask Su Qingxue to wash his pants. After packing up simply, Jiang Yubai went out. Su Qingxue had already arrived at the entrance of the living area before him. She had thoughtfully bought breakfast for two and was now sipping soy milk. Morning, yawn. Jiang Yubai was yawning and looked a little listless. Su Qingxue felt a little guilty. After all, it was she who insisted on catching the earliest train. Here, for you. After taking the breakfast, Jiang Yubai took a bite of the bun, and then he noticed how pure and beautiful Su Qingxue was in front of him today. Her long hair touched Jiang Yubai's heart, and her pretty facial features were still beautiful even without any makeup. Her lips are a little red, and she looks a little cute while biting the straw. What moved Jiang Yubai the most was Su Qingxue's outfit today. The light pink long shirt falls to the hips, just covering the white shorts below, making the beautiful legs look long and straight. The exquisite feet that look like works of art are nakedly stepping on a pair of crystal high-heeled sandals, which are extremely seductive. What are you looking at? It's beautiful, can't you take a closer look? Be poor as you like. Su Qingxue and Jiang Yubai were arguing, but they couldn't help feeling a little happy when they were praised for their beauty. To be honest, she also got up early and put on makeup and dressed up. It didn't take her much time to put on makeup, but she spent a lot of time and thought on what to wear. Take this pair of crystal high-heeled sandals for example. Wearing them out for fun is definitely asking for trouble. But in her heart she secretly wanted to show off in front of Jiang Yubai, so she wore it even if it meant suffering. Aren't you leaving yet? Su Qingxue turned her head and asked. Jiang Yubai lowered his head and looked at his phone, as if he was looking for something. Wait, let me search on Baidu. Check what? Strategy guide? No, I'm looking for when traveling with a beautiful woman, she is carrying a suitcase. How should I ask if she wants help with the suitcase? How can I ask without seeming like a bootlicker? Hearing this, Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, blinked playfully, and asked in a serious voice. Then, Comrade Jiang Yubai, could you please help me carry my suitcase? It's so heavy. Chapter 33 Did you know that music has memory? Su Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes, which were captivating. She turned her wrist as if it was a little painful, but she looked delicate and pitiful. Jiang Yubai put away his phone, walked forward, pulled the suitcase over, and bowed very gentlemanly. Of course, bring it here. Can I be called a comrade? I'm flattered. Let's go. Su Qingxue walked forward holding the soy milk, and Jiang Yubai had no choice but to chase after her with the suitcase. I have to say, this suitcase doesn't look big, but it's quite heavy. Jiang Yubai took a taxi to the high-speed rail station and went to the bathroom while waiting for ticket checking. Su Qingxue waited for a long time but he didn't come back. When she turned around, she found that this guy was actually in front of the counter not far away. You have money but nowhere to spend it? Su Qingxue said angrily, picked up her suitcase and walked over. Jiang Yubai, you have too much money and nowhere to spend it. Hey, you're just in time. Help me scrape this stack away. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to finish speaking, Jiang Yubai pushed a stack of 10 scratch tickets in front of her and considerately handed her a scraper. Su Qingxue quickly refused. No, I've never had good luck since I was a child. I've never won a lottery. It's okay. I've already made back my money. Whatever you get out is a profit. Ha? Su Qingxue was skeptical. It was not until Jiang Yubai showed the scratch tickets he had already scratched and asked the staff to testify that she realized that in just a short period of time, Jiang Yubai had already scratched several stacks and even won 5,000 yuan. Have you always been so lucky? Su Qingxue asked in astonishment, and picked up the scraper with her delicate hand to scratch the lottery ticket. It was not that she wanted to try her luck, but the loudspeaker above her head announced that the train was about to arrive at the station. I was just average before, but now I'm very lucky. You're lucky to follow me. Just wait for delicious food and spicy drinks. Su Qingxue puffed her lips and didn't respond. She scraped off the coating on the 10 scratch cards in one breath. But she doesn't know how to look, so she doesn't know whether she won the prize or not. The staff kindly helped to check it out, and the result was as expected, it was all free. I knew it.
Su Qingxue was a little discouraged, and suddenly an idea came to her mind.
Hello, bring me another board. Hey, hey, hey. Auntie, don't get too excited. It doesn't matter if you didn't win. We're almost done checking the tickets. We're running out of time.
Jiang Yubai grabbed Su Qing's snow-white and tender fingers and interrupted her, and warned, small gambling can bring joy, but big gambling can harm your body.
TSK.
You've already shaved off so much, and now you're telling me that small gambling is good for the soul, but big gambling is harmful to the body, huh?
But I'm lucky. Su Qingxue was speechless.
She wanted to open her mouth to defend herself several times, but she didn't know where to start, so she had to give up in the end.
In the ticket checking line, Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Jiang, how much did you win in total? How much did you earn in the end?
Not much, just a few $1,000s, but it's definitely enough to take you out for this trip. Jiang Yubai was very generous, and his words and expressions were all in the tone of boyfriend.
Su Qingxue did not refute because it was her turn to scan her face for ticket checking.
Behind her, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but sigh, ID photos are so beautiful, it's really unfair. After boarding the train in order, Jiang Yubai put his suitcase in place and sat next to Su Qingxue. She sat inside and he sat outside next to the aisle. So whenever someone walked by, Jiang Yubai would deliberately squeeze in.
Why don't you push me out through the window? You must be kidding. The high-speed train windows are sealed. If there's a gap, are you really going to squeeze me out?
Hee, you smell good, and I'm a hard-working little bee, so I can't help but get closer to you. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes, she was increasingly unable to win the argument with Jiang Yubai.
If you can't explain it, just do it. It's so simple.
The slender jade fingers pinched the seal, hissing, it hurts so much.
Hey, beautiful lady, a gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists. You call me a beauty, how can I be a gentleman?
If you squeeze me, I will pinch you, ha.
Su Qingxue smiled triumphantly, but Jiang Yubai grimaced, it hurt.
To outsiders, the two of them looked like they were flirting. Men and women passing by were all amazed at Su Qingxue's beauty. The two men in the row behind him were angry and helpless when they heard Jiang Yubai's nonsense.
Why are all the beautiful girls from other families?
Failure.
The train started and the journey took 2 hours. Jiang Yubai was thinking about what to do to pass the time when Su Qingxue put an earphone into his ear. Ha! Shu listened to music. Jiang Yubai nodded.
Although he only got half of the earphones, he could clearly smell her breath when he listened to music with his head close to hers.
It was a very pleasant smell. As expected, fairies all smelled fragrant. After the song, it was Su's songs if it were then. Su Qingxue suddenly came over and asked in a low voice. Did you know that music has memory?
What?
It's okay, let's listen to some music. Su Qingxue did not explain much.
It was a long time before Jiang Yubai understood the meaning of this sentence. Whenever the familiar music sounded, no matter when and where, he could remember the scene when they first went out together and listened to music with their heads close together for the first time.
That time came to mind as if it was right in front of me.
Even though the two of us were already walking together hand in hand, it was still unforgettable.
No wonder they say music has memory, it's true. Listening to music together is like sharing heartbeats.
Su Qingxue didn't know why, but she always couldn't help but look at Jiang Yubai, without moving her body or head, only moving her eyes. Even without thinking about it, the relationship between the two has changed subtly. The 2-hour drive was both short and long. Su Qingxue fell asleep in the singing, and her head rested uncontrollably on Jiang Yubai's shoulder. In order to let her rest more comfortably, Jiang Yubai made all his movements very light and his shoulders remained motionless. It feels good to snuggle together quietly. It was not until the broadcast announcing the arrival at Jingling Station sounded that Su Qingxue suddenly woke up.
You're awake now. Just in time. We're almost there. Aha! Su Qingxue nodded awkwardly, and then she discovered something even more embarrassing. She had actually wet Jiang Yubai's shoulders. For a moment, Su Qingxue wanted to jump out of the car and escape.
I'm afraid my image has collapsed. After leaving the station, Jiang Yubai was told that Su Qingxue had already found a place to live. And the BB she mentioned turned into a 5-star hotel. She has to be a rich woman, then she will enjoy it.
Chapter 34, Going to the Island Country Style Street to Make Trouble. After arriving at the 5-star hotel, everyone went back to their rooms. Before Jiang Yubai had time to rest for a while, Su Qingxue called him. "Let's go, the museum is huge. I heard it takes 4 hours to go through it all." Helplessly, Jiang Yubai had to turn around and go out with his bag on his back. In the hotel lobby, Su Qingxue was asking the staff for directions. "I have to say, traveling with her is really worry-free. Jiang Yubai just needs to follow her. Take line 2 and exit at exit 1 of Ming Palace Station, then walk about 300 meters to arrive." As one of the 3 largest museums in China, Jinling Museum has a total of 6 exhibition halls, each of which is worth visiting. Su Qingxue slowed down her pace. "Whenever I come across exquisite exhibits, I will stop to look at them and even read the introductions to the exhibits." The exhibition hall is full of exquisite exhibits, and it also gives people a solemn and serious feeling. However, there were so many people in the restaurant that even if I tried to lower my voice, I could still hear the noise. In the special exhibition hall, the two saw the extremely popular small powder stove and golden cicada jade leaf. While marveling at the superb skills of the ancients, I also saw what national treasures are. Further in are the Museum of the Republic of China and the Intangible Cultural Heritage Museum. The 2 exhibition halls are connected. The former is very popular for taking photos, and girls posing for photos can be seen everywhere. The Intangible Cultural Heritage Museum appears to be more down to earth, with folk activities and traditional handicraft performances. The 2 came at a bad time as the art gallery was temporarily closed. Walking into the digital museum, one can't help but be dazzled by the interactive games and digital animations, which make people feel as if they are in that era. No matter what, Jinling Museum is really worth visiting, but the tickets are hard to buy. Su Qingxue and Jiang Yubai bought the tickets from scalpers. 35 yuan a ticket was not expensive, but it was not a pleasant experience to spend the money. It was obviously a free ticket. When you are traveling, time always passes very quickly. 4 hours passed in a flash. When she walked out of the exit, Su Qingxue was actually a little reluctant to leave, but the pain in her feet brought her back to reality. "I was wearing a pair of crystal high heels when I went out today. I didn't change into sneakers when I was in the hotel, mainly because I didn't bring them with me. Although the heels of the shoes are not high, wearing them for several hours in a row is really a challenge for the feet." When she walked out of the museum, Su Qingxue's walk was already a little unnatural. Seeing her embarrassment, Jiang Yubai pulled her to a round stone pier at the intersection and sat them down. "What's wrong? I asked you if your feet hurt, but you refused to tell me the truth. You're suffering now, aren't you? TSK, your beautiful feet are now red. I feel so bad." Jiang Yubai took off Su Qingxue's shoes and felt regretful. She didn't mind and even helped me massage my feet. I have to say that the soreness and swelling in my feet were relieved a lot. Su Qingxue suddenly felt embarrassed and tried to pull her feet back several times, but was held firmly by Jiang Yubai's hands and could not move. Su Qingxue was stunned when she saw Jiang Yubai take out a pair of pink slippers from his backpack. "Magic? Magic bullshit, I bought it at the high-speed rail station just to prevent your feet from getting hurt. What are you thinking when you go out to play and wear high heels?" Jiang Yubai put the slippers on Su Qingxue and then tapped her head. Su Qingxue couldn't help but puff up her cheeks, but her heart was warm. However, she was still a little indignant about being criticized and muttered, "I'm not wearing high heels for you to see." "What did you say?" "It's okay. I'm saying, yes, it's my fault." "Okay, wear slippers. Even though they don't look good, they are more comfortable to walk in." Jiang Yubai put Su Qingxue's shoes into his backpack and helped her up. Sure enough, without the restraint of high heels, walking is like wind, so comfortable. "We've visited the museum, where else do you want to go?" Jiang Yubai originally thought that Su Qingxue was going back to the hotel to rest, but he never expected that she actually had other plans. "Let's go back to the hotel and change clothes first, and then go to the Island Culture Street in the evening. After changing clothes, go to the Island Country Cultural Street." Combining the 2 sentences, Jiang Yubai's mind instantly emerged with the image of kimono. "Our Chinese clothes are so beautiful, why wear kimonos?" Jiang Yubai was a little unhappy. The key point was that this was Jinling. Knowing that he had misunderstood, Su Qingxue hurried to explain. "You misunderstood me. When I said changing clothes, I meant changing into hanfu, not kimonos or anything like that." Don't talk, I'm thinking." No, you're wearing hanfu and going to the island style street? Yes. Well. Jiang Yubai couldn't understand the reason. There was no connection between the two, right? Su Qingxue stood up and walked towards the subway entrance, explaining as she walked.
I came to Jiling because there is a newly opened island-style street here, and I want to wear hanfu to make a scene.
It's not just me. There are many people who have the same plan as me.
I'm not a person who worships foreign things.
I'm a true lover of Chinese culture.
After hearing this, Jiang Yubai twitched his lips. It turned out that he had really wronged her.
But how could such words as ruining the place come out of the mouth of a professor from Suzhou University? But to be honest, Jiang Yubai really wants to see Su Qingxue wearing hanfu.
The two returned to the hotel along the same route. It was still early, so Jiang Yubai went to Su Qingxue's room with her. She is indeed a sophisticated girl. Even when staying in a hotel, she manages everything in perfect order. Whether it was toiletries or slippers, everything was neatly arranged, and even the underwear was neatly folded.
What are you doing with me to my room?
You have activities tonight. If you don't take care of your feet, you will have trouble walking a few steps.
Ah.
Under Su Qingxue's suspicious gaze, Jiang Yubai brought a basin and filled it with water, and she was forced to sit on the edge of the bed.
Sit still and soak your feet for 25 minutes, not even a minute less.
Oh. Su Qingxue couldn't refuse, so she had to obediently soak her feet in the water.
For a moment, the tiredness seemed to be gone.
When Jiang Yubai was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, Su Qingxue couldn't help thinking that he was really a very manly man.
No wonder I asked myself if my feet hurt while I was visiting the exhibition hall.
It turned out that I had prepared slippers a long time ago without even realizing it.
No wonder he followed me back to my room.
He wasn't trying to be a hooligan, but to get water for me to soak my feet. Jiang Yubai noticed all these small details, which was really touching.
Even Su Qingxue couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if she and Jiang Yubai were together. What would it be like? What would it be like? Didn't think about it further.
Because in Su Qingxue's heart, there was still a layer of estrangement.
Chapter 35, Horse-Faced Skirt and Flying Fish Costume.
And the so-called gap is their respective identities.
Professors and students. It's taboo. Although Su Qingxue tried hard not to think about that, she couldn't stand Jiang Yubai getting closer. To be honest, I'm quite worried.
Su Qingxue was worried. Her toes were twisted together, but Jiang Yubai fell asleep on the sofa.
It was a soft snoring that brought Su Qingxue back to reality.
Turning around, Jiang Yubai was lying on the sofa and asleep, with his phone lying on the carpet. When Su Qingxue thought that he was so tired because of her, she felt even more guilty.
After coming out of the water, Su Qingxue took a blanket and draped it over Jiang Yubai.
Although the noise was slight, it still woke him up. But the first thing Jiang Yubai said was,
"It's time?
Have you soaked for 25 minutes?
Not yet. Go soak now."
Okay, I'll cover you with something and you can go to sleep.
Thanks. Jiang Yubai was too sleepy. He had woken up early in the morning and hadn't gotten any sleep on the train.
He also had been visiting the Jinling Museum for several hours and was already tired.
The most important thing is that I had a sweet dream last night.
It was really beautiful. Jiang Yubai even had some aftertaste in his mind. I'm just a little sleepy, but being sleepy is inevitable. The moment Jiang Yubai covered himself with Su Qingxue's blanket, he wanted to say something funny about her scent, but before he could finish his words, he fell asleep.
It's good to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down.
Su Qingxue stood beside Jiang Yubai and looked at him for a while, then returned to the bed and continued to soak her feet in the water. I felt inexplicably sweet in my heart, sweeter than eating a lollipop. After finishing her foot bath, Su Qingxue lay on her side on the bed because she could just see Jiang Yubai. Looking at Jiang Yubai's closed eyes and handsome features, Su Qingxue was a little dazed and couldn't help but daydream.
I fell asleep while thinking about it. In my dream, I was bullied. When she woke up, Jiang Yubai was pinching her face, rubbing it restlessly with his fingers, as if he was enjoying it. Have you touched enough? It feels great. No, I'm calling you to get up. It's almost time. I set the alarm. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes in annoyance.
The only one who could make excuses for taking advantage of others was Jiang Yubai. Sitting up, Su Qingxue stretched lazily, her graceful figure was clearly revealed, and a delicate voice came out of her mouth. At this moment, her girlishness was overflowing.
If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. It would be a shame not to see such a pleasing scene, so Jiang Yubai stared at it carefully and watched it seriously. By the time Su Qingxue found out, Jiang Yubai already had a smirk on his face. I need to change my clothes. Okay, let's change. Then get out. Why do you want to go out? Jiang Yubai pretended to be confused, but was still pushed out of the bedroom and into the living room by Su Qingxue. This is the downside of the presidential suite. It's not as good as a standard room with one bedroom and one bathroom. Jiang Yubai muttered softly. Although it is a suite, the sound insulation between the bedroom and the living room is not very good. Even though there was a door between them, the rustling sound of Su Qingxue changing clothes in the bedroom could still be heard in the living room. Jiang Yubai sat on the chair. Eavesdropping is not a good habit, but what should he do since his hearing is so strong? Even listening to the sound of Su Qingxue changing clothes, vivid pictures would emerge involuntarily, which is almost comparable to live broadcast. Ahem, no code in mind, naturally super clear. Very good, very good. Not long after, Su Qingxue came out of the bedroom. She is already tall, and now wearing a horse-faced skirt, she looks both heroic and dashing. With her ponytail tied with a red ribbon and a folding fan in her hand, she looks like a wealthy girl traveling in ancient times. The upper body is a long-sleeved silk shirt, which is clean and harmonious. There is a golden phoenix pattern on the collar that seems to be dancing. Middle. Nice. Pretty. Tie pants hot. After appreciating it, Jiang Yubai applauded and praised. Su Qingxue raised her head slightly, revealing her fair and smooth chin. Here, you change too. As she spoke, Su Qingxue threw out a set of black clothes. Jiang Yubai was a little surprised when he looked at the horse-faced skirt on his body. He touched it and it felt good. Is there a share for me? Yes, of course, I bought it together. Oh okay, I'll change. Hey! Go inside and change. Su Qingxue interrupted Jiang Yubai, who was taking off his clothes, stepped aside, and called him into the bedroom to change. Jiang Yubai didn't care, but Su Qingxue waved her little fist and pushed him in. Beauty, you forgot to put away your intimate underwear. The next second, Su Qingxue rushed in and pushed Jiang Yubai aside with her butt. Don't look around. Jiang Yubai was speechless. He just put it on the bed. Why bother looking at it? There was no need to look carefully. You could see it as soon as you entered the room, okay? Black lace. Su Qingxue's face turned red. She hid her clothes and ran out of the bedroom. Hey, close the door and don't peek. Hearing this, Su Qingxue staggered and gritted her teeth. Who wants to peek at you? As soon as the door was closed, Jiang Yubai poked his head out. Schwer, didn't I remember that only girls can wear horse-faced skirts? If I go out wearing a horse-faced skirt, will I be considered a sissy? I didn't buy you a horse-faced skirt. Change it quickly. Su Qingxue turned her head away and apparently noticed that Jiang Yubai was already naked. Shame on you. Oh, I see. Soon Jiang Yubai came out after changing his clothes, and what he was wearing was a flying fish suit. I have only seen the Feiyu suit on TV dramas before, but now that I put it on, I feel like I have transformed into a Jinui, which is really good. Flying fish suit, I like it. Do you really like it? Su Qingxue asked happily. Yeah, if you go to the island country-style street to mess things up, I can also mess things up by wearing a flying fish suit. This is called a husband and wife team, and the work is not tiring. Sure enough, he was always talking nonsense. Su Qingxue glared at him unhappily, but in her heart she still approved of Jiang Yubai's personal image. When going out, Su Qingxue took out another pair of high heels. Jiang Yubai immediately became angry. Do you like wearing high heels so much? Your feet are already in a state of pain, but you still wear them? In response to this, Su Qingxue pursed her lips in grievance, but I can't go out in slippers with this outfit, right? Is it really like the mountains and rivers, and the people of Liba? It seems like that's the case. Jiang Yubai had no choice but to agree, and was ready to carry her home, but it was a pity that those two beautiful feet were gone. The heels of the high heels this time were very high, and Su Qingxue suddenly looked taller. She exuded a luxurious temperament and walked with true style. The two of them walking on the street really attracted the attention of passers-by. Chapter 36 Su Qingxue, if you don't dare to do it alone, come to my room. It seems that he saw that the two were going to Fengqing Street to make trouble.
The taxi driver even deliberately charged a few dollars less for the fare. Until he watched the two people walk in, the master was still sighing. It has to be Hanfu, it looks comfortable, things from the island countries always look awkward. As soon as I walked in, two girls in kimonos came towards me, with confusion and doubt in their eyes. This street is not long and you can see the end at a glance, but the surrounding shops and decoration styles are very similar to those of the island country, and even the names of the shops are in the island country's bird language. Zhang Yubai always felt that the appearance of such a thing on the land of China was unlucky and seemed out of place. Which kind person would put wreaths at the door of the store? White and yellow ones. Wouldn't it be creepy to see them when you go out at night? But there are quite a lot of people coming here. He didn't believe it, because all he saw were Chinese. The arrival of Zhang Yubai and Su Qingxue immediately attracted attention. Firstly, their attire was obviously intentional. The second reason is their appearance. These two people with such good looks are a perfect match wherever they go, and they are a dimensionality reduction blow to the young people on the street. It is worth mentioning that not long after they walked in, someone started pointing at them. Listening carefully, it was birdsong. Su Qingxue was immediately unhappy. She could understand bird language and retorted immediately. This is China, who is the outsider? I'm wearing Hanfu in China, it's none of your business. Su Qingxue shouted and cursed, and the faces of those Japanese pirates changed one after another. You know, the island nation is a country with deep cultural inferiority complex, and it especially likes to imitate the prosperous Tang dynasty. But imitation is imitation after all, and one cannot learn the essence of it, so much so that even after thousands of years, one still falls into deep inferiority. Now Su Qingxue was not afraid at all. She was generous and confident. The short Japanese people immediately became fearless. He bent down, bowed, and left in shame. What is cultural confidence? Zhang Yubai and Su Qingxue are the current ones. Being Chinese is something we should be proud of, especially when we are standing on Chinese soil. How can we allow the scoundrels from the island countries to spread bad culture? As long as Su Qingxue knows about cultural invasion, she will go and destroy it. It has to be said that the behavior of the two people dressed in Hanfu and breaking into the street alone woke up some young people. After seeing that their ancestors had the best vision, they began to resist the weird culture of the island country. Su Qingxue's heroic appearance amazed passers-by. Zhang Yubai, who was full of energy and spirit, attracted a lot of attention in his flying fish suit. Wherever he went, the idea that Chinese culture is the coolest was planted in the hearts of young boys and girls. The Japanese people were overshadowed by the brilliance of Su Qingxue and Zhang Yubai and could not raise their heads. The two of them really achieved kill-through. From the street to the end of the street, no Japanese dare to step forward to compete. No wonder every time Hanfu appears abroad, it will become a real focus. Our ancestors' aesthetic taste is truly impeccable. As descendants of Yan and Huang, it is necessary to pass on the Chinese culture. Su Qingxue was so confident and beautiful that Zhang Yubai couldn't help but look at her sideways. Especially when she angrily criticized the residents of the island, people couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Tonight's smashing the place went very smoothly. The so-called kimono can't even hold its head up in front of them. It is no exaggeration to say that if this happens a few more times, the bad habits of this street will be eliminated and it will become a gathering place for Hanfu enthusiasts. Today is a full and fulfilling day. After coming out, Su Qingxue smiled happily. The only downside is, the weather was not good and it rained. A flash of lightning struck, followed by a rumbling thunder, and then bean-sized raindrops fell, hitting the face, and it was very painful. Su Qingxue pulled Zhang Yubai up to go to Duoyu, but unfortunately her feet slipped and she fell. If Zhang Yubai hadn't been quick, she would have fallen to the ground, but even so, the heel of her high heels was still sprained. Go in and get out of the rain. Su Qingxue ignored the heels and pulled Zhang Yubai to hide under the eaves. Then she realized that her ankle was sprained and it hurt a lot. Hiss. Su Qingxue fell into Zhang Yubai's arms without standing firmly. She wanted to get up, but found that she couldn't do it at all. I'll carry you. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to speak, Zhang Yubai carried her on his back, took off her high heels with one hand, and covered the hem of her skirt with the other. Put me down, it's so heavy. It won't sink. Unable to persuade Zhang Yubai, Su Qingxue stopped being pretentious and put her chin on the latter's shoulder. The rain comes quickly and also subsides quickly. When the heavy rain turned into drizzle, Su Qingxue called a taxi. Although Jiang Yubai's back was very broad and comfortable, it would not be worth it if both of them caught a cold.
Back at the hotel, it was Jiang Yubai who carried her back to the room. Go take a hot bath and think about what to eat. I'll go back and change my clothes. Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded, and when she saw Jiang Yubai was about to leave, she suddenly said,
Hey, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Hurry up and take a shower.
I thought Jiang Yubai would accept the invitation in a humble manner, but unexpectedly, he refused. Looking at Jiang Yubai's departing back, Su Qingxue couldn't help but think that he was still quite handsome when he was serious.
While Su Qingxue was taking a shower, it started raining again.
The strong wind and heavy rain mixed with thunder and lightning were very scary. It was supposed to take an hour and a half to take a shower, but now he had to run out early because of a thunderclap. After a simple wash, Su Qingxue ran out without even bothering to dry herself, with a bath towel casually wrapped around her body, her mysterious part vaguely visible. Then she picked up her cell phone and called Jiang Yubai.
Hello? Xiao Bai, it's raining again, and there's thunder. Yeah, what's wrong?
Jiang Yubai had just finished taking a shower. His cell phone was thrown aside and he was wiping his hair with a towel.
Su Qingxue's voice was deep for a moment, and then she asked, Do you dare?
If you don't dare to do it alone, come to my room and I will accompany you. Jiang Yubai was stunned when he heard this.
It would only be a thunderstorm next month. What was there to be afraid of? Come here quickly, I have high emotional intelligence. Don't ask me to explain, I will be embarrassed. Su Qingxue said again.
Jiang Yubai understood now. It turned out that she was the one who didn't dare.
Okay, I'll come find you then. If you are the one coming here, then let me accompany you. If you are not the one coming to find me. Su Qingxue was being stubborn again. Okay, whatever you say is what's going on.
Jiang Yubai packed up simply and walked towards Su Qingxue's private room, unable to help wanting to laugh on the way. Recalling the content of the phone call just now, Jiang Yubai smiled.
Even through the phone, he could feel Su Qingxue's cuteness.
It is obvious that you are afraid and dare not be alone, but you insist on being stubborn and worrying about others. I'm afraid you are not a duck, as you are born stubborn.
Chapter 37, Hazy Beauty is the Real Beauty. Dong dong dong.
There was a knock on the door. Su Qingxue, who was about to blow dry her hair, was startled. The hair dryer in her hand fell and hit the back of her foot.
I have to say, this pair of jade feet suffered a lot today. Su Qingxue endured the pain and came to the door.
She carefully opened the peephole and looked out, but there was no one there.
At the same time, a loud thunder roared, Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and the bathrobe tied on her body was stretched open and slid to the ground. Who is it? Of course it's me. Su Qingxue picked up the bathrobe and asked in a serious voice. He breathed a sigh of relief only after hearing Jiang Yubai's voice.
After opening the door, Su Qingxue frowned and punched Jiang Yubai a few times angrily. Jiang Yubai closed the door tightly while slowly looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who was just emerging from the bath. It really looks like a lotus emerging from the water, and it is better to watch it up close.
Makeup is a sorcery that has harmed many men.
Otherwise, some people wouldn't jokingly say that when meeting someone in person, you should take a bottle of makeup remover with you, as it will make the fairy appear with just one splash.
Su Qingxue has a very natural beauty.
Even after taking a shower and removing all her makeup, her facial features are still delicate and beautiful. The appearance has not changed much, but there is still a kind of delicate and gentle beauty.
While I came here with good intentions to accompany you, why are you hitting me? If you hit me again, I will fight back. Be careful and spank your butt.
After these words were spoken, Su Qingxue calmed down, but her little mouth was still pouted high, and she was mumbling words of blame.
Humph. Who told you to scare me? It's unfair. How could I scare you? Just now. I didn't see you through the peephole. Aren't you trying to scare me?
Hearing this, Jiang Yubai suddenly realized, then flipped his hand and took out 2 cards. The rectangular card has a colorful photo of a beautiful woman, and the text reads Rose appointment invoice issuance on behalf of you in words such as youth, beautiful, young woman, student girl, urban beauty, etc. Even though Su Qingxue had only heard of it and never seen it, she understood what it was in the next second.
You actually want to call a prostitute. Hey, you're wronging me again.
It was clearly a small card that someone handed out and stuffed at the door.
I was afraid of the bad influence, so I picked it up, okay? Jiang Yubai told the truth, but Su Qingxue thought he was making excuses. Anyway, you are not allowed to look for a lady. You are not allowed to. Su Qingxue stamped her feet, forgetting the pain. She grimaced in pain and pointed her slender jade fingers at Jiang Yubai. She hesitated for a long time and didn't know what excuse to use. In the end, what was put forward was an extremely lame excuse. You are still a student, don't let desire blind you. Jiang Yubai looked helpless, and the tone of education began to emerge. Don't worry, I won't scream. I'm afraid of being tricked. And I heard that if you call the number on the card, the only person who will come is an old lady. Diaphragm. Jiang Yubai shuddered, and couldn't help feeling a chill when he thought of the old aunt. Just know you'll be cheated. Give it to me. Su Qingxue took the small card, tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash can. Only then did she feel completely relieved. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but laugh when watching this scene. Having tasted the love of a goddess, how could he be tempted by the love on the card? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Apart from anything else, Su Qingxue, who had just come out of the bath and was only tying her bathrobe, was much more attractive than the beauties on the internet pictures on the cards. Xiao Bai, come here. Ha? What's wrong? Jiang Yubai retracted his gaze and followed Su Qingxue into the bedroom. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a fragrance. This fragrance is not like the spices in shampoo and shower gel, but a natural fragrance emanating from Su Qingxue's body. Jiang Yubai had tried to find out what this smell was more than once, but he couldn't find it. It turned out that it was emitted after Su Qingxue took a bath. Here, give you a hair dryer, help me blow dry my hair. Are you so lazy? No. It's all your fault. There was a sudden knock on the door and I got scared. The hairdryer fell and hit my instep. It hurt so much. We agreed to be a cold and beautiful professor. Why does it seem like Su Qingxue is becoming more and more like a little girl now? It's a different feeling to say it or not. Jiang Yubai just let her do it. It was just blow drying her hair, no problem. Okay, sit down and I'll blow you, but next time, you have to blow me. Good. Su Qingxue agreed without even thinking about it, as if she hadn't thought about what the word blow meant. Later, on a Friday night, when the two went to stay in a hotel and Su Qingxue was asked, she realized that she had been tricked. Su Qingxue sat in front of the dressing table, and Jiang Yubai tested the temperature and picked up the hairdryer. Is it hot? Not hot, just right. Good. Jiang Yubai, who was usually too lazy to blow dry his own hair, was very serious when blowing Su Qingxue's hair. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh that the goddess not only smelled good, but also had smooth hair. The black hair passed through the fingers, and the touch was extremely good. Su Qingxue must have never had the trouble of her hair getting tangled and untied. Su Qingxue is tall, but she is not tall enough in front of Jiang Yubai. When the two of them go out, if Jiang Yubai wants, he can just look through the gaps between people. Right now, even if Su Qingxue tied a bathrobe around her body, it would not prevent Jiang Yubai from admiring the white hair. So much so that Jiang Yubai looked at it twice more, and the thin flesh on the waist was grasped by Su Qingxue. Keep your eyes open. Oh. This is so unfair. You think I want to see you, but you are dressed like this. I can't help it either. Jiang Yubai deliberately made things difficult, he was simply taking advantage of the situation. But unexpectedly, Su Qingxue, who has a high education and high IQ, actually believed it. I couldn't help but wonder, was it really my fault? Su Qingxue had no time to change her clothes before Jiang Yubai came. She thought that if she covered her body with a bathrobe, Jiang Yubai would not have any improper thoughts. Little did he know that the more she looked like this, the more Jiang Yubai was moved. There is a saying that goes, being naked is worse than being clothed, and being vague is worse than being naked. The hazy beauty is the real beauty. At this moment, Su Qingxue's outfit had a kind of hazy beauty. As a passionate young man, it was good enough that Jiang Yubai could control himself and not be impulsive. No wonder girls in high school hated washing their hair and even had to sacrifice their lunchtime to wash their hair. It turns out that blow drying your hair is so difficult. Yeah, but Xiao Bai, your hair blowing is quite comfortable. It made me sleepy. Yawn. Su Qingxue yawned, stretched subconsciously, and then, her private parts were exposed. Especially since the dressing table isn't particularly high. The bench she sat on was also very low. Through the mirror, one can see Su Qingxue's fairy-like face at a glance, with her eyelids drooping, shy and beautiful. Chapter 38. Want me to stay? Beg me. How long will this rain last?
Jiang Yubai turned his head to check the time, and Su Qingxue immediately looked displeased when she saw this.
Why, you really don't want to stay in the same room with me? Then go. Su Qingxue looked out the window proudly.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning that was so dark purple in color flashed, followed by a deafening thunder that rumbled from the distance. The lightning shattered Su Qingxue's arrogance and made her take back what she had just said.
Well, if you want to leave, go ahead. I'm mainly afraid that you wouldn't dare to do it alone. Still being stubborn.
Jiang Yubai shrugged, put down the hairdryer and was about to leave. Only then did Su Qingxue change her words.
Don't go. You have no conscience. Su Qingxue is not actually afraid of thunder and lightning, but the key point is that this is a hotel.
The corridor is deep and quiet. She can't be strong enough to stay in the room alone. But as she said, she is a person with high emotional intelligence, and it is hard for her to say that she dare not ask Jiang Yubai to come and accompany her. But now, Jiang Yubai was not tolerant at all, and she became frightened.
Please, don't leave yet.
Jiang Yubai joked playfully, but Su Qingxue didn't care and just begged directly.
Hey, that's good. Okay, I'll stay and not leave yet. Humph. You just know how to bully me. Jiang Yubai didn't expect that Su Qingxue would actually cry just because he teased her.
That was the famously cold and beautiful professor. Now he had made her cry because of him.
Jiang Yubai suddenly felt guilty.
Then he hurried forward and comforted her softly. All right, don't cry, blame me, it's all my fault.
As long as the wind doesn't stop and the rain doesn't stop, I won't leave and will stay with you, okay? Su Qingxue nodded, and then added, as long as the thunder and lightning continue, you can't leave.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Only in this way was Su Qingxue coaxed into submission. It wasn't difficult, nor was she unreasonable.
Moreover, during this period of time, Jiang Yubai could clearly feel the changes in her.
Anyway, the changes are huge and benign.
What also changed was the weight of Su Qingxue in Jiang Yubai's heart, which became heavier and heavier, and more difficult to let go. Thinking of this, Jiang Yubai gently hugged Su Qingxue in his arms and stroked her head with his hand, which was very warm.
Warmth is momentary. Thunder broke in randomly. A flash of lightning can illuminate the sky for a moment, and a muffled thunder can scare Su Qingxue into Jiang Yubai's arms. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Su Qingxue quickly tiptoed into Jiang Yubai's arms. No matter how you look at it, the two of them look like a young couple in love. Xiao Su, don't you think we look like a young couple now? We are inseparable. No. I didn't feel that way.
Su Qingxue denied it verbally, but she had no intention of getting out of Jiang Yubai's arms, because it felt strangely warm. Later, her ankles still felt sore, so she got down from his arms. But I don't know what happened, the bathrobe tied around my chest was stretched open again.
Su Qingxue ran into the bathroom, holding her bathrobe and covering her chest.
She limped and shouted angrily, "You hooligan!"
So innocent.
Jiang Yubai stroked his chin with a strange look on his face. It was really none of his business. It was clearly her who came up to him and tried to get into his arms just now.
But no matter what, I still have to thank God. The title of gold medal assistant must be awarded to God.
Not long after, Su Qingxue came out, wearing a pure white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of floral shorts. She raised her jade arms high and tied her 3,000 black hair into a high ponytail, and the whole person suddenly looked youthful and energetic.
What are you doing?
Su Qingxue walked over suspiciously, and looked in the direction Jiang Yubai was looking, confused. Because from where Jiang Yubai was sitting, he could just see the bathroom, and the bathroom was made entirely of glass. To use an idiom to describe it, it was a panoramic view.
You saw everything? What? Jiang Yubai asked back in confusion. But Su Qingxue could clearly feel that he was pretending.
Take a deep breath, clench your fists, and then calm yourself down. There is no point in saying more. Just look at it, it's going to cost you a piece of meat anyway. There was thunder and lightning outside, and the wind mixed with rain was pouring down. When the rain was heavy, it was scary as it hit the windows.
Su Qingxue was bored and turned over in bed to take the phone. Xiao Bai, do you want to fight the king? Come on, I'll help you score points. Leave some space for me.
I'm used to playing lying down. Jiang Yubai came to the bed and sat down. He opened the game with one hand and lifted Su Qingshue's long white legs to the bed with the other hand. He was really not shy at all. Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel angry, but she still moved a little closer and considerately brought over a pillow. It is the National Day holiday and it is evening, so college students have plenty of time for entertainment. The Canyon of Kings is a good place to go. Whether you have cash or not, you can play a few games in your spare time. Zhang Yubai was invited by many people as soon as he came online, including Lu Jiwen and Zhao Pengfei, some with beautiful girls as their avatars, and some directly invited by people nearby. This is a hotel. Shouldn't people nearby be busy eating chicken? After rejecting all of them, Zhang Yubai entered the room that Su Qingxue had built. It's too boring to just gain points. How can it be as fun as playing with beautiful women? If I beat my brother, I would still talk about it if I lost. It was much more interesting than competing for points with the 3 boys in the dormitory. However, Zhang Yubai's action of giving up accompanying his adopted son directly broke his heart. Brother Bai, you actually rejected me. I am so sad, so heartbroken. Poke. 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 When banning heroes, messages popped up one after another, and Zhang Yubai accidentally banned Xiao Xiao, the character Su Qingxue wanted to play. Zhang Yubai. You play me. I didn't order help grab? Help rob your sister. We haven't finished banning heroes yet. My, don't worry, brother said he would take you flying, and I will take you flying. Zhang Yubai was very confident. He was just a king, simply, and he easily made Lu Jiwen and the other 2 call him godfather. Su Qingxue wrinkled her nose and added, "Are you taking me to the garbage dump?" Just wait and see. Zhang Yubai was a little too proud of himself and even dared to rub Su Qingxue's head wantonly. If the game hadn't started, I would have bitten him no matter what. Boys will have the desire to show off in front of the girls they like. Zhang Yubai is no exception. Less than a minute into the game, he had already killed the opposing jungler at the foot of the red buff, which was undoubtedly the best counterattack against his teammates' doubts about him at the beginning of the game. The original "What are you doing?" has also become a game voice. Well done. Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes also lit up, and she hugged his thigh. Chapter 39. Su Qingxue, you can throw me in the corridor. Wang Xiying is a student in Su Qingshue's class. She looks careless at ordinary times, but she is actually very meticulous. After dinner, she said to her boyfriend, "I'm going to take a shower," and opened the King of Glory. She didn't know until she opened it. After she opened it, she discovered that the time when Professor Su Qingxue and Zhang Yubai started the game was exactly the same, even the changes every minute were the same. They're 2 in a duo? A sweet duo? Is this true? Without paying attention to her boyfriend's questions, she began to stare at the screen of her mobile phone. Finally, after a game ended, it was discovered that the status changes of Su Qingxue and Zhang Yubai's game IDs were actually the same. For a moment, a guess came to my mind. On the other side, Su Qingxue was very happy. She got off to a good start and crushed her opponent in the first game, successfully getting a star. But before she could play another game, she saw her friends list. Su Qingxue suddenly reacted and quickly changed her online status to invisible. What's wrong? Zhang Yubai was puzzled. He didn't even press her hair, so why was she so anxious? I forgot. I only added you and a few classmates to my game account. It would be terrible if they found out that we were playing together in a duo. It's just what I found out. It's nothing. No, that's not right, I need to be more careful next time. Su Qingxue shook her head, but even though she reacted quickly, she was still seen by Wang Xiying in the class by chance. It was just a coincidence. Under Zhang Yubai's guidance, Su Qingxue successfully advanced to a higher level. If she won one more game, she would become a king. However, she withdrew. Not advancing? No, after winning consecutive games, we will lose consecutive games. According to my past experience, I should log off immediately and log back in after 3 to 5 days, and then I will be able to advance safely. Oh, are you talking about metaphysics? It's experience. Su Qingxue recalled with the look of someone who had experienced it. One time, before the end of the season, I won 5 games in a row and was 1 star away from becoming the champion, but I just couldn't get there. You know, I fought for a whole day and night. Except for going to the toilet, I spend the rest of the time in bed. In the end, I still didn't go up. After a pause, she continued. Later I figured out a pattern. After winning streak, I stopped playing games for a few days.
Sure enough, it was much easier to gain points. Su Qingxue was very proud.
In her opinion, it was quite impressive that she could reach the top without help from others, although the period was a little long.
Xiaobai, do I look like an internet addict? Shu, don't talk nonsense, it's a young woman.
Shut up. Shut up. Jiang Yubai corrected him righteously.
Su Qingxue was unhappy and tried to push him off the bed. Haha, no matter what, it's still fun to play games with you. How should I put it, it makes me feel safe.
Looking back on the past few games, there were several times when Su Qingxue was about to be caught and Jiang Yubai would come to the rescue. Although it's a game, Jiang Yubai's proud and handsome figure in the game is still very attractive.
Jiang Yubai was also very happy.
Although there is no point in frying fish in low-end games.
But as long as this silly girl in front of me is happy, that's enough. Moreover, this trip also allowed him to witness Su Qingxue's lively and playful side.
It can be said that Su Qingxue's current image is completely different from her image when she was in school.
This is a good thing. Girls are willing to show their whole selves, which is undoubtedly a recognition of boys. I'm hungry, how about you?
Su Qingxue interrupted Jiang Yubai's thoughts, sat up, and covered her stomach, as if it was really flat. This made her chest look even more magnificent.
What do you want to eat? I'll call the front desk.
Jiang Yubai picked up the product list and the phone and sat back down. The service in a 5-star hotel is great, and the menu has everything to eat, including local snacks.
Su Qingxue looked around and finally fixed her eyes on the lamb skewers. How about a barbecue?
Okay. We both ordered lamb skewers, pork skewers, beef skewers, ham sausage, tendon, bread slices, etc., but after telling the front desk, we realized that we seem to have ordered a bit too much. I don't eat much, you have to finish everything and don't waste anything.
I have to order 2 beers. Jiang Yubai ordered 2 more bottles of beer and enthusiastically asked Su Qingxue if she wanted some.
When talking about drinking, Su Qingxue would think of that night and then quickly shake her head. No, I don't want to drink.
I just want to eat the skewers.
The two of them waited patiently, moving 2 benches to the floor to ceiling windows, and watching the wind, rain, thunder and lightning outside, which was quite pleasant. The 5-star hotel was very efficient and the meals they ordered were brought up quickly by the waiters while still hot. Although I was mentally prepared for it to be too late.
But when they saw the skewers filling the entire table, they couldn't help but gasp. That's a lot. Xiaobai, eat as much as you can. Forget it.
Even if I eat as much as Lao Bai, I still can't finish it myself.
Jiang Yubai said unhappily. He was not a glutton.
I opened the beer and took a sip, which made me feel good. Then I took a couple more bites of the skewers, which was really enjoyable.
Su Qingxue also picked up the skewers and ate them in small bites. It was obvious that she couldn't rub them as wildly as Jiang Yubai. But the restraint is only temporary.
As the two chatted and ate, the atmosphere became lively. Su Qingxue, who was hungry, started eating with a meat skewer in her left hand and enoki mushrooms in her right hand, enjoying it very much. Suddenly, after taking a bite of chili pepper, Su Qingxue's fair face turned red. Unable to find water, Jiang Yubai quickly poured him a glass of beer. After drinking a glass of cold beer, the spicy taste was indeed suppressed. Moreover, this glass of beer also led Su Qingxue to discover a new world. The room was really stuffy, and the cold beer tasted better than milk tea at this moment. Although she felt a little embarrassed, Su Qingxue still pushed the wine glass in her hand over.
Xiaobai, can you pour me another cup?
Can't. Jiang Yubai refused straightforwardly.
When asked the reason, he was afraid that Su Qingxue would have sex with him after drinking. You are just putting the blame on someone else. What if you get drunk and have sex? You, just throw me into the corridor.
Su Qingxue said, pointing outside the door, quite fierce.
Throw it in the hallway? I can't bear to do that. Come on, since you want to drink it, drink it. Jiang Yubai filled Su Qingxue's glass, and the two clinked their glasses.
Amid the crisp sound of the glasses colliding, the wine in the glasses was drunk in one gulp. Jiang Yubai drank wine generously and drank a 2-liang cup in one gulp.
Su Qingxue looked much more ladylike when she drank.
She held the wine glass and took small sips along the rim. The beer, which cost only a few dollars a bottle, made her feel like she was drinking beer worth thousands of dollars.
Moreover, the blush on Su Qingxue's pretty face increased in direct proportion to the amount of alcohol she drank.
Also increasing was her outgoing temper.
Xiao Bai, fill my glass. Chapter 40, Becoming Boyfriend and Girlfriend.
There wasn't enough beer, so I had to ask for more.
It turns out that Su Qingxue would also stand on the box and clink glasses with Jiang Yubai. Teacher Su, we are still missing a side dish. Do you know what it is?
What? Su Qingxue's eyes were blurred, with a touch of moving charm. The best appetizer is, of course, you.
Go, dance to liven things up.
Su Qingxue did not refuse, but she rolled her beautiful eyes and glanced at Jiang Yubai, then stood up and walked back a few steps.
I didn't expect that Su Qingxue could actually dance.
Maybe it's because of her graceful figure, or maybe it's her natural beauty, she dances so beautifully. Her delicate hands can captivate people's hearts, and her swaying beautiful legs can make people intoxicated. The swan neck is smooth and tight, which not only makes the dancing posture charming but also adds a touch of sexiness.
This is not a good snack to go with wine. It's simply a deadly scimitar.
After the dance, Su Qingxue sat back opposite Jiang Yubai, but instead of sitting on the bench, she squatted on the spot. In her words, squatting is more comfortable than sitting on the sofa or the bench. It was unknown whether the rain had stopped or not, as lightning still flashed from time to time. Even though Su Qingxue was brave enough from drinking, she still refused to let Jiang Yubai leave. During the struggle, Su Qingxue lay down on the bed, and Jiang Yubai followed closely and lay down behind her. He bent his arms and hugged Su Qingxue, and even though she struggled, she couldn't break free.
What?
You know, it's thundering and raining outside, I'm scared, I don't dare, so of course I have to hug you and sleep together. Su Qingxue didn't expect that the excuse she found for Jiang Yubai would now become an excuse for him to act like a hooligan. Su Qingxue lay in Jiang Yubai's arms, letting his hands play with her hair. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai spoke, and a smell of alcohol mixed with a clear scent of hormones hit Su Qingxue's face.
Xiaoxue, I won't go back to live at night, okay?
Under normal circumstances, Su Qingxue would have refused, but under the influence of alcohol, her affection for Jiang Yubai was infinitely magnified, and then she nodded as if possessed by a demon. After getting permission, Jiang Yubai buried his head in Su Qingxue's beautiful back, breathing in the pleasant scent on her body almost greedily.
Stop it, it's itchy.
No, you smell so good, I can't smell it for a lifetime.
Hearing this, Su Qingxue's body trembled, and she couldn't help but wonder, is this a confession? Although the two had already had a relationship, Su Qingxue was genuinely reluctant to take that step.
But after spending some time together, Jiang Yubai has already entered her heart and even occupied a certain weight in her heart. Now Jiang Yubai's mumbling was like a confession of love, which directly broke through the barrier in Su Qingxue's heart.
I really can't do anything with you. Is that okay? For a lifetime.
Jiang Yubai strikes while the iron is hot and expresses his true feelings at this moment.
Su Qingxue had never seen such a scene before. Confession of love should not be done in bed.
She wanted to turn around, but it was difficult.
Isn't this forcing? But Su Qingxue did not refuse.
She nodded and even said softly. Although the voice was very soft, it was still heard. Jiang Yubai was a little anxious when he saw this, but he still gave a reminder.
He didn't want to make a big mistake in the end. Xiaoxue, I want to be your boyfriend, you know this, right?
I know, I do, it just feels a little dreamy. You know, with the relationship between you and me, we can't be together at all, but now, forget it, don't think about it anymore.
Jiang Yubai, do you love me?
Su Qingxue stopped hesitating and asked a question that had been on her mind for the past few days.
Love. Love you. I really like you. Just your words are enough.
Jiang Yubai didn't hesitate at all and told the truth. Su Qingxue was smiling, her smile was sweet, very touching, and beautiful. Jiang Yubai couldn't see it, but he could feel her body trembling slightly. Sometimes feelings are just like this inexplicably, coming to fruition just right. Perhaps this is how deep love becomes. No matter how strong the wind and thunder were outside, the two of them were entangled in love on the bed. All the lights in the house went out, and the clothes thrown carelessly on the ground could be clearly seen with the blue and purple electric light. There are floral shorts, white short-sleeved shirts, and underwear.
Su Qingxue was kissed forcibly.
But at this time, Professor Su's personality was completely different from usual. It used to be cold outside and hot inside, but now it's hot everywhere.
In stark contrast, Su Qingxue quickly fought back after being kissed by Jiang Yubai, biting. Su Qingxue, who has a strong personality, would return a kiss twice if she was kissed once.
She was very assertive.
The foreplay was adequate. It's also full of emotions.
The rain continued until 12:30, while Su Qingxue and Jiang Yubai continued to make trouble until an hour after the rain stopped.
The room was in a mess.
Su Qingxue snuggled in Jiang Yubai's arms like a little bird, playfully pinching a strand of her hair to tickle him. A man who just leaves after doing the deed and doesn't even wipe it off doesn't deserve love. A real man is one who knows how to make his sweetheart happy after being affectionate. The contented Su Qingxue was amused by Jiang Yubai's teasing, but there was a question that she still had to ask.
Noob. Call me husband. Jiang Yubai interrupted.
Among newlyweds, the man always feels particularly concerned about how to address others, and no one knows why.
The same is true for Jiang Yubai.
I felt very satisfied when I heard Su Qingxue change her words.
Hubby, I'm yours now, but can we keep our relationship a secret for now? Hide? Jiang Yubai was suspicious and then asked, underground?
Yeah, that's right. I know it's unfair to hide my relationship with you, but there is another layer of relationship between you and me.
If someone finds out, I'm afraid it will affect you, so. Su Qingxue's worries were not unreasonable, and Jiang Yubai didn't care too much about it.
It was just an underground relationship and it couldn't be made public for the time being.
Okay, I promise. Su Qingxue was distractedly thinking about this question while she was making love.
She thought it would take some time to talk, but she never expected that Jiang Yubai would agree so readily.
As long as you are willing, I am willing to wait for you to bring me out from under the surface.
Hubby, thank you.
Numa. Jiang Yubai was so considerate that Su Qingxue was almost moved to tears. Her eyes suddenly turned red and she couldn't help but want to kiss her man. After they separated, Su Qingxue lay on Jiang Yubai's chest, feeling somewhat reluctant. She said again.
Hubby, you can hug me, kiss me, and do whatever you want during your non-working hours.
After all, I am your girlfriend.
Chapter 41: A Shameless Day, a house that must be renewed.
Tired, Su Qingxue fell asleep, resting her head on Jiang Yubai's arm without moving.
There was a layer of astringent blush on her pink and tender face, which was very tempting.
Jiang Yubai couldn't sleep, not at all.
His palm gently stroked Su Qingxue's white shoulders, and his eyes were full of this big girl. Suddenly, it seemed as if the shackles in my mind were opened, and then an electric current rushed from the top of my head to my limbs, and then I heard a voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the sign-in system.
Sign in. Jiang Yubai was stunned. The system was actually activated.
He had clearly prepared himself mentally, but he still felt like he was dreaming.
Sign in. Yes, sign in.
Jiang Yubai began to experience it out of curiosity, and the system sound rang again.
Daily sign-in success.
Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 in cash note. The source of funds is legal, please feel free to use it.
Just talk and sign in, and you can get 100,000 yuan. Who would believe you if you say you are not the son of destiny?
However, the benefits of activating the system go far beyond this.
Ding! Do you want to receive the novice gift package?
The benefits are good. There is also a novice gift pack. Collect it and use it. For a moment, the system's broadcast voices rang in my mind one after another. Congratulations to the host for receiving the first gift of 10 million yuan for new members. Congratulations to the host for winning a gift pack of Transportation Tools 1. Congratulations to the host for winning the Property Draw Gift Pack 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Physical Potion 1. Every report was very valuable. Jiang Yubai was amazed. No wonder the protagonists in novels could become rich and reach the peak of their lives in just a few years. Although my system was activated a little late, I have already accomplished the goal of marrying a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman. Looking at Su Qingxue in his arms, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but look gentle. Now he has the capital to reach the peak of his life, and with Su Qingxue by his side, he is definitely a winner in life. Ding! The text message for the newlyweds' first gift money arriving came. I took a look and saw a string of zeros.
1 million.
Find a reason to call mom and dad tomorrow.
It's time for them to enjoy family happiness. Ding! That's 10 million.
The system reminded him, and Jiang Yubai counted carefully again, and he really had missed a zero. That's great. Not only will I have pocket money, but I'll also have the capital to start a business. Moreover, you can sign in once a day, and you never know what good things you might get. It was getting late, and Jiang Yubai fell asleep slowly. Today was a good day. He and the beautiful Su Qingxue became boyfriend and girlfriend, and they successfully activated the sign-in system.
Delicious. Sleep quality has been improved. The next day came in a blink of an eye.
Jiang Yubai woke up, and before he even opened his eyes, he subconsciously raised his hand to look for Su Qingxue, but found nothing. Turning around, I saw Su Qingxue had finished bathing in the glass bathroom. It's a pity that I didn't see such a beautiful scene. Su Qingxue came out and saw Jiang Yubai staring at her, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The effect of the alcohol has completely worn off, but when I think back to what happened last night, I still can't help but blush with shame. But after all, most of the alcohol had dissipated by then, and she was sober, and she knew and approved of everything that happened.
And it feels pretty good to become Jiang Yubai's girlfriend. In front of Jiang Yubai, Su Qingxue also showed her gentle side. Cold and beautiful, professor? That depends on the person. Honey, you're awake. Well, how about you? How was your rest?
Jiang Yubai waved his hand, and Su Qingxue sat over and then leaned on his chest in a dependent manner.
It's okay, but I feel a little uncomfortable down there. It's all your fault. You were too strong.
Su Qingxue muttered softly, poking Jiang Yubai with her slender jade fingers. She was not angry, but embarrassed.
Well, who said my wife is so beautiful?
As a husband, I can't control myself. As he spoke, Jiang Yubai picked up Su Qingxue again. Looking at the water droplets rolling on the fair skin, Jiang Yubai was moved. Morning exercises began with soft humming sounds, 10,000 words omitted here. Afterwards, Su Qingxue collapsed on the bed, breathing rapidly, but she felt happy in her heart. It turned out that this thing was really addictive.
Everything written in the novel was true. Jiang Yubai was sweating all over.
After settling his little wife down, he went to the bathroom. Su Qingxue tilted her head and saw Jiang Yubai in the bathroom, and her unwillingness to admit defeat came up again. Jiang Yubai saw me naked when I was changing clothes in the bathroom yesterday, so I want to see him today too.
But Jiang Yubai didn't give him any chance and directly turned the originally transparent glass into a rough surface, making it opaque. Hateful.
Su Qingxue frowned and said angrily, but she was helpless. Although Jiang Yubai did not lock the door when he was taking a shower, if he went in and teased her now, who knows who would get teased.
After thinking about it, I decided to give up.
It's more important to make good use of the time to recover my strength. In the bathroom, Jiang Yubai took out the physical energy potion rewarded by the system. It was an ampoule filled with azure liquid, which looked deep and mysterious under the bathroom light. Without thinking too much, Jiang Yubai broke open the ampoule and drank it in one gulp. The medicine dissolved in the mouth immediately, and the taste was sweet with a slight salty taste. It was very familiar. I seemed to have just encountered this taste, but now I couldn't remember it for a moment. There was no time to think about it anymore, because Jiang Yubai clearly felt that his body was changing. Under the effect of the physical potion, Jiang Yubai's body changed from the inside out and from top to bottom.
He seemed to be a little taller. The facial features are slightly more refined.
My muscles have become stronger and my spirit has improved a lot. In the mirror, those bright eyes can definitely be called a female killer. I feel good about myself and all aspects of my physical fitness seem to have improved. It is worthy of being a product of the system and must be a high-quality product. Jiang Yubai came out after taking a shower. Su Qingxue, who was lying on the bed and looking at the game guide on her phone, subconsciously glanced at it out of the corner of her eye and was surprised.
Hiss. Husband, you just took a shower, why do you feel much more handsome? Your temperament is better, your skin is better, are you a natural handsome man? Maybe. Your husband is excellent and handsome. Are you unhappy? I'm happy.
Su Qingxue giggled, opened her arms and hugged Jiang Yubai's neck, feeling very safe.
Honey, where are we going today?
Su Qingxue's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and it was warm and sweet when it touched Jiang Yubai's face.
All right. I'll listen to you. Are you listening to me? Hey. Husband. My bathrobe. Originally, Su Qingxue planned to visit other places in Jinling today and return to the Magic City in the evening.
However, who would have thought that plans could not keep up with changes? Jiang Yubai was like a wild bull, so Su Qingxue had to call the front desk to extend the suite for an extra day.
Chapter 42. I specially gave you a little JK skirt.
When I returned to Shanghai from Jinling, it was already the 4th day of the National Day holiday. After returning to the teacher's apartment, Su Qingxue fell asleep immediately, exhausted. Jiang Yubai hummed a song while cleaning the dormitory inside and out, and the floor was mopped until it was shiny. It was not until the evening, when the sun had set and the sky was dyed orange, that Su Qingxue sent the news.
Grandpa, I'm so sleepy."
In the voice message, Su Qingxue's voice was coquettish, and it was not difficult to imagine her posture at the moment, lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in one hand, rubbing her eyes with the other arm, and yawning because of sleepiness.
"It's time to have dinner, and then go back to sleep."
"Okay, wait for me, I'll change my clothes and go out."
"I'll come find you."
"The better."
Jiang Yubai locked the door and went out.
The university campus was very quiet during the holidays. The speakers above his head no longer played music, and there were very few students walking by. They soon arrived outside the teacher's apartment, and Su Qingxue came out almost at the same time. The moment she saw Jiang Yubai, the joy on Su Qingxue's pretty face came from the heart, without any falsehood. But she soon returned to her usual coolness, only her pace slightly quickened. After all, this is a school, and there might be people they know here. It wouldn't be good if they were seen being so intimate.
Jiang Yubai didn't care and just understood it. "What do you want to eat?"
Su Qingxue put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly, asking in a playful tone.
"There's a fast food restaurant over there that tastes good. I'll take you there to eat."
"Okay, let's go."
Su Qingxue smiled.
She really liked the way Jiang Yubai made decisions. He was not like some couple she had seen, where the boy would just say it's alright, whatever you want. But in fact, Jiang Yubai has said all is fine and up to you a lot these days.
The reason why I didn't care is probably because beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. To put it bluntly, it's double standards.
Walking out of the campus, Jiang Yubai naturally held Su Qingxue's hand. The warm and smooth feeling like jade made people unable to let go.
Su Qingxue did not refuse.
Instead, she moved her body closer to him intimately. Suddenly, the two of them were very close to each other. From a distance, they looked like a young couple in love.
"Xiao Bai, does my dress look good?" "Call me husband."
"Oh husband, tell me quickly, does this dress look good on me?" Su Qingxue changed the topic and asked, looking forward to it. Jiang Yubai did not just do it perfunctorily, but took 2 steps back to examine it carefully. He had to admit that Su Qingxue was really beautiful in her pleated skirt and white shirt, looking exactly like a female college student. She looks slim and has a pure feeling, which simply touches Jiang Yubai's heart.
"It looks good. I like it very much." As long as you like it, that's enough. I bought this outfit a long time ago, but I've never worn it.
It's been sitting at the bottom of my closet." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yubai suddenly felt flattered. His girlfriend wore them specially for him to see, which really satisfied his vanity.
"I like it, I love to see it, I wear it more." Jiang Yubai gave triple affirmation, and Su Qingxue also giggled, very happy.
Soon the two came to a restaurant, but the food they sold was not freshly made, but was prepared in advance and placed on plates. There were as many as 20 plates, which meant there were 20 dishes, both meat and vegetarian, and they looked very good. Because of the low price, students from nearby universities would come here to buy meals, and even construction workers who were nearby would come. The portion is large and filling, and the taste is good, so it will naturally attract everyone's love.
Just as Jiang Yubai was about to speak, Su Qingxue rushed to speak. "Auntie, can I have 1 dish and 2 servings of rice?"
"I don't have a big appetite, so I can't finish 2 servings of dishes."
"Sure, I'll serve you some more food. It will definitely be enough for you."
The aunt was very enthusiastic and always had a big smile on her face. This was mainly because Su Qingxue spoke well and was pretty, so as a fellow woman, the aunt was happy to serve her more dishes.
"Hubby, come and ask for it. Order whatever you want."
In the end, the two of them each ordered 3 dishes, including Jiang Yubai's favorite chicken steak, fried pork with celery, and minced meat vermicelli, as well as Su Qingxue's favorite spicy and sour potato shreds, fried mushrooms, and 1,000-layer tofu. 1 meat dish, 5 vegetable dishes, plus 2 servings of rice, totaling $13, which is really a great deal. The two did not go into the restaurant to eat but took their meals to a small park nearby.
There were young people dating and elderly people taking a walk after dinner.
Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue sat on a chair in a quiet place and started eating on the spot. Enjoying the cool evening breeze and eating a box lunch with the one she loves, she feels so happy.
This is what Su Qingxue is thinking at this moment. "Husband, ah."
When Su Qingxue picked up a chicken steak and fed it to Jiang Yubai, he would deliberately bite the chopsticks and refuse to let go, causing the former to pout. Worried that he wasn't full, Su Qingxue gave him some rice, then held the lunchbox and watched Jiang Yu eat with a smile on her face. It seemed that in her opinion, watching Jiang Yubai eat was much more interesting than eating herself. Fool! Jiang Yubai couldn't help but laugh and scold, and his love for her grew stronger. After dinner, Su Qingxue threw the garbage into the trash can, took out a tissue to wipe the oil stains remaining on the seat, and finally patted her belly. I'm so full. I'm so stuffed. Her belly made a buzzing sound when being patted. Jiang Yubai couldn't help laughing when he saw it. He stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Stop it, we're outside. It's okay, no one is coming here. As soon as he finished speaking, two old men came strolling over. Su Qingxue quickly got off Jiang Yubai's body and sat on the chair, then lowered her head and refused to raise it again. It was not until the old couple turned the corner and left and Su Qingxue heard their footsteps going away that she raised her head. It's all your fault. I almost got seen. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but laugh and asked, what's wrong with seeing it? Didn't you see that Grandpa and Grandma were also holding hands and walking forward? Yeah, I saw it. It's very warm. There was a gleam in Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes. Needless to say, she was envious. Being able to hold hands with a man and grow old together was really a rare thing. Hubby, what do you think it will be like when we get old? When we are old, I will hold your hand and walk in front of you, shielding you from the wind and navigating the way for you. Hubby, you're so nice. I'm only good to you. It was just two ordinary sentences, but they made Su Qingxue's eyes red. She tilted her head and lay on Jiang Yubai's shoulder, and her little hand reached into his palm. People passed by the two of them one after another. They all walked in pairs. From youth to middle age, and then to old age, it's like a time tunnel is in front of my eyes. Chapter 43. I remember I wore safety pants. After leaving the park, the two came to the school playground. The school leaders are very good at taking care of young people. Every night after dinner, when college couples arrive, they will have the lights on the playground turned off. But it is not completely extinguished, there are still a few left for watching the road. Of course, doing so would undoubtedly result in students who simply want to exercise having nowhere to go, so the lights in several playgrounds would be turned off and on in turn. However, no one knows which playground will have the lights on and which will be turned off on that day. So the lovers have to guess. I have to say that school leaders can be naughty. Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue came to the east playground. The lights had been turned off. With the dim light, they could clearly see that there were already couples sitting on the green grass. If it were during normal times when there were no holidays, the green grass of the playground would be crowded with couples. Even if you sat here, you could hear the sizzling sound made by the couples next to you when they were biting each other. It's still the National Day holiday, so there aren't that many people here. Jiang Yubai pulled Su Qingxue to a place where they sat down quietly, enjoying the night breeze and feeling relaxed both physically and mentally. Be careful when wearing a skirt, it's easy to expose yourself. Jiang Yubai pulled the hem of the JK skirt with his hand. Su Qingxue laughed and said, stupid, I'm wearing safety pants, and my movements are not very big. Oh, I forgot, there are such things as safety pants. Well, have you ever seen safety pants? How about I show you? Hearing this, Jiang Yubai turned his head away. He actually became a gentleman? Forget it, I won't watch it. The more he did this, the more Su Qingxue wanted to laugh and tease, so she pinched the hem of her skirt and said again. Look, it's nothing, just safety pants. I won't watch it, I really won't watch it. Jiang Yubai waved his hands repeatedly, but before he could finish his words, Su Qingxue exclaimed. I clearly remember wearing safety pants. Jiang Yubai's eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, he felt as if he had missed out on 100 million. When she turned around again, Su Qingxue had already covered her skirt. It was like she would miss this opportunity. Oh no, I was half asleep in the dormitory, and I think I put my safety pants on the bed, forgot to put them on, and ran out. Su Qingxue recalled it and felt so embarrassed. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Jiang Yubai wanted to see the safety pants just now. It's so embarrassing. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Yubai coaxed with a smile, and it took Su Qingxue a while to regain her composure. It seems that I don't wear skirts often enough, so I forgot to wear safety pants. I'll remind you next time. I won't wear it next time. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes and looked around. Most of the students stayed in school instead of going home during the holidays. As a professor at the school, it was not a good idea for me to go on a date in a little skirt on the playground, so who knows when the next time will be.
I want to lie on you for a while.
Okay, come on.
Jiang Yubai crossed his legs and helped Su Qingxue lie down. No wonder young couples love to do this.
Su Qingxue muttered softly. It was undeniable that it felt really good to lie on her lover's lap in the wide playground.
If you like it, we can come here often in the future. Su Qingxue didn't respond. Want to come?
Yes.
Are you coming?
Let's talk.
Su Qingxue was bored and reached her hand into Jiang Yubai's short sleeves while he wasn't paying attention.
Poke the abdominal muscles and draw circles around the belly, it feels itchy.
Try moving again.
Just try it. Su Qingxue poked a few more times, and then she felt a hand pulling out the shirt tucked into her skirt, and then the hand went in.
She loves abs.
He also loves her smooth belly. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Su Qingxue fiddles with it, and Jiang Yubai will fight back 3 times. He is just taking advantage of her.
How could Su Qingxue not know this?
But the more she wanted to fight back, the more she was taken advantage of.
She was so depressed.
Looking at her cute appearance, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her lips.
Su Qingxue also gave the other person a taste of his own medicine.
If he kissed her once, she would kiss him back twice. Such behavior made Jiang Yubai confused for a moment. Who was suffering the loss? Under the raging firewood, with such intimate behavior, the flower seedlings are faintly rising. Su Qingxue sat up, and was pulled over by Jiang Yubai the next second. The two of them sat with their backs pressed against each other. Jiang Yubai rested his chin on Su Qingxue's neck and breathed deeply, but his hands around her waist were quietly becoming restless. Under such teasing, the fire in Su Qingxue's heart was ignited. So at the usual time when the school was banned, a handsome man and a beautiful woman ran out of the living area hand in hand. They must be Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue.
Dormitory?
What is a dormitory?
Tonight, the hotel is the best place to stay.
Su Qingxue thought that a homestay near the school would be enough, but Jiang Yubai explained the interests involved in just 2 sentences. Stupid, that 351 night BB is cheap, but it has more cameras. Besides, those BBS have several floors, and each floor has more than a dozen or 20 rooms, so the sound insulation is very poor.
You don't want the sound to be easily transmitted.
Got it.
Let's go. 5-star hotel. Now it was Su Qingxue's turn to jog with Jiang Yubai. Here we are in the hotel again.
Outside the hotel, looking at the brightly lit hotel, Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel her legs go weak. They spent the most unforgettable 2 days and 3 nights in Jinling Hotel. I thought I could take a break after returning to the Magic City, but who would have thought that the fire of desire could be ignited so easily, but it is really not easy to extinguish it. In the room, Su Qingxue suddenly thought of a question.
Honey, you said there must be no cameras in a 5-star hotel?
No one wants to appear on pornographic websites, so Jiang Yubai had made preparations on the day he went to Jinling. Whether it is the tools or techniques for detecting cameras, he has carefully researched and made strategies.
Take out the tool and check it carefully. Everything is normal. Then use the technique to go through it again. Everything is normal.
Then use the last method to confirm. Su Qingxue watched Jiang Yubai open the Canyon of Kings. She was a little confused for a moment, as if she had taken off her pants, but was told to play a game with a friend? Husband? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will bite you. Su Qingxue was gnashing her teeth and waving her fists. After all, if she was playing with friends, how could she use the time to stay in the hotel? It would be such a waste. Wife, don't be anxious. I'm checking if there are any cameras in the room.
Huh?
Su Qingxue didn't understand. Jiang Yubai had no choice but to operate it in front of her. You can see there is a function in the settings page, which is to detect the signal source in the house. The camera needs to be connected to Wi-Fi to check and confirm whether it is there.
Okay, confirmed, no.
Jiang Yubai suddenly dropped his phone and rushed towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was still in a daze, and then she was forced to start. It was another night of continuous gunfire. The next morning, Su Qingxue was awakened by a phone call from Jean Boley. There is a meeting to be held. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingxue did not scold the school leaders, and her original ambition to sleep for a day was directly dispelled.
Hubby, please let me go.
Su Qingxue clasped her hands together with a submissive look. She didn't want to be seen walking against the wall by her colleagues when she went to the meeting in the afternoon. Zhang Yubai smiled, still remembering someone's bold words, saying that there are only tired oxen, but no plowed land. How come it seems now that the cow is fine and the land has surrendered and begged for mercy first? Jokes aside, Su Qingxue has a meeting in the afternoon and will definitely not wait for anything to happen. After coming out of the hotel and returning to school, Su Qingxue slipped back to the dormitory with a cup of soy milk. Then she slept until the afternoon, and it was her roommate Jean Bolli who woke her up. Su Qingxue woke up in a daze. For a moment, she didn't realize where she was or who she was. She was completely confused. Comrade Su Qingxue, what did you do during your short vacation? How could you be so tired? Jean Bolli asked in surprise. She had never seen Su Qingxue like this before. On the other hand, Su Qingxue was speechless. How could such a thing be explained? There was no way to explain it. So he could only say gibberish. It's okay, I'm saving the world. Okay, I believe you. Hurry up and get up, beautiful lady. It's time to go to the meeting. Good. I got out of bed to pack, but Su Qingxue didn't pack at all. She just put on her shoes and set off. Jean Bolli followed beside her and felt that Su Qingxue seemed a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong at the moment. Miss Su, I noticed that you seem to be even more beautiful now. Do you have any secret? Please teach me. When they were almost at the department's meeting room, Jean Bolli noticed that Su Qingxue was different. She was more beautiful and had more temperament. Before the holiday, Su Qingxue was very beautiful, really so beautiful that Jean Bolli would always joke that if she were a man, she would definitely join the army of people pursuing her. Now, in just a short vacation, a few days, Jean Bolli discovered that Su Qingxue had changed, and the most direct change was her temperament. She used to be cold and beautiful, but now she is much gentler. With this change, she becomes even more invincible. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous of you. Jean Bolli howled like a wolf. Secret? I don't have one. I just went on a trip and I felt better. Yes, that's right. As a human being happy is the most important thing. When your mood gets better, the changes will be great naturally. Su Qingxue became more and more confident as she spoke, and she even moved Jean Bolli. Okay. I'll listen to you. I also want to keep a good mood and become beautiful. Su Qingxue laughed secretly, and at the same time couldn't help thinking that there was nothing wrong with what she said. Being in a good mood is really important. Walking into the conference room, Su Qingxue returned to her previous cool and charming appearance. The meeting was boring, it was always boring, but this time, as long as Su Qingxue thought of Zhang Yubai, it didn't seem so hard to endure. Chapter 44, Professor Su, the Unkind One? The National Day holiday passed in a flash. For other students, the holiday seemed to have happened yesterday, and in the blink of an eye they were back to school. But for Zhang Yubai and Su Qingxue, a lot of things really happened during this short holiday. It can be said to be unforgettable, or it can be said to be unforgettable. Zhang Yubai was lying on the bed, remembering clearly what happened during the holiday. This should be the withdrawal reaction. After the holiday, roommates came back one after another, and each brought specialties from their hometown, the main one being to comfort the left-behind child Zhang Yubai. Brother Bai, what did you do during such a long vacation? Did you go out to play? Zhang Yubai chewed the local specialties and nodded. It was no exaggeration to say that among his brothers, no one had a more fulfilling vacation than him. Just to say one thing, if his relationship with Su Qingxue were to be exposed, it would shock many good sons. At night, the brothers were bragging and chatting, and then they talked about the farewell to the old and welcome to the new party, tomorrow night. The topics of conversation in the boys' dormitory cover a wide range, from the school beauties to the Canyon of Kings. Zhang Yubai's almost perfunctory response attracted the attention of Lu Jiwen and the other two. Lu Jiwen, Brother Bai, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Aren't you afraid of piercing the screen of your phone? Su Jiqiang, tell the truth, are you dating? Zhao Pengfei, damn it. It's only been a few days and you're already single? Let us see what your sister-in-law looks like. Zhang Yubai knew he couldn't hide it, so he found a photo of Su Qingxue's back. In this way, it not only does not violate the agreement with Su Qingxue, but also can dispel the doubts of Lu Jiwen and the other two. What he didn't expect was that the photo of Su Qingxue's back was so high-end, which made Zhao Pengfei and the other two wailed. Whoa, damn you. You held hands with a goddess behind our brothers' backs. I'll leave the cleaning of the dormitory to you next week.
Does sister-in-law have roommates?
Brother Bai, you have to be in charge of the social gathering. Jiang Yubai was helpless.
Su Qingxue did have roommates, but even if she called them over for a social gathering, would the three of you dare to go?
Okay, let's go to bed. I've been very tired these past few days. After saying that, Jiang Yubai turned around and went to sleep, but his words made Lu Jiwen and the other two imagine wildly. How could he be tired? Especially Lu Jiwen, seeing Brother Bai no longer being single, couldn't help but feel a little envious and longing.
However, unlike Brother Bai, he doesn't even have a romantic partner, let alone a romantic relationship.
For him, being single seems like a distant and unattainable thing.
Just when he was feeling depressed, a message suddenly popped up on his phone screen. Brother, do you want to play games together?
When Lu Jiwen saw this message, he suddenly remembered that the person who sent the message was the girl who had invited him to play games together before. During the National Day holiday, they had played several games together.
When Lu Jiwen received the invitation again, the smile on his face was harder to suppress than AK.
He replied without hesitation, "Play, log in." Looking at the chat box between the two, Lu Jiwen felt a surge of confidence in his heart. He felt that by playing games with this girl, he might be able to successfully escape from being single.
On the other side, Su Qingxue and Jiang Yubai were chatting enthusiastically.
Jean Bali had no man to accompany her, so she could only find a little milk dog to play games with her to relieve her boredom. It was late at night, and when Jean Boli got up to go to the bathroom, she unexpectedly saw that Su Qingxue's mobile phone screen was still on and her fingers were still typing on the keyboard.
Jean Bali asked in surprise, "Sister Qingxue, you haven't slept yet?" Then she asked curiously, "Are you chatting with a man?"
Facing Jean Bali's questioning, Su Qingxue felt a little guilty, but still answered stubbornly, "No." Then, she quickly opened the shopping app, handed the phone to Jean Bali, and explained, "I couldn't sleep, so I just looked at the clothes casually." After hearing this, Jean Bali drew out her tone and showed a half-smile expression, as if she had seen through everything. Based on her woman's intuition and observation of Su Qingxue's recent behavior, she concluded that Sister Qingxue must be in love. Looking at Su Qingxue's secretive look, Jean Boli couldn't help but start to suspect that this mysterious boyfriend might be in the school, or even very close. Although her analysis was very logical, she gave up thinking when she couldn't think of a suitable candidate. She believed that one day, she would know. In the early morning, when the sun had just risen, Jiang Yubai slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his sleepy eyes, reached for his phone, opened the chat software immediately, and sent a message to Su Qingxue, "Susu, good morning." At this moment, Su Qingxue had just gotten up and was about to put on her yoga clothes and go to the school playground to start her morning jog. When she saw the message from Jiang Yubai, a sweet smile appeared on her lips, and she quickly replied, "Good morning." In fact, Jiang Yubai just wanted to send a greeting message to Professor Su after waking up, and he did not expect that the other party would reply to him so quickly. It must be said that Su Qingxue got up too early. He glanced at the time displayed on the phone screen and thought to himself, "Susu doesn't have morning classes today, why did she get up so early?" With doubts, Jiang Yubai sent another message, "Do you have any special plans for getting up so early?" Soon, Su Qingxue's reply came, "Go to the playground for a run." These few short words instantly cheered up Jiang Yubai. He immediately sat up from the bed, turned over and got out of bed, and hurriedly found a sportswear to change into. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Yubai couldn't wait to walk out of the dormitory and ran towards the school playground. In less than 5 minutes, he appeared on the playground of Magic City University. Although it was still early, there were quite a few people jogging and walking in the morning. When he stepped into the playground, his eyes began to search for Su Qingxue's figure. At this moment, a figure wearing black tight yoga clothes and a white baseball cap came into his sight. Although this person wrapped herself tightly, Jiang Yubai still recognized her at a glance. So he quickly quickened his pace, followed closely behind the woman, and said with a smile, "Professor Su, can I run with you?" Hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She never expected that even with her dress like this, Jiang Yubai could still recognize her accurately. This feeling of being cared for made her secretly happy. Then, she responded happily, "Sure." After the two of them jogged side by side for a while, Su Qingxue finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Husband, how did you recognize me?" Secret. Jiang Yubai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile, and responded softly. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes, as if he was deliberately hiding something. Perhaps because he was worried that Professor Su would be angry because of his answer, Jiang Yubai involuntarily quickened his pace.
Su Qingxue laughed secretly when she saw this. She immediately quickened her pace and chased after him. At the same time, she cried out in a delicate voice. Hey, just tell me, okay? At this moment, Su Qingxue has changed her usual cold image and looks like a coquettish and cute little girl. In front of Jiang Yubai, she showed her gentle and lovely side without reservation. In the eyes of others, their interaction is like that of a young couple in love, full of sweetness and happiness. Su Qingxue has always maintained the habit of jogging in the morning and her physical fitness is quite good. In comparison, although Jiang Yubai is a boy and has more strength, he began to feel a little exhausted when he was halfway through the run. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead like raindrops, soaking his clothes. Noticing Jiang Yubai's exhausted look, Su Qingxue said distressfully. If you are tired, go and rest for a while. I will finish running soon. However, Jiang Yubai shook his head and insisted stubbornly. It's okay, I can still run 4 more laps. You are so tired, you should take a rest. Su Qingxue said worriedly. However, Jiang Yubai firmly rejected his kindness. No, I want to finish the run with you. In order to prove to Su Qingxue that he still has enough physical strength, he suddenly sped up and rushed forward. Seeing this, Su Qingxue didn't know what to say, so she slowed down her pace and stayed by his side. The distance that normally only takes half an hour to run took me 50 minutes today. Finally finished running, Jiang Yubai lay directly on the grass, gasping for breath like a dying fish. Su Qingxue has excellent physical fitness due to regular exercise, and she ran 5,000 meters as if nothing happened. Seeing Jiang Yubai so exhausted from running with her, she couldn't help but feel pity in her heart. So she came to Jiang Yubai, handed him the cup she was carrying, and said gently, Xiao Bai, drink some water. Jiang Yubai took the cup of water and started to take big gulps without any hesitation. In just a few sips, he had finished the cup of water with only the last sip left. He looked at Su Qingxue awkwardly, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, Su, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it and drank too much. Wait a minute. I'll buy you a bottle of water now. No, I'm not thirsty. Su Qingxue shook her head and refused, then reached out and pulled Jiang Yubai, asking him to sit back on the lawn. Then, she said to Jiang Yubai very attentively and considerately, remember to do stretching exercises after exercising, otherwise when you wake up tomorrow morning, you will find that your legs are no longer your own. Come, follow me. Su Qingxue turned around, faced Jiang Yubai, and looked at him gently. Jiang Yubai nodded obediently, his eyes following Su Qingxue's every move. He stretched his body slowly with her, feeling his muscles gradually being stretched. After stretching, Jiang Yubai did feel a lot more relaxed. He also exercises regularly, but he mostly does strength training or other activities. He is not particularly keen on aerobic exercises such as running. However, seeing Su Qingxue insisting on jogging every morning, he felt an urge to accompany her. At this time, Jiang Yubai looked at Su Qingxue very seriously and said firmly, Su, I will run with you every morning from now on. When Su Qingxue heard this, a happy smile appeared on her face. She nodded gently, and then leaned on Jiang Yubai with a happy look on her face. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yubai thoughtfully brought breakfast for his sons. While drinking tofu pudding, Lu Jiwen asked, Brother Bai, what did you do this morning? When I went to the bathroom this morning, your bed was empty. Jiang Yubai heard this and said without blushing or beating his heart, I went out for a run. Exercise. Ha? Is this true? Upon hearing this, not only Lu Jiwen's eyes showed shock, but even Zhao Pengfei and the others looked at him in disbelief. Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly want to get up early to exercise? Zhao Pengfei asked puzzledly. That's right, isn't it nice to sleep in a warm bed? Another roommate echoed. You can't experience the benefits of exercise. Jiang Yubai answered with a smile on his face, and then muttered in his heart, of course, you don't have a girlfriend to exercise with you. In the office, Su Qingxue was concentrating on checking the homework submitted by the students. At this moment, a female teacher wearing a white shirt and black suit trousers walked up to her. Qingxue, there is something you must help me with, said the female teacher anxiously. What's the matter? Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at her puzzledly. I have an emergency at home, so I can't attend the farewell party tonight. The female teacher continued, originally, I was scheduled to sing on stage with Teacher Su, but now under the circumstances, I can only ask you to replace me, is that okay? Su Qingxue couldn't help but frown when she saw the other party was in such an awkward situation. She didn't like performing in public, let alone being ordered to do so at short notice.
However, when she heard the female teacher say that this was the original plan and could not be changed, she felt a little more understanding.
I know this is difficult for you, but I really have no choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't come to you for help.
The female teacher said apologetically, among all our teachers, you are the best singer, so I really need your help this time. Faced with the female teacher's plea, Su Qingxue was a little hesitant, but seeing that the other party was indeed very anxious, she finally nodded reluctantly.
Okay. Su Qingxue agreed.
The female teacher felt relieved and quickly thanked him. Professor Su, thank you so much.
I will send you the time and repertoire for the evening concert later. You can rehearse with Teacher Su at that time. When I come back, I will definitely treat you to a big meal.
Su Qingxue nodded and responded, no need for the big meal, just take care of your own business first. After hearing this, the female teacher smiled knowingly, and then complained in her heart, who said that Professor Su is unkind.
Isn't this very humane?
Chapter 45, It feels like a long time since we last met.
A short while after the female teacher left, a new message came to Su Qingxue's mobile phone.
When I clicked on it, I found out it was sent by the female teacher, telling her that the song to be sung tonight was Flowers Bloom and Parting. Su Qingxue had a special liking for this song, so she learned it very quickly.
After all, nothing is better than loving it.
Just then, she noticed that there was a rehearsal scheduled on the playground at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so she silently wrote down the time, then glanced at the clock and found that it was already noon. She and Jiang Yubai had agreed to have lunch together, and at this moment, she was the only one left in the entire office. Just as she stood up and prepared to leave, a tall and straight figure suddenly appeared at the office door. Then, the figure leaned against the doorframe, with a smile as bright as the warm spring sun on his face. He looked at her and said, Susu, let's go eat. When Su Qingxue heard this intimate name, she looked around reflexively. Only after confirming that there was no one around did she feel relieved. Seeing this, Jiang Yubai smiled and said, when I came here, I saw that everyone around had left. However, she still raised her finger and whispered, Shoo. Walls have ears.
Jiang Yubai nodded lovingly upon hearing this, yeah, okay.
When Su Qingxue was packing her things, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but kiss Su Qingxue's pink cheek and whispered sweet words, Susu, I miss you so much. It feels like a long time since we last met. This is the initial stage of a relationship, where you wish you could be together all the time. When Su Qingxue heard this, her cheeks flushed shyly, as tempting as a ripe apple.
Then she poked Jiang Yubai's firm chest with her fingers shyly and murmured in a low voice, really?
Of course it's true.
Jiang Yubai responded with an extremely sincere tone.
At this moment, the two of them hugged each other, fully feeling the warmth emanating from each other's bodies. However, at this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps approaching. She hurriedly pushed Jiang Yubai away, then quickly regained her composure, put on a cold expression, and sat upright on the chair. Seeing someone coming in, she immediately said to Jiang Yubai seriously, before the next class, make sure to hand out all the homework to the students. Witnessing this sudden reversal of the two poles, Jiang Yubai was stunned. He stared at Su Qingxue in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. This reversal of the two poles is too big. At this moment, a voice came from the door, Professor Su, I said you must still be here.
Teacher Fong told me that you were going to sing for her, is that true?
Su Qingxue just glanced at him lightly, then nodded slightly to indicate her agreement.
This person is Teacher Su, whose full name is Su Jisheng.
His two front teeth are slightly protruding, giving him the appearance of a pair of buck teeth. Coupled with his distinctive nose, he looks exactly like the bull demon king. When he saw Su Qingxue nod, he couldn't help but feel proud in his heart, and then said, time is tight and the task is arduous.
Professor Su, you must practice the song well and don't hold me back. After all, this time we have to perform in front of the teachers and students of the whole school, and we can't afford to be careless.
Su Qingxue responded as usual, not even bothering to raise her head. Seeing that the other party was not taking him seriously at all, Su Jisheng felt bored, so he stopped talking and left the scene in a hurry. After leaving, Jiang Yubai came to Su Qingxue and asked softly, Susu, are you going to sing on stage at the farewell party tonight? Su Qingxue raised her head, her clear and bright eyes looked at Jiang Yubai, nodded gently, and added, yes, a teacher had an emergency at home, so she asked me to perform in her place, and I agreed. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai nodded, showing a doting smile, then reached out and gently stroked Su Qingxue's hair, saying softly, so that's the case, then I must cheer you up tonight. Recalling Su Qingxue's performance just now, Jiang Yubai's eyes suddenly became a little aggrieved.
He looked at Su Qingxue pitifully, like a wounded kitten, and said with a pouting mouth, Su, next time you come back, tell me, I'm not prepared at all. Su Qingxue was amused by his cute appearance. She smiled and replied softly, okay, I know. Next time I will give you a look and you can experience it yourself. Yeah. Zhang Yubai nodded, then quietly took Su Qingxue's hand and left the office. After lunch, Zhang Yubai considerately sent Su Qingxue back to the teacher's apartment, and then turned back to his own dormitory. Perhaps he felt the sweetness of love, he hummed a song along the way, with the corners of his mouth rising from time to time. Before he even entered the door, he heard the sound of cheering inside. After he opened the door, Lu Jiwen came up to him with an excited face and said, Brother Bai, I heard something big today. There will be someone you never expected to attend the farewell party. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yubai asked in confusion, who is it? He wondered if a celebrity came to the school to sing, causing his roommates to be so excited. While Lu Jiwen was keeping the secret, Su Jiqiang couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed to Zhang Yubai and said, Brother Bai, it's Professor Su. I heard she's on the show. Huh? How did you know? Zhang Yubai was puzzled when he heard the news. If he hadn't gone to see Su Qingxue at noon, he would never have known the news in advance. Moreover, the news had just been confirmed not long ago, but even his roommates knew about it? Zhang Yubai couldn't help but sigh that the news spread so quickly. I just heard it from someone in the corridor. I don't know whether it's true or not. Lu Jiwen explained with a grin. However, in his opinion, since the news has already been spread, its credibility must be very high. At this time, Lu Jiwen came to Zhang Yubai again, smiling and inviting him enthusiastically, Brother Bai, let's go to the school playground to watch the performance tonight. This is the first time in history that Professor Su has sung at such an occasion. Not only did Lu Jiwen have a strong desire to watch, but even Zhao Pengfei, who was mainly interested in making money, said excitedly, we have to go early, otherwise there will be no place if we go too late. At this time, Su Jiqiang stroked his chin and thought, let's go grab a place after dinner, is it too late? It will probably be late. Shanghai University holds a farewell party every year to welcome new students and bid farewell to graduating seniors. For freshmen, this party is a must. For seniors, there is no mandatory requirement, and they can freely choose whether to go to the school playground to watch the performance. However, since Su Qingxue has extremely high popularity and influence in Shanghai University, many sophomores and juniors are looking forward to hearing her singing. Therefore, it is foreseeable that this evening party will attract a large number of audiences. At this moment, Lu Jiwen suddenly realized a problem. Chapter 46. The host is good-looking, but a little bit inferior to my girlfriend. He turned around and looked at Zhang Yubai, examining him carefully. In the past, because Zhang Yubai showed some affection for Professor Su, as a good friend, he had always actively tried to promote this relationship. However, just now, he suddenly recalled that Brother Bai was no longer a bachelor, which made him ask, Brother Bai, you have a girlfriend now, do you still want to go with us to see Professor Su's performance tonight? After thinking for a moment, Lu Jiwen continued to advise, if your girlfriend knew about this, she might get angry with you and eat you. Let me give you a warning, or you should just not go. Hearing these words, Zhang Yubai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, ahem. Dad is very grateful for all the considerations you have made. But it doesn't matter. I will still go to the playground with you guys tonight to cheer for Professor Su. After saying that, Zhang Yubai waved his hand indifferently. My girlfriend is very sensible and won't get angry. Yo, are you showing off your love? Looks like I won't have to eat dinner tonight. After hearing this, Lu Jiwen and others looked at Zhang Yubai with envy. Look at others, and then look at yourself, what a huge gap. After practicing for a whole afternoon, Su Qingxue had completely mastered the song Parting Blossoms. Looking at the clock on the wall, she packed her things and went out. At noon, Jean Bali did not return to the dormitory. She was in charge of the performances for seeing off the old and welcoming the new, and was so busy that she almost had no time to eat. When she saw Su Qingxue appear on the school playground, she was stunned. Sister Qingxue, why are you here? I'm here to participate in the rehearsal. Teacher Fong had an emergency at home, so she asked me to sing for her. So that's how it is. Jean Bali nodded, then pulled Su Qingxue to a makeshift shed where a variety of performance costumes were placed. She turned her head to look at Su Qingxue and said, Sister Qingxue, choose a set of clothes to wear when you perform on stage tonight. Yeah. Su Qingxue nodded, and then carefully selected, while Jean Bali was also beside her for reference.
Although Su Qingxue can wear almost all the performance costumes, Jean Bolli always feels that something is missing and those clothes cannot bring out her beauty. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the performance clothes she bought some time ago. There was a blue skirt inside, which was new and had not been opened yet. She quickly found the skirt, brought it to Su Qingxue, and said with a smile, "Honey, try this skirt on. I think it will suit you very well." "Good." Su Qingxue responded, then took the skirt to the fitting room. Came out after a moment. Su Qingxue, wearing a light blue tulle long dress, looked very beautiful and fairy-like. Jean Bolli did not expect that this dress could show Su Qingxue's beauty and temperament so perfectly. Blue is a cool color, and Su Qingxue's original temperament is also quiet and cold. Her beauty radiates from the inside out, and it is incomparably stunning. "Numb, really numb, dear, how can you be so beautiful? As a girl, I can't help but be moved by you. It seems like you will definitely amaze everyone at the party." Jean Bolli's behavior seemed a little exaggerated, but even so, it seemed unable to fully describe what she was thinking. Su Qingxue didn't care that much about this. She was just helping out anyway, so she didn't seek any credit, but only wanted to avoid making mistakes. But when she thought that Zhang Yubai would also see her, she couldn't help but want to show her best self, not for others, but just for him. The stage took most of the day to set up. It was originally planned to be held in the hall, but considering that there might be a lot of students attending, the school leaders found professional personnel to build a stage on the largest playground on campus. As night falls, the playground becomes lively. Zhang Yubai and his roommates had a simple meal, then went to the playground and waited quietly. During this time, he even took some time to leave Lu Jiwen and the other two and go backstage to have a private meeting with Su Qingxue. Seeing Zhang Yubai coming, Su Qingxue smiled sweetly. Although she did not fight for it, she still amazed everyone. There were always people passing by, so the two didn't stay for too long. Zhang Yubai pulled Su Qingxue's hand, left a stick of Alps behind, and left. The party lasted a bit long, and an alpine stick helped Su Qingxue get through it well. As Zhang Yubai came back, Lu Jiwen, Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei all came over, especially Lu Jiwen, who had noticed that Zhang Yubai was heading to the back of the stage. "Brother Bai, what were you doing behind the stage?" "Of course, I went to see beautiful women." Zhang Yubai told the truth with a serious look, not joking at all. After hearing this, Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei slapped their thighs, feeling a little annoyed. "Oh, why didn't I think of this? That's right, I'm still eagerly waiting to watch the show." "Alas, Brother Bai, you are so mean, you eat alone." Zhang Yubai grinned, then pointed to the right, where the freshmen were and the classes were gathering. "There are more beautiful girls over there. I'll keep an eye out for you. A junior schoolmate is fine too. Although she is young, she is energetic." Zhao Pengfei nodded. Looking at her appearance, she seemed very confident. "I just don't know who gave her this confidence." Soon all parties arrived. Those sitting on small stools at the front and in the most orderly manner were naturally the freshmen. One instructor could be in charge of an entire team. There were crowds of people walking around, talking and laughing in the back. They were the old Dengs, old Shangs, and old Yudios. Those who are looking for a date don't come here. Those who come here either come to join in the fun or to look for their other half, both men and women. After all, there is a saying that goes, if you can't hunt in the zoo, how can you expect to go out and hunt again? You're dreaming. Except Zhang Yubai, the other three adopted sons in the dormitory looked around for their targets. They were all in college, so who wouldn't want to have a relationship? Finally, the time has come and the party is about to begin. Among the four hosts who walked onto the stage, two were girls in evening gowns. They looked very beautiful after putting on makeup. Moreover, because of their tall stature, the students from other schools were amazed and envious as soon as they appeared. It has to be a good school. The host alone is so amazing. Oh, don't even mention it. I was only 1 point away from coming here to study. The passing score was 605 and I got 505. Fuck you, this is just 1 point short? Yeah, isn't there a difference of 1 between 6 and 5? Lu Jiwen and the other two couldn't help but marvel at the host's beauty. Suddenly, they realized that Zhang Yubai was not moved at all, and they couldn't help but feel curious. Brother Bai, those two hosts are not good looking? Good. Then your girlfriend? Not even close. Zhang Yubai spoke the truth, and then received 3 eye rolls in return. Chapter 47 Brother Bai, you already have a girlfriend, why are you still so popular with women?
Lu Zhiban wanted to refute, but suddenly remembered the photos Jiang Yubai showed them. Although it is only her back, it is stunning enough. As long as her back is not a killer, she is definitely a goddess. Looking at Jiang Yubai again, it didn't seem like he was bragging. Zhao Pengfei and the other two could only envy him. The party held by the school can only be described as very good. I always hear comments like this is not better than the Spring Festival Gala. The school was confident and went ahead with a live broadcast, and soon a large number of netizens flocked into the live broadcast room. Netizens were shocked, and the barrage of comments was floating like snowflakes. Is this a welcome party held by the school? If I hadn't seen the title, I would have thought it was a replay of the local TV station's Spring Festival Gala. The quality of the work is quite high as 3 or 4 floors. Which big brother can ask the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala to come over and let her take a good look and learn from it? If the Spring Festival Gala could be of this quality, would I not watch it? It's not that I'm picky, but I can't find any fault with it. Netizens gave this evening party very high praise. Especially when seeing that Shanghai University could even invite a magician who was internationally famous, there were constant exclamations of amazement. This is the difference between a good university and an ordinary university. The first show was an excellent magic trick. The stunning magic show immediately livened up the atmosphere both online and offline. The people at the scene felt like it was a visual feast, and netizens in the online live broadcast room also had high praise for the magic show, which was impeccable. No matter who they are starting to look forward to the next show. Magic, songs, dances, acrobatics, this evening party covered a wide range of programs, and each one was surprising enough. The soloist seems to be a new singer who just became famous not long ago. The dancers are elite dancers from the department of Shanghai University. The acrobats are professionals invited by the school from the hometown of acrobatics. I can only say that this evening party was really put together with great effort. After all, the program began to be rehearsed when the freshmen just started school. Seeing that Shanghai University has such a great power, everyone couldn't help but sigh. These are all alumni, while ordinary people can only be called graduates. Finally, it was Su Qingshue's turn to play. Jiang Yubai has been looking forward to it for a long time. Other programs may be excellent, but they are not as worth looking forward to as Girlfriend. Su Qingxue was a nobody, and she caused a stir as soon as she showed up. The freshmen were applauding enthusiastically, while the seniors who knew her identity were exclaiming in surprise. The corners of Jiang Yubai's mouth involuntarily curled up, as if it was more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. Su Qingxue, wearing a light blue dress, stood on the stage, neither fighting nor competing, but her extraordinary temperament made the lighting technician unable to help but focus the light on her. But even if this is not done, it is easy to tell who is the center. A beautiful song sounded quietly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he surprised everyone. For a person, hard work is indispensable, but that little bit of talent is extremely rare. Su Qingxue has never received any professional training, but once she opens her mouth, she can still sing beautifully. Sitting on the cloud that leaves home. Drifting to a world no one knows about. These 2 lines of lyrics touched the hearts of the freshmen. They come from all corners of the world, and some even come from the most remote areas of China. It really fits the song well. Isn't it about drifting to the ends of the earth where no one knows? The audience, who were originally amazed by Su Qingshue's appearance, became quiet. Because talking again or interrupting again would be impolite. The singing continued with the music. The words I said behind my mother's back. Children's life is actually not complicated. When separation blooms and new branches grow. Like winter goes and spring comes, waiting for the snow in my heart to melt. The several minutes of song passed in a flash, until Su Qingxue and others saluted and retreated to the back of the stage. The audience came to their senses, and then warm applause suddenly broke out. The previous programs may be amazing, the magic is very innovative, and the acrobatic skills are superb, but the song Parting Blooms sung by Su Qingxue is the one that truly pushes tonight's party to its emotional climax. The freshmen were so amazed that they didn't know what to say. The old students, such as Lu Jiwen, were also extremely surprised. Looking at Jiang Yubai, who had a smile on his face, they couldn't help but say some inappropriate words. Brother Bai, we're not saying anything bad about you, but why are you so depressed? If you work harder, you might be able to succeed with Professor Su. Even though the chance is only 0.01, it's definitely worth it. But you are actually with another girl. What a pity. It's really such a pity. Su Qingshue's excellence makes people feel inferior, but Lu Jiwen doesn't feel that he is worthy of her.
On the contrary, the three of them had high expectations for Jiang Yubai. But now it seems that the expectations are in vain. This guy already has a girlfriend. Brother Bai, although what I'm going to say next is not very human, why don't you break up with your sister-in-law and go after Professor Su?
That would be such a pity.
Jiang Yubai was not angry, but laughed teasingly. She is my girlfriend.
TSK3.
Even Lao Dang, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but snort softly when he heard Jiang Yubai say that his girlfriend was Su Qingxue.
Oh, it's so annoying. Are people no longer believed when they tell the truth these days?
Jiang Yubai shook his head helplessly.
If you don't believe it, forget it.
After watching Su Qingxue's show, her other shows seem to be just so-so. It doesn't matter whether you watch them or not. The freshmen didn't dare to move, and the seniors left one after another.
Jiang Yubai wanted to go see Su Qingxue, so naturally he had to leave. Lu Jiwen and the other two were also preparing to go for a walk outside.
Just as the three of them had not yet walked out of the playground, shouts suddenly came from behind them.
Senior, wait a minute.
A fragrant breeze blew, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Jiang Yubai and the other two. The girl was wearing hot clothes, and even though the light was dim, it was not difficult to see her long white legs exposed.
Who are you? Is there something wrong? Lu Jiwen asked.
But the girl looked at Jiang Yubai.
Senior, I'm a sophomore, can I add your contact information? I'll take you to the movies sometime.
It turned out to be aimed at Jiang Yubai.
This guy already has a girlfriend, but his luck with women is still so good? For a moment, Lu Jiwen and the other two were so envious that they almost bit their teeth off.
Jiang Yubai was slightly stunned, and then he saw a very beautiful woman, whose name was Su Qingxue.
Sorry, I like that. Looking where Jiang Yubai was pointing, it was Su Qingxue wearing a blue dress.
As expected, she was still beautiful even in the dark. However, Jiang Yubai still had his adopted sons in his heart, and immediately pulled Zhao Pengfei over.
Junior, my roommate is also very good, would you consider it? Chapter 48 Accidentally touching Professor Su's hand? Do you believe it? Dad. Big Dad.
At this moment, Zhao Pengfei was roaring in his heart.
Lu Jiwen and Su Jiqiang were envious and couldn't help thinking, Godfather. Look at me.
However, the girl just smiled gently and politely, waved her hand, turned away, and didn't say a single extra word. Zhao Pengfei was so shocked that his face fell.
Hey, why is this happening? Because you are not in their eyes, and neither are we. Lu Jiwen and Su Jiqiang were very self-aware and shrugged helplessly. There was nothing they could do about it. Jiang Yubai didn't expect that the girl would be so decisive. The next one is better, let's go back to the dormitory.
On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Yubai kept staring at Su Qingxue, who was walking some distance ahead. I could also hear the teasing and joking sounds of the three people.
Brother Bai, you are really brave.
If your voice is a little louder, Professor Su will hear it.
You didn't say that on purpose, did you?
That's right, brother.
You have a partner. But Professor Su is really stunning tonight.
While they were muttering, Jiang Yubai suddenly took a few quick steps, caught up with Su Qingxue, and handed over the coat in his hand.
Professor Su, it's cold at night, please be careful. If you catch a cold, we will have to play games in class.
Jiang Yubai blinked his eyes, which made Su Qingxue laugh.
Okay, thank you, Jiang. Call me husband.
Jiang Yubai opened his mouth but no sound came out.
Su Qingxue could understand his lip movements.
Then he was rewarded with a cold eye. This scene happened to be seen by Lu Jiwen and the other two who were walking over.
For a moment, they were filled with admiration for Jiang Yubai. Go back and be safe.
After saying this, Su Qingxue turned and left, putting the coat Jiang Yubai gave her on her shoulders.
Not until she walked away did Lu Jiwen look at Jiang Yubai with horror in his eyes. Brother Bai. Father Bai. What did you do just now? Why is Professor Su glaring at you? Go away. That's not glaring, it's rolling your eyes, right? It has a different meaning. Brother, can you teach me? I'll wash your socks and underwear for you.
Jiang Yubai was a little confused, and then he pretended to be innocent and said, I just accidentally touched Professor Su's hand, and she glared at me. After these words were spoken, Lu Jiwen and the other two were speechless.
Look at this? Is this what a human being would say? If I were Professor Su, I would go up and give you a hand. You're just being a hooligan.
I said, I was careless.
Jiang Yubai defended.
But the three of them couldn't hear it, they only heard the sentence Jiang Yubai touched Professor Su's hand, which was definitely out of context.
Jiang Yubai's peach blossom is really enviable.
Zhao Pengfei and the other two felt sorry for the sophomore girl who had a good appearance and a nice figure.
Back in the dormitory, Lu Jiwen and the other two were playing together, while Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue were chatting on the phone.
To be more precise, they were asking for responsibility.
Why are you glaring at me? No way, it's unfair. I was just flirting with you, okay?
Su Qingxue argued that even though they were not together because of the phone, they could still have a very happy chat. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai received a call.
When he looked carefully, it was his mother Ding Lin.
Jiang Yubai suddenly realized that he hadn't spoken to his parents during this period, let alone called them. I looked at the chat page again, but I didn't see the reply to my mother telling me that I would not go back home for the National Day holiday, reminding me to be safe.
To be honest, I was so focused on finding my partner that I completely forgot about my parents.
Looking at it this way, I really am a heartless and ungrateful person. After answering the video call, Jiang Yubai put on a clear look that only a college student could have.
Oh my god. Not bad, not bad. You still remember you have a mother.
Ding Lin said with a teasing smile. I'm just kidding, but I'm happy to see my son is doing well.
What's going on? Father Jiang Juanming's voice also sounded in the microphone.
Not only did you not come back for the National Day holiday, but you also didn't even bother chatting with your mom. Ask her how much she missed you.
Jiang Yubai suddenly felt regretful and said sorry apologetically. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Ding Lin didn't care at all. Instead, she was unhappy because her husband criticized her son's behavior.
Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Mom is fine. If you miss you, just look at the photos. It's the same.
What were you busy with?
Did you go out to play?
You didn't even remember to collect the money that your mom transferred to you, so you returned it all.
A mother worries about her son even when he is far away.
Ding Lin was afraid that her son would not have enough money to go out and play, so she transferred the money early. But Jiang Yubai really had a lot of money at that time, so he didn't accept it.
Busy making money.
Mom, let me tell you, I've made some money and will transfer some to you and Dad later.
You can go out and eat and drink. This is your son's way of honoring you.
Also, you don't need to transfer living expenses to me.
I'm a wealthy man now.
Jiang Yubai shared happily, and the smile on Ding Lin's face became even more intense.
Mom knew that our Xiaobai is amazing.
If you want to make money, Mom and Dad will support you, but don't work too hard. You are still in school and you will have plenty of time to work in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai's nose felt sour.
Yes, this sentence is very familiar.
Once upon a time, my mother used this sentence to deny my plan to go out to work. In her opinion, since her parents are still alive and have an income, it is not the children's turn to go out to work and earn money. Both husband and wife knew that after graduating from college, they would have a long time to work. It is not worthwhile to use the few leisure days you have to work and earn little money.
Mom, I know. The mother and son were chatting happily. At the end, Jiang Yubai told his parents a good news. Mom, I'm dating someone. Really? Do you have any photos? Mom, take a look.
Ding Lin asked happily, and even Jiang Junming, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, came over.
Yes, I'll send it to you.
As he said that, Jiang Yubai sent Su Qingshue's photo over. When Ding Lin saw it, the word satisfied was almost engraved on her face.
It looks good, really good. My son has really good taste.
She's a good girl, as pretty as your mother when she was young.
Jiang Junming did not hesitate to praise her and even took the opportunity to coax his wife.
It has to be said that Jiang Yubai really envied the way his parents got along with each other. They worked together when there was something to do, and joked with each other when there was nothing to do. They were simply a model couple. If I think about it carefully, it seems that things between me and Su Qingxue are pretty good. So, Jiang Yubai had an idea and directly pulled Su Qingxue into the group chat of Jiang Yubai Fans Club. There were only 3 people in the group chat, 4 including Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, who was lying on the pillow waiting for Jiang Yubai's reply, was suddenly stunned.
This is, what? Chapter 49. Wait. Is the whip for me or for me? Explain it clearly. Su Qingxue was just wondering when Jiang Yubai sent her a private message.
Silly, our family group, the other two are our father and mother.
Oh. Su Qingxue responded, and then the scene became chaotic. She was actually pulled into Jiang Yubai's family group? Does this mean that we are a family?
Thinking of this, Su Qingxue felt sweet in her heart. It has to be said that she was truly moved by Jiang Yubai, otherwise she wouldn't have been so moved by such a small gesture.
Hello uncle, hello aunt, my name is Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue greeted everyone in the group generously. Ding Lin was immediately delighted when she saw it, and added him as a friend before replying. After passing, a red envelope was sent.
Auntie, what are you doing?
Be good, Auntie is happy, and when she is happy she likes to give you a red envelope.
Su Qingxue was amused.
Her future mother-in-law is pretty good. I originally didn't want to accept it, but since 3 people in the group spoke up, I had to accept it. 188 is not Ding Lin's limit, but 200 is the limit of the red envelope amount. It's not that money transfers are not possible, but money transfers are not as good looking as red envelopes.
They met online.
If Jiang Yubai brought Su Qingxue home, Ding Lin would give them a thick red envelope. While talking to her son on the phone, Ding Lin was chatting with her daughter-in-law in the group chat, and she also took the time to click on Su Qingxue's circle of friends. There are quite a few photos in the circle of friends, and every one of them makes Ding Lin satisfied and wants to like Jiang Yubai.
Okay son, you found a girlfriend this beautiful? You've even added him to our family group. It looks like you're serious about this.
As expected of a mother, no one knows a child better than her. Her analysis is very logical and correct.
Jiang Yubai didn't argue.
He scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Mom, she's a good girl. I can see that she is graceful and beautiful. Your Jiang family is really blessed.
Your father has me, and you have Qingxue. Your mother is right. Jiang Junming still supports his wife. Mom will make you some more money. Dating costs money, so don't be stingy. Spend it when you have to.
As he spoke, a transfer came in, a full 10,000 yuan. It is not difficult to see that Ding Lin is particularly satisfied with Su Qingxue, her daughter-in-law.
Mom, didn't I tell you that I'm rich, richer than you and Dad? I'm going to return it to you, don't send it out anymore. What money do you have?
Before he could finish his words, Jiang Yubai transferred 1 million yuan. For a moment, Ding Lin thought it was an emoticon and poked it with her finger.
Hiss. That's not an emoticon. Son, where did you get so much money? I earned it. If it's not enough, I'll transfer another 100 to you.
Then, Jiang Yubai transferred another 1 million to his father Jiang Junming. The old couple were stunned.
Money, so much money?
In order not to worry his parents, Jiang Yubai hurriedly explained. Mom, you and Dad can spend it without worry. This money comes from a legitimate source.
I earned it by tinkering with digital currency. Digital currency? Bitcoin? That's right, Mom knows more. Ding Lin didn't say anything because she was busy talking to Su Qingxue in the group.
It was a while before she spoke again.
Didn't your girlfriend give you this money?
Hearing this, Jiang Yubai's forehead darkened.
Who does this person think he is? A pretty boy? Don't worry, no, I really earned it myself.
Su Qingxue has a job and is a professor at our school.
She doesn't have to spend my money.
You 2 elders can rest assured. Jiang Yubai hurriedly explained, fearing that his mother would say something shocking and mistakenly think that Su Qingxue was his kept woman.
Should I say it or not?
At that moment, this thought really flashed through Ding Lin's mind. When her son pointed out the fleeting thought, Ding Lin showed a hint of embarrassment on her face and quickly changed the subject.
Professor? In your school? Boy, your relationship is extraordinary. Hee, we really love each other. Jiang Yubai coughed dryly. Fortunately, Jiang Junming and Ding Lin are both intellectuals, not traditional people. As long as their son likes it, that's enough. Moreover, the old couple will be happy too since their future daughter-in-law is so outstanding.
When the time comes, I'll bring Su Qingxue back so you can see her in person.
She's definitely much prettier than in the photo.
The more Jiang Yubai talked, the more excited the old couple became. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yubai hung up the phone and went back from the balcony, but Su Qingxue was also missing. The message he sent seemed to fall on deaf ears and received no reply. After a while, until Jiang Yubai finished washing up and lay down on the bed, Su Qingxue sent a message. I chatted with my aunt.
Call up?
Yeah, video call. Jiang Yubai was a little surprised. His mother was really good at socializing. She dared to have a video call with him even before they even met.
How was the chat?
Very good, Su Qingxue typed happily, and then added, Auntie asked you to take good care of me and not to bully me, otherwise I will fly over and spank you. Looking at the words on the phone screen, Jiang Yubai curled the corners of his mouth. Judging from the tone, it was indeed from his mother.
How can I bear to give it up? He husband is so nice, I knew you wouldn't be willing to bully me. I mean, my mom can't bear to spank me. Jiang Yubai defended himself jokingly.
Su Qingxue quickly withdrew the message and re-edited it to become, if you bully me, I will spank you and complain to the emperor at the same time. Okay, I'll go to Pin CC and pick out a small whip for you later.
Wait. Let me make it clear first. Is it for me, or for you to use?
Su Qingxue asked, not wanting to fall into Jiang Yubai's trap.
Is there any difference? Yes. Please tell me quickly. Jiang Yubai smiled happily.
The feeling of teasing his wife was really good. At the side, Lu Jiwen sighed as he looked at Jiang Yubai's mouth, which was almost raised to his ears.
Alas, another poor boy who walked into the grave of love. Let me correct you. I am a man.
Jiang Yubai argued without raising his head. Although there is only one word difference between a man and a boy, they are different. It can be said that men remain young until they die.
But a boy is a boy.
No matter how young he is, he cannot be a man without going through that step.
Lu Jiwen was stunned for a moment, and his gaze towards Jiang Yubai changed. Brother Bai, so fast? Are you a man now? Damn it! When can I get rid of the title of fledgling?
I was just talking about the love grave, but now I'm envious as hell, boys are so fickle.
Su Qingxue went to wash up.
The cell phone was placed on the bed. When Jean Bully came back, there was a graceful figure on the balcony, but her cell phone was vibrating non-stop.
Xiaoxue, this is a harassing call. I'm hanging up. Good.
When she hung up the phone, Jean Bully saw a WeChat message, and Su Qingxue's note to the other party shocked her. Chapter 50, Being Kicked Out by School Leaders and Renting a House.
What's wrong? After washing up, Su Qingxue looked at Jean Bully suspiciously, feeling that the atmosphere was not right. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry, I saw something just now. What? Su Qingxue's delicate body tensed up and she became slightly nervous.
I saw the note you set for your boyfriend.
Can men really be that powerful?
7 times a night, I've only seen it in novels, and that only applies to the protagonist.
The villains don't have that ability. Su Qingxue's white forehead was filled with question marks. What was this talking about? A set of notes?
The next second, he picked up his phone to check, and sure enough, Jiang Yubai's note suddenly changed to a man who doesn't complain of being tired after having sex 7 times a night. Jean Bully must have seen the message when she was hanging up the harassing phone call for her.
This. Su Qingxue didn't know how to explain it and was too embarrassed to speak up. But Jean Bully kept asking questions, like a curious baby. Sister, please say something. I don't know. Who would believe it? If you haven't experienced it, would you give your boyfriend this note?
Jean Bully shook her head, with a big disbelief written all over her face. He changed it for me, and I forgot to change it back.
This is indeed the case.
After the two of them were together, Su Qingxue habitually gave her phone to Jiang Yubai, which saved trouble and effort. In addition, she didn't have the habit of setting a password for her phone, so Jiang Yubai could just slide to unlock it. The remark "do not complain of being tired even after 7 times" was changed secretly by him. I didn't expect that because I forgot to change it back, I would cause Jean Bully to misunderstand me.
Okay, I believe it.
She said she believed it, but her eyes and expression didn't. Su Qingxue held her forehead with her jade hand, feeling a headache. Just when Su Qingxue was thinking that Jean Bully would definitely tease her about this matter in the future, a message came in the group chat. It's a work group chat, and besides colleagues, there are also school leaders. After quickly scanning the message sent by the school leaders, Su Qingxue and Jean Bully's faces changed. The two of them were living in the teacher's dormitory, but now the school leaders sent a message, actually wanting to drive them out. The notice showed that the teacher's dormitory building where they lived had fallen into disrepair, had outdated facilities, and had many leaks. For safety reasons, everyone needs to move out by tomorrow night. The sudden news caught Su Qingxue, Jean Bolli, and others off guard, and the time was also a bit rushed.
Xiaoxue, what are you going to do? I can go home and live, what about you?
Why don't you also live at my house, and we can still be good roommates? Jean Bolli invited with great anticipation.
Su Qingxue shook her head and refused. Firstly, she didn't want to disturb Jean Bolli's family, and secondly, she wanted to hear the opinion of her boyfriend, Jiang Yubai.
And she has a house, but it's a little far from here. I'll call my boyfriend later. Hearing this, Jean Bolli slapped her forehead suddenly, and suddenly realized, oh, right, you have a boyfriend, do you want to live together?
To be honest, I can't even imagine how happy you will be in the future. Fuck you, I'm going to make the call.
Su Qingxue cursed with a smile, then picked up a coat and went out. Jean Bolli was speechless.
Why did she have to go outside to make the call if she wanted to? Were you afraid of being eavesdropped? That's good, so I don't have to be fed dog food. By the way, when will I find a boyfriend?
I'm curious about what Xiaoxue's boyfriend looks like, he should be very handsome. On the other side, Su Qingxue tightened her clothes and walked towards the dormitory building where Jiang Yubai was. Jiang Yubai also hurried downstairs after receiving the call.
What's going on?
Although it was dark at night and the light from the street lamps was dim, he still recognized Su Qingxue at a glance. I have to move out of the teacher's dormitory tomorrow, and it happened so suddenly that I haven't even started looking for a house yet.
Then let's find a house first. Jiang Yubai took out his mobile phone, opened the album, and clicked on a group of photos. It just so happens that a friend of mine works as a real estate agent. This house is only 10 minutes away from our school by bike. The location is very suitable and the rent is cheap.
The most important thing is that it's new, very new, no one has ever lived there, and it's not a shared room.
Su Qingxue took the phone and swiped the photos with a pink finger. Photo after photo, the houses in the photos are really nice. It's good, husband, how much is the rent? No, such a nice house should have been rented out long ago, right? Jiang Yubai smiled, pinched Su Qingxue's nose and laughed. You're still saying you're unlucky, but you're really lucky. My friend just contacted me and asked me to help find a tenant. It must be that the house hasn't been rented out yet.
Let me make a phone call to confirm.
If it's not rented out, should we rent it first? Yeah, that's fine.
The real estate agent friend is naturally unfounded.
But Jiang Yubai has 3 good roommates.
So, Lu Jiwen received his call.
Brother Bai, what's wrong?
Brother, do you still have that house?
My girlfriend wants to rent it. Hey! Do you hear me?
Jiang Yubai's acting skills are very good, the amount of information in his words is sufficient, and his tone has attracted Lu Jiwen's attention. There was already a tacit understanding between them.
After hearing this, Lu Jiwen's mind turned and he immediately understood one thing: he had to cooperate.
Of course it's still there. Does your girlfriend want to rent it?
That's fine. I can even lower the rent for you. Okay, thanks brother, I'll treat you to dinner another day.
Don't eat, buy a pack of huazi instead.
Okay, I must buy it. After a few fake greetings, Jiang Yubai hung up the phone. There was even more joy on Su Qingxue's face. Wow! Is this settled? That is. Well, glad I have you.
Unable to control herself, Su Qingxue threw herself into Jiang Yubai's arms, and her originally anxious heart immediately calmed down. Silly boy, tomorrow when you go to class and ask someone to help you move your things, just find a reason and mention my name.
Oh, well, Why are you sighing? Aren't all the problems solved? Jiang Yubai asked with a dumb smile.
It would be great if you had graduated, or if I wasn't a professor, then we wouldn't have to be in a secret relationship. It turned out that it was because of this. Jiang Yubai felt warm in his heart. As long as he had this heart, it was enough.
Well, I'm about to graduate, and I'll marry you then. Okay. Su Qingxue jumped up and down with joy.
Hey boy over there, it's time for Auntie to lock the door, why don't you go back to the dormitory?
Okay, here I come.
The dormitory manager urged him, and Jiang Yubai couldn't send Su Qingxue back home anymore.
I can go back by myself.
I'll send you a message when I get there.
Okay, go back now. Yeah.
Wait, did you forget something?
Su Qingxue pouted, wrinkled her nose, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Yubai on the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 51 Su Qingxue's Inner Thoughts. I don't like the way the CD looks. Before returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yubai bought a pack of Huazi cigarettes from the self-service cigarette vending machine in the lobby on the first floor of the dormitory building as a reward for Lu Jiwen. The so-called house was actually drawn by Jiang Yubai from the novice gift package. Although I couldn't specify one, the house I saw next was not bad, and it was only a 10-minute ride from the school. It was a 120 square meter 3-bedroom apartment given by the system, so it was naturally already decorated and equipped with complete home appliances, so you could move in right away. If I tell Su Qingxue directly that the house is mine, she may not believe it. Even if she does, I will have to make up an excuse to cover up the lie about the house. So in a flash, Jiang Yubai thought of friends in the real estate agency. Before I entered the dormitory, Su Qingxue sent me a message. He didn't arrive, but asked about the rent of Jiang Yubai's house. It's 3,500 new Taiwan dollars a month for a 3-bedroom apartment. The landlord is overseas all year round, so I just rent it as I please. Isn't that too expensive? It's only 3,500. It's really not expensive. As they were talking, Su Qingxue transferred 20,000 yuan to him. Nowadays, the deposit for a house is basically 1/3 of the rent. If you look at the house tomorrow and it seems good, then rent it. I have money. No, I have money too. Su Qingxue is a genuine wealthy woman, and Jiang Yubai did not refuse seeing how persistent she was. But it feels weird that my wife is paying the rent for my own house. Put it away for my wife first. When I returned to the dormitory and pushed the door open, 3 strong men were standing inside and looked at me in unison. Jiang Yubai threw Huazi to Lu Jiwen. Zhao Pengfei and Su Jiqiang hurriedly said, "Brother, if there is such a thing in the future, call me, it's our turn now." What is it? As for the matter of you coaxing that little girl to move out, my brother is amazing. It looks like you are going to abandon the 3 of us and move in with your sister-in-law? Facing the jokes and teasing from the 3 brothers, Jiang Yubai smiled. Oh, yes, that's right. I'm afraid I'm going to have to live a shameless life from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jiwen and the other 2 shut up immediately, feeling as disgusted as if they had eaten green beans and flies. They were really asking for trouble. Brother Bai, we have finished the play, have you found a house yet? Yes. Fuck. You must have planned this for a long time. Jiang Yubai smiled even more happily. He waved his phone and showed the transfer record that Su Qingxue had transferred to him. I found a house, and my wife paid the rent. The 3 of them were silent for a long time, and then Zhao Pengfei said something shocking. Well, I've only heard of making girls pay for sex before, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. Godfather, please accept my respects. We are of different generations. In order to prevent the 3 brothers from saying anything excessive, Jiang Yubai had to tell the truth. Okay, your sister-in-law is my favorite. If nothing unexpected happens, even if something unexpected happens, I will marry her. Living together now can be considered as early adaptation. After hearing this, Lu Jiwen and the other 2 became even more envious. Su Jiqiang also muttered quietly, I knew it. In fact, I was the same. When I found a girlfriend, I thought about getting married directly, but I couldn't find the right one. You can't find one. Don't flatter yourself. You're really shameless if you still can't find the right one. Zhao Pengfei said sarcastically. After playing around, the 3 of them looked at Jiang Yubai again, looking a little lonely. Brother Bai, have a safe journey. Brother Bai, we will miss you. Brother Bai. Wait. Jiang Yubai interrupted hurriedly, what's going on here? Why are you talking so creepy? I'm moving out, not to the underworld. I'll come back when I have time. You're making it seem like we're separated by the yin and yang. He. On the other side, Su Qingxue sent a message to Jiang Yubai immediately after returning to the dormitory. Honey, I'm in the dormitory, don't worry. Okay. Jiang Yubai also recovered very quickly. Jean Boli, who was packing her things, stopped what she was doing when she saw Su Qingxue coming back and asked hurriedly. Xiaoxue, what do you say? My husband has found a house that's not far from our school. We'll go take a look at the house tomorrow. If it's suitable, we'll move in this afternoon. Oh, that's really fast. It's okay. What a coincidence. I didn't mean the speed of finding a house, I meant the speed of your changing your words. The way you kept calling me husband was intoxicating. Su Qingxue was embarrassed and her face turned red. He's my boyfriend, so it's okay to call him husband. It's okay, I'm just jealous, just ignore me. Although she said to ignore him, Jean Baoli asked a lot of slightly private questions while she was packing her things. Su Qingxue answered some of the questions and refused to answer some of the others. She always felt that what she said was like a little emperor's movie. Time flies and it is the next day. Jiang Yubai came to the dormitory for class. As soon as the teacher came in, Su Qingxue knocked on the door. "Teacher's son, I'm calling a student." "Sorry to bother you." "It's okay, Professor Su." After getting permission, Su Qingxue deliberately glanced around the class and then stopped at Jiang Yubai, who was sitting in the last row. "Jiang Yubai, come here for a moment." "Good." Just like that, under the astonished gazes of Lu Jiwen and the other two, Jiang Yubai was called away by Su Qingxue. "This is amazing. Why did Brother Bai leave? We just matched. It's over, it's over. If I lose any stars, I'll have to bite Brother Bai twice. You two idiots, when do you still want to play games? Why don't you think about why Professor Su called Brother Bai?" Lu Jiwen grasped the key point. "Very good, Jiwen, you have grasped the key points, but what's the point without a clue?" Click confirm and restart. Having said that, Lu Jiwen's curiosity was still aroused, and he wanted to find out the truth. On the other side, Jiang Yubai was taken out of the campus by Su Qingxue, and as soon as they went out, they held hands. "Honey, I made you skip class. It's okay, just make it up to me later. What teacher's son and I teach is different. How can I make up for it?" Su Qingxue suddenly saw the smug smile on Jiang Yubai's face and immediately understood. TSK. Hooligan. Jiang Yubai pretended to be innocent and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? What did I say? Is there something wrong with what I said?" "Yes. This is a huge problem. Jiang Yubai, you are still young, you can't just think about sad things." Su Qingxue said this earnestly. "The reason is there, but the persuasiveness is zero." Jiang Yubai also listened to the advice and nodded immediately in agreement. "Okay, let's not do anything bad before winter break. I have to be positive." "Oh, no need to wait that long." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Su Qingxue realized that something was wrong. How could she say such a thing? Jiang Yubai smiled. "Wife, why do I feel that it is you who can't let go? It's said that girls like a little more than boys, and it really is true." Su Qingxue became even more embarrassed. Her face turned red and she pinched Jiang Yubai's hand so hard that it hurt. Chapter 52, She is a Common Face. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of the community, and what caught their eyes were 4 big words written in the middle of the gate: Liejinghouding. Just by looking at the building outside, you can tell that the housing prices here must be not low. After all, its overall shape looks like a palace. Even the well-informed Su Qingxue couldn't help but sigh, this community doesn't look cheap. Especially the doorhead outside the community, which was decorated very luxuriously. And when you get closer, you can see that the community's security measures are very well implemented, so airtight that thieves have no chance to take advantage. At this time, Su Qingxue turned to look at Jiang Yubai and said uncertainly, "Husband, are you sure that this is the community the agent told us about?" Jiang Yubai nodded, then frowned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" "Not really. I just feel that this community is pretty good, but the rent is only 3,500 yuan. Isn't that a bit strange? Normally, the monthly rental price for a house in a community around Shanghai is about 8,000 yuan. This price is ridiculously low, which makes Su Qingxue feel uneasy. No, the agent did tell me about this community." Jiang Yubai shook his head and continued, "But I didn't find anything wrong with this community." Hearing this, Su Qingxue sighed helplessly, and then explained, "What I mean is, the environment and facilities of this community are very good, but the rent is so cheap. Could it be that the agent cheated us? No matter which rental software you use, the prices marked on it are very cheap. When tenants see such a good house for so cheap, they will ask about the price, and some even want to book it directly. However, at this time the agent will ask you to add WeChat to chat, and finally say that the house has been rented by someone else and will introduce other houses to you. In fact, it's not that the house was rented by someone else, but that the house was a means of attracting traffic. The purpose is to get tenants to add the agent's WeChat so that they can sell you houses. Even if you don't like the house at first sight, you will be bombarded with the agent's circle of friends. If they happen to find a similar one, a tenant will rent the house and the tenant will get half of the rental commission. At the moment, Su Qingxue was afraid that the two of them would also encounter the above situation. Jiang Yubai understood his wife's concerns. Others would encounter such situations, but they definitely wouldn't this time because he was the landlord.
He scratched his head and smiled. Wife, maybe it's because we are lucky.
The landlord wants to find someone who likes to be clean, so he rents it to us at a low price.
People don't care about the rent. What matters is that you treat their house well.
Well, I hope so.
Su Qingxue nodded, still a little worried.
Before she saw the house, she always felt that things were not that simple. After all, there were too many scammers in today's society. The two of them were talking as they walked towards the community. As soon as they reached the door, they were stopped by the security guard.
Are you the owner living here? If not, please register your personal information first.
The security guard said seriously.
Jiang Yubai and his friend quickly filled out their personal information.
After the security guard checked it and confirmed it was correct, he let them in.
After entering the community, Su Qingxue looked around the surrounding environment.
The greening here was well done, with green trees and lush flowers everywhere. There were also many entertainment facilities in the community, such as swimming pools, basketball courts, etc., which made people feel very comfortable.
Wow, this place is really nice. Su Qingxue said to Jiang Yubai excitedly.
Jiang Yubai smiled and replied, yeah, I didn't expect to find such a good place.
It seems I'm really lucky this time.
He didn't expect that the house given by the system was small and there was nothing wrong with it. Just as the two were about to go and see the house they were going to rent, a middle-aged man suddenly came over from a distance. He bowed his head and greeted them enthusiastically, and introduced himself. Hello, I am a good friend of the landlord. He couldn't come because of something, so he asked me to bring the key to you.
You can take a look around.
Jiang Yubai looked at the man with a smile on his face. The man in front of him was none other than his roommate Zhao Pengfei. At this time, Zhao Pengfei was wearing a black suit with a standard white shirt inside. If he didn't introduce himself, it would be hard for people not to think that he was the intermediary.
Jiang Yubai took the key and replied politely, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Zhao Pengfei said hurriedly and left quickly.
He was afraid that if he stayed too long, the other party would recognize him as a fake agent. After coming out of the community gate, Zhao Pengfei was breathing heavily. Suddenly, he realized that the woman opposite him was Brother Bai's girlfriend.
Now he clenched his fists in regret and muttered, oh. It's a pity that I didn't see Bai Ji's girlfriend's face. I was so nervous just now that I didn't even dare to look him in the eye. How stupid. How stupid.
Su Qingxue looked at Zhao Pengfei's departing back, with doubt and thought in her eyes. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Yubai. She asked with a hint of uncertainty in her tone, honey, why do I feel that person looks a little familiar?
I seem to have seen him somewhere.
Jiang Yubai felt nervous when he heard this, but he pretended to smile and replied, maybe it's just a coincidence. Some people have common faces, which makes people feel familiar. However, he was secretly glad that no flaws were discovered, and he also hoped that Su Qingxue would not continue to ask questions, so he quickly changed the subject and pointed at the key in his hand and said to Su Qingxue, look, they have already handed the key to us, you should believe it now.
Su Qingxue did not completely eliminate her doubts.
She frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, let's go and see the house first. She believed that only by seeing the house with her own eyes could she be sure whether everything was as Jiang Yubai said.
Jiang Yubai nodded helplessly to show his agreement.
He secretly regretted not telling Su Qingxue the higher rental price.
Now that he thought about it, if it was 6,000, it might have been better.
After all the money in the future will be managed by Su Qingxue. In this way, I can save some private money.
Why not do it? The apartment is located in the center of the community. It is the best and most expensive building in the community, Building 8, and it belongs to Unit 3. The entire journey takes less than 10 minutes, which is very close.
Then the two of them walked into the elevator. Jiang Yubai pressed the floor button, and as the elevator rose, they soon arrived at the 12th floor.
Ding!
The elevator door slowly opened. Jiang Yubai pulled Su Qingxue out of the elevator and came to the door of 1201. He took out the key, turned it lightly, and the door opened.
Jiang Yubai took out the key and let Su Qingxue go in first. She didn't hesitate and walked in.
The moment it was opened, Su Qingxue was attracted by the decoration inside, which was exactly her favorite cream style. She couldn't wait to look around the house. The more she looked, the more she liked it. In the end, she walked around the entire house.
Chapter 53 Lantern Damage Assessment? Impossible. After a tour, Su Qingxue was very satisfied with the house and her face was filled with joy. Seeing that Su Qingxue's smile didn't stop, Zhang Yubai said proudly, "How about it, wife, do you believe it this time?" "Yeah, I believe it." Su Qingxue nodded heavily, and then couldn't help but sigh, "This room is really nice, husband, you are really good at choosing a room." Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and then she looked at Zhang Yubai and said, "Husband, why don't you talk to the landlord and ask him if he wants to sell this house? I want to buy it and give it to you." Su Qingxue expressed her thoughts. Ahem. Hearing this, Zhang Yubai couldn't help but dry cough a few times, and asked doubtfully, "Buy it for me?" No, wife, how can I take your house?" Zhang Yubai waved his hands quickly, wanting to refuse, but Su Qingxue was talking about other things. She seemed very satisfied with the environment of this community. In fact, the layout of this community is not bad, and the greenery is also pretty good. If you didn't disagree, I would have bought a new house near the school yesterday and moved in with just a suitcase. Then, Su Qingxue said again, "If I hadn't seen the house today and it looks like a new one, I would really feel that I had wronged you." As she spoke, she gently stroked Zhang Yubai's hand. Hearing these words, Zhang Yubai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. His wife was so good to him. Who would still struggle? He could just hug his wife's thigh. Ever since Su Qingxue and Zhang Yubai got together, she always tried her best to give Zhang Yubai the best things, which made Zhang Yubai feel extremely happy. Sometimes, he even thought that he was too lucky to have such a beautiful, kind and considerate girlfriend. Of course, this was only in front of him. In front of outsiders, Su Qingxue was still an unapproachable ice goddess. Although this house is only 120 square meters, it is located in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, and the house price is not cheap. Moreover, Zhang Yubai's house is neither an old and dilapidated house in Shanghai nor in the suburbs, so it is very expensive. Even the most ordinary unit costs at least 7 or 8 million yuan. For an average family, this is a considerable sum of money, but for Su Qingxue, as long as Zhang Yubai likes her, money is not a problem. If his roommates knew about this, they would be envious to death. After hearing what his wife said, Zhang Yubai was very moved, but he still said firmly, "Wife, they made it clear from the beginning that this house is not for sale. We are just renting it temporarily for a period of time, and then we will move to a bigger house." "Okay." Su Qingxue nodded helplessly, then looked at him with bright eyes and said gently, "We should carefully select houses nearby recently and compare them more. Once we have chosen, I can pay directly." "Yeah, okay." Zhang Yubai smiled and didn't refute, but he was very proud in his heart. "My wife is too rich and always wants to spend money on me, which is really annoying." After looking at the house, Su Qingxue sat on the sofa and earnestly warned Zhang Yubai, "Husband, you must be careful when signing the rental contract to avoid being tricked. Didn't there happen an incident of using a lantern to determine damages before? It was really infuriating." Okay, my husband gets it, don't worry." Zhang Yubai nodded repeatedly. He was the landlord, and he would definitely not shine a big light around like those difficult landlords. After all, this was his own house. After looking at the house, the two left the community. Su Qingxue will be moving out of the teacher's apartment tonight, so the two of them need to buy some daily necessities. There is a large supermarket near Lijing Mansion, and students from Shanghai University also go there to buy snacks and daily necessities. After walking for 5 minutes, they arrived at the supermarket entrance. Zhang Yubai pushed the cart, Su Qingxue put her arm around his shoulders, and the two started shopping together. There are so many people here. Su Qingxue couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the crowded scene in front of her. Zhang Yubai smiled and said, "After all, it's near the school, everyone likes to come here to buy things." After walking around for a while, Su Qingxue saw the kitchenware area and pulled Zhang Yubai over there. She pointed at a pot and said to Zhang Yubai, "Honey, let's buy a pot and some bowls, so we can cook at home in the future." The clear soup noodles you made that day were delicious. I want to eat more. If you want to eat it, that's not all. Your husband will cook for you. Then we need to buy some pots, pans, and utensils. After Zhang Yubai finished speaking, he pulled Su Qingxue to the place where kitchenware was sold. He glanced at Su Qingxue and whispered in her ear, "There are so many things to buy later, and my husband is exhausted from taking them back. You have to make it up to me tonight." After Su Qingxue heard this, her cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe apple, and then she shyly punched Zhang Yubai's chest. "Hate. Isn't it adorable? I never get tired of looking at it." Zhang Yu said shamelessly, then looked at Su Qingxue lovingly as she was shopping seriously. At this time, the two came to the kitchen supplies area,
and what caught their eyes were all kinds of pots hanging on the wall.
Seeing someone coming to the area she was responsible for, the saleswoman, wearing the red vest work clothes distributed by the supermarket, came up to the two and said enthusiastically, "Young man, do you want to buy a pot?" "Yes, auntie, which pot here is non-stick?" "We want to see it."
Anyone who can cook wants a real non-stick pan, and Zhang Yubai is no exception.
After all, sticky pans are such a pain.
Not only do you have to scrub them for a long time, but if you don't clean them thoroughly, the next time you cook, the food will taste weird. However, every time he bought the so-called non-stick pans, they were fake. These pans did work a little when they were first bought, but as time passed and the number of uses increased, their coating began to fall off and they became more and more sticky. Although the degree of stickiness of these pans varied, they ultimately could not escape the fate of being sticky. Zhang Yubai still remembers seeing a famous anchor promoting a non-stick pan in a live broadcast room. The anchor stood in front of the camera, enthusiastically introducing how good the pan was and claiming that it could fry a perfect poached egg. However, when he cracked an egg into the pan, something embarrassing happened. The egg stuck firmly to the bottom of the pan, and no matter how he shook the pan, the egg did not move at all. This scene made netizens laugh so hard that they fell backwards, and they left comments and joked, "Ha, is this the legendary non-stick pan? The pans in my house are much better than this." Chapter 54. This order makes a huge profit. After hearing the request, the auntie showed a warm smile on her face and introduced them to Zhang Yubai and the others. "These are all non-stick pans, and they sell quite well." After that, she picked up one of the pots and showed them its characteristics and advantages. However, Zhang Yubai just took a look at the pots and pans, shook his head slightly, and turned away. Su Qingxue was very confused when she saw his actions, so she quietly walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "Husband, what's wrong? Aren't those pots suitable?" Zhang Yubai replied softly, "Well, none of them quite meet my requirements. Let's go to the store outside and have a look." After hearing this, Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Just then, she suddenly found an object that she liked very much, so she ran forward quickly. She excitedly held up a bowl. The pattern on the bowl looked like a cute avocado, with bright and unique colors. She handed the bowl to Zhang Yubai with a smile, and asked expectantly, "Honey, do you think this bowl is beautiful?" Zhang Yubai looked at the bowl in her hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he nodded gently in response, "Yeah, it's very beautiful." Then, he came to Su Qingxue, stroked her hair gently, his eyes full of doting. However, Su Qingxue seemed unable to put these bowls down. She picked up each bowl carefully and looked at it as if they were precious works of art. While admiring the beauty of the bowls, she happily shared her feelings with Zhang Yubai. Maybe she is just a little girl at heart, and the things she picks are all pink and tender. Soon, a small pile of ceramic utensils was piled in front of her. "Honey, I like all of these. How about we buy them all? If you like it, let's buy it." Zhang Yubai didn't mind that Su Qingxue bought too many things. As long as his wife liked it, he would contribute his physical strength to move them all back home. Hearing her husband's answer, she excitedly kissed Zhang Yubai on the forehead. "Hubby, thank you." After putting all the selected bowls into the cart, Su Qingxue saw beautiful spoons, chopsticks, and strangely shaped plates. Every time she saw one, she would say in amazement, "Wow, this spoon is so cute. These chopsticks are so pretty. What a strange shape this plate has." She spent a long time choosing each one before leaving reluctantly. It had been an hour since they entered the supermarket, and there was nothing else in the cart but tableware. When others saw them, they would definitely think that the two people came to the supermarket to purchase ceramics. At this time, Su Qingxue saw the cups on the shelf and couldn't help feeling fond of them. Although she loves admiring these cute little things, what they really need now is something practical and good looking. After all, you can't always use a bowl instead of a cup every time you drink water. So, she held Zhang Yubai's hand tightly, came to the cup and carefully selected it, and said to him gently, "Husband, come and take a look, let's pick together and see which cup is more beautiful." Zhang Yubai nodded in agreement, and then focused on the cup in front of him. Suddenly, he discovered a simple and elegant white cup, which was designed as a pair and did not have too many ornate patterns on it. One of the cups has a bright smiling face painted on it, while the other has a smiling face with eyelashes painted on the same position, making it look particularly playful and cute. In addition, they are specially designed with two handles, so that they can be hugged tightly together, revealing a warm and sweet atmosphere. When Zhang Yubai saw it, he was immediately attracted by the pair of cups. He pointed at them excitedly and said to Su Qingxue, "Wife, I think this pair of cups is great. Do you like this style?" "I like it. The one without eyelashes is your cup, and the one with eyelashes is my cup." Don't get them mixed up. Su Qingxue took 2 couple cups, one with eyelashes and one without, and shook them at Jiang Yubai.
Yeah.
Jiang Yubai nodded, then put the pair of cups into the cart. In addition, they both bought daily necessities such as towels, toothbrushes, and slippers. Su Qingxue looked at the full cart and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Honey, we bought too much. Will we be able to take it back?
It's okay, I can definitely get it back.
Jiang Yubai patted his chest. If it really doesn't work, he would have to make a few more trips. After buying almost everything, the two of them pushed the cart towards the exit. At the same time, Jean Bali came in from the supermarket entrance holding her mother's arm. When she looked up, she saw Su Qingxue queuing at the checkout counter.
Sister Qingxue? Eh?
Who is the boy standing next to her? Because of the distance and the fact that there were many people checking out, she couldn't see the face of the man next to Su Qingxue clearly. But what is certain is that the relationship between this man and Su Qingxue must be complicated, because his hand is on Su Qingxue's shoulder. She didn't see the man's true face until they paid the bill, which made her feel a little regretful. Jean Bali pounded her hands angrily and murmured, "That must be her boyfriend, but unfortunately, I didn't see his face." Jean Boli's face was full of disappointment, but she felt that Sister Qingxue's boyfriend must be very handsome, otherwise he would not be worthy of her. Jean Boli's mother saw her daughter looking around after entering the supermarket, and she only looked at boys. She said to her daughter unhappily, "It's no use looking.
Bring one back to me." "Mom, it's not that I don't want it, it's that I can't get it. It would be great if the government distributed it."
Jean Bali replied pitifully. Suddenly, when she saw her favorite potato chips, she no longer cared about being sad, and quickly pulled out her ATM to go on a shopping spree. After coming out of the supermarket, Jiang Yubai directly called a taxi because he bought a lot of things. When the driver asked the passenger where he was going, he smiled proudly and said, "This is a huge profit." In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the destination and Jiang Yubai came down dragging a lot of bags.
The property management of Lijing Mansion is quite good.
Seeing that the owner bought so many things, they directly arranged a shuttle bus to deliver them to the door. After returning home, Jiang Yubai put the things he bought on the table and began to clean their small home.
Su Qingxue was not idle either.
She took out the kitchen utensils she bought and carefully placed them on the dining table. Then they cleaned their couple cups and placed them gently on the coffee table. As time went by, the nest gradually became tidy, and every corner was carefully cared for, revealing a faint warm atmosphere. Su Qingxue stood in the middle of the room, looking around, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Although this place was not as good as her luxurious villa halfway up the mountain, she liked it more because everything here was arranged by the two of them themselves.
It was a cozy little home they created together. She walked to the window, opened it, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the freshness of the air, as if she could smell the scent of happiness. Chapter 55 Labor at Your Doorstep. After tidying up their cozy little home, it was already noon, but they had not bought any cookware for their new home and the refrigerator was empty, so the two had to choose to eat out. On the way back, Jiang Yubai suddenly recalled that the system seemed to have given him a redemption card yesterday, which could be used to redeem items in the mall. He had an idea and quickly opened the system mall.
He saw a pitch-black iron pot placed in the center.
Jiang Yubai couldn't help but feel confused when he saw this.
It wasn't like this when he opened the system mall yesterday.
Could it be that the system would change at any time according to the host's needs?
I have to say, the system is really considerate. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yubai used the exchange card to exchange for the black iron pot without hesitation, and immediately received a prompt from the system. "Host, the black iron wok you exchanged has been sent to Lijing Mansion, please check it out." Jiang Yubai nodded, and then communicated with the system through his mind, "This black iron wok should not have the problem of sticking. Host, please rest assured.
It will definitely not stick to the pan,"
the system said confidently. "You can come to me even if you get stuck with a grain of rice," it added.
"That's good."
Jiang Yubai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that at least this exchange card was not wasted. On the other side, in the school cafeteria, Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue had just found a seat with their food trays and sat down. At this time, Lu Jiwen, who was waiting to get his food, happened to see them. He quickly pulled the two roommates beside him and said in a low voice, "Fei, Xianzi, look, isn't that Brother Bai? Could the girl sitting opposite him eating be Brother Bai's girlfriend?"
Lu Jiwen said with a gossipy expression.
Hearing this, the two roommates looked in the direction of his finger, then became excited and replied excitedly, "Definitely." The three of them suddenly looked at each other, revealing a sly look in their eyes, and then raised their eyebrows at the same time and said in unison, "How about, let's go over and take a look?" "That's exactly what I meant," the other two echoed, with malicious smiles on their faces. 5 minutes later, the three of them, carrying the food, tiptoed to Jiang Yubai and the others and surrounded them silently. Then, Lu Jiwen sat down with a smile and said, "Brother Bai, come out to eat with your sister-in-law." "What a coincidence, I actually ran into you guys here. Why don't you introduce your sister-in-law to us?" "Right?" Sister-in-law. After saying that, a malicious smile appeared on his face. However, when Lu Jiwen saw Su Qingshue's face clearly, he was stunned. His eyes were as big as copper bells and his mouth was open enough to fit an egg. He stammered and greeted Su Qingxue with a half-smile. "Su. Professor Su, hello." "Hello." Su Qingxue responded expressionlessly, her tone as calm as water, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Her eyes were still as cold as ice, giving people a feeling that she was keeping people at a distance. Seeing the three guys in front of him with faces that looked uglier than eating poop, Jiang Yubai suppressed a smile, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said jokingly, "Professor Su and I ran into each other outside, so we came to the cafeteria to have a meal together. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you guys are here too. Professor Su just told me that she will be moving to a dormitory this afternoon and asked me to find a few people. You three can come with me this afternoon." After hearing this, Lu Jiwen gossiped, "Professor Su, why did you move to a new dormitory? Are you moving with your boyfriend?" He didn't finish his words, because those who understood would understand. Su Qingxue put down her chopsticks and looked directly at the other person. Her eyes were as cold as polar glaciers, containing endless pressure and majesty. This glance frightened Lu Jiwen so much that it felt as if a chill rose from his spine and spread throughout his body in an instant. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Qingxue again, for fear that saying one more word would lead to disastrous consequences. The dormitory building has fallen into disrepair and needs to be demolished and rebuilt. Su Qingxue explained calmly, with a barely perceptible hint of indifference in her voice. "Oh, so that's the case. Then you guys eat. It's a bit cold here. Let's go get some fans." Lu Jiwen said awkwardly, and then the three of them left quickly as if their tails had been stepped on. They sat down far away from the two of them. As soon as they sat down, Lu Jiwen frowned and looked at them with dissatisfaction. "You saw that it was Professor Su, why didn't you stop me?" Xiao Pengfei put down his chopsticks and replied very aggrievedly, "Just now we pushed you hard and winked at you, but we couldn't stop you from talking." Okay. Lu Jiwen thought about it and found that it seemed to be true. At that time, he was so busy talking that he didn't notice the little actions of Xiao Pengfei and others, so he had nothing to say. But he still couldn't help but want to complain. "When I was standing next to Professor Su just now, I felt like my body was about to be frozen. I was shivering with cold. Isn't it? It would be better if Professor Su could be more gentle to others. Yeah, I don't know what kind of person can tame an icy beauty like Professor Su." At the same time, after Jiang Yubai's roommates left, Su Qingxue could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She put down her chopsticks and said to Jiang Yubai in a low voice, "Honey, their sudden appearance really scared me." "Don't be afraid, my wife. Touching her fur won't scare her. Pulling her ears won't take long." Jiang Yubai gently touched Su Qingshue's head and ears like coaxing a child, trying to comfort her frightened heart. Seeing this, the other party smiled and took his hand away, then continued, "Do they know the true relationship between us?" "I don't know yet." "Oh, that's fine." Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if she didn't know. If she knew, her glorious image would definitely be shattered. Recalling that Jiang Yubai had asked them to move to the dormitory just now, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praised him. "Hubby, you are so quick-witted. I didn't even think of asking them to help me move. It's a waste to use the free labor." Jiang Yubai said proudly. With the help of good brothers, he could be more lazy. After dinner, Su Qingxue went back to the dormitory to pack her things. Jiang Yubai had no classes in the afternoon, so he was always waiting for his wife to call him. Chapter 56 Moving. After returning to the dormitory, Su Qingxue immediately started to pack her belongings. Although she was wealthy, the family education she received since childhood made her hate extravagance and waste. Therefore, she carefully sorted and packed those items that could still be used. An hour passed, and the bed was filled with large and small bags of luggage. She sat tiredly on the chair and picked up her mobile phone to send a message to Jiang Yubai. "Honey, I've finished packing, you can come over." When Jiang Yubai saw the message, he immediately jumped up with excitement and quickly replied,
Yeah, okay.
Then he turned to look at his roommates and said anxiously, Brothers, Professor Su is packed up and is calling us over.
Clear. Lu Jiwen and the other three nodded in unison to show that they understood.
Then, they got out of bed and prepared to go to the teacher's apartment together. At the same time, Su Qingxue could not wait to go downstairs to wait for them. Because the school stipulated that boys were not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, she had to go downstairs to meet them, otherwise, the dormitory manager would not allow these boys to go upstairs.
When she successfully picked up Jiang Yubai and others, Su Qingxue greeted the dormitory manager enthusiastically and led everyone up the stairs. Finally arriving at the dormitory, Lu Jiwen and his companions were stunned by the piles of bags in front of them. They looked at Su Qingxue in disbelief and stammered, Professor Su, are these all your things?
Su Qingxue nodded shyly and replied, Yeah, the stuff is worth a little over 100 million. Lu Jiwen quickly shook his head and waved his hands, and said in panic, No, not 100 million is not much.
Are you kidding?
Who dares to complain about the teacher having too much stuff?
Lu Jiwen lied sincerely and comforted Su Qingxue without blinking.
At this moment, Lu Jiwen suddenly noticed the bed opposite him. It was filled with various items, and even the space for lying down to sleep seemed very crowded.
He couldn't help but sigh, there is really no harm without comparison.
Looking at Professor Su's luggage again, he suddenly felt that other people had much less things. After all, most girls have much more luggage than boys, because they always feel that their wardrobe is missing a new piece of clothing or a new pair of shoes. Without further ado, everyone started to get busy and worked together to carry the luggage downstairs.
Su Qingxue was responsible for driving and parked the car in front of the dormitory door.
When everyone put their packed luggage into the front trunk of the sports car, she frowned, shook her head and complained, Your car is really good looking but not practical.
Forget it, I can only do it once more.
The boys knew a lot about cars, and they knew the luxury car that Professor Su drove.
When Lu Jiwen and his friends saw Su Qingxue complaining about this cool sports car, their hearts were bleeding. Che, you've been wronged following Professor Su. If you were my car, I would definitely treat you well.
At this moment, Jiang Yubai began to direct the three roommates, telling them to wait downstairs after moving their things, while he would accompany Professor Su to transport the things to their new residence. Looking at the exhaust fumes from the car going away, Lu Jiwen felt powerless and sat on the side of the road. He said with envy, I really want to sit in Professor Su's passenger seat.
Zhao Pengfei, who was standing by, heard this and responded mercilessly, You? Stop daydreaming.
Magic City University is not far from Lijing Mansion, so when they finished moving their things and returned to school, less than half an hour had passed. Although Su Qingxue had a lot of luggage, after several trips back and forth, she was able to load it all into the car. Finally, Jiang Yubai loaded all the luggage and belongings into the car, and walked up to the roommates and said, It's done, you can go back.
However, Zhao Pengfei asked curiously, Brother Bai, aren't you going with us?
Jiang Yubai shook his head and explained, No, I still need to help Professor Su move these things to where she lives. After that, he turned around and left without looking back. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwen and the other two didn't think much about it, just waved their hands and left.
After they left, Su Jiqiang felt something was wrong. He slapped his thigh and screamed as he walked away, Why do I feel like they are just throwing us away?
Zhao Pengfei heard this and slapped him on the back of his head in annoyance.
Then he said unhappily, Who are you calling a donkey?
On the other side, in Lijing Mansion, Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue finally finished moving all the things, and the two sat on the sofa exhausted.
It has to be said that moving is really strenuous work. After this morning, they both felt that they could lose 2 kilograms. Although Su Qingxue didn't move too many things, she spent a long time packing and was very tired. Now that she was in her new home, she didn't want to do anything and just wanted to have a good rest. After Jiang Yubai rested for half an hour, he was back to full health. From today on, they will start their shameless cohabitation life. Jiang Yubai thought to himself that as long as it was something he could do, he would never let his wife do it even if there were things he was not very good at, he would definitely try his best to do them. Looking at the large and small bags on the ground, Jiang Yubai said to Su Qingxue lovingly, Wife, you sit here and rest. I will help you pack your things. Okay, husband, you are awesome.
Su Qingxue said happily, while gently touching Jiang Yubai's lips. However, Jiang Yubai was obviously not satisfied with such a short kiss. He pinched Su Qingxue's chin tightly and sucked her red lips passionately, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Just as the two were kissing passionately, Jiang Yubai suddenly stopped. He knew that if he didn't restrain himself, he might not be able to control the impulse in his heart and would want to pin Su Qingxue under him immediately and kill her on the spot. So he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Wife, wait until I finish cleaning up, then we'll continue with the unfinished steps," Jiang Yubai said gently to Su Qingxue, with sparks of desire in his eyes. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, like a gorgeous red rose. Hearing her husband's words, she rolled her eyes coquettishly, but her heart was full of expectation and desire. Although she pretended to be strong and said some tough words, in fact, she also hoped that Jiang Yubai could tidy up their warm little home as soon as possible, and then. Imagining what would happen next, Su Qingxue's heartbeat began to speed up. Chapter 57. I'm afraid you won't be able to help yourself. Jiang Yubai tidied up in an orderly manner, and the packages on the ground were placed one by one in their proper places. At that time, the whole room gradually became tidy and warm. Although he is not a professional organizer, he puts every item in an orderly manner, which makes people feel very comfortable. Even people with obsessive-compulsive disorder will feel happy when seeing this scene. While Jiang Yubai was busy, Su Qingxue sat quietly by the side, her eyes always fixed on her husband, her face filled with a happy smile. She couldn't help but whispered softly, "My husband is so handsome." The packages on the ground had been basically picked up. At this time, Jiang Yubai noticed a black packaging bag in the corner, so he picked it up. He opened the bag curiously, trying to see what was inside. However, the moment he poured out the contents of the bag, it was too late for Su Qingxue to stop him. When those items were laid out on the bed, Su Qingxue felt so ashamed that she couldn't even face the ground. She covered her face with her hands and complained in a low voice, "Oh, this is so embarrassing." When Jiang Yubai saw it, his face turned red to his ears, because that thing was none other than his wife's panties. Looking at the panties placed on the bed, he felt as if he had entered a mysterious world. There was the white pure desire style, which reminded him of pure and flawless snowflakes. There was also the black lace sexy style, which exuded charming charm. There was also the unruly leopard print style, which was full of wildness and unruliness. In addition, red is passionate, pink is romantic and cute, blue is fresh and natural, and green is full of vitality. Each color has its own unique charm. Although Jiang Yubai had taken it off before, he still felt a little overwhelmed when faced with this pile of colorful and various styles of panties in front of him. When he saw his wife was as shy as a frightened little rabbit and wanted to find a hole to hide in, he tried to ease the awkward atmosphere between them and said with a smile, "Well, they are all pretty." "Ah." Hearing this, Su Qingxue widened her eyes in shock and looked at him in disbelief. Is this the time to say such things? However, when she realized that her husband praised the panties she had chosen for being pretty, it meant that he approved of her taste, and she couldn't help but feel a little happy. So, she lowered her head shyly and whispered back, "As long as you like it." After she finished speaking, she realized that it was not a good idea to leave these panties on the bed all the time, so she thought about collecting them and tidying them up. At this time, she looked at Jiang Yubai with concern and said gently, "I'll put them away. You've been tired for so long, take a rest first." "No, I'll just clean it up for you, so I won't bother you anymore." At that time, both of them were holding a corner of their panties, and now even the air felt a little awkward. Seeing this, Su Qingxue could only let go and watch Jiang Yubai tidy up quietly. Although he hadn't touched this thing for many years, he would still take a look at it accidentally when passing by a lingerie store, so he clipped each panty and hung them in the closet according to the way others hung them. Su Qingxue was so touched by her husband's thoughtfulness that she was speechless. Hanging the last pair of panties on the pole, Jiang Yubai couldn't control his inner desire. He pressed Su Qingxue under him like a wild beast out of control. Despite this, he still kissed her neck and lips gently, then panted and said in Su Qingxue's ear, "Wife, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but blush, but she didn't resist. Instead, she nodded slightly to show her agreement. Then, the two began a passionate lovemaking. After a lot of tossing and turning, Su Qingxue finally felt exhausted. Her body lay limply on Jiang Yubai's broad and strong chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she admired the handsome man in front of her, her fingers unconsciously wandering on his skin, as if exploring an unknown world. Suddenly, Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask softly, "Husband, are you made of iron? How come you still have so much energy after all this hard time?" Her voice was filled with curiosity and admiration, and she seemed very surprised at Jiang Yubai's physical fitness. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue affectionately, his eyes full of tenderness and love. He said jokingly, "Wife, I still have energy now. Do you want to do it again?"
As he spoke, his hand gently stroked Su Qingshua's shoulder, suggesting that his desire had not completely dissipated. However, Su Qingxue hurriedly shook her head, expressing her firm disagreement.
Her face flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, "Husband, please forgive me.
I don't even have the strength to get up now. If you continue to toss and turn, I'm afraid I won't even have the strength to get out of bed."
There was a hint of coquettishness and begging in her tone, hoping that Zhang Yubai could understand her tiredness. Seeing this, Zhang Yubai stopped forcing her. He knew that Su Qingxue had tried her best, and he also felt sorry for her hard work. So, he stroked Su Qingshue's head gently and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll let you go this time." After that, he pecked Su Qingxue lightly on the lips, then hugged her tightly in his arms. After resting for a while, the two got up from the bed.
Although they had both experienced embarrassing things, Su Qingxue was shy after all and was still embarrassed to put on her clothes in front of Zhang Yubai.
So, she shyly covered herself with the quilt, leaving only her little head exposed, and then she said softly, "Husband, can you please go out for a while?
I need to get dressed."
Hearing this, Zhang Yubai was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Su Qingxue gently and teased, "Wife, I have seen every part of your body.
What is there to be embarrassed about?
Just feel free to change boldly." Hearing Zhang Yubai say this, Su Qingshue's face instantly turned red to her ears. She quickly covered Zhang Yubai's mouth with her hands and said coquettishly, "No, I'm afraid you can't help it."
Zhang Yubai smiled and grabbed Su Qingshue's hand, kissed it gently, and then said, Okay, I'll go out and wait for you." After saying that, Zhang Yubai stood up and prepared to leave the room. However, just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and glanced at Su Qingxue with a smirk in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Qingxue asked nervously, "What's the matter? Is there anything else?"
Zhang Yubai raised his eyebrows and asked ambiguously, "Wife, I forgot to ask you just now, what do you think I can't help doing?"
Chapter 58, Being Punished by My Wife. Hearing this, Su Qingshue's face turned even redder.
She buried her head in the quilt, not daring to look at Zhang Yubai, and stammered, "Oh, husband, please get out." Zhang Yubai looked at Su Qingshue's shy look and liked it very much. He walked to the bed, leaned over, kissed Su Qingshue's forehead gently, and then said lovingly, "Okay, I'll go out now, but, wife, you have to be quick." After saying that, Zhang Yubai walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Su Qingshuo quickly got up from the bed, opened the cabinet, and looked at the neatly arranged panties. She couldn't help feeling sweet in her heart. 5 minutes later, Su Qingshuo came out dressed. She was now wearing a red tube top mini skirt. The tight clothes perfectly showed her waistline. The skirt reached the upper part of her calves, making her look like a gorgeous red rose, very tempting. Seeing this, Zhang Yubai took her into his arms, and then thought, "My wife is so beautiful, I don't want others to see you so beautifully." Su Qingshuo smiled slightly when she heard this. "I don't wear this for others to see, I wear it for you to see."
"Really? Then I must take a good look at it."
After saying that, Zhang Yubai hugged his wife and spun around to admire her. After a moment, he left with satisfaction. Before they were together, Su Qingshuo always kicked Zhang Yubai out of the car when he was 100 meters away from the school. Now that they are together, this time she kicked him out when he was 200 meters away. Maybe it was because they were not together before, so they were very tough even if seen by others. Now that they are together, they feel a little guilty. In order to make it up to Zhang Yubai, Su Qingshuo secretly kissed him on the cheek. "Honey, be good, see you in the classroom later." Okay. Zhang Yubai could only pamper the wife he chose, and then he got out of the car. He closed the car door, and just like that he was abandoned by his wife. There were 5 minutes left before the bell rang. Zhang Yubai ran to the teaching building as fast as he could, but he still didn't make it to the classroom when the bell rang. Su Qingshuo calmly parked the car downstairs of the teaching building, took out the textbooks from the trunk, straightened her clothes, and then walked towards the office. When she came out with the textbooks, there were only 2 minutes left before the class bell rang. She stepped into the classroom with the sound of crisp high heels and began to call the roll. Ever since she became the counselor, all the students have been in awe of her and dare not skip classes easily. At this time, Lu Jiwen, Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei, who were sitting in the classroom, looked at the empty seats and couldn't help but start to worry. Why hasn't Brother Bai arrived yet? Is there anything wrong? Did he really spend an entire afternoon helping Professor Su move? Just as they were worried, Zhang Yubai rushed to the classroom door, panting. He knocked on the door gently while breathing heavily. "Sorry, Professor Su, I was delayed on the way." Su Qingxue heard the voice, looked up, and was very surprised to see Jiang Yubai standing at the door.
She didn't expect Jiang Yubai to be late.
Under her strict management, no students in the class dared to skip classes, but now the first person to break this record was her husband. At this time, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered something.
She only sent Jiang Yubai to the entrance of the living area and then left.
It takes at least 15 minutes to walk from that location to the teaching building, and it would take 8 minutes if you sprint. At this time, Su Qingxue realized that she was the culprit who caused Jiang Yubai to be late. But when she thought of the iron rules she had set, she felt that she could not be lenient with her students in the slightest. If a precedent was set, it would be difficult to convince others in the future. But she soon thought of a solution. Su Qingxue smiled at Jiang Yubai, but then changed to a serious expression and said sternly, "Come in, Jiang Yubai, since you are late, you can only stand and listen to this class." Hearing this, Jiang Yubai secretly groaned in his heart, but still nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, Professor Su." At that time, he was complaining in his heart, "I was late for class in the afternoon, and the teacher punished me to stand for a class. The teacher is my wife, and she also sent me to school." Thinking of this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He should spoil his own wife. After returning to his seat, Jiang Yubai stood silently beside Lu Jiwen and began to listen to the class.
Fortunately, there were no other students behind them, otherwise he might block other people's view by standing like this. Su Jiqiang and others originally thought that Su Qingxue would show leniency to Jiang Yubai because he was her class representative and exempt him from the punishment for being late.
However, the facts were beyond their expectations.
Not only did Su Qingxue not favor Jiang Yubai, she even gave him a more severe punishment. However, seeing their good brother standing and listening, they couldn't help but laugh secretly. Lu Jiwen, who was standing by and listening to the lecture, cast a pitying look at Jiang Yubai and whispered, "Brother Bai, why did you come back just now? Could it be that you were bewitched by some little goblin?" Thinking of Jiang Yubai having a girlfriend, he wondered, could it be that he is having a sweet time with his girlfriend outside and can't bear to be apart from her? Lu Jiwen was a little envious.
He pounded his hands and muttered indignantly, "Damn the smell of love, why can't I experience it?
I would be willing to stand for a semester."
Since Lu Jiwen had just made quite a big noise, Su Qingxue looked at him sharply after hearing it, and then called his name. "The student next to Jiang Yubai, answer the question I just asked." When Lu Jiwen heard Professor Su calling his name, he trembled. He looked around to confirm that he was the only one sitting next to Brother Bai. Then he touched his head, frowned, and stood up from his seat. He didn't listen carefully just now, so he couldn't answer the questions Su Qingxue asked. He scratched his head and stammered, "Professor Su. Professor Su, could you please repeat your question again? There are questions on the blackboard, look for yourself." Su Qingxue adjusted the frame of her glasses and said impatiently. Although he knew the question, he didn't know the answer. Lu Jiwen was very panicked at this moment. Who would know the answer to this question? He was scratching his head anxiously, and suddenly an idea came to him. He winked at the people around him, as if hinting at something. Jiang Yubai and the others seemed not to hear or see anything, leaving him alone in the wind. At this time, Su Qingxue said unhappily, "You can't answer it, right? If you don't listen carefully in class, you should stand and listen like the students around you." Oh, he was gloating just now, and now it's his turn. Seeing what happened to Lu Jiwen, Su Jiqiang, Zhao Pengfei and Jiang Yubai all pursed their lips and tried to hold back their laughter. "You are being too cocky, aren't you?" Su Qingxue looked at the two people standing and listening to the lecture with satisfaction. She felt relieved that someone was accompanying her husband this time. Chapter 59 Professor Su, I report. On the other side, Lu Jiwen looked at Su Jiqiang and the other man's arrogant appearance, and couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. Good brothers must suffer together, so he raised his hand and shouted, "Professor Su, I report it." "Ha? Report what?" Su Qingxue looked at him with a frown after hearing it. Then, Lu Jiwen pointed at Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei and said selflessly, "I reported them for playing games and preventing me from listening carefully." "Oh? Really?" Su Qingxue looked at the two people with a smile on her lips. Zhao Pengfei and Su Jiqiang couldn't sit still after hearing this, especially Su Jiqiang, who kicked him on the butt. "You bastard, you dare to sue us, bah! You are not a human being." Lu Jiwen smiled nonchalantly, and he thought to himself, "Let's see if you can still laugh this time." Jiang Yubai looked like he was enjoying the fun. He secretly turned up the volume on Zhao Pengfei's phone. Then, the whole class heard the game prompt, "Your team has destroyed the turret." Hearing the voice, Su Qingxue pursed her lips to suppress her anger. She came in front of the two and said sternly, "You two, stand up." Su Jiqiang and the other man stood up obediently with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Originally, Su Jiqiang and the other two wanted to deny it, but now they could only smile foolishly at Professor Su and said sincerely, "I just said that we just fought for a minute. Do you believe it? Do you think I look like Xin?" Su Qingxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, but Zhao Pengfei and the others were a little scared, because Professor Su was more chilling when he smiled than when he didn't. At this time, Su Qingxue looked at the two of them, stretched out her hand and said, "Hand over your phone." Oh, Su Jiqiang and the other man handed in their cell phones obediently. They didn't expect that they could still feel the oppression from the teacher at such an old age. Su Qingxue locked her phone, looked at the two of them with a look of disappointment and said sternly, "You two should stand and listen to the class like them." Hearing this result, Lu Jiwen was secretly proud of himself, as he had finally dragged these two guys into this. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei glared at Lu Jiwen fiercely but did not dare to speak. "Okay, let's continue the class." Su Qingxue started the lecture again. At this moment, Lu Jiwen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei's helpless expressions. Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei were secretly gritting their teeth, thinking of settling the score with Lu Jiwen after class. Fearing retaliation from the two, Lu Jiwen patted their shoulders and comforted them, "We share the good and the bad, so think positively." "Haha, you can't do that to me." Zhao Pengfei replied unhappily. It seems that Lu Jiwen will definitely get beaten today. Time passed quickly and the class was over. The moment the bell rang, Lu Jiwen ran away, and Su Jiqiang and the other man chased after him. Looking at the three people fighting, Zhang Yubai walked past them calmly, and before leaving, he did not forget to tell the two people, "Have fun fighting." Hearing this, Lu Jiwen stretched out his hands and said pitifully, "Brother Bai, you have become bad." Ah! After coming out of the classroom, Zhang Yubai took out his phone and sent a message to Su Qingxue, "Wife, I'm going back to the dormitory to get some things. You wait for me outside." After sending this message, a happy smile appeared on his face. After Su Qingxue received the message, she quickly replied, "Yeah, okay." Seeing the reply message, Zhang Yubai felt warm in his heart, and then quickened his pace towards the dormitory. Boys have much fewer things than girls. After returning to the dormitory, Zhang Yubai opened the closet door, took out his backpack, put a few clothes in it, and there was nothing else to pack. He had already bought toiletries and the like at the supermarket during the day. He zipped up his pants and was about to go out when Su Jiqiang and Zhao Pengfei came in carrying Lu Jiwen. Although the men were not really fighting, one could tell from Lu Jiwen's frizzy hair that he was indeed beaten up by the two men. Seeing Zhang Yubai carrying his school bag and leaving, Su Jiqiang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, you won't be back tonight." Zhao Pengfei sighed with envy, "Our brother Bai is living a shameless life with sister-in-law." Before he finished speaking, he hurriedly added, "Well, if sister-in-law has any good girlfriends, you have to think about us three brothers. Whether we can find a partner or not is entirely up to you." Okay, I get it." Zhang Yubai nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, then put on his backpack and turned to leave. Looking at Zhang Yubai's cheerful back as he walked away, Lu Jiwen was filled with envy and muttered to himself, "When can we be like Brother Bai?" He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, his heart full of emotion. Suddenly, he said whimsically, "When will the country give us girlfriends for free? If there really is such a day, I will definitely take 2 without hesitation." No, I want 5. Su Jiqiang, who was standing by, was puzzled and asked curiously, "Why did you take 5? Lu Jiwen was rubbing his hands together, unable to contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, his voice carrying a hint of excitement and longing. "From Monday to Friday, my girlfriend is different every day. I have to spend time with my brothers on Saturdays and Sundays." "Awesome. You are really awesome." After hearing this, Su Jiqiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up, with an expression of admiration on his face. Outside the school, a cool sports car was parked quietly on the side of the road, with a beautiful girl sitting in the car. Su Qingxue. Her eyes kept looking towards the school gate, as if waiting for someone to appear. Finally, when she saw Zhang Yubai walking out of the school gate, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her eyes revealed joy. Su Qingxue quickly started the car, skillfully drove it to Zhang Yubai's side, then rolled down the window and gently called out, "Get in the car." Zhang Yubai opened the car door with a smile, sat in the passenger seat, and felt extremely warm in his heart. However, the moment he sat down, Su Qingxue suddenly changed her attitude. She was no longer the aloof goddess.
She turned into a docile little cat and said coquettishly, "Husband." This title made Jiang Yubai's heart warm, but he pretended to be angry and said dissatisfiedly, "My wife has turned against me." When Su Qingxue heard this, she immediately realized that Jiang Yubai was still upset about her making him stand in the corner for a whole class. Su Qingxue grabbed Jiang Yubai's clothes and explained, "Hubby, it's my fault, but you have to set an example for the students in our class, right?" Jiang Yubai immediately understood, and then said with a smile, "Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Chapter 60. Going to the vegetable market together. He Su Qingxue nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who caused this incident. Seeing his wife sticking out her tongue so cutely, Jiang Yubai couldn't help laughing. He gently pinched her face and said in a serious tone, "This will not happen again." Su Qingxue nodded obediently, and in the car, the two of them returned to their previous relaxed atmosphere. At this time, Jiang Yubai turned to look at his wife beside him and asked softly, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Su Qingxue pursed her lips slightly, as if she was thinking, but she couldn't think of what she wanted to eat for a while, so she responded gently, "Well, let's eat at home tonight." Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement and began to think about plans for dinner. After all, this was their first day living together, so they had to celebrate properly. He thought to himself that he should cook some sumptuous dishes. Although the black iron wok given by the system was already placed in the kitchen, the refrigerator was still empty. Therefore, the two decided to go to the vegetable market to buy some ingredients first. For a rich girl like Su Qingxue, it was great to be able to go shopping in the supermarket alone on weekdays, and she had never been to places like the vegetable market. However, this time, under the guidance of Jiang Yubai, she parked the car in front of the convenience market near Lijinghaoding. Afterwards, the two walked into the vegetable market hand in hand to choose ingredients for tonight's delicious meal. Although the convenience market is not big, it is filled with various stalls, selling fresh fruits and vegetables, various seasonings and seafood, and even daily necessities. In short, there is everything here to meet people's daily needs. At this moment, Su Qingxue noticed a machine placed in front of a small stall, from which bursts of faint fragrance wafted from time to time. Seeing his wife's interest, Jiang Yubai quickly said, "This is a tool for grinding sesame oil. The freshly ground sesame oil has a fragrant aroma, more fragrant than those beautifully packaged finished products." "Oh, that's why. Honey, let's buy a bottle and try it at home," Su Qingxue suggested enthusiastically. At this time, the stall owner came up to them enthusiastically and introduced his products to them with a smile. "My sesame oil is absolutely authentic. You can buy some and try them. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Especially when cooking noodles, just a few drops of it will fill the whole room with fragrance. After the first bite, you'll want to have a second bite. Is it really so magical?" Su Qingxue asked with some doubt, but still couldn't help looking forward to it. She turned to the boss and said, "Okay, boss, give us a bottle." After that, she looked at the other condiments curiously. Seeing that business was coming, the boss face immediately broke into a smile. He introduced enthusiastically, "We have a complete range of products in our store. Is there anything you two need?" As he spoke, he secretly glanced at them, thinking in his mind how to sell more things. Jiang Yubai looked around and found that there were many kinds of seasonings here, so he purchased all the seasonings needed for cooking. After all, he might cook frequently in the future, and these are indispensable. Seeing the customers leaving the store with their bags, the boss was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He waved his hand and said, "Little brother, remember to come to me next time if you need anything. I will definitely give you a discount then." "Okay." Jiang Yubai smiled and nodded in response. After buying the seasonings, the two went to buy some meat and vegetables, and then went home satisfied. After returning home, the two rested for a while. After recovering some strength, Jiang Yubai couldn't wait to open the refrigerator and began to organize the food inside. 10 minutes later, looking at the full refrigerator, Jiang Yubai showed a satisfied smile. Now it felt more like home. At this time, he stood in front of the refrigerator and began to think about what to cook tonight. After some careful consideration, he decided to make a candlelight dinner. Jiang Yubai skillfully opened the refrigerator door and carefully selected the various ingredients needed for tonight. While taking out fresh vegetables, meat and seasonings, he carefully thought about how to cook. He had never cooked steak before, so he learned to make it according to the tutorial. Since it was his first time, Jiang Yubai was fully focused, hoping to make a sumptuous and delicious candlelight dinner. Su Qingxue sat quietly aside, her eyes always on Jiang Yubai.
Her eyes were full of love and satisfaction, as if the whole world only had the two of them. Looking at her husband's busy and focused figure, Su Qingshue's heart was filled with happiness. Just then, the mobile phone on the table suddenly made a buzzing sound.
Su Qingxue picked up the phone curiously and found a message reminder on the screen.
It turned out that this was a paper sent to her by a student. As a university teacher, Su Qingxue is not only responsible for the courses for junior students, but also has to teach some courses for senior students. Since there are differences in the courses for different majors, the learning progress at each stage is also different.
Su Qingxue not only has outstanding looks, but also has profound academic attainments. She treats students seriously and responsibly, and is deeply loved and respected by her classmates. It is for this reason that she has become one of the most respected teachers in the school. When Su Qingxue opened the paper, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She called Jiang Yubai softly, "Husband, you cook first. If you need any help, please let me know at any time." Then, she continued, "A classmate asked me to help her with her paper. I have to go take care of it first."
"Go ahead." Jiang Yubai nodded when he heard that, secretly delighted in his heart. He was originally worrying about how to find a suitable excuse to get her away so that he could prepare a surprise for her. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue took the initiative to offer to go and handle the work, which really saved him a lot of trouble. He quickly thawed the steak he bought, then carefully rinsed the black iron frying pan given by the system. When there was no water in the pan, he carefully sprinkled a thin layer of oil into the pan, and then gently put the steak in. He sprinkled salt and black pepper on it according to the instructions, and every movement seemed extremely focused. The first time he fried the steak, he controlled the time precisely. He fried one side for 50 seconds, then quickly turned it over and fried the other side. Then, he let the steak sit for 5 minutes to allow the inside of the steak to be fully cooked. As time went by, the aroma of the beef gradually spread. He continued to fry the steak, adding a small piece of butter and a few sprigs of rosemary. When the butter gradually melted, he carefully poured it back on the steak, making the color of the steak even more attractive. At this point, the steak has reached the perfect medium rare. In addition to steak, Jiang Yubai also carefully fried some fresh vegetables and arranged them on the plate meticulously, making the whole steak look like the one sold in the restaurant. However, even though dinner was ready, he knew Su Qingshue's character very well. She would never leave the study to eat without finishing the work at hand. So, he could only wait patiently, hoping that she could finish her work as soon as possible so that they could enjoy this delicious dinner together. Chapter 61 Ban Island Hotel. Not long ago, Jiang Yubai ordered a bunch of gorgeous red roses through express delivery, and he carefully selected a few of them to decorate the dining table. At the same time, the red candles on the dining table were also lit, and the warm candlelight swayed, as if telling a romantic story. However, everything was ready, except for Su Qingshue's appearance. As time passed, Jiang Yubai could no longer hold back his anticipation. He walked to the door, knocked a few times, and asked softly, "Wife, how long will it take you to come out?" Soon, Su Qingshue's voice replied from the room, "It will be ready soon." Then she quickened her pace and continued to read the paper on the computer. 5 minutes later, Su Qingxue finally finished reading the paper. Perhaps because she was too focused on her work, she didn't notice the tempting aroma emanating from the cooking. And at this moment, when she relaxed, the rich smell hit her nose, making her stomach growl a few times. Afterwards, Su Qingshuе couldn't wait to open the door and prepare for the sumptuous dinner. After opening the door, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The whole room was dark, with only a few red candles flickering faintly, like stars, illuminating the entire room. At this time, Jiang Yubai walked out from the shadows, holding a bunch of bright red roses in his hand, and slowly walked in front of Su Qingshuе. He looked at her affectionately, his eyes full of love and tenderness. "Wife, I love you," Jiang Yubai said softly, his voice low and sincere. Su Qingshue was so moved by this sudden romantic surprise that her eyes filled with tears. She took the bouquet of red roses and felt the softness and fragrance of the petals. She gently stroked Jiang Yubai's cheek, then stood on tiptoe and left a deep kiss on his forehead. "Honey, thank you for everything you have prepared for me. I love you too." Her voice was choked with sobs, but full of happiness and satisfaction. The two hugged each other, enjoying the sweetness and warmth of the moment. Afraid that the steak would get cold if left for too long, Jiang Yubai put his arm around Su Qingshue's shoulders and walked to the dining table. He considerately pulled out a chair and helped her sit down. Then, he also came and sat down opposite, looking at Su Qingshue expectantly. "Wife, try the steak I fried. This is my first time doing this, so please let me know if you have any opinions." Su Qingxue smiled and nodded, then cut a piece of steak with a knife and fork and put it to her mouth. She took a light bite, and the juice inside splashed out, emitting a rich aroma. She tasted it carefully, feeling the tenderness of the beef and the deliciousness of the sauce, with a satisfied look on her face. Then, she nodded in agreement and said, "Honey, the steak you made is very good. It's delicious. I like it very much." Hearing Su Qingxue's praise, Jiang Yubai's heart was filled with joy. He had been worried that the steak he had cooked might not suit her taste, but now seeing Su Qingxue eating it so happily, his heart finally settled down. "As long as you like it, I will do it for you often in the future," Jiang Yubai said with a smile. "Yeah, okay." Su Qingxue nodded happily. In a short while, she had eaten all the steak and only an empty plate was left. Su Qingxue touched her slightly bulging belly, a satisfied smile on her face, and said coquettishly, "It's over, husband, I feel like I must have gained a few pounds during this time living with you." Jiang Yubai looked at her lovingly and said seriously, "You are so thin, you would look better if you gained some weight." In his eyes, Su Qingxue was too thin, and she would be healthier if she gained a little weight. However, Su Qingxue shook her head firmly, frowned and said, "No, I can't be fat, otherwise I can't wear my old clothes." For girls, being fat or thin is a sensitive topic, and they always have an almost obsessive pursuit. Even if they gain just 1 pound, they will refuse dinner every night. If they gain 5 or 6 pounds, they will have to try running, aerobics and other weight loss methods, and will never allow themselves to gain even 1 more pound of extra fat. Jiang Yubai fully understood and supported Su Qingxue's decision. Seeing his wife's determination to manage her figure, he said gently, "Then I will make fat-reducing meals for you in the evening." Hearing these words, Su Qingxue's heart was filled with emotion and sweetness. She smiled sweetly and responded, "Yes, thank you, husband." At this moment, she truly felt how happy it was to have a husband who loved her. She couldn't help but sigh, how great it would be if she could be with Jiang Yubai earlier. Daily sign-in system is starting. Sign-in reward, 100% of the shares of Bandao Hotel. I'll go. During a daily sign-in, Jiang Yubai woke up after hearing the system prompt. He couldn't help but swear, then realized that his voice was a little loud. He looked at Su Qingxue next to him to confirm that she was still asleep, and he felt relieved. "In the past, when I signed in every day, the system just gave me money, and there were very few good things. This is the first time that the system has given such a big reward." Ban Island Hotel? Jiang Yubai muttered to himself. There are so many hotels in Shanghai, and he is not familiar with Bandao Hotel. But since the system has given it, it must not be too bad, so he searched it on his mobile phone. You won't know the result until you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. Bandao Hotel is located on the Bund in Shanghai. It is one of the top luxury hotels in Longhua. The hotel has luxurious rooms and suites, each of which is equipped with top-notch facilities and furniture. The hotel has several restaurants and bars, offering a variety of food and drink options. In addition, the hotel also has a large banquet hall that can host various events and meetings. The Ban Island Resort is renowned for its exceptional service and first-class facilities, making it a top choice for both business and leisure travelers. Looking at the introduction on the internet, Jiang Yubai's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the system has really invested a lot of money this time. Maybe it was because Jiang Yubai made too much noise. Su Qingxue opened her eyes in a daze and murmured, "Husband, why did you wake up so early?" Her voice was lazy and coquettish, which made people's hearts melt. Jiang Yubai nodded and replied, "Yeah, I couldn't sleep." In fact, he knew in his heart that the reason why he woke up so early was entirely because of the system and a certain position that made him particularly excited to get up early. Seeing that Su Qingxue had not woken up yet, he started to move her in the bed again. Feeling her husband's dishonesty, Su Qingxue finally slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of sleepiness in her eyes, but more of it was pampering and love for her husband. She stretched out her delicate hands and gently patted Jiang Yubai's shoulders, complaining coquettishly, "Husband, you kept me awake so late last night, and you still have energy in the morning?" There was some dissatisfaction in her tone, but it was full of sweetness. Hearing his wife's words, Jiang Yubai's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile, and he whispered, "Wife, don't you know? Morning is the time when men are most energetic." As he spoke, his lips fell on Su Qingxue's neck, gently sucking on the delicate skin, making her body gradually become hot. As Jiang Yubai's movements became more and more intense, Su Qingxue's breathing became increasingly rapid. She clutched the quilt tightly, and her face flushed. Chapter 62, Eating with Parents. At 8 o'clock in the morning, it was time to go to work. Zheng Binlong, general manager of Bandao Hotel, received a piece of important news after arriving at the hotel. The previous owner sold all the shares of the hotel, and now he has the contact information of the new owner. After hearing the news, Zhang Binlong was shocked, because Bandao Hotel is well known in Shanghai and even in the whole country, and the value of the hotel is immeasurable. I didn't expect that there was a mysterious buyer who could afford the Ban Island Hotel. Not to mention the price, it must have been a lot, right? He couldn't help but wonder who the new boss was. After opening the file, he saw only a name and a contact number. Zhang Binlong took out his cell phone and dialed the number, which was quickly connected. Hello, is this Mr. Jian? Jiang Yubai received a strange call and couldn't help but frown and asked the other party in confusion, "It's me, who are you?" After confirming that it was his current boss, Zhang Binlong said very respectfully, "I am Zhang Binlong, the general manager of Bandao Hotel. You can call me Xiaolong. Excuse me, when are you free to come to Bandao Hotel? I'll report to you about the hotel's affairs." "Well, maybe in the evening." Jiang Yubai thought for a moment and answered. "Su Qingxue has 2 evening self-study sessions tonight, so if you are free after class, you can go over." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I look forward to your arrival." Zhang Binlong hung up the phone after hearing the other party's answer. He couldn't help looking forward to meeting his boss in the evening. The main thing is to behave well, for the future. Meanwhile, at the airport, Su Tianba followed Li Wanhua, pushing a lot of bags. When they arrived at the pickup point, the housekeeper and bodyguards had been waiting for a long time. Uncle Li took over the task of pushing the luggage and said respectfully, "Master, madam, where are we going now?" "Let's go to the Bund Villa." The Su family's ancestral home is in the imperial capital. Su Qingxue teaches in the Magic City, and she likes quietness, so she lives in a suburban villa by herself. Su Badian had company matters to deal with, so the two of them lived in a villa on the Bund. After getting in the car, Lai Wanhua was very concerned about her daughter's life events. She looked at Uncle Li and asked, "Did the young lady return to the villa mid-level later?" "No." "Oh." Li Wanhua nodded. Her daughter is 28 years old this year. Other girls of this age have already given birth to babies, but her daughter is still single, which makes her a little anxious. Then, she gossiped to Su Badian, "Honey, do you think there is any chance for our daughter and that boy to have a chance? It won't be impossible. If it is destined to happen, it will happen eventually. If it is not destined to happen, don't force it. Everything is predetermined by heaven." Su Badian shook his head and said with a look of indifference. However, he couldn't help feeling sad when he thought about his daughter being abducted by another man. Su Badian couldn't help but feel a little confused. Are all fathers like this? At this time, Li Wanhua suddenly had an idea. "Husband, let's go see our daughter tonight. Don't you miss her?" Su Badian smiled slightly when he heard this. "I think you ought to see that young man. If you want to go, let's go." "Okay, then it's settled." After the agreement, Li Wanhua nodded with satisfaction, but the most urgent task now was to adjust to the jet lag. After the first get out of class in the evening, Su Qingxue received a message saying that someone was looking for her at the school gate. She knew it wasn't Jiang Yubai, but she didn't know who it could be, so she hurried out. As soon as I arrived at the door of the living area, I heard a gentle voice. "Run slowly, don't rush, and don't fall." Hearing this voice, Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then felt delighted. "Dad! Mom! Why are you back?" Su Qingxue quickly flew over and politely greeted Uncle Li. "It's nothing, your mother just misses you," Su Badian said. Then his wife rolled her eyes at him. After all, only he knew who missed their daughter. "Well so, Dad, you don't miss me?" Su Qingxue asked playfully. Su Badian quickly adjusted his expression, looking serious, then raised 2 fingers and swore to the sky. "Yes, I especially miss my baby girl, I swear." "Haha, okay Dad, Mom, I miss you too." Su Qingxue went forward and hugged her parents, feeling so happy. "Come on, Dad will take you to dinner." Su Badian had booked a hotel before coming, wanting to make it up to his daughter. But Su Qingxue looked at the time and shook her head. "Dad, I still have a class. How about I not go now? Another day?" "But..." "Dad, are you being good?" Su Qingxue interrupted her father. "Good boy, of course I'll be good." "Okay, then you go back to class first. Mom and Dad will wait for you to finish class, and then we'll go eat together." Su Qingxue still wanted to refuse, but seeing her father's unhappy face, she had no choice but to nod and agree, even if that unhappiness was pretended.
Go ahead, walk slowly, your dad and I will wait for you. Okay, see you later. Su Qingxue was very happy and walked towards the classroom with cheerful steps.
It's just that all teachers have a unique skill, which is changing their faces. She was cheerful the previous second, but when she arrived at the door, her expression changed in an instant and she returned to her initial coldness. Seeing Su Qingxue coming back, Jiang Yubai took out his cell phone and sent her a message.
Wife, what's wrong? You look so happy.
Although Su Qingxue's face was still cold, Jiang Yubai could still feel that she was in a very good mood.
This is the tacit understanding between lovers.
Su Qingxue did not hide it and typed calmly, but she also added several happy emoticons.
Hey, my parents are here. They're just outside the school. I miss them so much. So that's how it is. Jiang Yubai nodded secretly.
He had heard about the situation of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Although the gap is quite large at the moment, Jiang Yubai is a person who refuses to admit defeat.
It's just a gap, just work harder to catch up. Maybe ordinary people say this in anger or in the heat of the moment, but Jiang Yubai is absolutely confident. Apart from anything else, after class tonight, when I take over the Bandao Hotel, my identity will change drastically. Of course, this is not enough. But we can use this as a foundation to grow bigger and stronger and create brilliance.
Thinking of this, Jiang Yubai suddenly felt a surge of pride in his heart. Su Qingxue did not reply to the message and asked Jiang Yubai to read the book carefully. Jiang Yubai didn't send a message, but he winked at Su Qingxue and flirted with her. After class, the students left the classroom quickly, and only Su Qingxue was still on the podium. Not long after, Jiang Yubai came back and hugged her from behind.
Chapter 63 The watershed between people lies in the amniotic fluid.
Su Qingxue smiled sweetly and murmured, "Hubby, I'm going out to eat with my parents in a while, do you want to go with me?" Although she didn't want to make their relationship public, she still hoped to give Jiang Yubai an identity from her parents' side. After all, her parents have added her to the family group, so she should treat them with courtesy. Jiang Yubai heard this and thought about it carefully. Of course, it was his wish to be taken by his wife to meet her parents. But the daughter brought her boyfriend over just as the parents returned, which was somewhat unwelcome, especially to her future father-in-law. In addition, this meeting was rather urgent, and there was no time to prepare a gift for the meeting, so after comprehensive consideration, Jiang Yubai shook his head and replied, "Wife, you can go to dinner with uncle and aunt today, and we can find a time to visit in the morning someday. I'll buy the gifts I need for the meeting these days. I can't meet my future father-in-law and mother-in-law empty-handed."
Su Qingxue nodded when she heard this. What her husband said made sense.
She then said, "Hubby, you don't have to buy too expensive gifts, as long as the thought is there."
Okay, got it. Jiang Yubai nodded, then sent Su Qingxue to the door. He left only after seeing her get into the car.
At the same time, in the car, Su Badian and Li Wanhua had been waiting at the door for a long time.
Seeing Su Qingxue coming over, the old couple happily opened the car door.
Xue, Dad and Mom are going to live in Shanghai for a long time this time, so you should stop living in school and move out to live with them.
No, Su Qingxue shook her head.
If she moved back home, she would not be able to live a shameless life with Jiang Yubai, so she decisively refused and then found a plausible reason: "My home is a bit far from school, and I don't like commuting."
Since their daughter said so, the two of them couldn't say anything else.
Soon, they arrived at the Bandao Hotel, and under the guidance of the waiter, the group came to the ordinary private room.
After ordering the dishes, Li Wanhua asked Su Qingxue about her relationship status indirectly. "Xue, have you got a boyfriend recently?" Hearing this, Su Qingxue was stunned. She asked in confusion, "Mom, why do you ask that?"
Li Wanhua did not hide anything and immediately told what happened that night. "I heard that you brought a boy back to the villa halfway up the mountain."
"Who was that person? Are you two dating?" Su Qingxue understood that her mother must have known it from Uncle Li. Now, she didn't want to confront the two of them so soon. Su Qingxue thought about taking Jiang Yubai home directly and giving them a surprise. She pretended to be mysterious and said, "Yes."
On the other side, after Jiang Yubai sent Su Qingxue to the car, he walked to a white SUV near the door. This car is the G-Class that the so-called scumbag drives. He extracted the car from the system before, and it just happened to come in handy now. Jiang Yubai sat in the driver's seat, and their destination was Bandao Hotel. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the hotel entrance and parked his car in the parking lot. He sent a message to Zhang Binlong, "I'm here." On the other hand, Zhang Binlong knew that his current boss would come over tonight, so he stared at his phone all night, afraid of missing any news. When he received the message from his boss, he excitedly ran to the door to greet him. At this time, there was a receptionist at the door who was in charge of reception. While the new boss hadn't come in yet, he hurriedly said, "Our boss will be here in a while. When I say hello, boss, you guys shout after me.
Do you hear me?" "Yeah." Everyone nodded in unison.
However, the image of a boss in their minds is a man in his 40s or 50s who dresses very formally. So when Zhang Yubai walked into the hotel, Zhang Binlong and others did not react. He even looked outside, wondering why the boss hadn't come over yet.
Zhang Yubai looked at the people at the door wearing work clothes and asked, "Is Zhang Binlong here?"
Zhang Binlong shuddered when he was called, then looked at the man in front of him in disbelief and asked in confusion, "Hello, I am Zhang Binlong, are you Mr. Zhang Yubeijiang?"
"Yeah."
Zhang Yubai nodded, and then he saw him holding his hand with a flattering look on his face and said respectfully, "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss." When he said that, the doorman in charge of reception shouted along without even having time to think.
It was not until he saw the two people leaving that he came to his senses. Was that our boss just now? He was too young. Isn't he some rich young man out to experience life?
Look at how he became a boss at such a young age, while I am still struggling at my old age.
It turns out that the watershed between people is in the amniotic fluid.
Zhang Yubai, under the guidance of Zhang Binlong, came to the most luxurious suite in the hotel.
"Boss, this is your exclusive room. It has been prepared for you." "Yeah."
He nodded, then looked at Zhang Binlong and said, "Manager Zhang, is there any trouble in the hotel that needs to be dealt with now?" Zhang Binlong smiled awkwardly when he heard that, and said respectfully, "Boss, you can just call me Xiaolong." After changing his boss, whether he could continue to be a manager depended on a word from that person, so he was very humble in front of his boss.
"That's right. Currently the hotel is operating normally and there are no problems." "Oh, that's fine."
Zhang Yubai nodded and signed his name on the share purchase contract. After all the things were dealt with, there was no need for him to stay here anymore.
"Wouldn't it be nice to go home and sleep with your wife?"
After coming out of the private room, with Zhang Binlong leading the way, the two quickly arrived at the front hall.
At this time, Zhang Yubai suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Wife? Are they having dinner here?"
He followed her and saw Su Qingxue walk into a private room. Through the crack in the door, Zhang Yubai recognized that the people eating inside were his wife and his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Although this is not a good opportunity to meet, he still wants to express his heartfelt thanks. Then he turned to Zhang Binlong and said, "Xiaolong, send some special dishes to this box."
Zhang Binlong nodded, and then continued to ask, "Boss, do you know the people here?" "Yeah." Zhang Yubai nodded, his face full of doting when he looked at Su Qingxue.
Seeing that the boss cared so much about the people in this box, Zhang Binlong thought to himself that he would have to serve them well in a while. After sending the boss away, he personally led the waiter to serve food to Su Qingxue and the others.
"Hello, these dishes are the specialty dishes of the restaurant. The customers have given good feedback. Please try them." "Huh?" Seeing the newcomer, Su Badian and his companions frowned in confusion. Chapter 64, Obtaining the Future Eye.
Several people looked at each other, and they all knew that these dishes were not ordered when they ordered just now. Plus, when the waiter served the dishes just now, he said that all the dishes were served.
Seeing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Did you go to the wrong private room? We didn't order these dishes."
"You have served the right dish.
This is what our boss specifically instructed. You can just eat it with peace of mind.
Your meal fee has been waived.
I hope you enjoy your meal."
After Zhang Binlong finished speaking, he led the waiter out. Now he couldn't help but feel scared.
Fortunately, the people under him didn't cause any trouble, otherwise his career as a manager would be over.
When Subadian and his family of three were the only ones left in the box, all three of them looked very confused. Su Qingtian was even more surprised when he saw this and said, "Dad, do you know the owner of Bandao Hotel?
Can you get him to waive our meal expenses? Is our business that big now?"
Although she doesn't interfere in family affairs, she still knows a little about them. She had heard from others that the owner of Bandao Hotel had a wide network of contacts and was a well-connected figure in Shanghai. If the family could get to know such a person, it would definitely be of great benefit to them. Hearing this, Subadian shook his head and said with regret, "I would like to meet the owner of Bandao Hotel, but I don't have the opportunity."
He sighed and continued, these dishes are definitely not sent by the boss just for my sake. Who could it be? Su Qingxue was full of confusion, but since there were so many delicious foods in front of them, everyone stopped thinking about it. After all, it was not their responsibility even if the wrong food was delivered. On the other side, when Jiang Yubai was about to leave Bandao Hotel, he suddenly heard a system prompt in his ears. System starting up. Check-in location, Bandao Hotel. Sign-in reward, 2 billion investment funds, and a future eye to see the return on investment. Awesome. Jiang Yubai couldn't hide his joy when he heard the system prompt. The main reason was that the system had become more and more sophisticated these 2 times and the rewards it gave were very high level. This time, not only did I get money, but I also got skills. I really made a lot of money. Manager Zhang Binlong just mentioned that there will be an investment reception at Bandao Hotel in a few days, and it would be a good time to invest the money in hand. Afterwards, Jiang Yubai happily drove the G-Class back to Lijing Mansion. After Su Qingxue finished her meal with her parents, the 2 of them pulled her aside to chat, and she yawned continuously as they talked. Perhaps because they hadn't seen their daughter for a long time, Lai Wanhua and her husband felt that the time they spent with their daughter passed too quickly. At this time, Su Qingxue could no longer hide her sleepiness. She frowned, yawned, and said to the 2 of them, Dad, Mom, you 2 can talk for 3 days and 3 nights about what you have seen and heard abroad. I'm sleepy and I have classes tomorrow. After hearing this, Su Badian said angrily, My dear daughter, you are so tired from attending classes and you earn so little. Come home, the money your dad earns is enough for you to squander. Wouldn't it be nice for you to go shopping with your mom, buy some clothes, and get a manicure every day? Su Qingxue heard this and shook her head. No, I still like being a teacher. The kind of life her father described was too boring and uninteresting, she didn't like it. Since his daughter didn't want to, Su Badian couldn't force her. He pushed his glasses and said helplessly, Then we'll send you back to school. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded. In the car, she leaned on Li Wanhua's legs, squinting lazily. Only in front of her parents and Jiang Yubai, she appears to be this kind of little girl. Soon, the car stopped at the gate of Magic City University. Li Wanhua and Su Badian waved their hands reluctantly and said, Shue, your father and I will wait for you at home in 2 days. Okay, let's go back. Su Qingxue nodded, then walked towards the school with a smile. Only after seeing her father and mother leave did she drive out in her own car and return to Lijing Mansion. If she didn't let the 2 of them send her back, Su Badian would firmly disagree. Even though his daughter had grown up, he was still worried. After all, there were so many bad people outside. In addition, if she didn't live in school now, the old couple would definitely find a way to get her to move back home. In order to be with Jiang Yubai, she didn't say these things. In less than a few minutes, Su Qingxue returned to their little nest. When she opened the door, the light was not on. She thought Jiang Yubai was asleep, so she tiptoed into the bedroom. Unexpectedly, just as she was taking off her clothes and preparing to change into pajamas, she heard Jiang Yubai's low voice in her ears, Wife, you're back. Ha! Su Qingxue instinctively covered herself when she heard that, and then said in surprise, You're not asleep? I can't sleep without you. Jiang Yubai pulled her into his arms, then threw the clothes in Su Qingxue's hands aside. Wife, sleeping naked is the healthiest. Let's go to bed quickly. Su Qingxue thought he was really sleeping, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yubai's hands began to become restless. She knew that she couldn't sleep early again today. That evening was an investment dinner held by Bandao Hotel. After 9:30 in the morning, both of them had no classes, so Jiang Yubai dragged Su Qingxue to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai to do some shopping. At that time, Su Qingxue was still confused. Husband, why did you pull me here? She looked Jiang Yubai up and down, then said with a smile, Don't you have any clothes to wear? Come on, I'll buy you some. Su Qingxue turned her head and looked at the luxury store nearby, then pulled him in. Since they were going to buy something, of course she wanted to buy the best for her husband. Being forced by his wife to do this, Jiang Yubai smiled sweetly. Does this count as a gigolo? When I walked into the store, the clerk greeted me warmly, Hello, welcome. Su Qingxue walked into the store and went to the men's clothing section to buy for Jiang Yubai. She carefully selected, Honey, this one looks good. Go try it on. I won't try it. Jiang Yubai shook his head, then turned around and picked up a black dress and said, Wife, don't look at mine, try this dress. I'll buy it for you today. Su Qingxue took the skirt and nodded happily, My husband likes it, so of course I want to try it, but you don't have much money, so I'll pay for it.
She knew that her husband was a student and did not have much living expenses. Any piece of clothing here would cost tens of thousands of yuan. She could not bear to see her husband save money on instant noodles in order to buy clothes for her. The salesperson nearby heard the conversation between the two and rolled her eyes at Zhang Yubai, mumbling in her heart, "Giveaway man, bah." Letting a woman spend money is a coward. Although she looked down on men who were flower women in her heart, she still kept smiling. "Madam, would you like to try this dress?" Chapter 65 Take All. Yeah. Su Qingxue nodded, and then took a few men's clothes and threw them to Zhang Yubai. "Hubby, try these too. It's always okay to try it without buying it." She was afraid that her husband would not want to try it because it was too expensive, so she simply said it in a different way. It would be up to him whether to buy it or not when the time comes. Zhang Yubai didn't refuse after hearing what Su Qingxue said, and they both walked into the fitting room. The boy changed clothes very quickly, so he came out quickly. After coming out, he waited at the door of the fitting room. Su Qingxue has a perfect figure and can handle any style of clothes. He thought of paying the bill directly, otherwise his wife would not give him the chance to pay. Then, Zhang Yubai called the salesperson over and said, "Please directly issue the order for the clothes my wife is trying on inside." Hearing this, the salesperson looked incredulous. She looked him up and down, then said contemptuously, "Sir, the dress that the lady just tried on is worth 21,860 yuan. Even with a 5% discount, it's still just over 20,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy it? If you don't have the purchasing power, I won't issue an invoice." The salesperson thought that issuing an invoice would waste a piece of paper and was not worth it. Zhang Yubai immediately understood what was said, and he thought that this was a sign of contempt for him because he had the money to buy clothes here. Seeing that she didn't openly mock him, he raised the corners of his mouth and sneered, "Just open the bill." "Okay then." At this time the salesperson was still reluctant to issue the invoice. After writing the order, Zhang Yubai handed over the bank card and said, "Swipe the card. From now on, please pack up all the clothes my wife tries on." He thought that he must buy a lot of nice clothes for his wife today. Okay. The salesperson took the bank card doubtfully, then swiped it on the POS machine, and the next second the payment was notified. At this time, the salesperson immediately put on a warm smile, handed the bank card to Zhang Yubai with both hands, and said flatteringly, "Sir, please put your bank card in place. If you need to pay the bill later, just give it to me." His attitude before and after is completely different. Zhang Yubai nodded upon seeing this and ignored her. After a while, the salesperson came to him with a tray and said with a smile, "Sir, this is the snack provided by our store to customers. You can sit down and wait for your wife. Also, whether you need coffee, tea or plain water, I can prepare it for you." This time, Zhang Yubai realized the power of money. He leaned on the sofa and thought for a moment. "Tea. Okay, I'll make it for you right away." The salesperson trotted away. Soon, Su Qingxue came out of the fitting room. She came to Zhang Yubai in her new black dress and asked shyly, "Honey, does it look good?" "Yeah, it looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears." Zhang Yubai nodded. His answer was not perfunctory but sincere. "Although this dress is beautiful, it is not suitable for a dinner party." Then she picked out a few more clothes for Su Qingxue and said gently, "Wife, these clothes are also beautiful. You should try them on too." "Okay." Su Qingxue nodded. There was nothing she could do about it since her husband liked it. Soon, she tried on all the clothes, and Zhang Yubai bought all of them. At this moment, the salesperson no longer had the same idea as before. She fawned on the god of wealth. After all, the more people bought, the more commission she would get. An hour later, Su Qingxue tried on many clothes, and her back and waist ached from all of them. Seeing that the clothes she had tried on were almost piled up into a small mountain, while Zhang Yubai only had a few clothes next to him, she couldn't help but pat her forehead and said regretfully, "Isn't it for my husband to pick clothes? Why did I try on so many?" Then, she picked out a few more clothes that were suitable for Zhang Yubai from the shelf and brought them to him, saying self-reproachfully, "Honey, I was so busy trying on clothes that I didn't pay attention to you. I've picked out a few more clothes for you. Go try them on." "It's okay. I came here to pick clothes for you today. I have enough clothes to wear. Boys don't have such a big obsession with clothes. As long as they can be worn, it's fine." Hearing these words, Su Qingxue was puzzled. "Huh? Choose clothes for me? I have enough clothes to wear, and there are still many tags that have not been taken off." Zhang Yubai heard this and hurriedly explained, There is a dinner party tonight, so of course my wife has to wear a very beautiful evening dress.
Dinner? What dinner? Su Qingxue wondered. Jiang Yubai was just a student, why did he need to attend a dinner? Could it be organized by a school club?
Seeing his wife's puzzled look, Jiang Yubai quickly answered her question. We are going to Bandao Hotel to attend an investment dinner tonight. See what projects need investment.
Husband? You? Investment? Su Qingxue's head was full of question marks.
She had never heard her husband mention these.
Could it be that he was some hidden rich second generation?
After all, it is not easy to get a seat at the Bandao Hotel's dinner, and even their Su family could only barely get a ticket. If Jiang Yubai didn't come from a wealthy family, it would be hard for her to imagine how her husband had gotten the admission ticket.
Yes, investment. I made some money with digital currency some time ago and I'm planning to make some small investments. He couldn't tell his own systematic story, so he could only make up an excuse. However, Su Qingxue was skeptical. Really? Yeah. Jiang Yubai nodded and continued, we can just arrive at 7 p.m.
Okay.
Su Qingxue nodded in agreement.
In that case, she would definitely dress Jiang Yubai nicely so that he would not be looked down upon as soon as he appeared.
At this time, she saw a mannequin wearing a handsome black suit through the glass, and pointed at it and said to the salesperson, Can I try that suit? Of course, ma'am, I'll get it out for you right away.
The saleswoman agreed readily, mainly because the dress was quite expensive and they could afford it, so she introduced it more enthusiastically. Ma'am, you have a good eye.
This dress is made of the best quality material from abroad.
The whole dress is handmade. The dragon on it took the workers a long time to sew it.
Oh, okay, let my husband try it.
After saying that, she handed the clothes to Jiang Yubai. I don't seem to have any formal clothes yet, so now is a good time to buy one. Even when I go home with Su Qingxue to meet her parents, I will look more formal.
Afterwards, Jiang Yubai came to the locker room with clothes.
While her husband was away, Su Qingxue picked out a few beautiful dresses, and then prepared to take down the clothes her husband had tried on. She then said to the salesperson, Hello, please pack all these clothes for me. Ma'am, your husband has just paid for these clothes.
What? Su Qingxue was shocked when she heard the news. Chapter 66 Su Qingxue's Imagination. She looked at the mountain of clothes in disbelief. It must have cost a lot of money in total, and she actually paid for it all? Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if she would have to eat instant noodles for the next period of time.
Soon, Jiang Yubai came out of the fitting room. He came to his wife and showed her the clothes he was wearing.
How is it? Is it suitable? It suits you. It suits you very well. Su Qingxue nodded.
It was mainly because her husband was handsome and had a great figure, so he could look good in anything. The salesperson standing by couldn't help feeling a little envious when seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman pairing together. Wow, I really want to have such a handsome and considerate boyfriend. Most importantly, he should be good-looking and rich.
When will I meet my Mr. Right? The saleswoman's attitude before and after was completely different. In fact, she just couldn't stand men spending women's money.
Because she used to be a bootlicker, and in the end she had nothing. She didn't believe in love before, but now seeing how loving the two are, she has the urge to fall in love too. At this time, she came to Jiang Yubai and said with a smile, Sir, can you pack up the clothes you just tried on?
Pack it up.
Then he took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Upon seeing this, Su Qingxue quickly took down her husband's bank card and replaced it with her own. Use mine. She was really afraid that her husband's bank card would be maxed out. Jiang Yubai did not stop her when he saw this. He knew Su Qingxue and knew that if he didn't let her pay, she would definitely give him a lecture.
Love is a two-way thing, and that's fine.
Afterwards, the two came out of the luxury store carrying large and small bags, and the salesperson almost knelt down to see them off.
The main reason is that people bought too many things.
I earned a month's salary by working for one day today.
Kaisen. After coming out, Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Yubai and seemed to be hesitant to speak.
After hesitating for a while, she decided to speak out.
Honey, you spent a lot of money on clothes. Where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything bad, did you?
Jiang Yubai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this.
He flicked Su Qingxue's head and chuckled, What's in your little head? I'm really crazy.
I made all that money from stock trading. Don't worry, it must be from a clean source.
Oh, okay, I'm just worried about you. Su Qingxue pouted and said coquettishly. Okay, let's go. I'll pick out some clothes for you. A man earns money to spend on his wife. Loving your wife is like raising flowers, and you have to spend money to water her. Yeah. Su Qingxue nodded and did not refuse. She and her husband were inseparable. Soon, the two of them were too tired to carry the bags in their hands and had to go home from the mall. After returning home, Su Qingxue threw the plastic bag onto the bed and lay down on it. It has to be said that spending money is hard work. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the dinner party in the evening and then said, "Honey, how much investment funds do you have?" Guess? Zhang Yubai raised his lips and teased. 5 million? Su Qingxue really thought about it seriously after hearing this. This amount of money was just her best guess. Based on her understanding, it would be good enough for Zhang Yubai to have 1 million in his hands. After hearing this number, Zhang Yubai shook his head and smiled. No. Did I guess too little or too much? You guessed too little. Is this a guess that's too little? After hearing Zhang Yubai's answer, Su Qingxue excitedly sat up from the bed. Her gossipy soul was burning, and today she must know how much investment funds her husband has. She only tried to guess, 20 million? 50 million? 100 million? During this period, Zhang Yubai shook his head every time Su Qingxue said a number. When Su Qingxue heard that the investment amount was more than 100 million, she couldn't help but hold Zhang Yubai's head and look left and right. At this time, she had a bold guess and said, "Husband, you are not the son of a chaebol family, are you? I concealed my identity before so that I could build good relationships with my classmates. Now that you're with me, you won't pretend anymore. Let's be honest. Is that right?" To be honest, Zhang Yubai was very amazed at Su Qingxue's imagination. She had so many ideas in her head that she could write a novel. He just grinned, rubbed his wife's head and said lovingly, "Wife, you have a good idea, but I am really not the son of a chaebol family. My parents are just ordinary teachers. I earned all this money from stock trading." Zhang Yubai was not joking and said it seriously. It cannot be said that these 2 billion were given by the system, so we can only say that they were obtained through stock speculation. Hearing this, Su Qingxue smiled slightly, then kissed Zhang Yubai on the cheek. "My husband is awesome, he can make so much money just by trading stocks. But you still need to be cautious when investing in stocks. It can make you a lot of money, but it can also make you lose everything." Su Qingxue doesn't have a very good impression of stock trading. Many people have lost their wives and children and their families because of stock trading. She doesn't want Zhang Yubai to be addicted to it. After hearing these words, Zhang Yubai touched Su Qingxue's shoulder and comforted her. "Wife, don't worry, I won't speculate in stocks anymore. This money is enough for me to show my talents. I will work hard to match you." Su Qingxue shook her head when she heard this. She said distressfully, "Husband, my family doesn't care about family background. I believe that as long as I like it, my parents will not refuse. By the way, when are you free to come home with me and meet my parents?" Although what his wife said might be true, Zhang Yubai still hoped to give her a better life and let her parents know that he was someone they could rely on. "Any time is fine. I'll go buy some gifts in the next few days so I can visit you at your house." "Yeah, okay, then let's go home with me this Sunday." "No problem." Zhang Yubai nodded. He thought that it was his first time visiting his future father-in-law and mother-in-law's home, and the gifts he gave must touch their hearts. The first impression is very important, so he asked, "Wife, what do uncles and aunts like?" "I want to be prepared." Su Qingxue thought for a moment and replied, "My dad likes to drink tea. He can't live without tea. My mother likes calligraphy. She likes writing with a brush the most." "Okay, I got it. Now that you know what you like, all you have to do is find the right ones." Bandao Hotel is also a news center. Zhang Yubai called Zhang Binlong and asked him to pay attention to whether there are any good teas and brushes on the market recently. After receiving the news, Zhang Binlong asked around and soon found out. Then he called Zhang Yubai and said, "Boss, there is news about the matter you asked me to inquire about." Chapter 67 Banquet. At night, Su Qingxue had a beautiful figure, and her slit red dress was as dazzling as a red rose. The slit of her skirt vaguely reveals her slender, white legs, making people unable to look away. The design of the tube top perfectly outlines her charming collarbone and fair skin, exuding charming charm.
She had her hair tied up in a bun, her white diamond earrings sparkled, and she exuded an icy aura that made people afraid to approach her.
After dressing up, Su Qingxue came to Jiang Yubai with satisfaction and asked happily, "Husband, is it okay for me to dress like this?"
The first time he saw his wife, he couldn't bear to look away, she was so beautiful and charming.
Jiang Yubai praised sincerely, "Yes, very much so. No one is as pretty as my wife."
After he finished speaking, he put his arm around Su Qingshue's waist, rested his chin on her shoulder and murmured, "My wife is so beautiful, I can't bear to let others see her."
"Since my husband is so handsome, should he not go out? What if he is noticed by another rich woman?"
Su Qingxue turned around, pulled Jiang Yubai's tie, raised her eyelids slightly, and chuckled.
"It's because the two of them are too outstanding."
At this time, Jiang Yubai looked at the time, then took Su Qingshue's hand and said, "Okay, it's getting late, we should go."
"Yeah." The two came out of the unit. Jiang Yubai drove his scumbag G-Class to Su Qingxue and opened the door considerately.
"Princess, please get in the car."
"Okay." Su Qingxue answered with a smile and then sat in the passenger seat. After Jiang Yubai got in the car, she asked, "Honey, when did you buy the car?"
"Just 2 days ago." Su Qingxue heard this, then looked Jiang Yubai up and down, and teased, "Husband, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about?" "There are a lot, just discover them slowly." Jiang Yubai raised the corners of his mouth, then proudly stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Bandao Hotel. The journey didn't take long, and soon the two appeared in front of the door of Bandao Hotel. Manager Zhang Binlong was waiting at the door for the boss to arrive.
When he saw Jiang Yubai coming, he ran over happily.
At this time, Su Qingxue also discovered Zhang Binlong, and she hurriedly told Jiang Yubai what happened that night. "Hubby, you don't know, my parents and I came here for dinner that night, and the manager inexplicably sent us a lot of dishes. We didn't order any of those dishes, and the service wasn't bad at all."
"Do you think we were lucky to have a promotion there?" "Well, is that so?" Jiang Yubai answered with a helpless smile.
At that time, Zhang Binlong came in front of the two of them. Su Qingxue thought she was coming to settle accounts with them because of the food she served that night.
She asked in a serious and stern voice, "What do you want to do?"
"It's your fault that the wrong dish was served."
"What are you doing now? You want us to pay compensation?"
Zhang Binlong was stunned.
What was going on? What was going on?
Seeing Su Qingxue and the boss holding hands, their relationship must be unusual, so he quickly explained, No, we didn't mean that." Then, he looked at Jiang Yubai and said respectfully, "Boss, I will take you to the cocktail party."
"Yeah." Jiang Yubai nodded, but Su Qingxue beside him became agitated. "Boss?"
"Honey, he just called you boss at this time." She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and looked at Jiang Yubai in surprise. "Honey, are you the boss of Bandao Hotel? Did you order the dishes to be served that day?"
"Yeah." Jiang Yubai nodded awkwardly.
To be exact, he had only been the boss for 2 days.
At that time, Su Qingxue was shocked. Her husband's identity was concealed too well.
If she hadn't come to the cocktail party today, she wouldn't have known that the dishes were not served wrong and were sent to them.
She gently pounded Jiang Yubai's chest a few times. "Hubby, why didn't you tell me?
It kept us guessing for a long time."
"Those are just some small things, I didn't tell you."
Jiang Yubai was thinking what there was to say about this matter.
"Okay."
Su Qingxue nodded, and then the two of them came to the banquet hall of the party. Many people had already arrived at this time, and everyone was chatting in groups. It can be said that there were opportunities everywhere here. When Jiang Yubai and the other person came in, they attracted a lot of people's attention, mainly because they were brought in by the manager of Bandao Hotel, and their identity should not be underestimated. So as soon as the two of them picked up the red wine, someone came up to them and started chatting. "You look very unfamiliar, little brother.
I have never seen you before." Jiang Yubai smiled slightly. "I'm so young, maybe you haven't noticed it before."
After hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed out loud. He was impressed by what he was thinking.
"This is my business card. What's your name, little brother?" "Jiang Yubai."
Jiang Yubai took the business card and introduced himself. After the middle-aged man left, Su Qingxue quickly pulled her husband's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Husband, that person just now was the real estate tycoon Gu Tianming.
He is very powerful."
"Oh, those working in real estate used to make a lot of money, but not anymore."
Jiang Yubai shook his head, thinking. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked Su Qingxue, "Wife, what business does your family run?" My family owns a company in the field of new energy.
Hearing about new energy, Zhang Yubai said excitedly, the development of new energy is very good and has great prospects.
Well, it's okay, but it can't be compared with the people here. Su Qingxue said self-deprecatingly. Why can't we compare?
Zhang Yubai was puzzled.
Because my family can't even attend a banquet of this level.
Although we can make some money, it's still far behind others.
Su Qingxue said realistically.
Although her company is quite big, in Shanghai, the rich will only be richer than you.
There will always be people better than you. Oh. Zhang Yubai understood, but he comforted Su Qingxue, wife, do you believe that new energy will definitely be the most profitable in the future? Maybe uncle will become the second richest man in Dragon Country.
Ha, thanks for your good words.
I'm sure my father will be very happy.
Su Qingxue smiled slightly, and suddenly she realized a problem, and then she was puzzled.
You said my dad would be the second richest man, then who is the richest man in Dragon Country? Zhang Yubai pointed at himself confidently and said proudly, of course it's mine. Yes, the richest man in Long Country must be my husband.
Although Su Qingxue found it unbelievable to hear this, she did not pour cold water on her husband.
Just enough money to spend.
Chapter 68 Zhang Yubai really beats her, Su Qingxue beats her up.
Island cocktail party. This is a term that has no popularity among the general population.
But among the management level in Shanghai, it is well known. First of all, those who can be invited to participate in the Bandao cocktail party are definitely well-known figures in the business world.
If you don't have enough capital, you really can't get in.
The reception was cozy and casual.
There are no rules or restrictions here.
As long as you abide by the law, you can communicate and engage in activities freely. People who encounter problems in their projects will come here to seek solutions, and most of the time they will return satisfied. After the cocktail party begins, the genuine elites will communicate and get to know each other on their own initiative, and the Bandao Hotel will add some fun to liven up the atmosphere, such as auctions and so on. Although Bandao Hotel is not well known in the auction world, anything that can be auctioned here is definitely not ordinary.
Often an auction will reveal a terrifying transaction amount of tens of billions.
There is much more to the complicated things about Bandao Hotel, and Zhang Yubai only found out about it after he took over. Rather than saying it is a hotel, it is more like an information source spanning multiple fields including the business world, similar to Langia Pavilion, Tianwela, etc. As long as Zhang Yubai is willing, he can get the obscure events of most well-known figures in the domestic and foreign business circles.
Now is the information age. It is no exaggeration to say that if you have information, you have the initiative.
As time passed, more and more businessmen arrived, and faces from all over the world could be seen in the magnificent hall.
Su Qingxue followed behind Zhang Yubai and exclaimed in amazement, because she recognized many big names in the business world.
Apart from anything else, the three people playing chess on the rhino leather sofa not far away are the famous lone wolves on Wall Street, all of whom have the ability to change the situation with a single hand.
And that middle-aged woman who asked the waiter to record data on the blackboard, as if she was the former richest woman in Germany?
Wait, there are too many people. Su Qingxue feels like she can't recognize them all.
If a big shot who can be named sits together with an unknown person to negotiate, then the latter definitely cannot be an ordinary person. In this case, everywhere you look, you will see characters.
Su Qingxue held her forehead with her jade-like hand, feeling a little dizzy.
What's wrong?
Hubby, it's no exaggeration to say that if they stomped their feet at the reception, the business community all over the world would tremble. Su Qingxue was shocked, but then she thought, they were all men around her, invited by her boyfriend. This was too amazing.
Okay, don't think too much, just have fun. Yeah, I guess I can't play well anymore. I can't let go of my hands and feet at all.
Zhang Yubai smiled and looked at the scene in front of him.
He couldn't help but think about expanding his capital. What's with all the stomping of his feet and shaking?
All he has to do is make it known himself, and the entire business community will have to look at his face. Although he could do it with his current strength, Zhang Yubai wanted more. Bandao cocktail party guests came from all over the world, and even businessmen from the tiny island country next door came. The president of the Daosong Chamber of Commerce, Fu Yuan, is extremely powerful in the island country, and his Chamber of Commerce has strong capital in many fields. This was his second time to attend the Bandao cocktail party. He didn't get any substantial benefits from his first visit, but it was an eye-opener, so he came again the second time. Before coming here, Fukuhara drank some Japanese horse urine shochu, and he looked funny with his fat head and big ears, just like the villain in the cartoon who didn't survive more than half an episode. Under the influence of alcohol, Fu Yuan chatted with businessmen from various countries at the party. Everyone is a qualified and capable elite who knows how to hide their dissatisfaction. Even if they are dissatisfied, they will not show it. But Fu Yuan clearly felt those people's disgust and dissatisfaction towards him. As a result, he became angry immediately due to the alcohol. While the others were talking politely, he threw the bench out, breaking a piece of tableware and also affecting Su Qingxue. The hem of Su Qingxue's skirt, which even Jiang Yubai praised so much, was stained with wine and cream, and it suddenly looked messy. Seeing this, Jiang Yubai became furious. Is there something wrong? Fu Yuan understood what he heard and immediately started to ridicule him in broken Chinese. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Are you a waiter? Or a little henchman who sneaked in? Jiang Yubai laughed angrily. Although he had prepared himself to be looked down upon, he still felt really unhappy when being mocked by the guys from the tiny island country. I'm your dad. As he said that, Jiang Yubai took a big step forward, kicked the bastard Fu Yuan to the ground, sat on him, and punched and kicked him. Originally, it was Fu Jian who started the trouble, so none of the businessmen present said anything. Instead, some people thought Jiang Yubai was very brave and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Su Qingxue was even more naughty, waving her pink fists as if to beat. Jiang Yubai was willing to take direct action for her, which was a perfect score, and the extra points were also full. Hubby. I love you. Husband. Push harder. Honey. Tie pants are hot. This fist-to-flesh fight lasted for 7 or 8 minutes. Among the people present, there were some businessmen who had a good relationship with Fu Yuan, so they quickly spoke up to stop the action. Stop, stop, stop. If you keep hitting me, something bad will happen. Where are the people from, Bandao Hotel? Why are they not bad? After this was said, the people around were also puzzled. In the past, if someone caused trouble at a cocktail party, the hotel security staff would definitely come very quickly and throw the troublemaker out. But today, no one came. Only the waiter was helping Su Qingxue clean her skirt and tidy up the scene. Very weird. Finally, amid the shouts of many people from Bandao Hotel came. Zhang Binlong came over with several strong men in suits. Pull them apart quickly. Zhang Binlong smiled and shook his head, even making a silence gesture, and then took a pure gold tray with a silk scarf on it from the bodyguard behind him. Jiang Yubai's anger subsided a little. Everything was fine at first, but suddenly I thought of the TikTok video I saw during the day, the video of Unit 731 conducting human experiments on Chinese people, and my anger suddenly surged. So the attack was not lenient or severe. Go and see if he's still breathing. Jiang Yubai took the scarf handed to him by Zhang Binlong and gave instructions. 2 tall and strong bodyguards immediately stepped forward and pulled Fu Yuan up like a chicken. Boss, I'm still breathing. You're angry again, so just throw it out. Yes, boss. Fu Yuan was taken away and thrown out literally, on the side of the road, like a dead pig. There was also a golden retriever that had lost its owner, which raised its hind legs and urinated on him. Chapter 69, a single move affects the entire body, causing chaos and great disorder. Bandao cocktail party, there was silence in the hall, as if you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Yubai wiped his hands, put the scarf back into the golden tray, and waved his hand. Zhang Binlong understood and immediately took his men away. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Jiang Yubai again. Some people have already regretted not talking to Jiang Yubai earlier. Everyone present was smart and had already guessed Jiang Yubai's identity, the owner of Bandao Hotel. This identity alone is enough to make everyone take it seriously. I'm sorry, I scared everyone. Please continue. Jiang Yubai spoke in a gentle and polite manner, but it was difficult for everyone who had just witnessed him beating up Fu Yuan to empathize with him. But due to his status, he could only smile and raise his glass and laugh along. Jiang Yubai took Su Qingxue's hand and sat in the innermost part. Seeing that the hem of her skirt had been cleaned, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Are you okay? Did it scare you? Su Qingxue lowered her head and shook her head, then reached out and took Jiang Yubai's hand to check. Sure enough, in his impulse, he got injured, and the back of his hand was covered with scars, which made Su Qingxue feel distressed. Idiot, you could have asked someone to help you, but you insisted on doing it yourself. Look, it's all broken. As she spoke, Su Qingshue's eyes became red and tears welled up in her eyes.
Oops, I couldn't help it for a moment. Jiang Yubai shook his head and laughed, letting Su Qingxue blow on his wound. Not next time. Okay, I'll listen to you, wife. It's a deal, pinky promise. Pull. In this way, Su Qingxue was finally coaxed into submission. After the two of them finished flirting, someone dared to come over. It was a financial oligarch from the Eagle Sauce family.
Although he is over 60 years old, he still looks like a middle-aged man.
As expected, rich people have unique means of maintenance. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Dalton Liu, nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Dalton. Jiang Yubai greeted him with a smile and asked him to sit down. But Dalton Liu just toasted and left. Afterwards, several oligarchs and tycoons came over to toast, and Jiang Yubai raised his glass in response one by one.
They are concerned about the information held by Jiang Yubai's Bandao Hotel. Similarly, Jiang Yubai is also looking for the projects they brought and looking for ways to invest.
But investment cannot be forced. Sometimes fate and luck are more important than anything else.
Jiang Yubai was unable to fulfill his wish until the cocktail party ended late at night. After the Bandao cocktail party ended, people gradually left and the originally bustling hall suddenly became quiet.
Jiang Yubai and Su Qingxue did not stay at the Peninsula Hotel but returned to their home.
In the next 2 days, Jiang Yubai was taken care of. Su Qingxue was afraid that his hand would not recover properly, so she refused to let him do anything.
Su Qingxue even helped to wash the underwear that was taken off.
She was simply adapting to the identity of a good wife and loving mother in advance.
Jiang Yubai also enjoyed it.
But while he was enjoying himself, he was not idle. Fu Yuanyuan got drunk and acted crazy at the Bandao cocktail party, and although he was beaten up, it was obviously not enough. So the next day, Jiang Yubai called up all the information that the Peninsula Hotel had.
The amount of information is huge. But Jiang Yubai is also very talented. After careful consideration, he unearthed hidden lines of information one after another.
Su Qingxue accompanied him on the right, listening to Jiang Yubai's explanation and introduction, feeling very uncomfortable and having a chill on her back.
You don't know until you hear it. Once you hear it, you will be shocked. These tycoons and oligarchs have actually done so many things behind the scenes, things that are hard to describe in words.
All of a sudden, the person who once seemed very powerful and inspirational suddenly lost his luster and instead aroused Su Qingxue's disgust.
Honey, why are you suddenly organizing this information? Su Qingxue asked after feeding Jiang Yubai a sip of wolfberry and red date tea.
Jiang Yubai did not hide anything and said bluntly, I'll help you vent your anger.
Teach that blessing source a lesson?
Yes, let's clean up his chamber of commerce as well. Jiang Yubai smiled, but his white teeth looked so grim, and there was a wolfberry peel on them, which really ruined his image. Instead, Su Qingxue helped him pick it off without any disgust. After sorting out this information, Jiang Yubai only felt that many things were related and connected, and perhaps even the people who experienced these events did not feel it. In front of the huge information network, Jiang Yubai was like an explorer, and everything could be described as clear. Among them are many secrets of the Daosong Chamber of Commerce, which is the source of happiness.
Honey, what are you going to do? Break the news?
No, leaking information is the most common method, and once it is leaked, it can no longer be used in the future.
So you want it? You'll see.
Jiang Yubai smiled, then pulled out 2 messages from the message room that looked like a ball of thread.
One of them is about the president of Daosong Chamber of Commerce, Fu Yuanyuan.
The other is another chamber of commerce in the island country, the Yuezhu Chamber of Commerce, which is almost the same size as the Daosong Chamber of Commerce, and they are also close partners.
With the strong combination, the 2 chambers of commerce will only become stronger.
However, Jiang Yubai now has the ability to affect the entire body with a single move, and making the 2 major chambers of commerce become enemies is just a matter of moving his fingers. After doing all this, Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with both hands, feeling a little exhausted both physically and mentally. Come to think of it, organizing such a huge amount of information consumes not only physical energy, but also mental and psychological energy.
But fortunately, it's done. 2 days passed in a flash.
Just as Jiang Yubai said, Daosong Chamber of Commerce and Yuezhu Chamber of Commerce tore up their cooperation agreement and never had any contact with each other again.
They even fought over a street, using all kinds of black, white, and yellow means, and refusing to give up, as if they were determined to kill each other. Su Qingxue was stunned. How did Jiang Yubai do it? Fool, this is called a chain reaction. Neighbors in the same village will accumulate many grievances over the years, let alone two chambers of commerce?
The grudges between them will only become more numerous, thicker, and denser. Sometimes it takes just the smallest of things to set off an explosion. What Jiang Yubai didn't say was that a single move can affect the entire body, and that many forces are involved. Although only Yuezhou Chamber of Commerce and Daosong Chamber of Commerce are involved at the moment, as time goes by, more and more forces will join in. Even if you want to protect yourself and stay out of it, it will be impossible to do so.
Jiang Yubai wants everyone to join the game.
Only by causing chaos and disrupting the existing structure can he enter the market better, so as to avoid being targeted when he wants to do something.
Chapter 70 Life Goes On. Hubby, what are these insignificant little things you're talking about? Well, the wife of the president of Yuezhou Chamber of Commerce is actually Fu Yuanyuan's first love. After they got married, the woman married the president of Yuezhou Chamber of Commerce. For so many years, the president of Yuezhou Chamber of Commerce has had a faint green light above his head. Unable to bear the humiliation, he will of course go to Daosong Chamber of Commerce to ask for an explanation. Hearing this, Su Qingxue blinked in astonishment. That's it? Jiang Yubai poked his head and laughed, saying, don't underestimate this. This is what men can't stand the most.
Oh. Su Qingxue nodded, then looked at him very seriously and said, husband, don't worry, you are my only man. Silly girl. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai hugged Su Qingxue into his arms and touched her head lovingly. That day, Su Qingxue was attending class as usual, when suddenly she felt a little nauseous and started retching in front of the whole class. She thought she had a stomach upset, but she felt a sour sensation in her stomach, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She tried hard to hold back her urge to vomit and said to her classmates, everyone go to self-study first. I'll be out for a while. Su Qingxue ran to the bathroom to wash up, and felt better after flushing her mouth with water. At this time, Jiang Yubai, the class representative, went outside to look for Professor Su and finally found her in the bathroom. Seeing her in pain, Jiang Yubai felt so distressed. Wife, are you okay?
Maybe she ate something bad at noon,
Su Qingxue said as she wiped her mouth. However, he felt something was wrong. They had lunch together at noon, but how come his wife was vomiting non-stop while he was like nothing happened? He looked at his wife vomiting and had a bold guess in his mind, and then asked, wife, did you have your period this month?
No. Su Qingxue shook her head.
Her period was never allowed, and it was common for it to only come once every 2 or 3 months. She knew what Jiang Yubai meant by asking this question, and she pursed her lips and thought, no way, I'm not pregnant. After saying this, she felt nauseous again and began to dry heave. Jiang Yubai patted her back considerately, then said worriedly, wife, let's go to the hospital for a checkup.
I'm worried if you keep being like this. Okay then. Su Qingxue nodded.
After all, it was really uncomfortable to dry heave. She managed to finish the class while holding back her urge to vomit. Afterwards, the two of them went to the hospital to get a number and undergo a checkup. After a brief inquiry, the doctor prescribed a B ultrasound examination for Su Qingxue. In this case, the first thing to do was to rule out pregnancy. After handing in the form, the two waited at the door of the B ultrasound room. At this time, the nurse called out Su Qingxue's name. Walking into the B ultrasound room, Su Qingxue lay on the bed and lifted up her belly. The doctor in charge of the operation said nothing and then handed the ultrasound report to her. As soon as he came out, Jiang Yubai asked anxiously, wife, did the doctor say anything during your examination?
She didn't say anything.
Well, let's go find a doctor right away. After entering the doctor's office, she took a look at the test report, then smiled and said, congratulations, you are pregnant.
What? Pregnant?
Su Qingxue was surprised to hear the news, but Jiang Yubai had expected it and didn't react at all, but he was very happy.
Yes, the baby is 5 weeks old now,
said the doctor, but Su Qingxue was still confused and she didn't know how she got out of the doctor's office. In the corridor, she calculated that 5 weeks ago, wasn't that the first time the two of them conceived this little life at a promotional event? At this, Su Qingxue suddenly smiled. The doctor had previously told her that she had a cold constitution and that it would be very difficult for her to get pregnant, but now she got pregnant in one try. She had to admire Jiang Yubai. Seeing Su Qingxue laughing and then being very serious, Jiang Yubai felt uneasy. He wanted to keep the child. He then sincerely held his wife's shoulders and said, Xuexue, let's get married. I want to keep the child, but I want you even more. I will work hard to earn money and provide you and your mother with a life without worries about food and clothing. Don't look at me because I'm younger than you, but I'm very mature and a man you can rely on.
Will you marry me?
No one proposes in a hospital, but I agree. Su Qingshuo smiled brightly. She believed that Jiang Yubai was a good father. A lot happened during this period, so much so that both of them had children. But if it weren't for that accident, the two of them wouldn't have met each other. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but sigh, who could be as fast as him, getting married and becoming a father at the same time. This is just his story, and life goes on.